It is widely acknowledged that the Empress sacrifices herself for the sake of the world's populace. Yet, only you are aware that this is entirely a deception. The Empress, possessing the foolish yet sweet holy physique, is not adept in eloquence. Not only are individuals daily subjected to moral coercion by the masses, resulting in the forfeiture of opportunities. It was during the great war between gods and demons in a previous existence that the entire world was beguiled. To combat the demonic race, one must ignite the essence of their very being. In the end, it culminated in a tragic downfall. Little do they know that the Empress of this era has long been enveloped in layers of complexity. Not only did they achieve the unparalleled magical prowess of the shark, but the gods hastily fled the chamber, even attempting to refine the myriad of humanity. All of this transpires solely because you have been placed within the body of the Empress by the system. It is also required to train the counterpart into an unparalleled femme fatale. In the Grand Hall, the young maiden has just brought forth 2 sacred plants from the Forbidden Realm. Now, however, you find yourself ensnared by the moral constraints imposed by your peers. Oh, pastoral song, at such a tender age, you have already attained a celestial realm. Why not bestow this millennium's sacred treasure upon your dream sister? What worth does a century's quality hold for you? Indeed, esteemed elder sister, you have already attained the realm of the celestial sovereign. To you, a millennium or a century holds no distinction. Why must you contend with the junior sister? Subsequently, several maidens nearby began to engage in lively discussions. Indeed, senior sister, your efforts may not yield results. It would be more beneficial to cultivate the foundation for the junior sister. Upon hearing this, Muge displayed a hint of hesitation on her face. These 2 sacred herbs were, after all, what she had painstakingly sought within the Kunlun mirror. She had nearly lost her life to procure these precious plants, and now she was in a severely weakened state. In the realm of your soul, upon witnessing a grave, an overwhelming surge of indignation envelopes you, compelling you to seize control of your physical form with unwavering determination. Since I am destined to portray the darkened heroine, I shall inevitably take on the role of the absolute antagonist. Before your rebirth, you relied on deceit and trickery to acquire cultivation resources. Now, attempting to corrupt a blank slate is exceedingly effortless for the young maiden. The innocent and naive female protagonist. Is she? The original character has been transformed into a dark, aloof sorceress. Meanwhile, the pastoral song residing in the soul space speaks up. Why am I trapped within this body? I am quite formidable, you know. You would do well not to act recklessly. Observing her expression, which was a blend of fear and feigned composure, one could not help but feel a tinge of amusement. Immediately, I adopted a serious demeanor and declared, I am Su Jia, the progeny bestowed by the heavenly Tao, your life mentor. Do not disregard this, lest you meet a catastrophic end. Upon hearing these words, Muge's delicate complexion instantly turned pale. Indeed, it is truly a sacred and pure embodiment. It is undeniably remarkable. At that moment, Master Taiyin cast a glance at Mugu, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Since you are unwilling to bestow this millennium-old sacred herb upon Menger, let her instead utilize this century-old sacred herb to forge her foundation. It seems that you have forgotten the virtues of benevolence I have imparted to you. With that said, I prepared to depart, accompanied by the young maiden clad in green robes beside me. Upon hearing these words, Muge felt no grievance in her heart. As the foremost disciple of the esteemed Taiyin Jinren, she had spent all these years venturing into the secret realms alone, offering any remarkable treasure she discovered as a token of gratitude for her master's nurturing. Even when she was shaping her foundation back in the day, her master merely sought out a 10-year sacred herb for her. The thought of this brought tears that involuntarily welled up in her eyes. You, standing beside her, gently tapped her shoulder. Little shepherdess, today I shall impart to you your first lesson. Since both sacred plants were acquired at the cost of your life, what gives her the right to them? As long as you possess no morality, they shall not dare to ensnare you. Moral coercion. What is it? The pastoral melody sounds like a haze of clouds. Meanwhile, the pastoral melodies once again resounded within the grand hall. Master, wait. Upon hearing these words, the individuals at Taiyin, situated 800 miles away, instantly turned their heads, believing that you had experienced a change of heart akin to the past. It is fortunate that Muge recognized the error of their ways. Hasten now to retrieve that millennium-old sacred herb. Then, you step before your master and open your palms. Let my junior sister Meng'er return this century-old sacred herb to me. Whispers. The girl in the green dress, with a cheerful smile, returned the century-old sacred artifact to you. Then she expressed her gratitude to the senior sister for the long-awaited sacred item. As she opened her arms towards you, what is truly unexpected is that after you forcefully seized the sacred treasures from your junior sister, you promptly stored both of them within your spatial ring. Upon witnessing this, the smile on the face of the elderly man from Tyene froze. Muge, what do you mean by this? These two sacred plants were acquired from the Kunlun mirror. If they hold no value for me, what of it? Even if I were to offer them to go, it seems my master lacks the authority to intervene. Having said that, you proceeded to stand before the other disciples and declared, during this period, I have led you into various forbidden zones. In accordance with the remuneration for the guardianship, each of you shall bestow upon me 500-year-old spiritual herbs. As your words fell, you waved your hand with great authority, instantly subduing your adversary with an overwhelming force, simultaneously seizing their spatial ring. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Master Tyene and his disciples were all taken aback. None could have anticipated that the usually gentle and delicate Mugu had transformed so dramatically. How are you, dear shepherdess? Isn't this feeling delightful? In the pastoral song, there resides an inexplicable sensation within my heart, as if an unusual essence is being unleashed from deep within. After much contemplation, the only words that escape my lips are I do not know. That's Su Jia. Since both sacred plants are to be returned, shall we proceed with our plans? A furious voice suddenly erupted, as a figure with a greenish visage scolded you vehemently. Rebellious disciple, if you do not return the sacred artifact to them, I shall sever our master-disciple bond. However, amid such a multitude of words, you only grasp the final few utterances. How splendid that is! Let's set it free. The pastoral song laments. What are you doing, Sujia? She is indeed my revered master. You rolled your eyes in exasperation. This old relic, at the level of the 10 holy emperors, is no match for your prowess. Why should you take her as your master? Has she even reversed the heavens? You, who are utterly audacious, dare to confront your masters. Await your reckoning. The girl in the green dress, with a countenance full of resentment, pointed upwards. However, as soon as the words fell, a resounding slap echoed in the air. Only the sound of 2 slaps echoed, and instantly, several imprints of palms appeared on the girl's face. Addressing senior sister by her full name, I shall now, according to the sect's rules, impart a proper lesson to you, esteemed senior sister Wei. The pastoral scene within her was stunned by this spectacle. The tangible sensation of the slap upon the other's face resonated deeply within her, an experience she had never before encountered. Only after receiving nearly hundreds of resounding slaps did you finally applaud and prepare to depart. Shall we depart? Will you not take a moment to ascertain the condition of our dear junior sister Menga? Mugu cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious maiden on the ground and murmured softly, Your intention is to observe her. I did not expect you to catch on so swiftly. You have quickly mastered this. Having said that, you proceeded towards the young lady. No, hurry and leave. Mugung Fengquang shook his head, yearning to reclaim control over his own body. Thus, 2 disparate souls tugged at one another, guiding their bodies out of the grand hall. Upon returning to her residence, the young girl sat at the table, gazing at her reflection in the bronze mirror. With a flushed face, she stammered, Katsuya, could you kindly avert your gaze for a moment? I need to change my clothes. Simple. I reside within your being. All you need to do is cover your eyes, and it will suffice. You, within the realm of the soul, boldly stated. The pastoral song let out a soft sigh, as it lifted a small hand to cover its eyes, only to then discover a perplexing issue. What are you up to? Brother Jia is quite occupied at the moment. If you have something to say, do so swiftly. If you have something to express, do not hesitate. Are you still contemplating how to make this young lady invincible at an accelerated pace? After all, the system has declared that as long as you render her invincible, you shall regain your corporeal form, thus achieving the status of the strongest demon in existence. However, the next moment, Muge blushed and scolded you as a rogue. Then, feeling wrong, began to change her clothes. You gazed upon her form with great fascination, leaving a trail of drool in your wake. Yet lamentably, it was somewhat lacking in fullness. Soon, she changed her attire. Having just emerged from the forbidden realm, her wounds remained untreated. Maid of the pasture, how do you intend to handle these two saints? She shook her head. Yet in the next moment, control over the body was seized by you. Since uncertainty prevails, relinquish it to me. Muge felt a pang of injustice as she glanced at her sister. At this moment, her body felt as though it no longer belonged to her. Meanwhile, with one hand grasping the sacred artifact, you wield a cauldron with the other. Accompanied by the ethereal presence of the 9 spirits of a sheep, the flames within the cauldron begin to rise. The fragrant aroma of the elixir instantly permeates the room. Muge was taken aback by this scene. Su Jia, you can still refine pills? Ah, do you underestimate your brother Jia? With a cold chuckle, you casually wave your hand, and a captivating essence of a Dan materializes before you. You gaze sorrowfully at the healing elixir in your hand, lamenting that it is merely a 7th-tier medicinal pill. However, it should suffice for your recovery. The 7th-grade pill is a coveted elixir. Muge gasped in astonishment, covering her small mouth. It is important to note that within the Xuantian Sacred Sect, only those of elder status from the pill refining peak possess the ability to concoct such a remarkable 7th-grade pill. You cast a glance at her, observing your naive demeanor. You should earnestly learn the art of refinement from your esteemed brother Jia. Do not merely aspire to the sacred grade. Even the imperial grade elixirs are well within reach. As you speak, you produce a balm that, while capable of healing your wounds, cannot eradicate scars. This balm possesses the efficacy to diminish blemishes. Shall I apply it for you? Upon hearing this, Muge blushed and shook her head repeatedly. The location of her injuries was somewhat awkward. She had intended to apply the ointment herself after you fell asleep. However, what she did not realize was that Yu Yagan did not require sleep. Soon, the flames within the alchemical furnace began to dwindle, signaling that a precious elixir was about to emerge. This is the 8th-tier spirit gathering pill, a treasure cultivated over a millennium. Upon ingestion, your cultivation speed will experience a remarkable enhancement, increasing by 50%. However, its effects will last for only 5 hours. I recall that the Xuantian Holy Sect possesses a training tower. With your capabilities, you are more than qualified to access the highest level. At that time, you may consume the spirit gathering pill to further your cultivation. However, as the words fell, the pastoral song suddenly fell into a profound silence, devoid of sound. You regain your awareness and return to the realm of the soul. One could see Muge huddled on the ground, drawing circles, reminiscent of a child caught in mischief. The pinnacle of the cultivation tower is indeed within my reach. However, the jade pendant required for ascending to the highest level has been borrowed by senior sister Gongsun. I had initially intended to retrieve it, but she expressed that her cultivation realm is insufficient. Without training at the topmost level, she would be unable to keep pace with the cultivation progress of her fellow disciples. Her inability to keep pace with her cultivation progress is of no concern to you. You are merely a flawed vessel. Yet, it matters little your esteemed brother will step in to support you. With that thought, you prepare to set forth. But the next moment, Muge suddenly obstructed your path. In an instant, her face flushed a deep crimson, as if lost in thought. She timidly spoke to you. Could you please return my body to me? Having just returned from the Kunlun realm today, I wish to bathe first. Upon hearing those words, a mischievous smile crept across your face. Who are we to each other? You, my dear brother Jia, need only concern yourself with the washing. Meanwhile, on the other side, the training tower had just opened its doors, drawing a multitude of disciples eager to enter. They sought to secure a prime position in the cultivation grounds, led by senior sister Gongsun. Sister, are you not going to the training tower? If you delay any longer, there may be no spots left. A young girl glanced at the indifferent red-haired woman before her. Her curiosity piqued. Without awaiting a response, a light laugh echoed nearby. Anrin, junior sister, do not concern yourself with senior sister Gongsun. She is capable of ascending to the 8th level of the cultivation tower and will certainly not compete with us for a few positions below. Gongsun, the senior sister, is able to ascend to the 8th level. Is her aptitude not akin to ours? How is it possible for her to reach the highest tier? Upon the utterance of these words, A flicker of displeasure swiftly crossed the countenance of the red-haired woman. Subsequently, she produced a delicate jade pendant from her hand. Upon encountering the pendant adorned with the character for shepherd, Anrin felt a tinge of peculiarity. This is the jade pendant belonging to Sister Mu. The younger sister possesses astonishing talent. The cultivation tower is of no use to her. It would be better if I took charge. Before she could finish her words, a sudden gasp erupted behind her. It was Sister Pastor. She had come to the 7th floor of the cultivation tower. Upon seeing Gongsun Shui, she elegantly turned her palm, concealing the jade pendant. Following this, a smile graced her lips. Mugo, my dear junior sister, what brings you here? At this moment, the young girl's expression appeared somewhat conflicted as she stood frozen in place. Within your being, urgency arises. What are you still dawdling for? Hasten to reclaim the jade pendant. I'm at a loss for words. Did I not instruct you on how to articulate your thoughts? Or do you wish for me to assist you in bathing once more? I do not wish for it, she said, her fair face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Shortly thereafter, she lifted her gaze towards Gongsun Shui. Senior Sister Gongsun, please return my cultivation tower jade token to me. Upon hearing that the other party had come for the jade pendant, Gongsun Shui furrowed her brow. Her senior sister was currently at a crucial stage of cultivation, requiring the assistance of the spiritual energy from the higher levels of the training tower. Surely, you would not wish for any mishaps to occur in her cultivation, would you? Once her cultivation reaches a breakthrough, she will undoubtedly express her heartfelt gratitude to you. Whenever she utters such words, a look of profound difficulty manifests on Mu Ji's face, and then she departs without achieving anything. Yet, despite a hint of timidity on her delicate visage, there was not the slightest retreat in her gaze. However, senior sister, I too wish to cultivate my skills. However, in the next moment, everyone around, except for Anrin, began to comment. Dear sister, look at your exceptional talent. While our senior sister lacks such gifts and must rely on external means for her cultivation, we are all of the same sect. Is it too much to ask for your assistance in this small matter? The pastoral song left her momentarily speechless. It was her first attempt to change, yet the abruptness of the situation proved somewhat overwhelming for her. You helplessly shook your head. At the very least, this girl has taken her first step. All right, you may step back now. Next, let your brother Jie showcase his talent. As you take possession of your body, a cold scoff interrupts the murmurs of the crowd. Since Sister Gong wishes to express her gratitude, I require no extravagant gifts. A few sprigs of the millennia-old sacred herb will suffice. Upon hearing these words, the members of the commune, including Shui, were momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing you, their pupils abruptly constricted. Before me, the enchanting visage of Muge no longer bore the fragility of days past. Instead, it was imbued with an icy resolve. An intangible sense of urgency enveloped the entire scene, rendering the atmosphere palpable. The sacred desires of 1,000 years. Junior sister, please do not jest with me. I possess no such sacred desires of 1,000 years. What relevance does your slow cultivation bear to me, Sister Gongsun? A worthless individual is simply a worthless individual. Even if I borrow your jade pendant for over 10 days, I have yet to attain a single level of advancement. The disdain in your gaze directed at her was palpable. Upon hearing these words, the expression on the other person's face immediately became unpleasant. The female disciple accompanying her promptly interjected, even if your talent and realm surpass ours, you should not express such sentiments. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Gongsun Shui and the others were left speechless, gazing at your indifferent countenance. The once timid pastoral song now seems as though it has transformed into an entirely different being. In the realm of the soul, nestled in a small corner, Mugu gazes upon you. This marks her first encounter with a sense of security that feels almost fragile. An unusual glimmer flickers within her eyes as she looks at you. At that moment, Gongsun Shui cast the jade pendant she held onto the ground. Muge, if you are unwilling to lend it, then do not. Muge, if you refuse to lend it, then do not. Why must you humiliate me in such a manner? Having said this, she prepared to depart. However, at the moment she turned around, a powerful force overwhelmed her, pinning her to the ground. Suddenly, the terrifying aura of your celestial realm enveloped the entire scene. I shall grant you 3 seconds to retrieve it. Gongsun Shui could hardly have anticipated that the seemingly weak Mu Ge would dare to lay hands on her. How could someone at the mere threshold of the divine passage realm possibly contend with a formidable being like a celestial sovereign? Without the slightest hesitation, she quickly knelt down to retrieve the jade pendant. Junior sister, here is your jade pendant. This matter is my elder sister's fault. I sincerely apologize to you. With a disdainful snort, you turned away and proceeded towards the interior of the training tower. Meanwhile, you are also guiding the pastoral song within the realm of the soul. Did you see that? This is how strength is wielded. One can simply subdue with overwhelming force. I caught sight of the young girl in the corner, nodding her head. I understand. After reaching the 8th level, she returned to her physical form, for ultimately, cultivation relies on her own efforts. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated. Sister, do you not wish to visit the cultivation tower today? It is the day I transcend to the Saint Emperor realm. Would you kindly depart first? The shepherdess was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitor, her countenance revealing a look of discomfort. Today, as she arrived once more at the foot of the cultivation tower, her eyes were fixated on the spirit-gathering pill, which was only effective for a mere 5 hours. The matter of cultivation today holds immense significance for me. Surely, junior sister Luo would not cast such a disdainful glance at her senior brother, who is struggling to make a breakthrough. You find yourself within the realm of the soul, your expression profoundly somber, yet you harbor no intention of intervening. Only because within your perspective, one can clearly perceive the radiant brilliance emanating from the body of the pastoral maiden. These beams of white light akin to chains envelop the entire delicate form of the young girl. Is this the so-called inherently pure, holy body? How incredibly charming. Yet, just as you were ready to log in, only a single sound was heard. You seemed to hear the sound of chains breaking. The pastoral ode soon began to stir gently. Master Lin, what concern is your cultivation to me? Upon uttering these words, you couldn't help but applaud and burst into laughter. The appearance of this girl truly reflects a remarkable charm rather than mere coquetry, doesn't it? Upon hearing your laughter, the shepherd's already flushed cheeks grew even rosier. Ignoring the man before her, she turned and raced deeper into the 8th layer. Lin Yu stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with confusion. He yearned to step forward and intervene, but unexpectedly, Mu Ge suddenly turned around. The once clear gaze in his eyes was now clouded with frost. Merely a single word was enough to instill fear in him, leaving Lin Yu paralyzed and unable to move. Susuya, what prompts your sudden online presence? One must not squander time on such trivial matters. The next time you encounter individuals who attempt to morally manipulate you with their absurd notions, simply instruct them to leave. Do you understand? The pastoral melody resonates, as if recalling something profound. What if he chooses not to depart? Lin Yu took a moment to gather his thoughts. Was it merely that he possessed a greater talent than I? How arrogant! Since you are so determined, do not blame me, your senior brother, for employing alternative methods. On the other side, the pastoral song, upon reaching the depths, withdrew and sat down. With hands clasped together, she channeled the sacred heart-cleansing technique, preparing to absorb the ethereal essence of the 9th spirit. Time seemed to stretch as a radiant light emanated from her being. You couldn't help but furrow your brow upon witnessing the scene. As Mu Ge practiced this technique, the white radiance enveloping her bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence of her pure and sacred body. Should she continue her cultivation in this manner, the constraints imposed by her holy form would inevitably intensify. In a fleeting moment, you ponder what thoughts have crossed your mind. Your expression grows increasingly solemn. Is this mere coincidence? Or is there someone clandestinely manipulating the situation? Susuya. Short, isn't it? You shook your head, dismissing the doubts that lingered in your mind. Then, with a grand gesture of your hand, a scroll of the Snow Crimson Supreme technique floated gracefully in the air. This is the Swallowing Heaven Demon technique. Gazing at the rows of black and crimson characters, Mu Ge's delicate face was tinged with a pallid hue. So formidable, so ruthlessly brutal, this demonic art. Do you wish to repair it? You uttered few words, simply posing a gentle inquiry, bestowing upon her the power of choice. Will she become the savior, exploited by others, or the feared enchantress, revered by the world? The pastoral maiden cast a lingering gaze upon you, offering no verbal response. Instead, she turned away, immersing herself in the words before her. In the next moment, a crimson mist began to envelop her entire being as she activated the 8th layer of the devouring sky demon technique, allowing spiritual energy to gradually surge forth. Meanwhile, within the cave, the guest of Tyene was kneeling on the ground, his face contorted in anguish. This is how the situation unfolded. Elder Tianyang, suppressing his anger, remarked, "It is I who failed to look after Menger properly." Before me, an elderly gentleman shattered the jade bracelet upon his wrist and exclaimed, "How do you instruct the disciples under your tutelage? Bring that person here, I shall administer a thorough lesson." The girl with green hair, seated beside me, displayed a flicker of excitement upon hearing those words. "Grandma Tai, what about the sacred song from the previous year?" "Of course, it is to offer an apology to my precious granddaughter." Tianenzi affectionately tousled Menger's hair. With a graceful sweep of the sleeve, the aura of a powerful being from the realm of creation suddenly surged forth. "Do not hesitate to bring that person before me to offer an apology for my precious granddaughter." In a hidden realm on the 8th level, Lin Yu retrieved a pill, poised to consume it. His gaze instinctively turned fierce. Once this pill was ingested, my rate of spirit energy absorption would accelerate 5-fold. "Mugu, prepare yourself to become my plaything." Yet at that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated from afar, and in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy of the 8th layer vanished without a trace. Lin Yu and the disciples cultivating on the 8th level were momentarily taken aback. They then simultaneously turned their gazes towards the depths of the secret realm. In merely 10 minutes, a figure clad in a skirt drained the entire 8th level of spiritual energy, simultaneously elevating her cultivation to the realm of transformation. Upon her ascension, an exhilarating joy instantly illuminated her countenance. In your previous life, achieving the transformation realm demanded considerable effort on your part. In this lifetime, as the female protagonist grows ever more formidable, so too shall your strength increase following your rebirth. Susufye, I have swiftly transcended 2 minor realms in one breath. Will this not hasten my progress? The voice of the young girl, somewhat reminiscent, echoed. Let's hurry up. You expressed your displeasure audibly. With your esteemed brother Jia present, your future cultivation speed shall only accelerate. At this point, the 8th layer has rendered the 7th obsolete. Let us depart for now. However, at that moment, those disciples, caught in a state of bewilderment, finally reacted. "Mugu, how selfish you are. You have absorbed the spiritual energy of the 8th layer. How can your fellow brothers cultivate now?" Lin Yu's gaze hardened as he pointed at Luo Qinghuan, exclaiming, "Indeed, although senior sister, you possess formidable strength. You must at least consider your brothers." The surrounding disciples seemed to find their resolve, echoing in agreement. Strangely, however, in the face of the crowd, Muga no longer displayed the same meekness as before. Instead, with a hint of weakness, she retorted, But I did not prevent you from absorbing the spiritual energy. If you choose not to absorb it, is it not because you do not wish to?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and the others instantly darkened their expressions. "This is not my concern. You must provide us with compensation. We have all heard that the senior sister frequently ventures to the Kunlun mirror for training, and surely she possesses a considerable number of sacred treasures. Perhaps you could bestow upon us a few as a means of compensating for our lost spiritual essence." The shepherd paused, as if struck by a sudden realization, and weakly managed to utter a single word. "Go away." Lin Yu and the others were once again taken aback. Muga took a deep breath. Yet, she discovered that no matter how she tried, she could not attain that same sense of indifference. However, in the next moment, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from within Muga. The imposing aura of the formidable figure from Tianding instantly sent Lin Yu and the others into a cold sweat. "Senior sister, please calm your anger, we were merely jesting." "Then why not hasten your departure?" Although the tone remains gentle, it is nonetheless effective under the overwhelming presence of the formidable celestial being. Upon witnessing this scene, a mischievous smile graced her lips. How does the young maiden feel? At this moment, the heart of the pastoral song beats fervently, reminiscent of a well-behaved girl indulging in mischief for the first time. This sensation is quite extraordinary, although it is my inaugural venture into such behavior. I find within me a profound yearning to engage in these transgressions. Upon hearing these words, you cannot help but recall the initial thought that crossed your mind. Yet, to substantiate it, one crucial element remains absent. After a brief moment, you seem to sense something, raising your gaze toward the outside. Little Mu, it appears we have an esteemed guest. As Mugu stepped out of the house and heard these words, she too lifted her eyes to look. Taiyin Jinren and Tianyin Ming stood prominently at the doorway. Upon the arrival of Muge, their expressions instantly brightened. The elder Tianyinzi was still well aware of the previous events and specifically instructed me to bring you to meet her. She wishes to personally apologize to you on behalf of Menger. What is the significance of Tianyinzi? You find yourself somewhat perplexed. Tianyinzi is an elder of the inner sect of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. It is said that Sister Ming is the granddaughter of Elder Tianyinzi, fiercely protective of her kin. I seldom venture there. Upon hearing these words, you cannot help but feel a sense of surprise. It seems she is not the naive and simple-minded girl one might have presumed. Given that you are aware of the events surrounding Inzi and Huck Suzy on that fateful day, and that today's issues remain unresolved, one wonders how you would navigate the complexities should she choose to act covertly against you in the future. Upon hearing these words, Mugu furrowed his brow. You possess some validity in your reasoning. What then shall I do? He has already reached the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm prior to his retreat, and upon his return, he is likely to have transcended into the realm of creation. I find myself still inadequate to confront him. You scoffed with disdain. With your esteemed brother Jie by your side, what is there to fear? You merely need to entrust your body to your brother Yi without any reservations. At this moment, Master Taiyin spoke. Will you go or not? Mugu regained his composure and smiled, saying, since Elder Tianyinzi has such goodwill, I cannot disappoint her kindness. Please lead the way. Even though my counterpart is a formidable being of the fate transformation realm, for some reason, I feel remarkably at ease. Upon reaching the abode of the other party, one cannot help but feel a tinge of apprehension within. With a resounding boom, a terrifying force surged forth from the depths of the cave. Observing this, Muge swiftly evaded the oncoming attack. Elder Tianyinzi acted in this manner to deceive my junior sister Ming. Truly, he is a prodigious disciple of my sacred sect of profound Yin, merely at the celestial sovereign realm, yet capable of evading my strike. Accompanied by a piercing laughter, an elderly figure, leaning upon a staff, slowly emerged from the cave dwelling. You, with your disregard for authority, display an utter lack of humility. I have yet to discipline you on behalf of our sect, and still, you audaciously expect me to convey an apology from Menger to you. Such absurdity is beyond comprehension. However, Taiyin initially believed that Mugo would exhibit the same timid demeanor as before. Yet in the next moment, a cold snort echoed, humbling the tender heart. To the esteemed elder of the Dry Heaven sect, I too am but a novice. Perhaps the elder might graciously bestow upon me a few sprigs of the millennium old sacred herbs. Tianyinzi was taken aback. What a sharp-tongued young girl. You have harmed my precious granddaughter. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. In an instant, a formidable aura of a powerful being emanated from F. Yet, no one noticed that the expression in the eyes of the young girl before them was subtly shifting. In an instant, the world transformed dramatically. A dazzling crimson blade of light emanated from within Mugu, and before the approaching sinister serpent could draw near, it was instantly reduced to ashes. How could the momentum of this sword exude such terrifying intent? When Tianyinzi beheld this scene, his aged eyes were filled with utter astonishment. Even the pastoral song seemed somewhat dazed. Is it you? It merely aids you in perceiving a hint of the essence of the sword of heaven and earth. Your voice resonates within her mind. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment passed through the maiden's beautiful eyes. She had heard of the essence of the sword of heaven and earth from the Lord of Frostblade Peak. It is worth noting that even beings of the Saint Master realm, such as the Lord of Frostblade Peak, are unable to perceive the essence of the sword of heaven and earth. Don't be anxious, my dear. Treat this old fellow as merely a cabbage. Just chop it down and it's done. If that doesn't suffice, your brother Jia will log in to assist you in dealing with it. Hearing your voice, an inexplicable sense of security envelopes me. I take a deep breath and my delicate form suddenly radiates an aura of sharp, sword-like intent. Could this essence of the sword be the profound wisdom of the heavens and earth? As I perceive this sword intent, Tian Yinzi's expression changes dramatically. It is impossible. How could this little girl, merely of the heavens, possibly comprehend the profound essence of the celestial sword? Immediately, with the sky darkening, Tian Yinzi ceased to ponder further. Stepping forward, he brought down his staff with a heavy thud. Indeed, I had underestimated you until now. However, this shall be where it ends. Yet the pastoral song seems to evoke your words. In the next moment, a delicate exclamation escapes the corner of her lips. Oh, the slender white cabbage! In the blink of an eye, a single stroke of sword force stirs the heavens and the earth, the blade resoundingly descending upon the opponent's cane. With a sharp crack, the cane shattered into two fragments. In the realm of the celestial sovereign, one can achieve profound enlightenment of the essence of the heavenly sword. Should I seize your body, would it not pave the way for my ascension beyond the Saint Sovereign, perhaps even realizing the dream of attaining the imperial realm? At this moment, the eyes of the heavenly Yin child gleamed with unrestrained avarice. Upon hearing that Tian Yinzi intended to seize her body, Mugei's delicate face turned somewhat pale. In the next moment, a deep voice resonated. Well done, my dear. You have performed splendidly. Now, I shall leave the next steps to you, dear brother. The soft divine radiance gradually faded from the young girl's beautiful eyes, replaced by a gaze imbued with a delicate yet striking allure. Old Lotus, have you had your fill? Next, your pastoral aunt shall come forth to engage in playful companionship. In this fleeting moment, an aura of creation flowed gracefully around her delicate form, creating an air of mystery. You, a mere junior of the celestial sovereign realm, dare to stir waves in the presence of this esteemed being. However, the words had not yet fully escaped his lips. Chapter 13. She was not aware of her mistake, but of her imminent demise, as the chilling and audacious words of the young girl echoed in the air. Tian Yinzi was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brow as she gazed gravely at the girl in white before her. The gentle softness that once adorned the girl's delicate face had vanished, replaced by an expression of indifference, as if she had transformed into an entirely different being. However, it was not long before Tian Yinzi shook her head, letting out a cold laugh. What a farce! You, a mere junior at the celestial sovereign level, think you can stir up a tempest in my presence? Bang! Yet, before Tian Yinzi could finish her sentence, a phantom suddenly materialized before her. The girl's exquisitely detached visage appeared, and with a swift motion, she clenched her small fist and struck Tian Yinzi's gaunt, unsightly face with tremendous force, instantly creating a dent. Bang! Tian Yinzi's form crashed heavily against the stone wall of the cave, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Simultaneously, the girl's mocking voice rang out. You believe a celestial sovereign can't create waves? Huh, it's quite simple. I merely need to ascend to the realm of creation. As her words lingered in the air, within the realm of souls, the petite spirit clad in white observed this scene, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Suyi is so handsome. No, I mustn't praise him. He said I'm not cute. Oof. Otherwise, that insufferable fellow would surely take advantage. Through these past few days of interaction, she had come to realize just how shameless Suyi truly was. Suyi gazed nonchalantly at the fallen Tian Yinzi, the aura of creation emanating from him. Suddenly, he called out to the vengeful little spirit deep within her soul. Luo girl. Luo Qinghuan, still mumbling to herself, was taken aback, raising her head in confusion. A hint of guilt washed over her. Had he heard her muttering about him? What is it? She replied timidly. Noticing her guilty demeanor, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle, but he paid it no mind. He could always assist her with a proper bath another time. Observe how your elder brother battles. Your combat experience is woefully insufficient. Pay close attention and learn well. Should you fail to answer correctly, there will be consequences. Oh, the girl nodded earnestly, pulling out a small notebook to take notes. Pff. As Tian Yinzi lay on the ground, she spat out another mouthful of blood, horrified to discover that the spiritual energy within her could no longer coalesce. Seikreotion. Creation realm. How could your power have suddenly ascended to the creation realm? She gazed incredulously at Luo Qinghuan. However, Su Yi remained silent, merely conjuring a shimmering spiritual sword in his hand as he approached Tian Yinzi. What do you intend to do? Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan suddenly draw her sword and advance toward her, Tian Yinzi's complexion changed drastically, fear flickering in her eyes as she hastily threatened Luo Qinghuan. Have you lost your mind? I am an elder of a Xuantian holy sect. Do you dare to kill me? However, as her words fell, Su Yi paid her no mind, the essence of his spiritual sword gradually manifesting. You, Qinghuan, this matter is my fault. Please spare me, and I shall certainly teach that girl Menger a lesson. Witnessing the ethereal sword energy emanating from the delicate form of the girl before him, Tian Yinzi's fear intensified, and he promptly donned a pleading facade, desperately begging for mercy. Did he now realize his errors? Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows. No, he merely understood that his demise was imminent. Su Yi gently shook his head, directly channeling the frost sword technique that Luo Qinghuan had mastered. As the sword intent materialized in his hand, frost enveloped the blade, and with a flash of cold light illuminating the 9 realms, he struck towards Tian Yinzi. Luo Qinghuan, do you truly dare to kill me? At this sight, Tian Yinzi was filled with dread and, with a steely resolve, summoned all his transformative energy in an attempt to escape into the heavens. Yet, in the next moment, despair etched itself across his face, for unbeknownst to him, the frost had frozen even the surrounding space. He found himself with no avenue for escape. Perish, the girl whispered, her voice akin to a death sentence. The icy sword intent descended, instantly piercing through Tian Yinzi's body, and life began to dissipate at that very moment. A single strike vanquished him? Within the realm of souls, upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment, then she pouted. You wretched Su Yi, you dispatched him with one strike. What am I to learn from that? You even mentioned a test. This must be intentional. Little Luo, isn't your brother Yi impressive? Have you learned anything? Su Yi replied with a beaming smile. You insufferable Su Yi, what can I learn from your single strike? Luo Qinghuan huffed, pouting in irritation. You failed to grasp the essence. Su Yi chuckled, shaking his head as he queried, what is the purpose of battling another? To win? Luo Qinghuan blinked her beautiful eyes, tentatively responding. Incorrect. The goal is to take their life. Su Yi corrected her. Bah, how crude. Luo Qinghuan muttered under her breath. Unfazed, Su Yi continued with a smile. If 100 or even 1,000 moves are aimed at their life, why not simplify the process and eliminate them with a single stroke? Contemplating Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan engaged in earnest reflection. His assertion carried some truth. However, she retorted, you speak of simplicity, yet achieving it is far from easy. In battles between cultivators of the same realm, it is typically arduous to distinguish a victor without engaging in hundreds of exchanges. It is rare for someone like Su Yi to dispatch an opponent with a single strike. No, just because others cannot achieve it does not mean you cannot. Yet, Su Ye's unwavering conviction resonated. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing slightly, taken aback by Su Ye's faith in her. So I'm perceived as strong in your eyes, she thought, feeling a surge of pride, unable to suppress a silly grin. Observing her expression of concealed delight, Su Yi could not help but jest. It is not that, but rather because you, brother Yi, are here, haha. Luo Qinghuan. In an instant, a vivid blush blossomed on the young girl's delicate face, her head seemingly emitting a wisp of steam. How rude. Su Yi. After a considerable pause, the young girl in the petite white dress finally calmed herself, placing a hand on her chest. She cast a glance at the gruesome remains of the elder Tianyin lying on the ground, her countenance paling slightly as she softly inquired, what should we do with elder Tianyin's corpse? Perhaps we should bury it? Bury it? Su Yi was taken aback. This girl truly possessed a kind heart. Even after slaying her, she still wished to assist in laying her to rest. No need. The main event is yet to come. Su Yi shook his head, a hint of a smile gracing his lips before glancing outside the cave and turning to walk towards the entrance. Chapter 14. Breaking the chains again. Am I truly so inferior? Outside the cave, Tien Jinren and Meng Er remained oblivious to the events unfolding within. For Tian Yinzi had long set up a barrier to obscure any presence in order to deal with Luo Qinghuan. Unfortunately, this decision ultimately proved detrimental to him. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed, and yet the old matriarch had not subdued that wretched girl. Meng Er furrowed her brows, her impatience mounting as she yearned to prick Luo Qinghuan's face with a needle, simply because she was more beautiful than herself. Was it possible that even the esteemed Tian Yinzi could not subdue that rebellious disciple? Tien Jinren's expression darkened, now that Luo Qinghuan had severed their master-disciple ties. The more formidable Luo Qinghuan became, the more discomfort she felt in her heart, steeped in regret. However, the rebellious disciple was not adept in combat, so she reassured herself that it would be over soon. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted as the cave's entrance swung open. Both women's faces brightened, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they exclaimed in unison, "Old matriarch, have you captured that wretched elder Tian Yinzi? Have you subdued that rebellious yet?" Before they could finish their sentences, their voices faltered and their expressions froze. Before them stood the ethereal beauty in white, Luo Qinghuan, entirely unscathed and devoid of any signs of battle, as though nothing had transpired. "Sister Luo, how did you emerge? Did the old matriarch not see you?" Meng Er hastily altered her tone upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's appearance, fearful that her previous words might be overheard. After all, a mere practitioner of the spirit sea realm like her dared not be so audacious with Luo Qinghuan. In the past, she might have relied on Luo Qinghuan's gentle demeanor to speak freely, but after receiving a few stern lessons from the girl just days ago, she had quickly learned her place. "Indeed, Qinghuan, did Elder Tian Yinzi not notice your presence?" Tien Jinren chimed in eagerly. Both were perplexed. Hadn't Tian Yinzi vowed to teach Luo Qinghuan a lesson? Yet why was she unharmed? At that moment, the girl in white regarded them with a glint of coldness in her eyes, yet her delicate face bore a sweet smile. "Elder Tian Yinzi has just emerged from seclusion and has sent me to summon you both to meet her." Oh, upon hearing this, both women breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Tian Yinzi had yet to act against this wretched girl. However, it was considerate of the old matriarch to invite them to partake in the torment. "So that is the case. He, Qinghuan, you may proceed inside first. The old one and Meng Er will follow shortly," Tien Jinren replied with a smile. As Luo Qinghuan turned to enter, she exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Er, signaling her to close the cave's entrance tightly to prevent any chance of Luo Qinghuan escaping. Hearing the door close behind her, Suyi walked ahead, a smile gracing her features as she mused, "How delightful it is to be among such people, who are so concerned about my demise that they kindly assist in sealing my fate. Qinghuan, where is Elder Tianyin?" Tien Jinren and Meng Er hurriedly inquired with laughter as they pursued ahead. "There," Suyi pointed toward the small courtyard in front. Both were taken aback, glancing forward. Within the courtyard, they beheld Tianyin, lying peacefully on the ground, evidently deceased. "What, Elder Tianyin, great-grandmother?" Upon witnessing Tianyin's lifeless form, their expressions drastically shifted. Disbelief etched upon their faces. Hadn't Tianyin intended to teach Luo Qinghuan a lesson? How could it be that, in the blink of an eye, she had passed away? Qinghuan, what on earth is happening? How could Elder Tianyin have departed? At that moment, Tien Jinren struggled to articulate her thoughts, turning to gaze at the young girl whose lips curled into a persistent smile. A profound sense of foreboding surged within her. "I did it." However, the girl merely smiled gently and nodded. "Hiss, what?" As the words left her lips, Tien Jinren's complexion paled, fear flooding her old eyes. She forced a semblance of a smile, attempting to steady herself. "Qinghuan, do not jest with me. You are merely at the celestial sovereign realm, while Elder Tianyin is at the fate creation realm. How could you possibly have killed her? Luo Qinghuan, you wretched girl, how dare you slay great-grandmother? If the sect discovers this, they will not spare you." Just then, before Suyi could respond, Meng Er's trembling voice erupted, her body shaking as she pointed accusingly at the girl before her. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, there was a loud noise. Hearing her incessant insults, Sui furrowed his brow and, with a swift motion, severed Meng'er in two with a single stroke of his sword. Witnessing this scene, the small spirit clad in white gasped, her face turning pale as she instinctively covered her eyes. Suye, how could you kill junior sister Meng'er? After a moment, Luo Qinghuan's weak voice emerged. She bore no intention of blaming Suyi. Rather, she was taken aback by his decisiveness in action. She called you a wretched girl, yet you are not one, Suyi replied indifferently. Luo Qinghuan froze for a moment, feeling inexplicably warmed by his seemingly ordinary words. It felt as though no one had ever defended her in such a manner. Qinghuan, what are you doing? Meng'er is your junior sister. Tainjinren, regaining her composure, stared at Luo Qinghuan with wide eyes, filled with terror. However, the girl raised her cold gaze, which fell upon her with an unsettling calmness. Instantly, Tainjinren trembled, for she had never witnessed such a look in Luo Qinghuan's eyes before. It was an expression of utter indifference, devoid of any emotion, as if with a mere glance, she could be rendered lifeless. Qinghuan, this is merely the scheme of Meng'er and Tian Yinzi, and has nothing to do with me. We have shared a bond as master and disciple. Spare me, and I shall never divulge this matter. The Tainjinren, believing that the secrets of Tian Yinzi had been revealed, hastily pleaded for mercy. Lo, my dear, I leave this old dog in your care. Sui paid no heed to the Tainjinren's entreaties, instead addressing the delicate soul clad in white that resided deep within. With his words echoing, Sui granted her the control of her own body without affording the girl a moment to react. Some matters must be initiated by her. In order to shatter the shackles of her innate, pure, sacred body, he could only serve as a guide. Ultimately, it was up to Luo Qinghuan herself to break free. Me. The indifference in the girl's eyes instantly transformed into bewilderment. Observing the Tainjinren kneeling before her, Luo Qinghuan's emotions became exceedingly complex. After all, the person kneeling before her had once been her mentor. Noticing the hesitation that enveloped the girl, the Tainjinren believed he had grasped a lifeline and quickly added, though we are no longer master and disciple, Qinghuan, consider how I once treated you. How'd I treat this girl? Upon hearing this, Suyi could not help but wear a peculiar expression. He had thoroughly perused Luo Qinghuan's memories. How did the Tainjinren treat her? TSK. Was this old dog not walking into his own trap? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. At that moment, upon hearing the words of the Tainjinren, Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, a flicker of recollection glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Soon, she let out a self-deprecating smile. How did you treat me? When I had a dispute with my senior brother, despite it being his fault, you only reprimanded me, urging me to apologize without a thought for my feelings. As a junior, I was compelled to yield my cultivation resources to my seniors, and, as a senior, I was expected to defer to my junior sisters. Other juniors could make mistakes 100 times, and you would patiently correct them, while I was chastised and beaten for a single error. From your lips, I have only heard reproach, never a word of praise. Listening to Luo Qinghuan's words, the expression of the Tainjinren grew increasingly rigid. Crack. Unintentionally, Suyi seemed to hear the faint sound of a shackle breaking. The girl slowly lowered her head, her body trembling uncontrollably at that moment, as if releasing years of pent-up grievances. She murmured softly, "Am I truly so inadequate?" Chapter 15. She was like the bright moon in the sky. Why should she be tainted by the mundane world? Upon hearing the girl's murmuring, Sui couldn't help but sigh. After delving into her memories, he felt an even deeper compassion for her. Regrettably, he could only offer her words of solace, unable to embrace her as he wished. He then spoke earnestly, "Luo girl, do not undermine yourself. Your value is eternally determined by you, not by the judgments of others. You are truly remarkable." Upon hearing Suyi's profoundly serious voice echo in her mind, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My value is forever defined by myself. This was the first time she had encountered such words, and her heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, Tainjinren's expression grew increasingly rigid as she forced a smile. Qinghuan, you do not understand. I am teaching you that enduring hardship is the path to becoming extraordinary. At her words, Su Yi could not suppress a cold laugh. The truth that enduring hardship leads one to greatness is undoubtedly valid, yet does not necessitate suffering without cause. With Luo Girl's astonishingly formidable talent for cultivation, even if she were to monopolize resources, no one would dare to say otherwise. She deserves it. She is, after all, the moon in the sky. Why should she be sullied by the trivialities of the earthly realm? Furthermore, why must she go to such lengths to prove that the brilliance of the moon cannot be obscured by the mundane? Taiyin Jinren merely recognized the inherent purity and kindness of this girl to exploit her weaknesses for control, preventing her from breaking free from her grasp. Regaining her composure, Luo Qinghuan disregarded Taiyin Jinren and, with reddened eyes, softly said to Su Yi, "Thank you, Su Yi. Who do we owe thanks to? Do you wish to be scolded by your brother Yi?" Su Yi replied with a mock frown, casting a glare at the girl. "Next time, no more thank yous." Luo Qinghuan couldn't help but smile through her tears. She understood that beneath Su Yi's sharp tongue lay a tender heart, and it was the first time she felt warmth from another. This feeling was indeed delightful. "All right, I know." She playfully stuck out her tongue. Qinghuan, for the sake of our master-disciple bond, please let this go. I assure you that today's events will remain a secret," Taiyin Jinren implored, her heart racing as Luo Qinghuan remained silent. In that moment, Luo Qinghuan's beautiful gaze fell upon Taiyin Jinren. She gently shook her head. The frost-covered spirit sword in her hand gradually dissipating, her tone unexpectedly calm. "You may leave." "Oh, really?" "Qinghuan, thank you." Upon hearing this, joy flashed in Taiyin Jinren's eyes, and without hesitation, she hurriedly fled towards the cave entrance. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Yet before he could utter a word, the surrounding temperature began to plummet. In the air, a hint of frost appeared. Taiyin Jinren, preoccupied with her escape, paid no mind to this change. As she neared the cave's entrance, the joy in her old eyes intensified, and a cold smile crept across her heart. "Oomph! How dare you, Luo Qinghuan? You actually dare to harm a fellow disciple. Once I escape, you shall have no place to rest in death." However, as these curses brewed within her heart, a chilling frost-like sword intent suddenly materialized behind her. In the next moment, the sword intent pierced through her body, and her vitality began to wane. "No!" The true master of Taiyin turned in disbelief, gazing at the frail girl in white, never expecting that Luo Qinghuan would truly strike her down. Watching as the life force of the true master faded, tears welled in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. Her delicate frame trembling as crystalline droplets cascaded down. Her feelings towards the true master were intricate, imbued with gratitude for her nurturing, intertwined with resentment for her disrespect. But more prominently, it was the need to vent her grievances at this moment. The first sword of darkness must first sever ties with the foolish master. Had it not been for the true master's ruthless nature, how could she have forged her own indifference? Observing the weeping girl, Su Yi sighed, helpless to do anything, even unable to offer the simplest embrace. Su Yi, I have no master anymore," the girl sobbed softly. "It's all right. You still have your brother Yi," he replied gently, his tone devoid of the usual playful bravado. I have no family left either." "It's all right. You still have your brother Yi." It's all right." Thus, the girl poured out her grievances while Su Yi offered soft reassurances. After a long while, Luo Qinghuan began to calm the tumult of emotions within her. "Are you no longer crying?" Su Yi asked with a light laugh. "No, I'm not crying." Luo Qinghuan shook her head. "Your brother Yi has captured the image of your tear-streaked face. If you cry again, it will be exposed," Su Yi jested, attempting to lighten the mood. "You." The girl bit her silver teeth and pouted. "From now on, I won't cry. Is that so?" Su Yi chuckled. Meanwhile, within her mind, the system's voice re-emerged. "Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation. Reward, fortified Tao heart, with no moral constraints. One shall not be shackled by ethics, and the sword shall draw forth divine power. Would you like to invest?" "Invest," Su Yi decided without hesitation. "Host has completed dark transformation investment. Congratulations on receiving Emperor's Strike X3. Emperor's Strike card, upon use, temporarily elevates strength to the Imperial Realm, delivering a powerful blow. Usable 3 times. Emperor's Strike card? Upon hearing this, Su Ye's eyes narrowed in surprise at the richness of this reward. It seemed he now possessed a trump card for survival. Carefully storing the reward, he then recalled something. By the way, lass, do not let their 3 corpses go to waste. Use the Devouring Heaven Demon technique to absorb their cultivation essence. Understood. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly and began to channel the Devouring Heaven Demon technique to consume the cultivation essence of the 3. In the ethereal realm of his soul, Su Yi observed quietly. From his perspective, although the delicate figure of Luo Qinghuan was enveloped in the pure, radiant light of her innate sacred body, there was a striking shade of black emerging within the brilliance. It was evident that breaking the shackle would not take much longer. He averted his gaze. As Luo Qinghuan consumed the essence of cultivation, she activated the indestructible soul technique, simultaneously engulfing the souls of the 3. There's a saying that states, when men and women work together, the labor is less burdensome. In their case, it transformed into when men and women collaborate, not a single life remains spared. Luo Qinghuan devoured the essence of cultivation while he consumed the souls, rendering them utterly devoid of life. Host has consumed souls. Soul power level has ascended to the 2nd star of the creation realm. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan had also completely devoured the essence of cultivation. Luo Qinghuan has consumed the essence of cultivation. Host has acquired 5,000 units of primordial power. The voice of the system echoed persistently in his mind. Primordial power? So he was taken aback. Soon, the system clarified. Primordial power can be transformed into the essence of any energy. Cultivation, sword intent, alchemy, forging techniques, and so forth. Utilizing it will enhance those abilities. Moreover, the host may choose to apply it to either themselves or Luo Qinghuan. Oh, this substance is akin to a universal experience for comprehensive upgrades. Suis soudainement comprehended. This is indeed advantageous. Furthermore, it could be bestowed upon Luo Qinghuan. Naturally, he would opt to enhance this girl. After all, even if he became stronger, it would be futile if her body could not withstand the power. By empowering Luo Qinghuan, he could grow stronger as well, achieving a dual benefit. However, he decided to reserve the essence of cultivation for future exigencies. Su Yi stored away the 5,000 units of primordial power. Before long, a panel materialized before him. Host Su Yi. Soul level, 2nd star of the creation realm. Primordial power, 5,000. Host Luo Qinghuan. Strength level, celestial lord realm. Chapter 16. There is a candidate named Qinghuan Su Yi. I have devoured it. At this moment, as Su Yi shifted his gaze away from the panel, the voice of Luo Qinghuan resonated. Should we address this? What if the sect discovers it was our doing? Her delicate brows knitted in concern. Although Su Yi had slain the formidable Tian Inzi of the transformation realm, the Xuantian Sacred Sect housed powerful beings at the Sacred Lord level, with its sect master being a veritable peak of that realm. Not to worry, Su Yi replied, shaking his head. Did you not notice how that old dog Tai Yin deliberately led us down this remote path? It is clear they had plans for you, fearing discovery. This, in fact, works to our advantage. However, some traces still need to be erased. Leave this task to your brother Yi. I am quite adept at it. With a smile, he recalled his past life as the ruthless emperor of bandits, skilled in the arts of murder and obliteration. Luo Qinghuan nodded obediently, her gentle gaze turning cold. Soon, Su Yi skillfully erased all evidence and turned to leave. Days passed without incident, and Su Yi enjoyed a leisurely time, spending his days teaching and teasing Luo Qinghuan, which left her cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at him in frustration. For several nights, she even refrained from sleeping, opting instead for all-night cultivation. This was due to the mischief of that scoundrel Su Yi, who had the audacity to sneak upon her while she slumbered. Was this what they referred to as the soul being asleep while the body remained awake? Upon awakening, she found herself not comfortably nestled in her bed, but rather in the bath, her delicate hands resting upon her unadorned chest. Mortification and fury coursed through her. When she confronted the shameless Su Yi, he brazenly claimed he was merely sleepwalking. Fuming, she ground her teeth, wishing she could bite him. Yet, alas, he was nowhere to be found, and this occurrence transpired multiple nights. Thus, she resolved to feign sleep to catch him in the act, only to find him unfazed. Casually remarking, "I'm merely helping you enhance your assets, dear Luo. You wouldn't want to be ridiculed by your brother Yi for having a flat chest for eternity, would you?" In that instant, her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson under the moonlight. "You rich Suye. Once you exit my body, I shall bite you to death. Ha ha. I shall eagerly await that moment." Beneath the moonlight, the sounds of the girl's indignation mingled with Su Yi's playful banter. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the mirthful atmosphere, the Xuantian Sacred Sect was engulfed in turmoil. The deaths of Tian Yinzi and Tai Yinjinren had been discovered by the disciples, swiftly alarming the entire sect. To comprehend the situation, although the Tai Yinjinren is merely a minor Saint Emperor realm cultivator, Tian Yinzi is a powerful being of the transformation realm. To extinguish her life is no trivial matter, particularly in silence. It is likely that only a formidable being could achieve such a feat furthermore. When the elder from the enforcement hall of the Xuantian Sacred Sect arrived upon hearing the news, he was met with the sight of two individuals whose essence had been devoured by demonic energy, their very souls obliterated. Such brutal methods are evidently not characteristic of righteous cultivators. The demise of these two is likely a consequence of offending a powerful figure from the demonic path. Instantly, within the Xuantian Sacred Sect, a wave of panic arose, and everyone felt threatened. Within the grand hall of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, a gathering of elders focused their gaze upon a striking woman adorned in a purple qipao, seated upon a high throne, her figure exuding elegance. This lady is none other than the sect leader, the Xuantian sovereign. "Elder Lin, have you ascertained the cause of death for Elder Tian Yinzi and Elder Tain?" The Xuantian sovereign inquired softly, her crimson lips parting as she addressed a white-haired elder from the enforcement hall below. Replying to the sovereign, Elder Lin quickly performed a respectful bow before responding. "The cause of death remains unclear. However, we have detected traces of demonic energy on both Elder Tian Yinzi and Elder Tain. Their essences have been entirely consumed, and even their souls have been devoured. The cruelty of this method is unmistakable, far removed from the practices of righteous cultivators, and suggests the involvement of those from the demonic path." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered elders shifted noticeably. The consumption of one's essence and soul leaves no room for survival, a brutality that is exceedingly horrifying. Moreover, the most alarming aspect is that these demonic cultivators managed to infiltrate the Xuantian Sacred Sect unnoticed, employing such methods exclusive to their malevolent kind. The Xuantian sovereign furrowed her brows, then commanded, in the coming days, instruct the 8 peak masters to thoroughly investigate their respective peaks. Ensure that the disciples within the sect remain vigilant and cautious, lest they fall prey to those from the demonic sect again. This matter must be resolved promptly. In a short while, many prodigies from various sects in the eastern domain of the wasteland will come to our Xuantian Sacred Sect for discussions and cultivation. We cannot allow them to witness our disgrace. Understood, Sovereign. Elder Lin nodded in acquiescence. At that moment, the Xuantian sovereign appeared to recall something, her expression turning somewhat anxious. "I recall that our sect has a prodigious disciple named Luo Qinghuan, who is the disciple of Tai Yinjinren. She should be safe, correct? Luo Qinghuan?" Elder Lin paused for a moment and, upon regaining his composure, replied, "Sovereign, Luo Qinghuan is indeed unharmed. However, Tai Yinjinren's other disciple. Menger's safety is what matters," the Xuantian sovereign interjected, visibly relieved, cutting off Elder Lin before he could finish. It was clear that she held little concern for the fate of the other disciple. "Very well. That shall be the conclusion of this matter. Elders, you may disperse." The Holy Master of Xuantian gracefully waved her hand, signaling everyone to depart. Upon hearing her words, the elders within the grand hall bowed and subsequently exited. Soon, the hall was left with only the Holy Master of Xuantian. "Is there a candidate in mind?" At that moment, a voice indistinguishable in gender, echoed through the hall. Upon hearing this voice, the Holy Master's expression shifted to one of tension as she swiftly turned around. A radiant light emerged behind her, revealing a figure whose gender remained unclear. Returning to the Holy Envoy, a candidate has indeed been chosen. She quickly bowed in reverence. Lacking the earlier imposing demeanor she had displayed before the elders of the Xuantian Holy Sect. "Oh, who?" A voice from the Holy Light expressed mild curiosity. Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 17. The Palace of Supreme Forgetfulness. The future Empress of Salvation? Luo Qinghuan? Who is she? Upon hearing the words of the Xuantian Holy Master, a voice of evident confusion emanated from the Saint Radiance. This girl is a prodigy disciple of our Xuantian sacred cult, having attained the celestial sovereign realm before even reaching the age of 20. The Xuantian Holy Master nodded, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. "Oh, a celestial sovereign under 20? The figure within the Saint Radiance exhibited a slight surprise. Such talent, even within our divine palace, would be regarded as an exceptional existence. However, at this point, the figure within Saint Radiance shook her head slightly. To become the divine maiden of our divine palace, the criteria extend beyond mere talent and strength. To the Holy Envoy, I am indeed aware of this." The Xuantian Holy Master lifted her crimson lips, a mysterious smile gracing her features. "I have long observed this girl. In addition to her remarkable talent, she possesses the legendary innate pure sacred body, undoubtedly aligning with the Holy Envoy's quest for a divine maiden." "What? The innate pure sacred body?" Upon hearing the Xuantian Holy Master's words, the figure within Saint Radiance finally lost her composure, revealing her true voice. "Is a woman." Her tone was tinged with barely contained excitement. "Legends say that those who bear this sacred physique shall not perish and are destined to grow into great emperors. Moreover, those endowed with this constitution are, as the name suggests, innately pure and exceptionally benevolent. If she can be well cultivated by our Palace of Supreme Forgetfulness, she is bound to become the Empress of Salvation in the future." Her words also indicated the formidable power backing her. The desolate realms are filled with countless forces. Sects abound, and formidable beings are numerous. Even with 8 sovereign-level masters stationed in the Xuantian sacred cult, it ranks only among the first-tier forces in the desolate realms. Above the first-tier forces are the true top powers, which possess genuine emperor-level beings. There are only 5 top forces in the desolate realms, and our divine palace, the Palace of Supreme Forgetfulness, is one of them. It is no wonder that the Xuantian Holy Master holds such reverence for the woman within Saint Radiance. After all, the power behind her, the Xuantian Sacred Sect, is not to be trifled with. A great emperor? That girl will become the Empress of Salvation. Upon hearing this, a profound shock flickered in the Xuantian Holy Master's beautiful eyes. She only knew that Luo Qinghuan's character would be gentle, kind, and pure due to this physique, but she had no inkling that she would achieve an existence akin to an empress in the future. At this moment, she felt a tinge of regret. Had she known, she would have kept her within the Xuantian sacred cult to nurture her personally. In time, the Xuantian sacred cult would surely give birth to an empress. Yet, alas, it was too late for regrets now. Indeed, the woman within Saint Radiance nodded, her tone brimming with delight. "I never anticipated that this endeavor would yield such a harvest. With this girl's constitution, coupled with the careful cultivation of our divine palace, it is likely that within a century, she will ascend to the rank of emperor." Within a century? Upon hearing the Holy Envoy of the Palace of Supreme Forgetfulness utter this, the Xuantian Holy Master was filled with astonishment. It is important to note that, even after a millennium of arduous cultivation, she finally reached the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, a feat that is undeniably among the most remarkable in the entire Wild Heaven domain. Yet that girl, astonishingly, can ascend to the status of an emperor in less than a century? Xuantian, nurture her diligently. I shall return for this girl when the divine ceremony of the Supreme Forgetting Palace is to take place in approximately a year. Haha, when the ceremony commences, this girl will undoubtedly astound all. A savior empress capable of leaving every formidable being in the Wild Heaven domain in awe. The mere thought of such a scene ignites excitement within the holy envoy of the Supreme Forgetting Palace. By the way, entrust this Supreme Forgetting Scripture to her, allowing her to cultivate it well. At this moment, as if struck by a thought, a technique radiating with sacred white light appeared before Xuantian's eyes, and she was about to depart. Holy envoy, regarding that matter the esteemed palace promised me. Upon noticing the holy maiden's intent to leave, Xuantian swiftly put away the Supreme Forgetting Scripture and called out, "Oh, almost forgot." The holy envoy paused her steps. "Rest assured, since you have found such a promising seedling for the Supreme Forgetting Palace, we shall not forget our promise to you. When the time is ripe, we will undoubtedly assist you in becoming an emperor. Thank you, Divine Palace." Hearing these words, Xuantian finally sighed in relief, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement. Cultivating is arduous, and attaining the status of emperor is even more challenging. She has lingered at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm for several centuries, and despite her profound insights, she has yet to grasp even a fragment of the essence of the emperor realm. This predicament necessitates a transmission of understanding from an emperor-level being for her to have any chance of touching the threshold of the emperor realm. Thus, she sought the assistance of the Supreme Forgetting Palace. The palace agreed, albeit with a condition, to aid in the selection of a candidate for the Divine Palace's holy maiden. One must possess extraordinary talent and a benevolent heart. After years of observation, she had long recognized Luo Qinghuan, nurturing her innate kindness since childhood, even guiding her to cultivate the holy maiden's pure heart scripture. A decade of honing a sword has finally led to the moment of its unveiling. No matter. The holy envoy waved her hand dismissively. If you successfully cultivate that girl, perhaps you may earn a place on the ancient path to divinity. The ancient path to divinity. Upon hearing this, Xuantian's pupils constricted with astonishment, a smile of joy gracing her exquisite features. As the name implies, the ancient path to divinity is a route to achieving divinity. The emperor realm is not the ultimate destination of cultivation. Beyond it lies the divine realm. However, the limits of the lower realms confine one before the divine realm. Thus, to transcend to divinity, one must ascend to the higher realms, breaking through to become a deity. And this path is known as the ancient path to divinity. Yet, not everyone may tread this path. Only those of the emperor realm are deemed worthy. And the qualifications for the ancient path to divinity are scarce, historically held by the 5 paramount powers of the wild heaven domain. To be granted even a portion of that opportunity, this implies that she, too, has the opportunity to ascend to the divine realm and embark on the path to godhood. Thus, when a Xuantian holy master heard the envoy utter these words, her exhilaration was palpable. "Thank you, Divine Palace," she exclaimed, quickly bowing in gratitude. "He, nurture that girl well. I shall return in a year to retrieve her." As the words faded, the holy radiance gradually dissipated. The journey to godhood. Within the grand hall, the Xuantian holy master remained enveloped in joy. After a considerable time, she regained her composure, recalling the envoy's earnest admonition. Casting a glance at the sacred scriptures in her hand, she promptly ordered someone to bring Luo Qinghuan forth. Although this technique surpassed their own Xuantian Sect's methods significantly, she dared not even cast a glance at it, not out of fear of being discovered, but rather due to the rumors surrounding the Taishang Wangqingju, which was said to be exceedingly formidable. It is said that those who practice this technique gradually lose their emotions, devoid of anger, sorrow, or the common sentiments of humanity, ultimately transforming into what they deem a sanctified being. This is what they refer to as Taishang Wangqing. Chapter 18. The master invites in the serene courtyard nestled in the midst of Frost Sword Peak, beneath the blossoming peach tree. A graceful figure clad in a flowing white dress danced with her sword, as ethereal as a startled swan and as elegant as a gliding dragon. After what seemed like an eternity, the enchanting maiden finally paused, wiping the fragrant perspiration from her forehead, her charming visage revealing a flicker of joy. She called out eagerly, "Suje, Suje." Yet, within her mind, there was no immediate response. Puffing out her cheeks in mild frustration, she exclaimed, "Insufferable Su Yi," as her words echoed. A languid voice responded, punctuated by a yawn. What is it? Why disturb your brother? Yes, sweet dreams. In my slumber, I am surrounded by beauties, ah? You cannot imagine the allure of those enchanting figures, unlike certain individuals. Bah, lecher, do not indulge in those colorful dreams within my body, or else I shall strike you. Hearing Su Ye's playful banter, the girl's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she shot him an indignant glare, playfully threatening him. Yet, as she lowered her gaze, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Did he truly care that much? Oof, that lecherous fellow. I must grow stronger. Then, I shall astonish him. Clenching her small fist, she vowed silently. Why call you brother, Yi? After teasing her, Su Yi inquired with sincerity. I have made a breakthrough in the swordsmanship you taught me. I have absorbed several strands of the essence of the heavens and earth. Luo Qinghuan lifted her little face, eagerly declaring, her expression demanding praise. Observing her adorable demeanor, Su Yi could not help but smile. Yet he indulged her desire, responding earnestly, impressive. In less than half a day, you have gained insight once more. With Luo Qinghuan's innate understanding, as long as Su Yi guided her to comprehend the initial strand, the essence of the heavens and earth would continuously flow towards her. He, the girl beamed, and in that moment, even the wind seemed to pause. Captivated by her breathtaking smile that rendered the world around her pale in comparison. Under the host's guidance, Luo Qinghuan comprehends the essence of the heavens and earth. The host's swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. At this moment, the system's voice echoed within Su Ye's mind. A powerful sword intent coursed through his ethereal form. Oh, has it truly reached an extraordinary level? That was quite swift. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. In the Tianxian continent, swordsmanship is categorized among the 3,000 paths, with realms divided into 8 stages. Initial understanding, minor accomplishment, integration, extraordinary proficiency, exceptional talent, pinnacle, transcendence, and metaphysical mastery. The 3,000 paths? Even in his previous life, as the formidable bandit emperor, he had mastered fewer than 100 paths before his fall. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked within Su Ye's mind. The celestial master rewarded by the system possesses such extraordinary prowess, and coupled with Luo's formidable comprehension, if she were to master the 3,000 principles, how immensely powerful would they become in my hands, magnified 100-fold. Contemplating this, Su Yi felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. However, he was aware that such matters could not be rushed. The young lady, after several hours of sword practice, must surely be fatigued, he mused with a smile. Not too bad, just a bit sweaty and somewhat uncomfortable, Luo Qinghuan replied honestly, taken aback by his inquiry. Is that so? Perhaps you should take a bath? Su Yi suggested. Luo Qinghuan pondered for a moment. That seems reasonable. No, wait. Suddenly, her arms crossed defensively over her chest, her expression shifting to one of wariness. She realized that this mischievous fellow must have ulterior motives. Surely, he sought to take advantage of her while she bathed. After all, he had behaved in such a manner before. Lecher, you've been active for quite some time. It's only fair that you let Knight Brother have a chance to stretch his legs, he remarked with a triumphant grin. In an instant, the softness in her gaze turned cold, a mischievous smile curling at her lips as she turned to stride towards the backyard bath. I'm off to bathe now. You scoundrel, return control of my body. Then beg me, he teased. I beg you. Do you truly plead? But will I actually grant it? Ha ha. You. Deep within her spirit, the little figure in the white dress felt her cheeks flush crimson. After holding back for so long, she finally managed to utter the most scathing word she could muster. You scoundrel. You fool. You wicked lecher. You shameless wretch. Yet, upon uttering these words, she felt a surge of pride, convinced that Su Yi would be utterly humiliated by her insults. However, what awaited her was his merciless laughter. That day, she distinctly remembered the sound of his hearty chuckle, her face burning with embarrassment, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground. Before long, the young lady emerged from the bath, her cheeks still flushed, and spat in annoyance. You scoundrel. That rascal was anything but gentle. It's not even your body. Luo Qinghuan pouted, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Just then, a series of knocks resonated from outside the courtyard. Surprised by the sudden interruption, both Luo Qinghuan and Su Yi paused, wondering who it could be. With a graceful wave of her hand, Luo Qinghuan's figure was enveloped in a radiant glow, her exquisite form draped in a flowing white gown. She approached the courtyard door and opened it to reveal a beautiful woman clad in green, standing before her. Elder Qinghua? Luo Qinghuan recognized her immediately. She was the esteemed elder of Frost Sword Peak, Qinghua. The unexpected visit from Elder Qinghua left her puzzled. What brings you here, Elder Qinghua? Although she was acquainted with the elder, it seemed unusual for her to come in person, likely concerning matters of the sect. Qinghuan, have you just finished bathing? Elder Qinghua cast a gentle glance at the young maiden, whose hair still glistened with droplets of water, and inquired, Is it? Upon hearing Elder Qinghua's words, Luo Qinghuan instinctively recalled the embarrassing scene in the bathhouse, where she had been caught off guard by Su Yi, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Observing the girl's rosy visage, Elder Qinghua couldn't help but smile knowingly. Indeed, this child was as innocent as the master had described. Blushing merely at the mention of bathing, little did she know, the girl's blush was not a consequence of her presence, but rather due to a certain troublesome individual. Did Elder Qinghua seek me for something? The maiden regained her composure and asked again. Indeed, the master has commanded me to bring you to meet her. Elder Qinghua replied with a smile. The master. At this, both Luo Qinghuan and the Su Yi within her furrowed their brows, a sense of dread settling in their hearts. Could it be that the suspicions surrounding Tian Yinzi and Tien Jinren had turned towards them? Su Yi, what should we do? Luo Qinghuan instinctively inquired. In that moment, Su Yi seemed to have become her pillar of support. Fear not. With your brother Yi here, simply accompany her. Su Yi reassured her, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. He still possessed a powerful card hidden within his grasp, and should matters escalate to a perilous point, he would certainly have the means to safeguard the girl. Very well. Su Ye's tranquil words served as a potent balm to her anxieties, dispelling her unease in an instant. She obediently nodded her head. Then, Elder Qinghua, please lead the way. Chapter 19. What constitutes a world-destroying sorceress? This art I shall not learn. Before long, Luo Qinghuan followed Elder Qinghua into the grand hall of the Xuantian Sect. Qinghuan, the sect master awaits you within the hall. Do not linger. Elder Qinghua said with a gentle smile directed at the young girl beside her. It was evident that she did not intend to enter alongside her. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, though a tinge of worry lingered in her heart. Recalling Su Ye's words brought her considerable solace. With renewed courage, she bit her silver teeth and pushed open the door. Upon entering the grand hall, she beheld a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a purple qipao, her figure perfectly alluring, who had evidently been waiting for some time. Qinghuan, it has been so long. You have blossomed into such beauty. The woman's melodious laughter echoed like silver bells. A fragrant breeze swept through as the Xuantian Sect master appeared before Luo Qinghuan, scrutinizing her closely, growing increasingly pleased with what she saw. The girl bore no makeup, exuding a pure and innocent aura, yet she was breathtakingly exquisite, like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Surely, the supreme forgetting emotions palace would be immensely satisfied, and her qualification to ascend the divine ancient path would be firmly secured. Greetings, sect master, Luo Qinghuan said, bowing respectfully while secretly admiring the enchanting woman before her. Momentarily entranced, then, she straightened her posture, attempting to present herself in a more favorable light. The result, however, was a complete defeat. She pouted slightly, exclaiming, That scoundrel Su Yi must certainly prefer this type. At that moment, as he scrutinized the Xuantian Sect master, Su Yi suddenly sneezed, frowning slightly. Who dares to curse you, brother Yi? Do not misunderstand, he thought. I am a respectable individual. Yet, there is a saying, purple indeed possesses a captivating charm. Reaching the pinnacle of the sect master's realm, he felt confident that should he need to act against Luo Qinghuan, he could unleash a devastating strike and swiftly escape. Having gauged the sect master's strength, Su Yi was reassured. Do not worry, Luo Qinghuan. Your brother Yi is here. Inquire about her intentions. Luo Qinghuan nodded and turned to the Xuantian Sect master. May I ask why the sect master has summoned me here? Indeed, the sect master replied, retracting her satisfied gaze. Her crimson lips parted gracefully as she spoke. Qinghuan, you are among the few prodigious disciples of our Xuantian holy sect. You are still practicing the Holy Maiden's tranquil heart technique, are you not? The Holy Maiden's technique? At the sect master's words, both Luo Qinghuan and Su Yi were momentarily taken aback. It appeared that this was not about the death of Tianyin, and Su Yi let out a sigh of relief. Although he had the confidence to confront the sect master, he felt no fear. With Luo Qinghuan's innate talent and his guidance, her growth was merely a matter of time. Respond to her, Luo Qinghuan, Su Yi whispered gently. To the sect master, I am indeed currently practicing the Holy Maiden's tranquil heart technique. As she spoke, a rosy hue blossomed on her fair cheeks. Due to her abandonment of the sacred maiden's heart-cleansing technique, she has devoted herself to practicing the sky-swallowing demonic art taught by Su Yi. Moreover, possessing an innate pure sacred body, she finds herself burdened by a profound sense of shame when she lies. Nonetheless, observing the blush upon Luo Qinghuan's delicate visage, the Xuantian Saint Master only grows increasingly convinced of the girl's purity. Although the sacred maiden's heart-cleansing technique is commendable, it presently falls short of her needs. The Xuantian Saint Master remarked, as she gracefully unfolded her jade hand, a flash of ethereal light revealing a technique radiating an unparalleled sanctity within her palm. What is this? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. This technique is known as the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Technique, which can aid in self-cultivation and enhance your prowess. Far surpassing the methods you previously practiced, the Xuantian Saint Master gently elucidated, deliberately withholding the information that this technique was bestowed by the holy envoy of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace, as well as the prospect of Luo Qinghuan being a candidate for the divine maiden of that palace. After all, according to the holy envoy, the timing was not yet ripe. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Technique? Luo Qinghuan paused, struck by a sense of familiarity with the name. Su Yi furrowed his brow, sensing an undercurrent of conspiracy. Was the summons of Luo Qinghuan merely to present her with a technique? Suddenly, a glimmer of insight illuminated his mind, and he recalled that in the original narrative, Luo Qinghuan, possessing an innate pure sacred body, practiced the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Technique and subsequently fell under the control of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace, one of the 5 foremost powers in the wild heaven domain, ultimately becoming a puppet-like savior empress. Thus, it became evident that at this pivotal juncture, bestowing this technique upon Luo Qinghuan was a prelude to controlling her in the future. In the original tale, you held sway over her, but now that I, your brother Yi, have arrived, do you still wish to manipulate her and transform her into a puppet of salvation? Su Yi scoffed. Turning to Luo Qinghuan, he advised nonchalantly, you should outright reject her. This technique will only bring you harm and offers you no benefit. Upon hearing this, the young girl's face turned as pale as a ghost. Utterly unprepared for the seemingly gentle Xuantian master to harbor intentions of malice against her. Su Yi is this true? She asked cautiously. Indeed, Su Yi affirmed with a nod, explaining that should Luo Qinghuan practice the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Technique, she would fall under the control of the Divine Palace and become a puppet empress. The revelation rendered the young girl's face even paler, and she quickly nodded in agreement. I believe you, but the master possesses the strength of a saint. If we defy her, will it not? She is merely a saint, Su Yi scoffed, dismissing her power with a smile. After all, he was a reincarnated emperor, unafraid of a saint's might, especially with an emperor's strike card still at his disposal. This matter directly influenced Luo Qinghuan's destiny, necessitating a firm stance. You must not cultivate the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Technique under any circumstances. With your brother Yi here, what is there to fear? Su Yi spoke with a calm and unyielding demeanor. The young girl, with her heart still in suspense, felt a slight sense of relief. For reasons unknown, the words of the loathsome Su Yi instilled in her an inexplicable sense of security. At that moment, she mustered her courage and turned her gaze toward the master of the Xuantian Sect. Master, I cannot learn this technique. Chapter 20. A subtle shock from the fearsome emperor. What? Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's somewhat weak, yet resolutely firm words, the lord of the Xuantian Sect was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes before she regained her composure after a considerable pause. She furrowed her brows, her tone turning frigid as she questioned the young girl. Why? I do not wish to learn, Luo Qinghuan replied, shaking her head. She could hardly reveal that Su Yi forbade her from studying, could she? Is that so? The lord of the Xuantian Sect, still frowning, assumed the girl merely lacked the desire to learn. Thus, she proceeded to extol the virtues of the technique, conveniently omitting any mention of its drawbacks. Yet, the girl continued to shake her head, resolutely refusing to learn. At last, the patience of the lord of the Xuantian Sect was exhausted, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes as the overwhelming aura of a Saint Realm expert erupted. Impudent! Since I command you to learn, you shall learn. Do you dare to defy me? This matter pertained to her ascension and the qualifications for the ancient path to divinity. She would not concern herself with whether Luo Qinghuan wished to cultivate the supreme, emotionless technique. If she decreed it, the girl was bound to comply. If persuasion failed, then force would suffice. Boom! In an instant, the aura of the Saint Realm surged towards the girl, the terrifying pressure causing her delicate face to pale and her lips to pout in distress. Suye, help me. Fear not, your brother is here, Suyi replied with a faint smile. In his mind, the system's voice reverberated. Emperor's strike card has been used. Remaining uses, to boom. As the words fell, an overwhelming wave of terrifying pressure enveloped the entire hall. The lord of the Xuantian Sect's Saint Realm aura crumbled to dust, utterly dissipated. What? Hey! An emperor? At this moment, the lord's complexion shifted dramatically, as if she were suffocating, her exquisite face filled with terror. In that instant, she felt an incomprehensibly fearsome aura directly suppressing her being. This presence was unprecedented. She had never before encountered such a terrifying force. This was an emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, not just any emperor. Tell me, would it be quicker for you to compel Luo to learn the supreme, emotionless technique, or for me to end your existence with a single strike? Simultaneously, a detached voice echoed in the lord of the Xuantian Sect's mind. Hiss! Merely the sound of that voice sent torrents of sweat cascading down her back. Could it be the protector behind that girl? At this moment, cold sweat streamed down the lord's face, and under the oppressive emperor's might, she found it difficult to even breathe, her heart tempestuous with dread and speculation. A protector. That was the only plausible explanation. Forgive me, esteemed senior. I was misguided and acted foolishly. That terrifying emperor's aura seemed to morph into a colossal hand, lifting the lord of the Xuantian Sect into the air, as she trembled and begged for mercy. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your dealings with the supreme, emotionless palace. Dare to lay a hand on Luo girl. I will personally settle the scores one by one. Su Yi spoke indifferently. Although it was merely an experience card of the emperor's strike, he was a genuine former emperor, and the imperial might in his tone was not something that could be condensed into an experience card. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Xuantian Sect turned pale with fear. Had this formidable protector of the Tao heard her conversation with the divine envoy? What manner of being is this? Furthermore, what is the true identity of Luo Qinghuan that such a terrifying power would act as her guardian? I shall spare your life this time, but I require you to accomplish 2 tasks. Su Yi's voice resonated calmly. What tasks, esteemed senior? Please do tell. The leader of the Xuantian Sect inquired eagerly upon realizing there was a glimmer of hope. First, the matter of the supreme forgetting emotions technique. Luo girl will not cultivate it, yet I need you to keep this from the supreme forgetting emotions palace. Second, all resources related to the sect must be directed towards Luo girl, Su Yi stated. Although he possessed the Emperor's strike card, killing the leader of the Xuantian Sect would be but a simple task. However, from a long-term perspective, it was not advantageous. After all, the Supreme Forgetting Emotions Palace also harbored Emperor-level powers, and he had only 2 opportunities left with the Emperor's strike card, which must not be squandered. it would be wiser to allocate resources to Luo Girl, hastening her cultivation, which would, in turn, significantly enhance his own strength. Once he regained his emperor status, he would have no fear of the supreme Forgetting Emotions Palace. Yes, I will certainly heed your words, esteemed senior. The leader of the Xuantian Sect nodded vigorously, showing no hesitation. She could distinctly sense the terror emanating from this formidable protector, a feeling far more intense than that which the Lord of the Divine Palace had ever instilled in her. His strength was undoubtedly superior to that of the Lord of the Divine Palace, from whom one chooses to curry favor is crucial. Henceforth, all resources will be directed towards Qinghuan. Very well, Su Yi replied with a cold snort. Moreover, if the esteemed senior is willing, you may allow Qinghuan to participate in the forthcoming debate conference. The rewards for such a debate are substantial, not only comprising the cultivation resources of our Xuantian Holy Sect, but also those from other sections. The leader of the Xuantian Sect spoke softly. A debate conference, you say? Understood, Su Yi responded coolly. All right, Luo Girl, let's take our leave. At that moment, the young girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Yi had just been so impressive. In response, Su Yi merely smiled faintly. What is this? Merely a small display of shock from the fierce emperor. Upon returning to the small courtyard halfway up the mountain, the girl remained entranced by Su Yi's earlier charisma, her eyes twinkling with stars. How is it? Wasn't your brother, Yi, just magnificent? Su Yi's lips curved slightly. Just barely. Nothing special, the girl huffed in response. Given her understanding of Su Yi, she knew if she praised him, this mischievous fellow would only become more arrogant. Although the crisis had been resolved, it was essential to maintain some countermeasures. Su Yi remained unfazed, narrowing his eyes slightly. Since the Taishang Forgetting Emotions Palace could manipulate those who practiced the Taishang Forgetting Emotions technique, he would merely make a subtle modification to this technique. If they enjoy control, then I shall turn the tables and control you. As an emperor, what does it matter to alter a technique just a little? Soon, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. The host has modified the Taishang Forgetting Emotions technique. Upon reaching a certain realm, the host may invert the control over the Divine Palace's individuals. Excellent. Little Luo, I have made a slight alteration to the Taishang Forgetting Emotions technique. Once your realm ascends, we can treat the people of the Divine Palace as mere puppets, Su Yi said with a grin. Since they are so fond of puppets, it should be acceptable for me to play the role of one, right? Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the young girl paused momentarily. Invert control? Oh, Su Yi, you are quite cunning. How dare you tease your elder brother? Do you believe I want to spank you? Su Yi raisit aneyibro. It's fine for you to tease me, but I cannot return the jest. The girl smiled proudly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Besides, you lack a physical form. You shout about spanking me every day, yet you cannot. However, within the small courtyard, accompanied by the girl's startled exclamation, her beautiful eyes shifted, and she unexpectedly raised her delicate hand to land on her own soft, pert behind. Who said your elder brother has no physical form and cannot spank you? Suya snorted tirimpanti. He then relinquished control of his body back to her. Bullying people. The girl's expression shifted, her lips pouting in a pitiful manner. She clenched her small fists and silently vowed that when the insufferable Su Yi acquired a physical form, she would definitely punish him in return. What are you doing? Su Yi shot her a glance. Nothing at all. The girl immediately panicked, dropping her small fists, appearing as if she were a thief caught in the act. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi could not help but chuckle. After spending this time together, he could clearly sense the changes in Luo Qinghuan. She was no longer as troubled and unhappy as before, but instead radiated a bit more joy. Insufferable Su Yi, you are mocking me again. Accompanying Su Yi's laughter, the girl's delicate protest echoed through the courtyard, as vibrant as peach blossoms in full bloom. After some light-hearted banter, Su Yi shifted to more serious matters, his expression turning earnest. All right, little Luo, since we aim to turn the Divine Palace's individuals into puppets, our immediate task is to swiftly elevate our realms, for the Divine Palace also possesses formidable emperors. Chapter 21. The Buddha Demon Body? Reconstructing the Flesh? Investment is essential. Luo Qinghuan gently nodded her head. By the way, what exactly is the Tao discussion cultivation that the Xuantian Saint Master mentioned? Suyi recalled another piece of advice from the Xuantian Saint Master before leaving the Grand Hall, and couldn't help but inquire. The Tao discussion cultivation involves the forces and sects of the Eastern Wilderness sending their most gifted disciples to engage in philosophical discussions and cultivation at our Xuantian sacred teachings. The victors in cultivation can obtain various resources and techniques. Luo Qinghuan elucidated. However, I am not privy to the specific methods of this Tao discussion cultivation. You actually do not know? So he was somewhat taken aback. After all, as a prodigious disciple of the Xuantian sacred teachings, Luo Qinghuan should have had the opportunity to partake in this Tao discussion cultivation. Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth, appearing anxious that Suyi might blame her, and weakly responded, I intended to participate, but my senior brothers and sisters advised that, given my innate talent and strength, it would be better to allocate these cultivation resources to them. As expected, upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Suyi was not overly surprised, having anticipated this outcome. It is no matter. This is not your fault. It is merely the result of your pure, innate holy body. He gently shook his head. You can participate this time. We must seize all available cultivation resources. Although we have the favor of the Xuantian Master, securing as many resources as possible remains crucial. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded earnestly, her delicate face reflecting determination as she clenched her small fists, exuding a fierce demeanor. I will surely knock them all down. At that moment, a voice resonated in Suye's mind. Holy body pill? Suye was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow. Holy body pill significantly enhances physical strength. If invested in Luo Qinghuan, it can elevate the upper limit of strength she can endure as the host. When the host levels up, they will be able to unleash their full power without restriction. As Suyi absorbed the system's explanation, his eyes gradually brightened. This item is indeed remarkable. With it, he would no longer have to restrain himself, fearing that the girl's body could not withstand his strength. What benefits will arise from this investment? This holy body pill appears rather extraordinary. What can be gained after the investment? After the dark investment, the host will receive a Buddha demon body pill. Upon consumption, the host will acquire dark value, which can be utilized for reconstructing the flesh. The system's voice echoed once more. What? Buddha demon body, dark value, a method for reconstructing the flesh. Upon hearing the system's words, a surge of ecstatic joy flashed through Su Ye's eyes. Nothing was more significant than the reconstruction of his flesh. The holy body pill, indeed. Investment is imperative. With some time remaining before the Tao discussion cultivation, Su Yi remained diligent, continuously guiding Luo Qinghuan in her training. Luo Qinghuan's prowess has successfully advanced from the 3 stars of the Celestial Sovereign Realm to the 5 stars of the Celestial Sovereign Realm. As a result, Su Yi has also experienced a surge in strength, elevating his cultivation to the 3 stars of the Transformative Realm. He instructed Luo Qinghuan to procure all the necessary herbs for the creation of the Sacred Body Pill. Given the immense significance of this investment in the subsequent Ascendant Demonic Body Pill, with a connection to the Xuantian Sect Master, the search for the herbs proved to be quite effortless. However, one specific herb, known as the Celestial Soul Grass, was unfortunately absent from the Xuantian Holy Church. Ultimately, through the inquiries of the Xuantian Sect Master, it became apparent that the Celestial Soul Grass thrived within the Kunlun Trial Secret Realm, a domain accessible solely to cultivators of the Transformative Realm or below. Thus, the Sect Master could only offer limited assistance, urging the young girl to venture into the Kunlun Secret Realm in search of it. Su Yi promptly encouraged her to depart without delay. In the Xuantian Holy Church, upon a grand stone platform, dozens of ancient bronze doors stood resolutely, each emanating a brilliant white light and powerful spatial fluctuations. This place was known as the teleportation platform, with these bronze doors serving as portals to various secret realms across the wild celestial domain, established by the major sects for the convenience of their disciples' training. At that moment, the teleportation platform was teeming with people, as numerous disciples of the Xuantian Yin Holy Church entered the portals en route to their trial locations. Just then, a figure clad in white silk swept by, instantly capturing the attention of the surrounding disciples. Who is that senior sister? She is extraordinarily beautiful. I had no idea our Xuantian Holy Church possessed such striking individuals, one disciple remarked, his eyes filled with awe at the enchanting figure. Are you truly unaware? Came the derisive response from the others nearby. How uncultured. That is Luo Qinghuan of Frost Sword Peak, senior sister Luo. She ranks 6th among the prodigies of our Xuantian Holy Sect, possessing immense talent, beauty, and a kind heart, all while maintaining a humble demeanor. 6th among the Xuantian prodigies? Senior sister Luo from Frost Sword Peak? I would be honored to serve as her loyal companion. Nevertheless, the young woman in the white dress remained oblivious to the gazes of those around her, making her way toward one of the teleportation doors. Qinghuan, you've arrived. Upon spotting Luo Qinghuan approaching, the elder overseeing the teleportation platform turned to her, smiling warmly. Which secret realm do you plan to explore this time? Returning to Elder Son. I intend to visit the Kunlun realm, Luo Qinghuan replied. The Kunlun realm, is it? Very well. Ensure you have your spatial card ready. It allows for 2 uses, one for entry and one for return. Do not stray, Elder Son advised, nodding in acknowledgement as he promptly handed the spatial card to Luo Qinghuan. Thank you, Elder. After expressing her gratitude and accepting the spatial card, she proceeded toward the direction indicated by Elder Sunday. This particular teleportation door had fewer disciples entering compared to others, primarily due to the stringent requirements of the Kunlun realm trials, which necessitated cultivators of the divine power realm for entry. Before long, after a brief wait in line, it was finally Luo Qinghuan's turn. She placed the spatial card handed to her by Elder Sun against the bronze ancient door, and instantly, half of the card's energy surged into the door. Soon, a radiant white light enveloped her delicate figure, and the surrounding space began to transform. When she opened her beautiful eyes once more, the scenery around her had indeed changed. So this is the Kunlun realm at that moment. Su Ye's voice echoed in her mind. Yes. Luo Qinghuan lightly nodded her head, softly explaining to Su Yi. According to legend, the Kunlun realm should actually be called the Kunlun Mirror, for it is a world within a mirror. The Kunlun Mirror was once an imperial artifact of the Kunlun Emperor, who stored all his treasured possessions within this mirror. After the Emperor's demise, the world within the mirror gradually became reality, forming this secret realm known as the Kunlun realm. Unfortunately, most of the precious items within have long been plundered. Otherwise, it would not have been opened, allowing disciples from various sects in the wilderness domain to come for training. Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. An imperial artifact capable of creating its own space? That is indeed a remarkable item. Certainly it is, but alas, the true body of the Kunlun mirror has long been lost with the fall of the Kunlun Emperor, Luo Qinghuan lamented. Lost, you say? Perhaps it is fated to be connected with me. Su Yi murmured, then urged, All right, Luo girl, let's set off. Yes, Luo Qinghuan gently nodded. Just then, a voice filled with surprise suddenly came from his side. Oh, senior sister Luo? Chapter 22. Refusing to be a freeloader, no accompaniment. Senior sister Luo, you have come to the Kunlun realm as well? Not far off, at the entrance of the Kunlun realm, amidst a group of figures clad in the garments of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, a young girl in a pink dress waved excitedly at Luo Qinghuan. Junior sister Anren? Upon recognizing the somewhat familiar figure, Luo Qinghuan paused momentarily. This girl was indeed Anren, whom she had encountered previously before the cultivation tower, and the only one among the few present at that time who felt that Gongsun Shui had acted unjustly. Junior sister Anren, what did you just say? Senior sister Luo? Could it be? She is the prodigy of your Xuantian Peak, Luo Qinghuan? Hearing Anren's words, the surrounding disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were momentarily taken aback, and then a glimmer of excitement flashed in their eyes as they hurriedly inquired. Indeed, Anren nodded with admiration. Back at the cultivation tower, she had witnessed senior sister Luo's remarkable demeanor, truly impressive. So she was indeed senior sister Luo. Seeing her today, she was undoubtedly a peerless beauty. Not only was senior sister Luo stunning, but she had likely also broken through to the celestial lord realm. Her prowess was extraordinary. What? the celestial Lord realm. Gasping at this revelation, the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect wore expressions of astonishment, inhaling sharply. This group of individuals had barely reached the divine passage realm, while the young girl not far away, clearly younger than they, possessed strength 2 major realms above them. They had not anticipated senior sister Luo's formidable strength. No wonder she was ranked 6th on our Xuantian Sacred Sect prodigy list. Anren, you seem to have a good relationship with senior sister Luo. I have heard that she is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also willing to help others. Given that the place we are headed to may be somewhat perilous, how about? At that moment, one female disciple in the crowd seemed to have an idea. She turned to Anren and quickly said, "Why not ask senior sister Luo to accompany us? This way, if we encounter danger, we will have an additional layer of protection." Considering senior sister Luo's formidable strength. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding disciples reacted and began to echo her sentiments. Exactly, junior sister Anren. The Kunlun realm is fraught with dangers, and there are other sects' powerful practitioners present. If senior sister Luo can protect us, we would undoubtedly feel much safer. Indeed. This minor favor is surely not something senior sister Luo would refuse. Upon hearing the crowd's words, Anren was taken aback. She seemed unprepared for the situation to unfold in this manner, revealing a look of difficulty. Dear brothers and sisters, this may not be appropriate, right? What is inappropriate? For senior sister Luo, this is merely a small favor. We are all part of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, and naturally, we should assist one another outside. Precisely. As Anren voiced her concerns, the surrounding individuals countered her arguments with reason. However, might this not take up too much of senior sister Luo's time? She must have her own pursuits in the Kunlun realm. Anren furrowed her brow and reiterated. Moreover, the matter of honing one's skills can only rely on oneself. Anren, is there something you wish to discuss? At that moment, accompanied by a melodious voice, the girl in a white dress appeared before the crowd. It was only upon observing her at such close proximity that they realized Sister Luo was even more enchanting than they had imagined. Sister Luo, Anren intended to say it was nothing, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a female disciple, the very one who had initially suggested that Luo Qinghuan accompany them for protection. Yuan Peaks Luo has met Sister Luo. The thing is, we plan to venture into the depths of the Kunlun mirror. The depths of the Kunlun mirror? Luo Qinghuan's brows knitted slightly as she glanced at the group and cautioned, "The depths of the Kunlun mirror are fraught with peril. It would be wise for you not to go." "We are certainly aware of that," Luo replied with a smile, finally revealing her true intention. "Thus, I wish to inquire if Sister Luo has the time to accompany us. Even if there are dangers, I believe your prowess can ensure our safety." As she spoke, she quickly gestured towards Anren and the others. Anren bit her silver teeth, remaining silent. Yet, the others promptly chimed in. "Indeed, Sister Luo, we are all disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. It is only fitting that we assist one another. We have heard tales of your beauty and kindness. Surely, you wouldn't decline such a small favor? Sister Luo, you wouldn't want to feel guilty for not helping us should we encounter danger, would you?" Upon hearing such audacious remarks, Suyi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Very well. Just as the group felt a twinge of anxiety over whether Luo Qinghuan would acquiesce, the girl pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. However, before anyone could express their joy, her voice rang out once more. "What benefits can you offer me?" Luo Qinghuan's beautiful gaze fell upon Luo as she asked earnestly. "As the insufferable Su Yi has said, I refuse to offer my protection for free. If you wish for my assistance, appropriate compensation is required. Only with resources will it suffice." Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, it was Luo who now stood dumbfounded, her eyes flashing with bewilderment. Clearly not expecting Luo Qinghuan to respond in such a manner, nor had she intended to provide any benefits to her. She clenched her silver teeth, her expression troubled. "Sister Luo, the spiritual spring we seek has limited spiritual energy. It is just enough for us practitioners at the Divine Passage realm to absorb, leaving no excess to share with you." She continued, "Moreover, you have already reached the Heavenly Sovereign realm. Surely, the spiritual spring holds no value for you. Oh, Luo Qinghuan narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixating on Lu Yu as she interrupted her words. Are you suggesting you want to take advantage of me? Sister Luo, what are you saying? This is merely a bond of camaraderie among fellow disciples. Lu Yu hastily defended herself. I cannot oblige. Without allowing her to finish her remarks, Luo Qinghuan turned and departed. She was no longer the same Luo Qinghuan of the past. She had undergone rigorous training under the guidance of the esteemed Su Yi. No, the educational version. Farewell, junior sister Anren. She called out to Anren before making her way toward the imposing gate, ready to enter the Kunlun realm. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu and the other disciples of the Xuantian Sect exchanged glances of astonishment. They had not anticipated Luo Qinghuan's rejection to be so resolute. Was this truly the same senior sister Luo, renowned for her helpfulness? What a fade! She pretended to be aloof, and I had thought her pride was genuine. How disappointing! Refusing to assist without personal gain, it was truly distasteful. She displayed no sense of camaraderie for the sect. I wouldn't be surprised if she met her demise in the Kunlun realm. Stung by Luo Qinghuan's outright refusal, Lu Yu felt a profound loss of face. Gritting her teeth, she cursed under her breath while watching the girl's retreating figure. However, she remained oblivious to the shift in the air. As her words lingered in the atmosphere, the young woman ahead of her seemed to pause momentarily. In the next instant, she slowly turned her head, her beautiful eyes suddenly devoid of warmth. Fixating on Lu Yu as she coldly inquired, "What did you just say?" Boom! As her words echoed, the oppressive aura of the celestial sovereign descended heavily upon Lu Yu. Chapter 23. The Five Supreme Forces, the Battle Heaven Palace. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the celestial sovereign caused the disciples of the Xuantian Sect nearby to pale in horror. Their gazes filled with profound reverence as they beheld the white-clad maiden approaching them. At this moment, the expression on the young girl's exquisitely beautiful face underwent a transformation. Shifting from softness to an extreme indifference, her countenance as cold as frost. Without uttering a word, she advanced step by step toward the crowd. Each stride evoked an overwhelming sense of dread among them. "What did you just say?" The maiden halted before Lu Yu, who was pinned to the ground by the celestial sovereign's pressure. Extending her jade-like hand, a formless energy manifested as an invisible grip around Lu Yu's throat. Lifting her effortlessly into the air, a chilling voice resonated. I, senior sister Luo, I was wrong. Please spare me." Lu Yu's face turned ashen, tears streaming down her cheeks in fright. The girl's gaze, devoid of warmth, radiated an infinite killing intent that sent shivers through her body. Trembling, warmth coursed through her legs, yet she paid it no mind, hastily pleading for mercy. So senior sister Luo possesses such a terrifying side. Is this the pressure of a celestial sovereign? Around them, the disciples of the Xuantian Sect trembled, not daring to utter a word in Lu Yu's defense. After all, they had all heard her earlier insults. Lu Yu's fate was a consequence of her own making. "If there is a next time, you shall die," Su Yi coldly remarked, before flinging Lu Yu away as if discarding refuse. "Why, yes, thank you, senior sister Luo," Lu Yu exclaimed, scrambling to her feet as if she had been granted another chance at life, expressing her gratitude to the girl before her. It was only when the terrifying pressure of the celestial sovereign bore down upon her that she realized the truth. While the notion of Luo Qinghuan being helpful might be mere rumor, the terrifying strength of a celestial sovereign was undeniably real. After imparting this lesson to Lu Yu, Su Yi proceeded toward the entrance of the Kunlun realm, simultaneously returning control of the body to Luo Qinghuan. "Little Luo, next time you encounter such a person, do not hesitate to take action," he advised. Luo Qinghuan nodded, feeling a warmth in her heart. Just moments ago, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, she had not even had a chance to respond before Su Yi seized control, leading to the unfolding events. "All right, let's enter the Kunlun realm," he stated. Luo Qinghuan affirmed, then gently pushed open the grand door before them and stepped inside. Boom! Within the Kunlun realm, numerous grand doors stood tall, each adorned with flowing calligraphy bearing the names of various sections. As the doors swung open, many figures emerged from within. These were disciples from various sects within the Wild Heaven domain, come to the Kunlun realm for training. Many of the first-time entrants were captivated by the allure of the secret realm, eagerly rushing in to seek their fortunes. However, some seasoned veterans were not in a hurry to delve into the secret realm in search of opportunities. Instead, they continuously scrutinized the disciples emerging from various portals. Within such a secret domain, one must not only be wary of the lurking demons, but also remain vigilant of disciples from other factions. After all, at times, human malice can be more terrifying than that of demons. Furthermore, from a certain perspective, the opportunities within the secret realm are not solely those that already exist. Rather, the presence of disciples from various factions seeking to hone their skills can also be considered an opportunity. Thus, observing the disciples from other sects first is indeed the wisest course of action. Boom! At that moment, a great door swung open, instantly capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. Upon seeing the three grand characters inscribed on the door in an ornate script, the expressions of the cultivators within Kunlun realm immediately shifted. Their faces filled with gravity and reverence. The door boldly displayed the words, War Heaven Palace, one of the 5 foremost powers in the Wasteland domain. The 5 great factions hold dominion throughout the Wasteland domain, and none dare to provoke them. What on earth is happening? The War Heaven Palace has arrived as well. Typically, these top-tier factions disdain coming to the Kunlun realm. Why today? As the massive portal affiliated with the War Heaven Palace thunderously opened, the cultivators of the Kunlun realm exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of confusion. Each of the 5 great powers had established portals within the Kunlun realm for their disciples to undertake trials. However, it is rare for disciples from these factions to venture here, as the Kunlun realm is not regarded as the finest trial ground compared to those controlled by the 5 great powers. Naturally, if given the choice, disciples would prefer to select stronger and superior realms for their trials. The people of the War Heaven Palace have emerged. Why does the figure in the center appear so familiar? Just then, as the portal burst open, a group of cultivators clad in golden robes stepped forth, among whom a young man donned in golden armor, exuding an imposing aura, instantly captivated the attention of the onlookers. By heavens, I recognize him now. A middle-aged casual cultivator gazed at the youth, increasingly struck by a sense of familiarity. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, Xuantian, the 3rd prodigy of the War Heaven Palace. He ranks among the top 20 on the prodigy list throughout the entire Wasteland domain. It is said that at such a young age, he has already reached the formidable level of 8-star Heavenly Sovereign, only a few steps away from the realm of creation. Even more astonishing is the fact that Xuantian, with his 8-star Heavenly Sovereign prowess, once ascended beyond his rank to slay a demon path rogue cultivator who had just entered the realm of creation. Presently, the Lord of the War Heaven Palace holds him in high esteem. Should this young man not meet an untimely end, it is highly likely that their sect will gain another Emperor-level powerhouse within a millennium. Hiss! As these words were uttered, a collective gasp of astonishment resonated throughout the surroundings, followed by a flurry of speculation. The War Heaven Palace, one of the 5 supreme powers, has not only arrived, but even the illustrious Xuantian has graced us with his presence. Could it be that an unprecedented opportunity has surfaced within the Kunlun realm? It is quite possible. However, with the people of the War Heaven Palace in attendance, any undiscovered fortune may well be beyond our reach. Xuantian is a formidable being capable of slaying those in the transformation realm. Moreover, even if one were to seize an opportunity before his very eyes, would one have the life to absorb it? After all, Xuantian is backed by the War Heaven Palace. How we lament not having discovered this great opportunity sooner. Alas! Around them, a chorus of sighs echoed. Brother Xuantian. The palace master indicated that the object of our quest should lie to the northwest of the Kunlun realm. As for its precise location, we must embark on a search. A disciple from the War Heaven Palace remarked quietly, stepping forward and addressing Xuantian in the center. Understood, Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us proceed," he uttered, preparing to depart with the disciples of the War Heaven Palace. At that moment, not far away, an ancient gate creaked open, and a graceful figure clad in a flowing white dress emerged silently. Chapter 24. Has Destiny Come Knocking? The sudden opening of the stone door instantly captured the attention of the crowd. Was that the teleportation portal of the Xuantian Sect? Upon realizing the origin of this portal, the cultivators couldn't help but glance back once more. Though the Xuantian Sect may not rival the top 5 forces, it undoubtedly ranks among the foremost powers. As the radiant white light gradually faded, a graceful figure clad in a flowing white dress appeared before the portal. Gasp! What a stunning beauty! This is the first time I have encountered such exquisite femininity. They say the Xuantian Sect is abundant in beauties. And today's sighting certainly confirms the rumors. Such a delicate little beauty dares to venture alone into the Kunlun realm? She must be experiencing her first trial outside her ivory tower. How naive. However, it matters not, for she will soon come to understand the treachery of the world. As the cultivators within the Kunlun realm beheld the countenance of the maiden in white, they were immediately captivated by her breathtaking beauty, gasping in astonishment with fervent gazes. In an instant, several with ulterior motives began to harbor improper thoughts. Even Qin Tian of the Battle Heaven Palace momentarily fixated on the maiden, lost in reverie. A prominent figure among the 3rd generation of the Battle Heaven Palace, ranked within the top 20 of the heavenly proud list of the Wild Heaven realm. He had seen many beauties, yet, in comparison to this maiden in white, those others paled in significance, scarcely worthy of mention. Qin Tian, are you enamored with this girl? Nearby disciples of the Battle Heaven Palace, having regained their composure, exchanged amused glances towards Qin Tian, whose gaze lingered on the white-clad maiden. Enamored is not quite the right word. She is indeed beautiful, but alas, she is likely just a mere vase. A woman worthy of me, Qin Tian, cannot be simply a fragile ornament. Qin Tian responded with an air of arrogance, dismissing his gaze with a cold snort. Let us proceed. We must first complete the task assigned by the palace master. After speaking, he led his fellow disciples away. So this is the interior of the Kunlun realm. Deep within his soul, Sui murmured as he gazed towards the distant mountains. Indeed, this was a realm unto itself. Verdant hills and flowing waters. Towering forests, just as in the outside world. However, the spiritual energy here was far more abundant, infused with opportunities unattainable elsewhere. After all, no one truly knows what treasures the great emperor of Kunlun has concealed within his Kunlun mirror. Luo girl, let us make haste, he urged. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, acknowledging the gazes of the surrounding cultivators. With a graceful movement, she transformed into a white silhouette, stepping into the lush, green landscape, vanishing from sight. Within the Kunlun realm, amidst a field of medicinal herbs, a fierce roar erupted. A figure engulfed in flames, resembling a humanoid form, yet with limbs resembling tree roots, desperately evaded the relentless hail of ice descending from the heavens. The ice was razor-sharp, and one could faintly sense a terrifying sword intent swirling within it. Above, a figure in white stood suspended in the air, her spiritual sword enveloped in frost, its sword intent flowing like a silent tide. In the next moment, without waiting for any reaction from the monstrous being, the maiden in white stepped forward, her sword intent manifesting as she struck at it. Spare me, esteemed senior. I am but a 1,000-year-old flame ginseng, transformed through arduous cultivation. I implore you to grant me a path to survival. Realizing it could not evade the impending strike, the creature began to plead, dropping to its knees before the maiden. The maiden, however, paid it no heed, though her sword seemed to momentarily hesitate. Witnessing this, the flame ginseng's eyes lit up with hope, and it hastily continued to speak. Yet as it did, countless roots from beneath the earth converged silently, launching a surprise attack on the maiden. Senior you. But before it could finish, the chilling sword intent materialized out of thin air, piercing through its form, causing the sharp roots below to wither instantly. A radiant glow enveloped its body, and it gradually diminished in size, transforming into a palm-sized, flame-engulfed spiritual herb, the 1,000-year flame ginseng. Indeed, this could yield a few flame spirit pills for you. Upon seeing the herb, Sui couldn't help but chuckle softly. Flame spirit pills? Were those? Luo Qinghuan inquired, her delicate hand gracefully catching the ginseng. Her curiosity piqued by Suyi's words echoing in her mind. A type of pill that aids in the rapid absorption of spiritual energy. Suyi replied casually with a smile. That crafty Suyi knows so much. Luo Qinghuan muttered, intrigued by Suyi's identity. Yet, she lamented that even if she asked, he would remain tight-lipped, relishing in her curiosity, only to burst into laughter when she anticipated the truth. That rascal is quite mischievous. As this thought crossed her mind, Luo Qinghuan bit her lip, a look of grievance clouding her small face. She felt that if she would be toyed with by that pesky Suyi a few more times, she might become a bitter woman. Enough, little Luo. Focus on searching for the celestial soul grass. Suyi chuckled, disregarding the aggrieved maiden. They had been in this Kunlun realm for several hours, acquiring many treasures. Yet the trail of the celestial soul grass remained elusive. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, stowing away the flame ginseng as she prepared to venture deeper into the Kunlun realm. Oh, little Luo, fortune seems to be approaching you. At that moment, Suyi's light laughter echoed in her mind. Fortune approaching? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps resonated nearby. Moments later, several figures emerged from the woods, their eyes fixed on Luo Qinghuan, revealing intentions that were far from benign. Junior sister, we have been pursuing a 1,000-year flame ginseng that had taken human form, and after wounding it, it vanished. Have you seen its figure? One of them smirked slightly, holding a folding fan, gazing at Luo Qinghuan with a smile that held ulterior motives. I have not seen it. Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly, shaking her head. She was undoubtedly aware of what the so-called flame ginseng was. However, contrary to his assertions, when she encountered it, it was in pristine condition. Was it not so? The young man with the folding fan chuckled softly and said, It is not that I doubt you, junior sister, but the 1,000-year-old flame ginseng is exceedingly precious. Perhaps you might consider relinquishing your storage ring for our inspection. If the 1,000-year-old flame ginseng is not found within, we shall certainly allow you to depart. Brother Lu Feng, why waste words with this young lady? Simply apprehend her and conduct a search, interjected a rugged cultivator nearby, his laughter resonating with a predatory glint in his eyes as he gazed at Luo Qinghuan, brimming with unrestrained desire. Chapter 25. I, Luo Qinghuan, never deceive junior brother Wang. Do not frighten this junior sister. The young man, Lu Feng, holding a folding fan, first cast a reproachful glance at the coarse cultivator. He then shook his fan and turned to Luo Qinghuan with a smile. This junior sister, my junior brother, is rather impulsive and clumsy in his actions. I hope you might kindly discard your storage ring and remove your garments for us to inspect. Otherwise, with my junior brother's hasty temperament, I fear he may inadvertently harm you. As he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, emanating the formidable aura of a saint emperor. It was evident that he was a powerful cultivator at the Saint Emperor realm. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qinghuan's brows furrowed, and a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Through the teachings of Su Yi over this period, she was no longer the naive Luo Qinghuan of yore. Su Yi had advised her that when confronted with those yearning for a rebirth, she should adopt a benevolent demeanor, eager to assist in their transcendence. However, just as she prepared to take action, a rather lewd chuckle echoed through the air. Ah, Lu Feng of Xuantian Sect, how could you indulge in such pleasures without this humble Taoist? A corpulent Taoist, clad in a robe, appeared, followed by several companions. Upon seeing the white-clad maiden surrounded by Lu Feng and his companions, their eyes widened in astonishment, deeply captivated by her beauty. Reverently, noticing the rotund Taoist, Lu Feng's brow furrowed. It seemed this delectable morsel could not be hoarded for himself. Reverently, this junior sister hails from the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Are you not deliberately putting me at risk by revealing our sect's name? Lu Feng shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. What? a disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Reverend Li's expression shifted, his plump face quivering. Indeed, Lu Feng affirmed. The moment Luo Qinghuan emerged from the stone gate, they had set their sights on her, recognizing her as a solitary entrant into the secret realm, concluding that it must be her first trial, utterly unaware of the intricacies of this place. The mention of the Xuantian Sacred Sect sparked a flicker of hesitation in Reverend Li's eyes, clearly torn. Yet, before long, a fierce glint flashed through his gaze. A dead comrade is better than a living rival. For the sake of fortune, what is there to fear? At worst, we shall divide her treasures, indulge ourselves, and then silence her. With this intent, Lu Feng chuckled, playing with his folding fan, his eyes gradually heating as he gazed at the white-clad maiden in the distance. Then this junior sister must not blame us for our ruthless intentions. With both of us here, she should not entertain thoughts of escape. Surrendering to us may grant her a swift end. As Lu Feng spoke, the aura of the Saint Emperor radiated from him. Indeed, Rabaren li Skufa, his corpulent form shaking as he too exuded the aura of a Saint Emperor. Do you think merely 2 Saint Emperor-level cultivators are enough to intimidate us? The young maiden furrowed her delicate brows and murmured softly. Then, her expression relaxed, and a radiant smile blossomed upon her face. Very well, you are all surrounded by me. Lu Feng and Taoist Li exchanged bewildered glances. Ha ha! This junior sister certainly knows how to speak. How can one person encircle so many? Moreover, there are 2 formidable sage emperors among us. Lu Feng chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. Ha ha ha! I intend to have some fun with this little lady. I'll go first, so don't all rush at once. As these words left his lips, the disciples of Xuantian Sect and Huanghua Taoist Temple erupted into laughter. Now, dear junior sister, do not blame your senior brother if I. Lu Feng's lewd grin faltered abruptly as an aura of sword intent materialized, causing his voice to trail off. Why has the temperature suddenly dropped? Taoist Li, keenly perceptive, sensed a shift in the atmosphere and noticed Lu Feng, who had fallen silent beside him. Oh, Lu Taoist, why are you no longer speaking? He turned to the motionless Lu Feng, his brow furrowing in concern. Could it be that Lu Feng, in his excitement at the thought of reveling with this little lady, had momentarily lost his wits? Crack! In the next instant, accompanied by a sound of severance, Lu Feng's eyes widened in terror and despair as his head was cleaved from his body, crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, the girl's voice echoed nonchalantly, "Since when did sage emperors qualify as strong opponents?" As these words were spoken, the surrounding area fell into a profound silence upon witnessing Lu Feng's lifeless head roll away. Gasp! She killed senior brother Lu in an instant? A sage emperor of the 3rd tier was no match for her. After a long moment, the faces of Taoist Li and the others turned pale, their breaths hitching in disbelief as they gazed at the serene young girl, who held the frost blade with an air of calm. Realizing the terrifying aura radiating from her, they could no longer maintain their composure. Heavenly Sovereign. She's a heavenly sovereign. In that instant, they finally understood why the girl had dared to venture alone into the Kunlun secret realm. It was because she possessed the strength to look down upon all others. At this moment, beneath her placid exterior, the young maiden felt a flicker of pride as she exclaimed to Su Yi in her mind, Look, I have mastered the technique you taught me to kill in an instant." "Well done," Su Yi replied with a nod of satisfaction, pleased to see her decisive nature gradually cultivated. "Forgive us, esteemed lady, for we failed to recognize your greatness. Please show mercy. Indeed, we were wrong." Sensing the overwhelming aura of a heavenly sovereign emanating from Luo Qinghuan, they hastily begged for mercy. A heavenly sovereign's might, even if they joined forces, they would surely be cut down in mere moments. Gazing at the pleading individuals, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows and pondered. According to the loathsome Su Yi, it was time to demand the surrender of their storage rings. Perhaps I could grant them a reprieve from death. Upon hearing this, was it true? Li Daolong's eyes darted mischievously. "I, Luo Qinghuan, am never deceitful." The young woman nodded. At her words, Li Daolong and the others exhaled deeply, as if they had reclaimed their lives, and without a moment's hesitation, hastily presented their storage rings. In that moment, they could scarcely afford to feel regret. After all, survival was paramount. Luo Qinghuan accepted the storage rings and, with a cursory glance, intended to gather them all. Under Su Ye's tutelage, she had become quite frugal. No resource presented on a silver platter could be overlooked. After all, Su Ye had proclaimed, "What is mine, and what is theirs is not mine." Wait a moment. Luo, that rotund fellow's storage ring contains a herb. Retrieve it for me to inspect. At that instant, Su Ye's voice resounded unexpectedly. This one? Luo Qinghuan searched briefly, and a delicate blue herb materialized in her hand. This is the celestial spirit herb, whose growth environment is identical to that of the heavenly soul herb we seek. Inquire where this rotund fellow discovered the celestial spirit herb. It may prove beneficial to us. Su Yi observed the pale blue herb and spoke slowly. Very well. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, then lifted the celestial spirit herb and turned to Li Daolong. From whence did you procure this herb? Returning to your esteemed self, this herb was found by this humble monk in the Yushui forest of Kunlun. Li Daolong hastily replied. The Yushui forest, you say? Understood. Luo Qinghuan nodded. Then, esteemed lady, may we take our leave? After all, you just mentioned. You never deceive. Li Daolong spoke cautiously. Indeed, I, Luo Qinghuan, never tells lies. Having declared I would not kill you, I shall naturally refrain from doing so. As she spoke, a glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes. Therefore, I have chosen to grant you a new lease on life. What? At this pronouncement, Li Daolong and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. What the hell? You have no sense of martial ethics. In the next instant, accompanied by the flickering light of the frost sword, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. Chapter 26. The reverse celestial patterns of young Luo deep within the Kunlun realm, in the realm of the Whispering Waters Forest. A graceful figure appeared. Is this truly the Whispering Waters Forest? Luo Qinghuan glanced ahead, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The trees here towered in an oddly imposing manner. Even before she stepped inside, she could sense a multitude of eyes seemingly watching her, inducing a sense of discomfort. The ground was shrouded in a layer of faint blue water, an ethereal presence. Such a pity for this rootless water, she mused. In her mind, Sui could not help but sigh regretfully. Rootless water? A hint of confusion flickered in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. It is a substance that can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Sui elucidated, then shook his head. However, it has now been entirely consumed by this group of monstrous trees. My dear Luo, when you venture into this forest, remain vigilant. These trees are known to devour humans. Devour humans? A pallor washed over Luo Qinghuan's small face. Fear not, my dear Luo. Step inside. With your brother Yi here, I assure you that the trees shall not feast upon you, especially since I have yet to partake of them myself. Sui said with a mischievous grin. Ba ba ba. Hearing his jest, Luo Qinghuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she spat 3 times in retort. Odious Su Yi, your mind is filled with filthy thoughts. Yet, reassured by his words, she felt a surge of confidence. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to enter the treacherous Whispering Waters Forest. Luo, senior sister Luo? Just as she was about to step into the forest, a delighted voice called out to her. Turning around, she saw it was Enran. Enran? What brings you here? Did I not advise you that the depths of the Kunlun realm are not meant for you? Luo Qinghuan's brows knitted in concern. We have already ventured deep into the Whispering Waters Forest, but I have kept your warning in mind, senior sister Luo. I chose to forego the opportunities mentioned by senior sister Lu Yu and waited here for them, and Ran replied earnestly. You made the right choice. This place is perilous. Unfit for you, Luo Qinghuan gently asserted. Even Su Yi acknowledges the dangers here. These trees are voracious predators. It will be tantamount to courting death for Lu Yu and her companions to enter. Wait here for me. I shall retrieve them, Luo Qinghuan said, casting a glance at Enran. Oh, you intend to save them? Su Yi interjected, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow. Of course not. Luo Qinghuan shook her head, her expression serious. I've already warned them. They chose to ignore my counsel and pursue their folly. I have done all I can. My intent is merely to bring back their life tokens. Indeed, a teachable spirit. You have not failed to live up to your brother Ye's careful guidance. Now, tell me, dear Luo, how do you intend to repay me? Suyi smiled. With my body as collateral. Luo Qinghuan blinked her beautiful eyes. Suye. Ah, young Luo, is this not a bit hasty? Alas, there is little to be done. After all, your brother Ye's charm is undeniable. Falling for him is hardly your fault. Do not misunderstand. When I speak of offering oneself, I merely mean you should log in for a moment. As Suyi indulged in his daydreams, a glimmer of mischief flashed in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. Then, with utmost seriousness, she elucidated. Suye, this is disastrous. The tables have turned. This girl dares to tease her in return. No, this must be met with strict punishment. Hee, you incorrigible Su Yi, always bullying me. Witnessing Su Ye's rare moment of discomfiture, a flicker of triumph danced in Luo Qinghuan's eyes. However, the next instant, as her expression abruptly shifted, her charming face flushed crimson, and a sound of utter embarrassment escaped her lips uncontrollably. A soft whimper. Sister Luo, what troubles you? Nearby, and ran, noticing Luo Qinghuan's peculiar behavior, was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. And no, it's nothing. Luo Qinghuan, her face slightly flushed, shook her head, striving to regain her composure while internally cursing Su Yi. That wretched Su Yi, how dare he invade her space, pinching her rear. Shameless, libertine, wretched Su Yi. Meanwhile, Su Yi was wholly oblivious to the girl's palpable indignation, lamenting only that if it were his own hand, the sensation would have been far more delightful. The desire to reshape one's body is overwhelming. Very well. Stay here and do not wander. The demon trees here are known to devour humans. Luo Qinghuan, calming her tumultuous emotions, instructed and ran before drawing her sword and turning to enter the ghostly water forest, swiftly vanishing into the dense foliage. It devours humans? And Ran was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend her words. Yet the next moment, she witnessed the unsettling sight as Sister Luo stepped into the ghostly water forest. The surrounding sinister trees revealed faces that howled in sorrowful agony, their chilling cries echoing like a haunting melody, ensnaring all who heard them in a fleeting daze. Then, countless sharp branches, gleaming with a sinister light, surged toward the girl in white. Upon witnessing this, Enrant's expression shifted drastically, urgently calling out, Sister Luo, be careful. However, before her warning could fully escape her lips, she beheld the girl's sword gracefully dancing in the air, and in an instant, the multitude of eerie trees collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood gushing forth from their severed trunks. Seeing this scene, Enrant's face turned ashen, her heart pounding with dread. How fortunate she had heeded Sister Luo's advice and refrained from recklessly charging in with Lu Yu and the others. It was likely that Lu Yu and her companions would meet a dire fate. Enran sighed, wishing to say more to Luo Qinghuan. But the girl had already ventured deep into the forest, disappearing from view. In the depths of the ghostly water forest, Lu Yu flee quickly. A piercing scream resonated through the air. Before her lay the corpse of a disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, cleaved in two by a single stroke. A bald monk, with a mocking glint in his eyes, stepped upon the lifeless body and withdrew the blade that had pierced it, casting a derisive gaze toward the woman before him. Escape? To where? At this moment, Lu Yu was utterly paralyzed by fear. Upon entering the ghost water forest, there was no turning back. They had encountered the man-eating demon tree within moments, and before they could seek out any opportunity, several had already fallen prey to it. After an arduous passage through the treacherous woods, they had finally discovered the so-called spiritual spring, only to be ambushed by a group of cultivators who emerged from seemingly nowhere. I am a disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. How dare you lay hands on us? Are you not afraid of the retribution from my sect? Lu Yu exclaimed, her face a mask of terror as she surveyed the fallen and wounded disciples of her sect. Chapter 27. The Sacred Sect of Xianyang, the Sacred Spring of Flame Spirit. The Xuantian Holy Sect? The bald monk grinned menacingly. viciously trampling on the corpse of a disciple from the Xuantian Sect. Indeed, we cannot provoke the Xuantian Sect, but this is the Kunlun realm. If I were to slay all of you, who would know the hand that dealt your demise? Hith. I relish the thought of feasting upon you disciples who come from prominent sections. They were, after all, rogue cultivators lurking within the secret realms, preying specifically on those who emerge from grand sections. These disciples, emboldened by their affiliations with powerful forces, believed themselves to be superior, thinking others would fear them. Yet this was a trial secret realm, littered with countless remains, undetectable by the mighty from the outside. If they were all to be slain, no one would know who was responsible. Upon hearing this, despair etched itself across Lu Yu's face, her eyes brimming with resentment. It's all Luo Qinghuan's fault. If she had only followed us, my brothers would not have met their end here. It's all because of that wretched woman. In this moment, her humanity was laid bare, revealing a grotesque ugliness. Even as death approached, she refused to reflect on her own arrogance, instead blaming others. Suddenly, Lu Yu seemed to glimpse something, her eyes flashing with a spark of hope. Not far away, a figure clad in white gracefully emerged. Luo, senior sister Luo, save me. My brothers have been slaughtered by these fiends. Please avenge them. Lu Yu frantically waved her arms, desperately calling out to the distant figure. Another one? The bald monk followed her gaze, spotting the maiden in white as she approached, her beauty striking even from afar, exuding an ethereal grace. What a lovely little beauty. He then cast a cold glance at Lu Yu, initially intending to toy with her before ending her life. But with this new arrival, her survival had become unnecessary. Without a moment's hesitation, the bald monk unleashed the formidable aura of a Saint Emperor, swinging his blade with lethal intent. The blade's essence coalesced, descending violently towards Lu Yu. Senior sister Luo, help me. Realizing her inability to resist, Lu Yu cried out to the maiden in white. Yet, the figure in white remained unfazed, advancing with a serene composure. Luo, senior sister Luo? Lu Yu was taken aback. However, in the next instant, she was met with the terrifying blade of the bald monk, which cleaved her body in two. What a ruthless heart. Your junior sister pleads for your aid. And yet you remain indifferent, the bald monk remarked, shouldering his great blade as he observed the maiden walking gracefully towards him. Upon hearing this, the maiden in white appeared momentarily stunned, halting her steps. With a slight furrow of her brows, she seemed to ponder. How would that scoundrel Su Yi respond to such words? She recalled. Then, the maiden in white broke into a dazzling smile, breathtakingly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yi nodded with satisfaction, recognizing that this young woman indeed possessed the demeanor of a formidable bandit empress. The bald monk furrowed his brow, observing the unflinching expression on the girl's exquisite face, his demeanor turning grave as he solemnly inquired, "Are you not afraid of us?" As his words fell, several individuals surrounding them fell silent, encircling them with an air of intimidation. Their auras resonated with the strength of the Saint Emperor realm. Without the leadership of a top-tier prodigy, mere disciples would stand no chance against such formidable adversaries. Afraid? Rather, I am in defiance of the heavens. Have you ever witnessed a being of the celestial sovereign realm fear those of the Saint Emperor realm? Su Yi remarked, crossing his arms and stifling a yawn. Then turned to Luo Qinghuan, saying, Luo girl, let us conclude this swiftly. I can sense that the celestial soul her we seek is nearby. They were not newcomers to this location. Rather, they had leisurely traversed the depths of the Yushui forest in search of the celestial soul her before arriving here. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. Since Su Yi had suggested it, she would not hold back. In the next moment, frost enveloped her, and her sword intent became piercingly sharp, her aura shifting dramatically. Is this the celestial sovereign realm? Upon sensing the change in the girl's aura, the bald monk's expression shifted as he made a bold decision, bellowing, "Run! Scatter!" With those words, he was the first to sheath his great blade and flee outward, with the others hastily following suit. It mattered not if they were several saint emperors. Even a dozen would find themselves merely capable of a feudal struggle against a celestial sovereign. one that would only distinguish between dying first or dying later. Thus, fleeing was the only viable option. Seeing this, the girl felt a tinge of boredom. She merely waved her sword a few times, and the frost-laden sword intent appeared to possess an innate ability to track her fleeing targets, relentlessly pursuing them. Before long, several figures devoid of life plummeted from the heavens. Remarkable. The fleeing bald monk's expression changed drastically, and at that moment, the frost-laden sword intent bore down upon him. It was over. Despair flickered in his eyes. He knew he could not evade this strike. However, just then, a massive hand engulfed in flames surged towards him, landing heavily upon him and instantaneously extinguishing his life force. What? Witnessing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brow slightly. Hermind, suye eklemet, sitilinkis. That was a close call. I nearly let that scoundrel escape, but fortunately, I intervened. Simultaneously, a fiery figure emerged, flames receding to reveal a handsome young man clad in red appearing in the celestial expanse, his aura revealing him to be a celestial sovereign as well. I am Yin Yun, a prodigy of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. No need to thank me for my assistance, but if you must, how about sharing half of the water from the Flame Spirit Sacred Spring? Chapter 28. Su Yi. Do you have any objections? Xuantian Sacred Sect? In the place where souls are contained, upon hearing the young man in red announce his identity, Su Yi furrowed his brow. Among the first-rate forces there exists a notion of the yin-yang dualism, wherein our Xuantian Sacred Sect represents yin, while the Xuantian Sacred Sect embodies yang. It is said that the ancestors who established these two sects shared significant connections. Luo Qinghuan quietly explained, Tosuye. I see. Suye nodded slightly. This person must be Luo Qinghuan, the junior sister from the Frostsword Peak of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. I have long heard of her esteemed name, and upon meeting her today, she indeed lives up to the reputation, exceptionally talented and strikingly beautiful. Yin Yin smiled. By the way, did you hear what I just said, junior sister Luo? I just helped you deal with that fleeing thief, and if you truly wish to express your gratitude. He began to reiterate his previous words. No need for thanks. However, before Yin Yin could finish his sentence, Luo Qinghuan lightly parted her red lips, interrupting him. Yin Yin was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Luo Qinghuan's unexpected response left him somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? I told you to be at ease, but you're truly not at all at ease? His brows knitted tightly, hearing that the junior sister from the Xuantian Sacred Sect was of a gentler disposition. He thought that perhaps with a bit of persistence, she would relent. But, if it were not for my assistance, that thief would have escaped, and you would not have been able to absorb the Flame Spirit Sacred Spring in peace. So logically, you should offer me a share. My sword ensured he could not flee. Luo Qinghuan slightly shook her head, her tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Having spent considerable time with Su Yi, she was no longer susceptible to such moral coercion. According to Su Ye's words, she understood how to deal with individuals like him. Luo Qinghuan narrowed her beautiful eyes, her spirit sword manifesting frost. Or, do you wish to test your mettle, Brother Yin Yin? As her words fell, a tremendous pressure emanated from her petite form, a manifestation of her 5-star status in the celestial realm. 5 stars in the celestial realm. How have you cultivated so swiftly? Feeling her formidable aura, Yin Yun's expression changed dramatically as he gazed incredulously at the young girl before him. Due to the close ties between their sects, he was privy to some information regarding the Xuantian Sacred Sect. If memory served him correctly, Luo Qinghuan ranked 6th on the sacred talent list, while the 5th-ranked individual he knew was only at 2 stars in the celestial realm. How could Luo Qinghuan, the 6th-ranked prodigy, possess such overwhelming strength compared to the 5th? Ha! Junior sister Luo, you jest. The Flame Spirit Sacred Spring is certainly yours alone, and has nothing to do with me. Yin Yin chuckled awkwardly, quickly shaking his head. Although he too possessed strength in the celestial realm, it was merely at 2 stars. With a 3-tier gap in cultivation, he had no confidence in being Luo Qinghuan's opponent. However, despite his words, he did not leave. The Flame Spirit Sacred Spring was of immense significance. The Sacred Spring not only aids practitioners in enhancing their cultivation, But the layer of flame spirit fire enveloping it should not be underestimated. It holds significant utility for the techniques he has cultivated. He cannot fathom how Sister Luo could absorb the energy from the spring without also taking in the flame spirit fire. After all, even someone as adept at wielding fire as he is cannot confidently absorb it. Seeing Yin Yun relinquish his ambitions, Luo Qinghuan chose to disregard him and began to retrieve the life tokens of Lu Yu and the others. Don't forget their storage rings, Luo girl. Came a reminder from Su Yi. It's only reasonable to collect a fee for handling their remains, right? Oh, indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded, finding merit in his words, and promptly placed their storage rings into her own, not sparing even the bald cultivators. Witnessing this scene, Yin Yun was momentarily rendered speechless. Wait a moment. Was it said that Sister Luo of the Xuantian Sacred Sect was pure and kind? Why does she now seem to operate like a ruthless bandit, expertly burying bodies and seizing their storage rings? Once everything was completed, Luo Qinghuan lifted her gaze towards the distant spiritual spring, which was cloaked in flames, its waters brimming with rich spiritual energy. This was indeed the spiritual spring Lu Yu and her companions had sought, the very flame spirit sacred spring that Yin Yun had mentioned. However, it seemed that fortune favored her at this moment. Luo girl, I can sense that the heavenly soul grass lies within this spring. Furthermore, this flame spirit sacred spring is extraordinary. Indeed, it is a grand emperor-esque collection site, teeming with treasures. Absorb the spiritual energy from the flame spirit sacred spring, and I shall claim the layer of flame spirit fire on the surface for my alchemical endeavors. A quality fire can significantly influence the quality of the elixirs produced. With this fire, perhaps I can aspire to concoct a sacred-grade pill. In his mind, Su Yi chuckled and urged, proceed. Very well, Luo Qinghuan nodded gracefully, then lifted her skirt, revealing delicate feet as she tiptoed towards the spiritual spring. The water was not deep, reaching just to her smooth, fair calves. Thanks to the protection of the spiritual energy, the flames covering the spring would not harm her. Before long, she reached the center of the spring, sitting cross-legged atop the jade stone, and began to absorb the rich spiritual energy that flowed continuously from spring. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. Luo Qinghuan is decisive in her actions. Luo Qinghuan has undergone a transformation. Reward, unprecedented insight. Shall I invest? Invest. Su Yi hesitated not. Investment successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Eye of Destiny. The Eye of Destiny? Su Yi furrowed his brow. The system soon provided clarification. Eye of Destiny. Can seek the creations of heaven and earth, discover opportunities in the world, and locate the strongest opportunities within a specified range. Oh, the strongest opportunities? A flicker of delight crossed Su Ye's eyes as he stowed the Eye of Destiny away. After a considerable time had passed, in the heart of the spirit spring, the young maiden suddenly sensed an enhancement in her comprehension. Slowly, she opened her beautiful eyes and, after attuning to her own aura, her delicate face slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of melancholy. Oh, could it be that her absorption had failed? Witnessing this, Yin Yun's eyes glimmered with delight. Since this junior sister Luo had faltered, surely it was now his turn. However, at that very moment, he heard the girl let out a soft sigh, nearly causing him to spit blood in exasperation. Having absorbed all the spiritual energy in this place, she showed no signs of breakthrough whatsoever. Could it be that her recent rapid ascension through several minor realms had left her still yearning for more? Yin Yun. She absorbed all the spiritual energy. While he could also achieve this, it would take him nearly a full day. Yet this young lady had accomplished it in less than an hour. Furthermore, she had broken through several minor realms in one go, just days prior. Is that even a coherent statement? Do you treat cultivation as casually as drinking water? Seriously, who taught you to speak in such a manner? Su Yi, do you have any objections? Chapter 29. A fierce wife and a bandit husband, taking by both eating and grabbing. Yin Yun took several deep breaths before regaining his composure from the suffocating sensation. It was utterly terrifying. Compared to the girl in white from the spiritual spring, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Damn it! This prodigy shall no longer be mine. Let anyone take the mantle. Who can compete with you? Unexpectedly, Sister Luo is this formidable. But why did she act so low-key within the Xian in holy cult before? Yin furrowed his brows, puzzled. Luo Qinghuan replied, I was merely awaiting my rewards. However, now that Sister Luo has absorbed the spiritual energy from the holy spring, once she departs, the flame of the spirit will belong to me. Yin Yun murmured. Yet, he abruptly halted mid-sentence, his pupils constricting, for he suddenly witnessed the girl lean down, extending her delicate hand to touch the flames covering the spiritual spring. At that moment, within the spring, Luo, since you have finished absorbing, let brother Yi take this flame away. As Su Ye's voice fell, the girl obediently nodded, relinquishing control of her body to him. Their teamwork was remarkable. A fierce wife and a bandit husband, taken by both eating and grabbing. This also laid the groundwork for a future statement that would instigate panic throughout the entire Tianxian realm. The great demon leading the female demon, leaving no blades of grass in their wake. Although this flame of the spirit ranked 89th on the earthly flames list within the Tianxian realm, failing to breach the top 100, it was still better than nothing, barely usable for alchemical purposes. Sui murmured. He then leaned down, reaching out to touch the blazing flames covering the spiritual spring. At that moment, Yin Yun hurriedly interjected, Sister Luo, wait. This flame of the spirit ranks 89th and is extraordinarily powerful. Even someone like me, who has cultivated the flame technique, would not dare to touch it lightly. You must proceed with caution. Sui disregarded him, merely extending his finger to gently tap the surface of the spring. In the next moment, ripples spread across the water. The flames surged and began to gather into a small ball, ultimately forming a flame the size of a thumb, which darted into the girl's brow. What a joke! When Brother Yi was an emperor, what flames had he not seized and never seen? All right, Luo, move that jade aside. The heavenly soul grass we seek lies beneath it. After gathering the flame of the spirit, Su Yi relinquished control back to Luo Qinghuan, then said to her. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan promptly took a light step, standing in the spiritual spring, channeling her energy to shift the jade stone. And indeed, a small grass emanating a faint blue glow stood tall beneath it. It truly was the heavenly soul grass. Thus, the purpose of this journey could be deemed accomplished. Sui chuckled softly. Luo, we can depart now. Luo Qinghuan nodded, carefully plucking the heavenly soul grass and placing it into her storage ring before heading towards the edge of the ghost water forest. Throughout the entire episode, Yin Yun paid no heed to the distant figure, whose wide eyes and shocked expression suggested she was petrified in place. Only when the silhouette in the white dress vanished from sight did Yin Yun regain her senses, though the depths of her eyes still bore traces of profound astonishment. Did she merely tap lightly? And in doing so, absorb the flames ranked 89th on the Earth list? What, then, does it signify for me, who has toiled for decades, exerting immense effort to absorb the flames ranked 99th? Is that merely a trivial endeavor? This junior sister Luo is quite extraordinary. Moreover, she is certainly not the easy target that those others claim her to be. Yin Yun's expression turned grave, and she could not help but exclaim in wonder. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a hint of schadenfreude flickered across her face. It is said that during this discourse in the Xuantian Holy Sect, many have regarded the easy target junior sister Luo as prey. It appears they are in for a rude awakening. Upon exiting the Yu Shui forest, Luo Qinghuan spotted and ran, still patiently waiting at the same spot, not wandering about. This prompted Su Yi to reflect that this junior sister in Ran was among the few individuals in the Xuantian Holy Sect that he found agreeable. Junior sister Luo, you have returned. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan unscathed, and Ran visibly relaxed. What senior sister Lu Yu and the others? She glanced behind Luo Qinghuan, only to find the space empty. They are here, Luo Qinghuan replied, tossing and Ran a storage ring, which contained the life tokens of Lu Yu and her companions. They did not heed warnings, and even divine beings could not save them. I have avenged them by slaying their assailants. Junior sister and Ran, please take their life tokens back and report. Understood, senior sister Luo. Looking at the life tokens within the storage ring, and Ran sighed. had Lu Yu and the others heeded senior sister Luo's counsel, they would not have met such a fate. Soon, Ran departed with the storage ring in hand. Your junior sister is quite commendable. At least she is obedient and pleasing to the eye, Su Yi remarked, glancing at Ran's retreating figure. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan concurred. However, just then, Su Ye's murmurs broke the silence. Moreover, her figure seems to surpass yours by quite a margin. Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing this, the young maiden's cheeks flushed with an enchanting crimson at a visible pace. She bit her lip, her beautiful face marred by a look of deep resentment. You insufferable Su Ye. Come out. I demand a duel. I shall not emerge, but I can control your body for the duel. Luo Qinghuan. What difference does that make? It's akin to battling myself. Ha! You insufferable Su Yi. You wait. The young girl, her face flushed, issued her threats. High climb? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, his mind conjuring images of a colossal hand looming over the majestic snow-capped mountains. He could not help but clear his throat. Ahem. Luo girl, that should suffice. Ugh. The girl spat vehemently, her cheeks flushed. Get lost. After this playful exchange, Su Yi adopted a serious demeanor, stating earnestly, All right. Luo girl, prepare to follow the route I suggest. Brother Yi will lead you to uncover the finest treasures within the Kunlun realm. The finest treasures? The rosy hue on the girl's fair face began to fade as she processed Su Ye's words, a hint of confusion crossing her features. Indeed, Su Yi replied mysteriously, nodding knowingly before promptly activating the fate-seeking card. System, activate the fate-seeking eye, range, Kunlun realm. Activating fate-seeking eye. Searching range, Kunlun realm. The system has identified the strongest opportunity within the Kunlun realm for the host. As the system's voice faded, a faint glimmer of light appeared before Su Ye's eyes, seemingly guiding him toward the location of the so-called most formidable opportunity. All right, Luo girl, follow the route I provided. Okay. The girl nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. Frugality and Household Management under the guidance of Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan swiftly navigated through the secret realm. Many disciples from various sects, upon catching sight of her exquisite figure, were momentarily captivated, their eyes shimmering with awe, just as they were about to engage her in conversation. In the blink of an eye, she gracefully traversed the air and vanished from view. Witnessing this spectacle, their expressions turned to astonishment. As they observed this feat of ethereal movement, they realized she must be a formidable being at the level of a celestial sovereign. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan, following Su Yi's lead, had arrived at the depths of the Kunlun realm. There, she beheld 8 ancient bronze towers, each adorned with a heavy iron chain. A total of 8 chains converged towards the center, binding an object shrouded in radiant white light, emanating an aura of chaos that obscured any discernible presence. The guiding light of the destiny card pointed towards the sealed object. Could this be the greatest opportunity within the Kunlun realm? Su Yi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the luminescent entity. He yearned to comprehend what it was, yet the chaotic energy enveloping it rendered any perception futile. It seemed that only upon direct contact would the nature of this opportunity reveal itself. Luo girl, the object bound by these 8 chains is the opportunity we seek. Approach it a little closer, so that your elder brother Yi may see what it truly is, he urged her. Yes, yes, replied Luo Qinghuan, who had developed an unwavering trust in Su Yi. She then stepped lightly towards the radiant object. However, just as she was nearing it, a surge of powerful golden energy suddenly surged towards her. Luo girl, be careful, Su Yi quickly warned. Reacting swiftly, Luo Qinghuan activated her spiritual energy, elegantly shifting her body to evade the fierce attack. The golden energy struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a vast crater. Furrowing her brows, she lifted her gaze towards the source of the attack. There, high in the heavens, stood a young man clad in golden armor, exuding an imposing presence. He regarded her with a frown, the powerful golden energy in his hand dissipating faintly, clearly the result of his earlier assault. This individual was none other than Xuantian of the Battle Heaven Palace. HM, you are from the Xuantian Sacred Sect? To evade my strike, I must admit I underestimated you, Xuantian remarked, momentarily taken aback when he recognized the beauty of the girl in white. Initially, he perceived her as a mere pretty face, but now realized that her abilities were no trivial matter. Her evasion alone positioned her above most talented youths in the I am Xuantian, one of the 3 esteemed disciples of the Battle Heaven Palace. I apologize for the offense caused earlier. My actions were merely a defense of what you attempted to touch, as it belongs to my sect and is not to be trifled with by outsiders. His tone was laced with pride, yet devoid of any genuine apology. The Battle Heaven Palace, one of the 5 apex powers in the... Upon hearing Xuantian's words, Sui narrowed his eyes. This fellow was truly insufferable. Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows. The unprovoked aggression exhibited by this individual clearly displeased the young lady. Why would you harbor disdain for such a fine person? Sui, however, retorted with a smile. He's a good person? Upon hearing Suye's words, Luo Qinghuan paused, a flicker of doubt appearing in her beautiful eyes. How could this proud Xuantian possibly be considered a good person? Indeed, consider this. As a disciple of the War Heaven Palace, one of the 5 foremost powers, he undoubtedly possesses many valuable items. Yet, he is so generous as to share them with us. Is he not worthy of our praise? Sui remarked with a knowing smile. The young girl was momentarily taken aback, but soon wore an expression of enlightenment, grasping the essence of Suye's statement. Reflecting on it, she realized that perhaps the disciple of the War Heaven Palace was indeed a good person after all. But do not misconstrue their intentions. They were not coveting the treasures within Xuantian's storage ring. Rather, as Sui suggested, they were merely assisting Xuantian in severing his ties to worldly possessions, allowing him to focus entirely on his cultivation, a noble act indeed. Senior brother Xuantian, I believe I have discerned her identity. At that moment, a disciple of the War Heaven Palace, who stood beside Xuantian, turned his gaze toward Luo Qinghuan and suddenly recalled something, urgently calling out to her. Oh, and who might that be? Xuantian raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes as he gazed down at Luo Qinghuan with an air of superiority. The peerless talent from the Frost Sword Peak of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, Luo Qinghuan, ranked 6th among the younger generation of the sect. The disciple quickly replied. Luo Qinghuan? So she's the junior sister from the Xuantian Sacred Sect. No wonder she was able to evade my strike. Xuantian cast a somewhat surprised glance at Luo Qinghuan and then smiled, saying, I shall invite junior sister Luo to my War Heaven Palace for tea and discourse another day, as a means of apologizing for my earlier rudeness. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples of the War Heaven Palace were instantly filled with envy. Senior brother Xuantian is gaining yet another potential partner. It was well known that Xuantian often invited young women to his residence under the pretense of discussing philosophy over tea, subsequently transforming them into his companions. Moreover, the young lady before them was exceptionally beautiful and possessed an ethereal grace, far surpassing those who had come before. Truly, senior brother Xuantian was fortunate in love. Given his stature, appearance, and prowess, it was rare for a woman to decline such an invitation. I have no time. However, the next moment, the young lady's ethereal and melodious voice rang out, ruthlessly rejecting Xuantian's invitation. Wait, she actually turned down senior brother Xuantian? Disbelief flickered in the eyes of the War Heaven Palace disciples, but this astonishment quickly morphed into schadenfreude. There were indeed women who had refused senior brother Xuantian before, yet their fates had been dire. Either their families were destroyed, or their factions obliterated, ultimately becoming mere playthings of Xuantian. Is junior sister Luo disregarding the dignity of the sect? As expected, when a young lady's voice echoed, a cold glint flashed in Xuantian's eyes. Not at all, she replied, shaking her head. If Taoist Xuantian truly wishes to atone, it would be more prudent to offer something tangible. So it is. I happen to possess a golden phoenix hairpin that would undoubtedly enhance Sister Luo's beauty. A smile crept across Xuantian's face, for he had presumed Luo Qinghuan to be rather proud, yet she revealed herself to be a woman fond of vanity. Such a woman is easily managed. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade hairpin from his storage ring, adorned with a vividly crafted golden phoenix in flight. As his words lingered in the air, he extended it towards the waiting Luo Qinghuan. Is this a high-grade spiritual artifact, the golden phoenix hairpin? Brother Xuantian is indeed generous. The disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall looked on with envy at this spectacle. However, as the golden phoenix hairpin approached, Luo Qinghuan did not hasten to seize it. Instead, she enveloped it in spiritual energy, meticulously cleansing it inside and out before she intended to store it in her storage ring. Yet, it seems she found this insufficient. She selected an empty storage ring and placed the golden phoenix hairpin within it. The entire process exuded an air of disdain. Sister Luo does not intend to give it a try. Observing Luo Qinghuan dismissively tuck it away without a glance, Xuantian's smile faltered, and he furrowed his brow in inquiry. A trial? That is unnecessary. I shall take it back to exchange for some cultivation resources. The young woman shook her head. As Su Yi stated, we must seize every opportunity. I, Luo Qinghuan, am thrifty. Who knows, I might even trade it for some soul-nurturing elixirs for Su Yi. Chapter 31. The stench of Su Yi lingered as he proclaimed, You have already chosen the path to demise. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Xuantian was momentarily taken aback, his countenance darkening further. What did she say? To exchange the very gifts he bestowed for cultivation resources? While others cherished his offerings like treasures, meticulously safeguarding them, Luo Qinghuan not only displayed disdain upon receiving them, but also intended to sell them. What did she think of him, Xuantian? Luo Qinghuan, I yist. However, before he could react, the young woman gracefully turned away. Very well. Witnessing this scene, Xuantian suppressed his fury, opting not to unleash his wrath. Now that he was aware of Luo Qinghuan's identity, she could not escape. Did the Xuantian Sacred Sect dare to offend their war god temple for a mere prodigy disciple? Was this what the temple master referred to as a grand opportunity? He then gazed at the 8 towers, their chains sealing the radiant white light, his eyes shimmering with excitement. As long as he could retrieve this opportunity, he would surely earn the temple master's favor and resources, perhaps even attempt to break through to the creation realm. At that moment, he would no longer be the 3rd disciple, but could ascend to 2nd, or even 1st. As this notion consumed him, Xuantian grew increasingly exhilarated, yearning to touch the white light. Just then, a graceful figure appeared silently before the white glow, extending her delicate hand to make contact with it. Xuantian was momentarily stunned. The girl before him was none other than Luo Qinghuan, who had returned with a vengeance. By the time he grasped the situation, her slender hand had already made contact with the radiant light. He immediately called out in admonition, Luo Qinghuan, what do you think you're doing? This is the property of our war god temple. How dare you lay your hands on it? Do you seek to offend our temple? Yet the girl paid him no heed, inwardly inquiring, Su Yi, stinky Su Yi, have you discerned what this opportunity is? Not yet, Su Yi replied, shaking his head, then closed his eyes in concentration. Soon, a flicker of joy crossed his gaze. Indeed, it is connected to me. Within lies the remnant soul of the Kunlun Mirror's spirit. The Kunlun Mirror? The imperial artifact, Kunlun Mirror? A look of astonishment flitted across the girl's beautiful eyes. Indeed, though the Kunlun Mirror had vanished, its spirit's remnant soul was sealed within. If she could consume this spirit's remnant, she would obtain dominion over the Kunlun realm. Suyin nodded, then instructed. Hold off Xuantian for a moment. I will consume the remnant soul of the Kunlun Mirror spirit. Xuantian is merely at the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm, perfect for testing your recent cultivation results, Luo. With that, a golden light surged from the center of the girl's brow, unnoticed by anyone, and plunged directly into the white glow. Although Su Ye's soul resided within Luo Qinghuan, it was not incapable of emerging. The conditions were simply stringent. He could not stray too far from her, nor remain outside for too long. However, consuming the remnant soul of the Kunlun Mirror would surely suffice. All right, Luo Qinghuan lightly tilted her head, then drew her sword, its blade enveloped in frost, radiating a sharp intent. It seemed that junior sister Luo was resolute in her decision. However, that was of little consequence. I shall impart to junior sister Luo the profound truths of life on behalf of the Xuantian Holy Sect. Xuantian let out a cold chuckle, and the oppressive aura of an eighth-star celestial sovereign erupted from his body. Yet, he refrained from making an immediate move, for he had but one purpose for venturing into the Kunlun realm: to seize control of the spirit remnant of the imperial artifact, the Kunlun mirror. Xianlao, I entrust the spirit remnant to you, Xuantian murmured solemnly within his heart. In the next instant, a translucent, aged figure materialized from the bone ring in his hand. Rest assured, Sandaozi, leave it to me. The elderly man laughed heartily before dashing straight into the blinding radiance, disappearing within moments. Clearly, the Battle Heaven Hall was well versed in the methods required to command the spirit remnant of the Kunlun mirror. Thus, Xuantian had long brought along a bone ring containing the remnant of a fallen elder from their sect. Once Xianlao grasped the spirit remnant, the Battle Heaven Hall would effortlessly seize dominion over the entire Kunlun realm. Su Yi. Observing this scene, Luo Qinghuan momentarily froze, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. Su Yi remained amidst the chaotic white radiance. Would the old man's spirit pose a threat to him? Yet, this fellow was quite boastful, often prattling about how formidable her brother Yi was. Surely, he would not be vanquished by that elder? Junior sister Luo, for now. I shall amuse myself with you. With Xianlao having surged into the chaos of white light, Xuantian's previously anxious heart settled. In his view, the Kunlun mirror was already firmly in the grasp of the Battle Heaven Hall. As his voice faded, a torrent of golden spiritual energy erupted from his being, radiating an unparalleled dominance, far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. This was attributable to the prowess of his cultivation method, the tyrant's art. In the next moment, imbued with golden tyrannical energy, Xuantian charged fiercely toward Luo Qinghuan. Upon witnessing this, she suppressed her worries. She could not afford to disappoint Su Yi. Channeling her spiritual energy, her body glimmered as the sword essence of heaven and earth emerged, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had frozen. The sword intent piercingly sharp. The sword essence of heaven and earth. Xuantian's eyes flickered with gravity at this spectacle. He distinctly recalled that just a few days prior, Daozi of the Battle Heaven Hall had comprehended a trace of the sword essence of heaven and earth, which had even elicited praise from the Hall Master for his formidable talent. Yet, in comparison to the sword essence manifesting before this young woman, the Daozi's mere trace seemed trivial. Could it be that Luo Qinghuan possessed such remarkable prowess? Excellent. Junior sister Luo, you are worthy of becoming my cherished companion. A wicked smile crept across Xuantian's face, his gaze growing more fervent. Upon hearing this, the young woman furrowed her brows, a rare chill gracing her delicate features as she tightened her grip on her spiritual sword. In Su Ye's words, this Xuantian had already set himself on a path toward destruction. In an instant, the terrifying aura of the powerful celestial sovereign enveloped the surroundings, rendering the disciples of the Battle Heaven Palace breathless. Chapter 32. The Principles of the Bandit Emperor Boom. The commotion in this place swiftly captured the attention of the disciples from various sects engaged in their trials nearby. However, upon their arrival, they could only witness two figures clashing in the sky, unleashing myriad martial arts and emanating a terrifying pressure. Was this the battle of beings at the celestial sovereign realm? As the disciples beheld the two figures traversing the void and sensed the overwhelming aura, their expressions shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. That golden spiritual energy was undeniably formidable, and the figure appeared strikingly familiar. Could it be? Was that not Xuantian from the War Heaven Palace? No wonder it was so terrifying. It was indeed Xuantian of the War Heaven Palace. Upon seeing the figure brimming with golden spiritual energy, the trial disciples' expressions changed once more. They couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, he was a prodigy emerging from one of the five supreme powers. Such a terrifying presence surpassed even some elders within their sections. However, who was the individual daring to engage in combat with Xuantian? In the Kunlun mirror, someone actually dared to confront Xuantian. Did they not fear the War Heaven Palace? Soon, the curious trial disciples sought to discern the identity of the person battling Xuantian. Yet their own strength proved insufficient to clearly perceive the figure. Boom! Suddenly, in the heavens above, Xuantian clenched his fists. Countless strands of golden imperial spiritual energy coalescing within them, before he unleashed a mighty punch. The terrifying force left even the distant spectators pale-faced, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. Was this the prodigy worthy of ranking among the top 20 in the wild heaven domain? Xuantian was truly formidable. Though they were all juniors, the chasm between them and Xuantian felt insurmountable. With such a punch, the outcome of the battle seemed inevitable. Sensing the horror of that blow, the trial disciples held their breath. However, as a chilling sword intent descended, that dreadful punch was unexpectedly dispersed by the sword strike. What? It was actually one sword that neutralized Xuantian's fist technique? Witnessing this scene, the onlooking disciples' expressions shifted, their eyes widening in disbelief. It was well known that Xuantian primarily cultivated the way of the fist, and if it came to fist techniques, none among the younger generation in the wild heaven domain could rival him. Yet, that single sword strike easily countered Xuantian's proud fist technique. Could it be that the one engaging Xuantian was also a prodigy from one of the 5 supreme powers? Junior Sister Luo, I hadn't expected you to withstand this punch. It seems I have underestimated you. At this moment, after having his punch thwarted, Xuantian did not hasten to strike again. Instead, he furrowed his brow, gazing toward the graceful figure ahead. Junior Sister Luo, the one battling Xuantian, was, astonishingly, a woman? Upon hearing Xuantian's words, the trial disciples finally came to their senses, and as their gazes fell upon the individual confronting Xuantian, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in their eyes. It was a young girl in a flowing white dress wielding a sword, her beauty striking and her demeanor ethereal. She is Sister Luo from the Xuantian Sacred Sect, ranking 6th among the young prodigies of her esteemed order. It is truly unexpected that she could contend so fiercely with Xuantian from the Battle Heaven Palace. Upon seeing the ethereal young woman in a flowing white dress, disciples of factions allied with the Xuantian Sacred Sect quickly recognized her identity, exclaiming in astonishment, "What? A prodigious disciple ranked 6th in a first-rate power can battle so fiercely against the 3rd prodigy of a top-tier force? Moreover, Xuantian's strength is at the 8-star level of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, while Sister Luo has only reached the 5-star level." Hiss! As these words escaped their lips, the surrounding trial disciples couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Umph! Since Sister Luo insists on this, then I shall not be merciful. Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding trial disciples, Xuantian felt his pride pricked. With a cold snort, the full might of his 8-star Heavenly Sovereign aura surged forth. In response, the young woman said little, merely raising her sword as countless frost flakes appeared behind her, as if the very heavens could be frozen. Witnessing this scene, Xuantian's expression grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan approached with her sword drawn, a flicker of excitement blossoming within her. Is this the unrestrained battle that the loathsome Su Yi spoke of? It seems quite exhilarating. A breathtaking smile graced the young woman's delicate face, causing the nearby trial disciples to collectively draw in a sharp breath. Were it not for their insufficient strength, they would have rushed to assist Sister Luo in pummeling Xuantian. Sister Luo's smile is so sweet. Today, I finally witnessed what a pure and lovely smile truly is. However, this seemingly beautiful smile, known only to Su Yi, is far from pure and sweet. It is, in fact, the smile of a little devil. Meanwhile, within the chaotic white light sealed by the 8 towers, an ancient transparent figure searched for something. Strange. Why can I not find the remnant soul of that spirit? It was indeed Xianlao. He had been searching for quite some time, yet still saw no sign of the spirit's remnant soul. Are you looking for this? Just then, a light chuckle suddenly echoed in the silent space. Xianlao was taken aback and instinctively turned around. Not far away, a young man clad in black, with a handsome visage, was smiling at him, holding a swirling orb of golden chaos in his hand. The remnant soul of the spirit? Who might you be? At this moment, Xian Lao's brows furrowed tightly. How could there be another person here? You were able to seek out this Kunlun mirror. Could it be that you do not know who I am? However, the young man in black merely chuckled lightly, inadvertently revealing an overwhelming imperial aura. What? You? No. Could it be that the elder is the Kunlun emperor? Xian Lao's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately associated the young man in black with the Kunlun emperor, the master of the Kunlun mirror, for the imperial pressure emanating from him was undeniably genuine. Moreover, there was only one possibility for him to appear in this place. Thus, it is the lingering soul of the Kunlun emperor. He quickly bowed, addressing the elder. I am Xuantian Sect, and it is an honor to meet you, esteemed Kunlun emperor. However, before he could finish his words, the young man in black suddenly erupted with vigor, striking him fiercely in the chest. In the next moment, the vitality of this fleeting soul began to wane. Until his last breath, Xian Lao could not fathom why the Kunlun emperor would suddenly turn against him. The young man clad in black was none other than Su Yi, who effortlessly impersonated the Kunlun emperor. After all, he had once been an emperor in his past life, exuding an innate imperial aura that required no pretense. As for the reason behind his ambush, it was simple. Although Xian Lao had been reduced to a mere remnant of his soul, his power was not to be underestimated. Possessing the strength of the transformation realm, the pressing concern at present was to absorb the remnant soul of the Kunlun mirror spirit, leaving no time to squander on this old fool. Such was the consistent demeanor of the notorious emperor, striking from the shadows rather than confronting head-on, dispatching foes in a single blow without unnecessary discourse. Chapter 33. The Great Emperor Kunlun. A thrilling revelation for Su Yi. The inhabitants of the Battle Heaven Palace are truly benevolent, bestowing opportunities in abundance. Glancing at the spirit of Elder Xian, Su Yi smiled, resolved to assist him in transcending his current state. He then employed the soul technique, directly absorbing and devouring Elder Xian's spirit. Host has absorbed Elder Xian's spirit, enhancing the realm of the soul. Current soul realm of the host. 5 stars of creation. Splendid. Next, all that remains is to consume this entity. Sui nodded in satisfaction, shifting his gaze to the remnant soul of the artifact spirit in his possession. At that moment, the chaotic space around him underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into an enormous hall, within which a solitary and majestic throne emerged. Subsequently, an ancient phantom materialized upon that throne, exuding an aura reminiscent of a great emperor. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi paused momentarily, furrowing his brow. Could this individual be the great Emperor Kunlun, a remnant soul left behind after the fall of an emperor? This could prove troublesome. Although both entities are imperial souls, there exists a distinction between Su Yi and this remnant of the great Emperor Kunlun. One possesses the potential for rebirth, while the fallen soul has no such opportunity. As Su Yi contemplated how to outmaneuver the remnant soul of the great Emperor Kunlun, the ancient figure on the throne suddenly spoke. Predecessor, please take a seat. As his words echoed, a throne materialized before Su Yi, appearing far more grand than the one occupied by the ancient specter. Surprised by this spectacle and the great Emperor Kunlun's words, Su Yi found himself momentarily at a loss. When he was the formidable bandit emperor, other imperial powerhouses would indeed address him as predecessor. But had he not been reborn? Could the great Emperor Kunlun truly recognize him? Do you know me? Su Yi inquired, taking a seat without reservation and furrowing his brow. Although the majesty of the predecessor's imperial presence had long since faded, the innate aura of a bandit was unmistakable. He had heard tales of the predecessor's exploits as a bandit emperor thousands of years ago, and it was astounding to see him once more after all this time. The ancient voice of the great Emperor Kunlun seemed to carry a hint of excitement, albeit expressed in this spectral form. However, there was a tinge of melancholy in his tone as he continued. It was said that the bandit emperor fought alone against the 10 great demon emperors, and although he fell, he had slain 7 and gravely injured 3. It now appeared that the bandit emperor had indeed perished, leaving only this fragment of a soul. At that moment, Kunlun assumed that Su Yi was akin to him, merely a remnant spirit. Brother Yi is not like you. Brother Yi has connections and can be reborn. Nonetheless, upon hearing the words of the great Emperor Kunlun, Su Yi grasped the crux of the matter. Wait a moment. Thousands of years ago? Goodness. He remarked that initially, upon his arrival in this world, despite possessing knowledge of the original storyline, he found himself unable to exert any influence. It dawned upon him that he had inadvertently traversed to an era tens of thousands of years prior to the original narrative. He had arrived too early. This indicated that his reincarnation did not signify the overturning of all that transpired in his previous life. Rather, he had merely returned to the timeline of the original plot. The ruthless Emperor of Bandits was merely a figure of the distant past. Does this not imply that everything he had accumulated in his former life, such as connections, could still be utilized? This revelation brought a sense of intrigue to Su Yi, and the furrow of his brow began to relax, realizing that all his efforts in his past life were not in vain. If the predecessor wishes to take the Kunlun mirror, then by all means take it. After all, the treasures I have collected within are merely imitations of those seized by you. At that moment, the remnant soul of the Kunlun Emperor chuckled lightly. Imitating me? Su Yi frowned. When did I engage in thievery? Indeed, the Kunlun Emperor promptly corrected. It should be described as borrowing. Haha, who would have imagined that this fragment of my soul, having survived within the spirit of the artifact until now, would still encounter one whom I once revered? Perhaps it is fate that binds us, dear predecessor. The Kunlun Emperor burst into hearty laughter, as if fulfilling a long-held wish, and gradually, that remnant soul transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the mortal realm. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi felt a twinge of regret. A majestic emperor, still a mere admirer of his, ultimately met such a fate. At least don't disperse on your own. Let your brother Yi consume your soul for a moment. Su Yi shook his head. Although he could not absorb the emperor's remnant soul, the Kunlun Emperor had imparted a crucial piece of information. He had traversed back tens of thousands of years, and this reincarnation had not altered the events of that ancient time. It merely returned him to the point where the original narrative unfolded. The acquaintances he had made and the items he had borrowed from that era still remained. And those 3 individuals. In his previous life, he had slain 7. In this life, he would eliminate them all. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, referring to the 3 surviving demon emperors. However, given the passage of several millennia, those 3 must have ascended to the divine realm by now. No matter. In his past life, he had nearly annihilated them. In this life, with newfound powers, he would surely suppress them with ease. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi began to absorb the essence of the artifact's spirit. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a resounding boom echoed. As the shadows of swords flickered, the golden holy fists continued to counter the piercing sword intent. In a matter of mere minutes, the battle in the heavens underwent a dramatic transformation. Initially, it was but a fierce assault from Xuantian, with Luo Qinghuan compelled to defend herself. Yet as time progressed, Luo Qinghuan appeared to acclimatize to the conflict, even beginning to launch her own attacks. The overwhelming sword intent, imbued with the essence of the heavens and earth, relentlessly surged toward her, despite the apparent 3 minor realms of disparity between them. In the eyes of the young woman, such differences seemed non-existent. This woman is using me for practice. Quickly comprehended the situation, his heart already tumultuous with turmoil. The young girl before him, despite being merely a 5-star figure in the celestial sovereign realm, exerted pressure akin to that of the top 10 prodigies on the illustrious rankings. This was, however, to be expected. After all, even in the absence of Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan was the heroine of the original narrative, possessing extraordinary talent. With Su Ye's assistance, her prowess had become astonishingly formidable. Frosty Dance of the Dragon. At this moment, the girl murmured as her sword, imbued with icy frost, materialized in her hand. With a single sweep of her blade, a fierce sword aura surged forth, coalescing into a menacing ice dragon that roared towards Xuantian. Upon witnessing this, Xuantian's expression shifted dramatically, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Luo Qinghuan, you have forced my hand. With that declaration, he waved his hand, conjuring a pitch-black elixir that appeared in his grasp. Raising his head, he consumed it, and as a surge of dark blood emanated from his body, his aura surged dramatically. Celestial Sovereign Realm, 9 stars. Creation Realm, 1 star. Ultimately, it stabilized at 3 stars within the Creation Realm. How formidable Luo Qinghuan is, capable of compelling him to resort to forbidden elixirs. Observing this scene, the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall could not help but wear solemn expressions. When faced with defeat, resort to elixirs. The girl pouted at this sight, realizing that Xuantian was not one to play fair. Just then, a voice that filled her with reassurance echoed in her mind. All right, my dear Luo, the next steps are entrusted to your brother Yi. Chapter 34. Will you perish beneath my blades? In the vast expanse above, upon consuming the forbidden pill, Xuantian felt a tremendous surge of power coursing through him. No longer intimidated by the frost dragon, the embodiment of the girl's icy sword energy, he grinned malevolently and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Crack! Crack! The ice dragon shattered. Yet the piercing intent of the sword remained unbroken, rushing towards Xuantian like a tempest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blood armor of the Overlord. Upon witnessing this, Xuantian bellowed, and the dark blood enveloping him swiftly transformed into armor under the guidance of the Overlord's spiritual energy, barely shielding him from the girl's ferocious sword intent. What formidable sword intent comprehension! Luo Shimi, I must admit, you are the most skilled in sword intent among the younger generation of the I have encountered. However, this is merely the beginning. Once I capture you and bring you to the War Heaven Hall, I shall cultivate you as my sword servant, justifying my consumption of this forbidden pill. With a sinister grin, Xuantian's terrifying aura continued to coalesce. This is the Creation Realm. Hiss! How could this scoundrel be pushed to such a state by the Xuantian Sect's Luo Shiji? Truly, she is both beautiful and powerful. Bah! Xuantian is unworthy. When he cannot win, he resorts to forbidden pills. Moreover, he is 3 minor realms above Luo Shiji. What a disgrace. Observing this scene, the surrounding disciples of the trial frowned, inwardly cursing Xuantian's shamelessness. Compared to him, they favored Luo Qinghuan. After all, who wouldn't admire a beautiful and capable senior sister? They certainly weren't inclined towards Xuantian. As Xuantian's power surged unexpectedly, the girl furrowed her brows, pouting slightly, and huffed. Luo girl, let your brother Yi come. At that moment, a soothing chuckle echoed in her mind, Su Ye's voice bringing her comfort. Su Yi, is that you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, her furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and a smile graced her lips. Did you not encounter that old gentleman? She referred to the venerable Xianlao. Of course I did. However, he is quite amiable and bestowed upon me an opportunity. Su Yi nodded with a cheerful smile. Oh, truly? The girl raised an eyebrow, sighing lightly. He must indeed be a good person. Moreover, I also encountered the remnant soul of the Kunlun Emperor, and to my surprise, he turned out to be my little admirer, promptly gifting me the Kunlun Mirror Spirit. Such boasting. The girl scoffed, rolling her eyes. Su Yi chuckled, offering no further explanation. He glanced at the power swelling within Xuantian and praised the girl. Luo girl, you have performed admirably, battling a 5-star heavenly sovereign while being a mere 8-star heavenly sovereign without falling behind. Truly reminiscent of your brother Yi in his prime. Luo Qinghuan smiled sweetly, then waved her petite fist and earnestly declared, I've only just begun to let loose in battle. Once I accumulate more combat experience, I shall not fear him. Then, I shall leave him to you, brother Yi. Su Yi nodded in agreement, a light chuckle escaping his lips. All right, Luo Qinghuan gently nodded and obediently stepped back. Su Yi then raised his gaze to the heavens above Xuantian, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Since he has chosen to consume the forbidden pill to enhance his power, surely it is not too much for us to employ a little trickery, is it? In the next moment, the softness in the girl's eyes vanished, replaced by an icy indifference. What's this? Has junior sister Luo begun to feel fear? Upon seeing the sudden silence of the girl in white, Xuantian assumed she was intimidated, and he sneered coldly, if junior sister is afraid. You should apologize to me right now and serve me well. If you please me, Perhaps I might allow you to keep your place as my sword servant. Damn, Qin Tian truly has no shame. How despicable to threaten junior sister Luo in such a manner. The onlooking disciples seethed with anger at Qin Tian's words. The thought of such a breathtakingly beautiful girl being reduced to Qin Tian's sword servant incensed them. Yet their own lack of strength rendered their fury impotent. Is that so? However, just as the onlookers were curious about the choice the girl in the heavens would make, she parted her red lips, a radiant smile illuminating her face. And with a glance over her shoulder, she enchanted the gathered disciples, causing them to gasp in awe. She was stunning. Truly, junior sister Luo was a beauty beyond compare. How about we play a game? She proposed, her voice now far colder than before. Oh, junior sister wants to play a game with me? Qin Tian, captivated by her beauty, couldn't help but smirk at her words. I didn't know junior sister was so intriguing. What sort of game do you have in mind? With a resounding chime of a sword, the girl raised her hand, and a spirit sword materialized in her grasp, delicately held between her fingers. She then lifted her gaze to Qin Tian, her eyes as frigid as thousand-year-old ice, devoid of warmth. Let us wager on how many of my sword it will take to end your life. As her words fell, an overwhelming aura emanated from her slender form, and with a casual flick of her wrist, she sent a sword slashing towards Qin Tian. Oof. Junior sister, you truly are overestimating yourself. At this scene, Qin Tian couldn't suppress a cold snort. Perhaps he was indeed outmatched by Luo Qinghuan earlier, but now, having consumed the forbidden pill, his strength had soared to the third level of the creation realm. Controlling this little Luo Qinghuan would be child's play. However, clang, with a resounding clash of swords echoing through the air. Suddenly, Qin Tian's countenance shifted dramatically. Although the young girl before him appeared to have merely unleashed an unremarkable sword intent, he sensed a tempestuous storm surging from it, accompanied by an overwhelming dread of death that arose from the depths of his soul. Wait, how could your sword suddenly possess such extraordinary strength? In that instant, Qin Tian finally realized something was amiss. The girl before him, in terms of both power and sword intent, was on an entirely different echelon compared to before. Even after consuming a forbidden pill to forcibly elevate his strength, he felt an insurmountable sense of suffocation, as if he was utterly outmatched in the face of this girl. What is happening? This is impossible. Qin Tian's expression shifted drastically as he hastily activated his innate cultivation, summoning torrents of pitch-black blood to coalesce before him, forming a blood armor towering 100 feet in height, desperately attempting to block the girl's seemingly mundane strike. Is Qin Tian truly so afraid of death? Such an unassuming sword strike from senior sister Luo, and he resorts to this grand display for defense? As the trial disciples observed the young girl casually wave her sword, they were bewildered by Qin Tian's decision to employ the 100-foot blood armor for protection. However, the next moment, they understood the rationale behind his actions. As the sword intent descended, a resounding crack echoed through the air. The blood armor that Qin Tian had painstakingly forged collapsed in an instant. Chapter 35. Who says you dare not kill me? Alas, alas, alas. As the blood armor crumbled under the sword's intent, the trial disciples erupted in exclamations of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the girl in the sky. Sister Luo's seemingly ordinary strike harbored such terrifying power. How formidable is that wretched Su Yi? If only I could become so strong. Deep within the soul, the small spirit clad in white widened her beautiful eyes. Clang! The sword intent effortlessly shattered Qin Tian's towering blood armor and did not cease its assault. Instead, it descended heavily upon him, piercing through his body under his desperate gaze. Thud! In an instant, a ghastly wound appeared on Qin Tian's chest, revealing his pulsating heart within as he coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of death. It seems you are incapable of enduring even a single strike. Holding the sword, Su Yi looked down upon the severely wounded Qin Tian with a condescending gaze. Her eyes filled with indifference. Hiss! At this moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Who could have anticipated that Qin Tian, after consuming the forbidden pill, would have his fortunes reversed by Sister Luo's solitary strike, ending up grievously injured. This is utterly, absurdly powerful. Her breathtaking beauty alone was enough to astonish the world, but who could have imagined that Sister Luo's innate talent surpassed even her looks? Wow! At this moment, Xuantian lay on the ground, his eyes still reflecting profound fear, blood gushing from his mouth, yet he uttered not a word, his gaze fixed upon the white object ensnared by the chains in the 8 towers. As long as Elder Xian could devour the remnant soul of the weapon spirit, he had not yet lost. Are you waiting for him? However, Su Yi, aware of his thoughts, chuckled lightly and waved her hand. In the next moment, the chains of the 8 towers shattered, and the white object soared into her palm. What? Witnessing this scene, Xuantian's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting in confusion. Why did the Kunlun mirror's weapon spirit obey her? What of Elder Xian? Hadn't he entered the white light to consume the weapon spirit's remnant soul? Where the hell is he? Damn it! At this moment, Xuantian felt a surge of anxiety. You members of the Battle Heaven Hall are all virtuous people, just like that old man, bestowing upon me such a fortuitous opportunity. At this moment, Su Yi chuckled softly, delivering a silent stab to his heart. To kill, one must strike at the heart. What? Are you implying that Elder Xian? Thud! Upon hearing this, Xuantian's pupils contracted, his anger surging, and another mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. How could the girl before him, who had been locked in combat with him, possibly find time to deal with Elder Xian, who was attempting to consume the weapon spirit's remnant soul? Could it be that all of this was under her control? Luo Qinghuan, I truly underestimated you. You are indeed quite remarkable. Xuantian gritted his teeth. Thank you for the compliment, but you need not belittle yourself. At the very least, you are rather straightforward. The girl in the sky smiled as she spoke. Huh. Upon hearing this, Xuantian could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. Su Yi, you are so wicked. Luo Qinghuan teased upon witnessing this scene. Little Luo, remember that when it comes to killing, one must strike at the heart. Su Yi chuckled, though understood. Deep within her soul, the petite figure in the white dress began fervently jotting down notes. Luo Qinghuan, do you dare to kill me? I am a disciple of the Battle Heaven Hall, one of the 5 supreme forces. If you kill me, you shall be at odds with the entire Battle Heaven Hall. Do you truly believe that a mere Xuantian sacred sect can protect you? Ha ha ha. Even your Xuantian sacred sect cannot withstand the wrath of my Battle Heaven Hall. Cough. Xuantian laughed maniacally, even as he spat blood. His arrogance stemmed from the power that the Battle Heaven Hall represented. Upon hearing these words, Su Yi furrowed his brow. The Battle Heaven Hall indeed posed a challenge to both him and Luo Qinghuan at this moment. However, if he were to kill Xuantian, it was likely that not only the Xuantian sacred sect, but also the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace would intervene on his behalf, as the latter held great regard for Luo Qinghuan. Yet, if that were to happen, it would mean incurring a debt of gratitude to the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace, thus placing Luo Qinghuan in a precarious position. This thought ignited a flicker of irritation within Su Yi. The time of his rebirth was too brief, leaving scant opportunity for him and Luo Qinghuan to grow stronger. In the past, he would have effortlessly dealt with someone like Xuantian. Should the Battle Heaven Hall seek trouble, it would merely be a matter of swatting a fly. However, to eliminate so many cultivators around him would inevitably leak information. Even if he wished to annihilate them all, the sheer number would surely allow for a few to escape. The risks were too great. Luo Qinghuan, to kill or not to kill? He inquired solemnly. If Luo Qinghuan wished to proceed, then so be it. If the Battle Heaven Hall stirred up trouble, he could always employ the Emperor's Strike Experience card, delivering a blow to the Battle Heaven Hall before whisking this girl away from this desolate realm. Deep within her soul, the petite figure in the white dress fell silent for a moment before nodding earnestly. Kill. If we do not eliminate him, he will undoubtedly pursue us once he returns. Should they capture me and bring me back to the Battle Heaven Hall, I fear they will discover your existence. At that point, at worst, if they attempt to seize me, I shall choose to self-destruct, allowing your spirit to escape in the chaos. In this moment, the girl was more concerned for Su Yi, the essence residing within her body. Should they uncover Su Ye's existence, they would surely stop at nothing to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Su Ye was momentarily taken aback, warmth flooding his heart. Then he shook his head, his tone earnest. Luo Qinghuan, I will not perish, nor will you. Just then, the voice of the system suddenly rang out. Luo Qinghuan, resolute and decisive in her actions, embraced a transformation into darkness. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Great Memory Dissipation card. With the system's proclamation, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Su Ye's eyes. The system truly proved to be a timely ally. With this tool at her disposal, even if she were to eliminate Xuantian, there would be no lingering worries. After all, who could discern that they had been the ones to end his life? There was no need for any investment in this matter. It was simply to be utilized directly. What? Are you too afraid to take my life? The mocking tone of Xuantian resonated, his laughter echoing with unrestrained arrogance as he observed the girl pause. Is that so? Who claims I shall not slay you? Yet, with a soft chuckle, the girl's demeanor shifted, causing his expression to falter once more. With sword in hand, she approached, her steps light and deliberate. At that moment, to Xuantian, she appeared as a goddess of death advancing towards him. No! Please don't kill me. Chapter 36. Su Ye, have we become prosperous? With a resounding clang of a sword, Xuantian's voice, filled with despair, echoed in that moment. No, I am the third disciple of the Battle Heaven Palace. Luo Qinghuan, you cannot kill me. Xuantian glared desperately at the approaching girl wielding a sword, attempting to ward her off. Yet, he could only perceive the frosty countenance of the girl, her eyes reflecting a detached, murderous intent. All his confidence evaporated in an instant, leaving him in a state of panic. No, please, do not kill me. I will give you anything. In the next moment, the girl's sword descended mercilessly, the blade imbued with an unyielding ferocity, striking Xuantian with devastating force, annihilating all vitality within him. In the blink of an eye, his life force dissipated entirely, and until his last breath, disbelief lingered in his eyes. Hiss! The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. Senior Sister Luo truly beheaded Xuantian. You dared to kill Senior Brother Xuantian. You will pay for this. The Xuantian Sacred Sect will await the wrath of the Battle Heaven Palace. Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's act of slaying Xuantian, the disciples of the Battle Heaven Palace turned pale, desperately suppressing their fear as they attempted to threaten her. However, their response came solely from the girl's blade. Clang! Even Xuantian, who had consumed forbidden pills, could not withstand this strike. How could his lackeys hope to endure? As the sword fell, silence enveloped the area, save for the presence of several lifeless bodies. Hiss! Senior Sister Luo has silenced them. The surrounding trial disciples were left speechless, astonished by the girl's decisiveness in killing. Yet, this scene fell amiss, did it not? Wasn't it said that Senior Sister Luo of the Xuantian Sacred Sect was pure and kind, a person of benevolence? How could it be? Now, she appeared more like a ruthless female demon. Just then, the girl's cold voice suddenly resonated, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the crowd, seemingly adorned with a benevolent smile. Upon hearing her voice and witnessing her exceptionally sweet and kind smile, the trial disciples trembled in shock. Luo, Senior Sister, rest assured, we did not witness anything. Yes, we will absolutely keep this matter to ourselves and will not speak of it. To be honest, I was blind just a second ago. The trial disciples hastily assured her. Su Ye, what shall we do now? In the depths of his soul, the petite spirit in the white dress could not help but inquire. Do not worry. Your brother Yi has his methods. We shall simply erase this segment of their memories. Su Yi replied with a slight smile. Murdering to silence witnesses is far too troublesome, especially with hundreds of cultivators present. There will always be one or two that slip through the cracks, so he opted to use a memory dissipating card, ensuring they forget this incident. Erasing memories? The petite figure clad in a white dress, with crimson lips slightly parted, exuded a captivating allure. Ah, the crafty Su Yi possesses such cunning methods. Yet, as I prepare to erase this memory, I might as well seize a few more opportunities. A subtle smirk danced at the corners of Su Ye's mouth, suggesting a newfound realization. As he presented the storage ring, an eerie silence enveloped the anxious trial disciples. Suddenly, the girl's chilling voice pierced the stillness. However, before she could finish, the group of trial disciples swiftly reacted, unhesitatingly removing their storage rings and tossing them towards the girl. After all, their lives held far greater significance than these fleeting chances. Observing their perceptiveness, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. With a graceful wave of his hand, he collected their storage rings without hesitation. Ultimately, he intended to erase their memories of this encounter, ensuring they would awaken oblivious to the fate of their possessions. Lo, my dear, taking advantage of others is the essence of humanity. We must perpetuate this nature, Su Yi remarked with a grin directed at Luo Qinghuan. Indeed, the little spirit in the white dress nodded thoughtfully, her innocence rapidly being led astray. Very well, you may leave now. Suye gesturet dismissive. Thank you, senior sister Luo. Relieved, the trial disciples exhaled deeply, hastily preparing to depart. Simultaneously, Suye silently invokit. Memory dissipation, jart activated. The trial disciples have forgotten this memory. As the system's voice resonated, the trial disciples froze, their expressions shifting to bewilderment. Strange. Where am I? As confusion clouded their eyes, Su Yi waved his hand, conjuring an invisible force that enveloped them, causing spatial fluctuations to ripple around them. In the blink of an eye, the disciples vanished. Have they been transformed into living shadows? Luo Qinghuan gasped in surprise. I have mastered the spirit of the Kunlun mirror. Thus, the space it creates is inherently under our control. Is it not natural to let them exit? Su Yi explained with a smile. Moreover, henceforth, the Kunlun realm would no longer be a secret domain accessible to the cultivators of the Wild Heaven region. It would belong solely to us, with everything within it at our disposal. Huh. Upon hearing this, the little spirit in white was momentarily taken aback. Su Yi, are we now wealthy? Indeed, Su Yi affirmed with a nod. He then glanced at the lifeless bodies of Qin Tian and the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall. Luo utilized the devouring heaven demon technique to absorb their cultivation essence as well. With that, he relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a tumultuous uproar erupted. Many disciples engaged in trials within the Kunlun realm, who had been diligently cultivating, suddenly found themselves overwhelmed by a terrifying spatial force that unceremoniously expelled them from the secret realm. Furthermore, the most absurd part was, many disciples, upon emerging, discovered that their storage rings had mysteriously vanished. In an instant, lamentations filled the air. What the hell? The heavenly yuan pill I painstakingly sought after has disappeared. Damn it. The ancient divine garment I finally found, which is said to enhance one's figure. Who is the scoundrel that stole it from me? Woe is me. My cherished illustration of enchanting maidens. That cursed ultimate limited edition, which I had not even dared to unseal. Who is the wretched scoundrel that has pilfered my precious artwork? Throughout the vast domain of the desolate heavens, cries of despair echoed from the major factions. When these trial disciples attempted to enter the Kunlun realm through their respective teleportation portals, they found themselves utterly unable to gain entry. Chapter 37. A stern reprimand to an emperor? Amidst the tumult stirred by various factions, the War Heaven Palace, one of the 5 paramount powers of the Wild Sky domain, found itself equally unsettled. Within the Grand Hall, a gathering of elders from the War Heaven Palace wore expressions of grave concern. At the center of the hall lay several shattered life tokens, among which a particularly prominent golden token bore the name Qin Tian. The sight of this name deepened the frowns of the assembled elders. Could it be the life token of Sandaozi? Wasn't he supposed to be in the Kunlun secret realm? How could he have fallen? Moreover, it was known that the other 4 top powers had scarcely any prodigies entering the Kunlun secret realm, and Sandaozi had attained the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm. Among the younger generation, he was a paragon. Who could possibly slay him? As the elders of the War Heaven Palace furrowed their brows and engaged in fervent discussions, a heart-wrenching cry from a woman pierced the air. A noble lady, her skirts in hand, rushed anxiously into the hall, collapsing upon the pile of life tokens and weeping bitterly. Beside her, a middle-aged man in a green robe gently patted her back, offering words of solace. He then rose, furrowing his brow as he glanced towards a white-haired elder in the hall. This elder was none other than Qin Tian's master, Elder Tian Yuan. Elder Tian Yuan, who has wrought this calamity upon Tianer. I recall he had only recently broken through to the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm, and he possessed a forbidden pill I provided, which could elevate his strength to the creation realm for a short period. With his prowess in the Kunlun realm, he should have faced no rival, correct? This, Master Qin, I too am at a loss, Elder Tian Yuan replied, his brow knitted in concern. Qin Tian's identity is not simple. He is not only Sandaozi of the War Heaven Palace, but also the son of the ancient Qin family's head. Though the ancient clan has seen better days, its legacy should not be underestimated. My lord, I care not. If the murderer of Tianer is not brought to justice, then I shall demand the lives of all who entered the Kunlun realm today as retribution. The noblewoman's voice was filled with chilling desperation. Madam, please remain calm. Master Qin urged, his brow furrowed. Although the loss of his son weighed heavily upon him, he sought to maintain his composure. How many influential factions and sects had their prodigies entangled within the Kunlun realm? To demand their lives in exchange for Tianer, even the War Heaven Palace would hesitate to utter such words, let alone their own diminished ancient clan. Rest assured, Master Qin and Madam Qin, Tianer is not only a member of your esteemed family, but also my Sandaozi. Whoever dares to take his life would be disregarding the War Heaven Palace. Elder Tian Yuan assured, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his aged eyes. It had taken immense effort to nurture such a gifted disciple, only for him to vanish during a journey to the Kunlun realm. Very well, we shall rely on the War Heaven Palace then. Upon hearing these words, the head of the Qin family nodded. The War Heaven Palace is indeed one of the 5 great forces of the Wild Heaven domain, its strength formidable and incomparable to that of the Qin family. Just then, a voice imbued with authority resonated through the hall. Accompanying this was the tearing of space, as a middle-aged man with sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in golden robes, stepped through the rift. With his arrival, a terrifying imperial presence enveloped the entire hall. Instantly, everyone held their breath, a suffocating pressure descending upon them, invoking profound reverence on their faces. Even the previously unruly noblewoman ceased her weeping, hastily bowing her head in submission. Palace Master, we pay our respects to the Palace Master. The crowd promptly bowed in unison. This man was none other than the master of the War Heaven Palace, the most formidable force in the Wild Heaven domain, Emperor War Heaven. Rise, the Emperor spoke calmly, retracting the oppressive imperial aura. Only then did the assembly exhale deeply, their hearts filled with astonishment. An Emperor-level powerhouse, truly terrifying. Returning to the Palace Master, Qin Tian has not returned since entering the Kunlun secret realm, and his life token also. Elder Tian Yuan spoke hastily. Indeed, Palace Master, my son cannot die in vain. The noblewoman added, but was swiftly silenced by a fierce glare from the Qin family head. Silence. The Palace Master does not require advice from a mere woman. With that, the noblewoman complied and fell silent. Qin Xiaozai is dead? Upon hearing Elder Tinyuan's words, the Emperor of the War Heaven Palace furrowed his brow, and the temperature in the hall noticeably dropped. Hand me the life token. I wish to see what transpired, he commanded. Yes. Elder Tian Yuan immediately presented it, realizing, indeed, the life token is bound to Tian's soul. Perhaps it can reveal some scenes from before his demise, allowing us to discern who harmed him. In an instant, the mood in the hall shifted to one of eager anticipation as all eyes turned towards Emperor War Heaven. The Emperor took the life token, and a terrifying imperial force surged into it. The token slipped from his grasp, floating in the air, emanating a radiant light as if images were about to manifest from it. Here it comes. I shall see who possesses the audacity to lay hands on my disciple of the War Heaven Palace. Elder Tian Yuan snorted coldly, and the others in the hall turned their gaze towards him. Yet, as everyone awaited with bated breath, though the images began to materialize. They were shrouded in a gray mist, rendering everything invisible and inaudible. Palace Master, this. Elder Tianyuan and the others were taken aback. Emperor War Heaven frowned, his expression growing increasingly grave as he murmured, "How strange. I cannot perceive any memories within the live token-S soul." "What? Even you, Palace Master, cannot see?" The room fell into a gasp. Inside the grand hall, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. This was a formidable emperor. Could even the Hall Master not manage it? No matter. With a wave of his majestic sleeve, the War Sky Emperor let a command token fall to the ground. "I have once extracted a fragment of the soul of that young Qin fellow. A contingency plan devised for the unfortunate demise of these prodigious disciples. If we can locate his corpse and nurture that fragment of his soul within it for a period, he shall be reborn." Is that truly the case? Is there still a chance for Tian to return? "Thank you, Hall Master." Upon hearing these words, the head of the Qin family and the noblewoman's eyes immediately glimmered with hope. "I shall make a journey to the Kunlun realm at once to retrieve Tian's body," declared Elder Tianyuan as he promptly headed towards the spatial portal within the War Sky Hall. Elder Tianyuan departed swiftly, and he returned just as quickly. "Hall Master, it seems the spatial gate leading to the Kunlun realm is malfunctioning. I cannot enter." He furrowed his brow. Malfunctioning? At this statement, the members of the War Sky Hall were momentarily taken aback. This spatial gate was crafted by their strongest array elder, forged by a sovereign-level powerhouse. How could it possibly be broken? "I shall investigate." As the War Sky Emperor spoke, he stepped forward and vanished from sight. When the others arrived at the spatial gate, they found the War Sky Emperor frowning deeply. The gate was not broken. Rather, the spirit of the Kunlun realm had fallen under someone else's control, becoming a private possession, thus prohibiting outsiders from entering. It appears that the one who controls the Kunlun mirror is the very person who seeks to harm Qin Tian. No matter, he cannot obstruct me. With that, the War Sky Emperor stepped forward and found himself in a shadowy spatial passage. Up ahead, a faint light could be seen, marking the entrance to the Kunlun realm. However, just as he attempted to force his way inside, a young man's voice suddenly rang out. "Begone!" With that command, the War Sky Emperor was unceremoniously ejected from the spatial passage. War Sky Emperor. Chapter 38. A power capable of stirring the Emperor's heart, my lady. There is no cause for concern, with the Palace Master personally intervening, even if the Kunlun mirror has fallen into someone else's grasp. The Palace Master can tear through the void and retrieve Tian's remains. The head of the Qin family reassured the noblewoman beside him upon witnessing the War Emperor tearing through space. Yet, a shadow of doubt clouded her heart. But what if even the Palace Master? She whispered, her voice laced with sorrow. Impossible. The Palace Master is a being of immense power, one of the most formidable in the entire Wild Heaven domain. The Qin family head shook his head resolutely, asserting, "My lady, rest assured. The Palace Master will be just fine." Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and a crack appeared in the void, for which a disheveled figure was forcefully expelled. The crowd stood in stunned silence, and as they recognized the figure that had been cast out, their expressions shifted drastically, filled with confusion. "Is that the War Emperor? Palace Master, are you all right?" The members of the War Palace were momentarily taken aback, then rushed to inquire. "I am unharmed." The War Emperor waved his hand to steady himself, his brow furrowed, his gaze fiercely fixed on the spatial rift. A hint of anger manifesting in his demeanor, the Imperial might visibly coalescing around him. It was evident that being reprimanded and expelled from the spatial passage had provoked his ire. However, just as the members of the War Palace anticipated the Palace Master to unleash his Imperial might and shatter the rift, he furrowed his brow, allowing the gathered Imperial aura to dissipate entirely. "It seems I cannot retrieve Qin Tian's remains." He shook his head slightly. "I sensed a peculiar force emanating from that space. A force even I cannot fathom. What? Even a being of the Palace Master's caliber cannot discern it." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those within the War Palace turned grave, a flicker of astonishment crossing their eyes. The Qin family head and the noblewoman appeared particularly pallid, a wave of despair washing over them. The individual responsible for Tian'er's demise is so fearsome. If even the War Emperor cannot comprehend it, how can we seek vengeance for Tian'er? In that moment, the entirety of the War Palace was enveloped in an oppressive silence. The War Emperor raised his gaze slightly, his eyes growing fervent as he regarded the spatial rift. If this power could be harnessed for my own use, not only the Wild Heaven domain, but the entirety of the 9 domains would bow before me. Meanwhile, within the Kunlun realm, a graceful figure sat cross-legged upon a jade stone, her flowing hair cascading down, veiling her delicate form. As the profound essence of cultivation coursed through her, Luo Qinghuan slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Luo Qinghuan has advanced to the 7th star of the heavenly sovereign realm. The host soul realm has ascended to the 7th star of the creation realm. The voice of the system echoed continuously in Su Ye's mind. Indeed, at this pace, returning to the status of a great emperor is merely a matter of time. Having felt the strength of his soul, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Su Yi, just now during my cultivation, I seem to have heard your reprimand. What transpired? Luo Qinghuan inquired curiously, gazing at Su Yi. Nothing of consequence. Merely swatted a bothersome fly. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, though inwardly he scoffed. A great emperor? Huh? Merely having endured the 6 tribulations of the great emperor. Back in the day, your elder brother faced 9 tribulations. Now that the Kunlun mirror is rightfully his, even a great emperor must not meddle, especially with the system in place. All right, Luo girl, return to the Xuantian Sacred Sect. From now on, we can traverse the Kunlun realm at will, and all the treasures within shall belong to us. Su Yi proclaimed with a hearty laugh. We're now wealthy. The girl chuckled adorably. By the way, I have severed the connection to the storage ring we acquired earlier and placed it within your storage ring. Be sure to check for any precious treasures. Su Yi reminded, recalling something important. Understood. Luo Qinghuan replied obediently, turning on her heel and stepping forth to leave the Kunlun secret realm. Chapter 39. The unruly Su Yi as anticipated. The news of the imperial artifact, the Kunlun mirror, being seized once more reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the wild celestial domain, stirring a tremendous uproar among its inhabitants. Speculations ran rampant regarding the identity of the powerful individual capable of wielding such an artifact. Yet, despite extensive conjecture, no substantial leads emerged. Meanwhile, the true instigator of this upheaval was comfortably concealed within the sanctuary of a young girl's soul, diligently refining the flames of the fire spirit. That night, in a tranquil courtyard nestled halfway up Frostsword Peak, Su Yi was engrossed in the process of refining the fire spirit's flames, rendering them more suitable for the concoction of the sacred soul pill. The young girl sat leisurely on a wooden chair, gazing at the moon, her delicate feet playfully swaying. Soon, a thought struck her. Su Yi had mentioned that the storage rings obtained through his exploits were housed within. Perhaps it was time to peruse the treasures contained therein. If any elixirs for nurturing the soul were present, she could offer them to him. With this thought in mind, a flicker of light danced across the storage ring in her hand, and one by one, rings emerged, rapidly accumulating into a small mountain, an obvious scene of grand division. Feeling somewhat bashful, Luo Qinghuan cleared her throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Cough. What does Su Yi's matter have to do with me? Luo Qinghuan. After successfully convincing herself, she began to examine the numerous storage rings that resembled a small hill. This is a body-refining pill, and this is a boxing technique. Luo Qinghuan meticulously counted, when suddenly her gaze was captivated by a heavily wrapped tome, prompting her to investigate further. Such thorough protection must indicate something of great value. She mused, her expression resolute. She then placed the thick ancient text against her chest, channeling a bit of spiritual energy to dissolve the seals upon it. In the next moment, filled with eager anticipation, she opened the tome. Swish! A radiant golden light erupted forth. Her eyes sparkled with delight. After a brief while, as the golden glow faded, she finally discerned the contents of the ancient text. Illustrated. The girl was taken aback, tentatively flipping to another page. Instantly, the brilliance in her beautiful eyes dimmed, transforming into a dull haze as she murmured, "I am tainted. I am tainted. Oh, I am tainted." Concurrently, within the sanctuary of the soul, a resounding boom echoed as a mass of flames coalesced. With a swift motion of Su Ye's hand, the flames rapidly shrank, ultimately condensing into a palm-sized essence that merged with his spiritual being. With a sigh of relief, Su Yi felt the refining of the pill fire was complete. He intended to share this news with Luo Qinghuan, but suddenly, he caught the sound of the girl muttering despondently to herself. What's she up to now? Su Yi pondered it, momentarily taken aback. He hesitated not all, intending merely to observe what the girl would do next. He then beheld the young lady lost in thought, staring blankly at the ancient text in her hands adorned with illustrations, her eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. "Luo girl, what are you doing?" He rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. You may continue. Your brother has departed." No. I didn't tea. It wasn't me. Not at all. Come back." Upon hearing Su Yi's voice, the girl froze, and her charming face quickly flushed crimson as she hastily called him back. She felt that if Su Yi truly left, she would never be able to clear her name, even if she plunged into the Yellow River. Cough. "Luo girl, though your brother often teases you, surely you wouldn't sneak off to gaze upon such things behind his back." Admittedly, the woman depicted in the painting is somewhat older than you, but looking at it does not, so he could not help but tease with a chuckle. "I did not. How could I have known that this ancient text contained such indecent images?" The girl protested, her cheeks aflame, puffing her cheeks in righteous indignation, utterly adorable. Ha! Witnessing this scene, Su Yi burst into hearty laughter. "You scoundrel, Su Yi. Speak honestly. Did you know that this storage ring contained such lewd items? Did you deliberately trick me into looking at it?" Observing Su Ye's amusement, the girl squinted her eyes, a hint of suspicion crossing her face. "By heaven and earth as my witness, I did not. In any case, let today's events not be mentioned again. Otherwise, I shall bite you," Luo Qinghuan declared, adopting a fierce demeanor. She then disdainfully closed the illustrated ancient text, preparing to discard it. "Discard it? What are you saying? This illustrated ancient text is quite rare. Your brother should study it properly." Just as she was about to throw it away, Su Yi burst into laughter, took control of the situation, and settled into a wooden chair, perusing it with great interest. "You rogue, Su Yi, if you wish to look at it, do so with your own eyes. Do not use mine." The girl attempted to struggle, but against Su Ye's shamelessness, her efforts proved futile. Thus, within the confines of her soul, the little spirit in the white dress curled up tightly, her face nearly overripe with embarrassment. "Now I'm truly sullied." Under the moonlight, Su Yi savored the illustrations, while the little spirit's face grew ever more flushed. For this scoundrel not only looked but also loudly recited the details from the painting for her to hear. It was utterly intolerable. The following day, only 2 short days remained until the day of discourse. The entire Xuantian Sacred Sect began to bustle with activity as many disciples prepared for this significant day. For victory in the discourse would yield rewards of cultivation resources from a sect. Meanwhile, on the Alchemy Peak, one of the 8 peaks of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, along a mountain path, the white-dressed girl made her way alone toward the grand hall atop the peak, her heart filled with confusion. "You rogue, Su Yi, tell me honestly, did you sneak onto the account while I was asleep last night?" "Last night, I was tormented by this fellow. After much effort, I managed to ignore his incessant chatter about the intricate details of ancient paintings and drifted into sleep, only to awaken feeling utterly sore, particularly in my back." "No, is this truly how you perceive your elder brother? So you would never admit to such a thing. You are." Luo Qinghuan spared no mercy. "Woe is me. Dear Luo, how could you say such things about your elder brother? My heart is deeply wounded. What has become of the most fundamental trust between us? Your elder brother has taken a weeping." Su Yi expressed his profound sorrow. "Do not flee." The young girl clenched her silver teeth. Had she encountered Su Yi earlier, she might have doubted whether her words had indeed hurt him. Yet, through the passage of time spent in each other's company, she had long since realized that Su Yi was not a person at all. "Your elder brother truly intends to rest. Last night, while you were asleep, your brother massaged you throughout the night. No need for thanks, Once you locate a furnace of superior quality, I shall summon you to assist in concocting that sacred soul elixir. Su Yi stifled a yawn and soon fell silent. Massaging throughout the night, the young girl bit her silver teeth, her delicate face etched with grievance. Su Yi is truly not a person. Chapter 40. The Alchemical Furnace of the Xuantian Stage. Alchemy peaked before the Grand Hall. The appearance of a maiden clad in white instantly captured the attention of two disciples guarding the entrance. The girl's exquisite beauty and ethereal demeanor left a profound impression. Could this be Senior Sister Luo from Frost Sword Peak? What brings her to our alchemy peak? The two disciples were momentarily taken aback, then hastily approached her, bowing respectfully. We greet Senior Sister Luo. May we inquire about your visit to our alchemy peak? Greetings. I wish to borrow a furnace from the alchemy peak, the maiden replied courteously. Oh, that is certainly feasible. However, what has piqued Senior Sister Luo's interest in borrowing a furnace? One of the disciples inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Recently, I have developed a modest interest in alchemy and have taken a self-study in my spare time, she said, slightly turning her cheek. I, Luo Qinghuan, never deceive. This is all due to the relentless urging of that insufferable Su Yi. I see. May I ask what grade of furnace you wish to borrow? A furnace of at least the Xuanqi grade, Luo Qinghuan stated without a hint of hesitation. She recalled Su Yi's specific instructions that to concoct the holy soul pill, a furnace of Xuanqi caliber was essential. What? A Xuanqi grade furnace? Upon hearing this, the faces of the two disciples changed dramatically, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the maiden. To require a furnace of such a high standard. Could it be that Senior Sister Luo is capable of refining pills of the 6th grade or above? Gasp! Even among the elite disciples of Alchemy Peak, those who can refine 6th grade pills are few and far between, and they have undergone extensive training solely focused on alchemy. Yet, Senior Sister Luo has merely pursued this out of interest. Such formidable talent in cultivation is one thing, but to possess such extraordinary skill in alchemy as well? A Xuanqi grade furnace requires the approval of the elders within the hall. Allow me to report this matter, Senior Sister Luo. Please follow Junior Brother Li into the hall and await further instructions, one disciple said, indicating Junior Brother Li before hastily departing. Senior Sister Luo, please follow me, Junior Brother Li stated, leading Luo Qinghuan toward the Grand Hall of Alchemy Peak. Inside the hall, a myriad of furnaces was arrayed, with alchemical flames dancing, raising the temperature of the entire chamber by several degrees. Disciples were diligently engaged in refining their respective concoctions. As Luo Qinghuan entered alongside Junior Brother Li, the other disciples instinctively glanced up, and upon catching sight of the maiden, they were immediately captivated by her beauty. Gasp! What a stunning lady! Could she be a new disciple of Alchemy Peak? Damn! If only such a beautiful junior sister had accompanied me in alchemy training, would I have spent 3 years only to produce first-grade pills? Indeed, hith. As they beheld the ethereal beauty of the maiden in white, the disciples of Alchemy Peak could not help but drool in admiration and chatter among themselves. What are you all thinking? That is not our new junior sister from the Alchemy Peak, but rather Senior Sister Luo Qinghuan from the Frost Sword Peak. If I recall correctly, Senior Sister Luo recently advanced to the Celestial Sovereign Realm. Do you dare to address a formidable being of the Celestial Sovereign as Junior Sister? Just as the crowd was lost in their musings, a senior brother from the Alchemy Peak promptly reminded them with a hint of displeasure. What? She is Senior Sister Luo from the Frost Sword Peak? A Celestial Sovereign? Upon hearing the words of the Alchemy Peak senior brother, the expressions of the surrounding disciples instantly changed, their admiration for her becoming even more fervent. They were fond of the beautiful senior sisters. They adored those who were both stunning and powerful. After all, who wouldn't wish to enjoy the comforts of life? But what brings Senior Sister Luo to our Alchemy Peak? Surely, she must be here to commission alchemy, right? Allow me to assist Senior Sister Luo with her alchemy. You, with your meager skills at concocting first-tier elixirs? Let me take over. I have already reached the level of crafting second-tier elixirs. Fellow brothers, my dental health is poor. and the fortune teller has said that I am destined to enjoy the luxuries of life. So, let me partake in this bounty meant for senior sister Luo. Ah, why did you hit me, junior brother? Older brother, I shall help you. If your teeth are weak, let me shatter them all. Then you can enjoy your porridge just fine. Leave the soft life to me. In that moment, the disciples buzzed with chatter, each eager to impress the young lady. However, just then, an elderly voice suddenly echoed within the grand hall. Qinghuan, my dear, I hear you wish to borrow a Xuanqi-grade alchemical furnace for my alchemy peak? As the voice faded, an elder with fiery red hair slowly approached, accompanied by a smiling young man in green robes, while the disciple who first greeted Luo Qinghuan led the way at the front. That is, Elder Qi Yin, along with Brother Han Yao. And senior sister Luo intends to borrow a Xuanqi-grade furnace? What could she possibly be planning? Upon seeing the two figures approach, the disciples were momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with curiosity. Having met Elder Qi Yin, Luo Qinghuan slightly bowed in respect to the red-haired elder. Junior sister Luo, I've heard from our master that you wish to use the Xuanqi-grade furnace. Presumably, you aim to concoct a 6th-tier elixir? Brother Han Yao smiled gently at Luo Qinghuan, inquiring with a twinkle in his eye. What? Senior sister Luo is not here to commission alchemy, but to personally concoct elixirs? The Xuanqi-grade furnace must be for crafting 6th-tier elixirs? What astonishing talent! Not only has she reached the celestial sovereign realm, but her alchemical prowess is equally exceptional. As Brother Han Yao's words resonated, the crowd within the hall was left utterly astounded. Junior sister, how about I lend a hand? Though my realm and talent may not match yours, I, Brother Han, possess a remarkable aptitude for alchemy. Just recently, I managed to concoct 7th-tier elixirs. Han Yao beamed with pride, almost wearing his self-praise on his sleeve. Although he ranked 9th on the celestial rankings of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, he was confident that among his peers, he could claim the title of the best alchemist with no one daring to contest him. Oh, there is no need for your assistance, Brother Han. Luo Qinghuan let out a soft sound and shook her head. Andiao implor, prasme, du commanding me. If junior sister Luo does not require my assistance in alchemy, a mere compliment would suffice. He approached her with a smile. However, Luo Qinghuan completely disregarded him, brushing past and turning to the elderly red-haired man beside her. Elder Qi Yin, may I borrow? Hey? Han Yao stood there, frozen in disbelief. Alas, he had succumbed to his old habit once more. All he desired was a word of praise from his junior sister. It was unfortunate that the alchemy disciples regarded him as an oddity. After all, they had witnessed her unexpectedly emerging from the bath, seeking commendation, and appearing at the window while she was in the midst of her private moments. Who would dare to compliment him under such circumstances? Observing the scene, the disciples of the alchemy peak could only express their helplessness with a sigh. Of course, you may. Elder Qi Yin replied with a hearty laugh, stroking his beard, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in his aged eyes. However, before you can borrow you must first pass a test. Chapter 41. The astonishment of Elder Qi Yin. It was evident that he wished to ascertain the extent of Luo Qinghuan's alchemical talent. Very well, let us proceed, as Elder Qi Yin suggested. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. With a resounding boom, Elder Qi Yin waved his hand, and a cauldron materialized within the grand hall, featuring 10 lit fire platforms. Qinghuan, my dear, this is the cauldron used to test alchemical aptitude. The more fire platforms ignited, the greater the talent displayed. Young Han, the pride of our alchemy peak, has ignited 7 fire platforms. As soon as this statement was uttered, the previously petrified Han Yao came to life, eagerly approaching. If junior sister Luo finds my abilities impressive, feel free to praise me. There's no need to hold back. Enough, Han Yao, be quiet. Yes, master. Han Yao complied obediently. Elder Qi Yin interrupted Han Yao and turned his murky gaze upon the young girl. Let us see how many fire platforms you can ignite, my dear. Boom! However, before his words could fully resonate, a flame suddenly surged within the hall, causing the temperature to soar as 9 fire platforms in the testing cauldron were instantly ignited. 9. Witnessing this scene, Elder Qian's lips twitched involuntarily. Han Yao was once again rendered speechless. The disciples of alchemy gaped in astonishment, rendered mute by the revelation. Only 9 platforms? Yet, just as the hall fell into a stunned silence, captivated by the girl's formidable alchemical talent, she furrowed her brows in discontent. Only, upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's seemingly dissatisfied murmur, everyone present, including Elder Qian, couldn't help but mentally question her. Is she speaking a human language? Is it too few? Noticing the wide-eyed stares directed at her, the young girl felt her cheeks flush. During this period, Suyi had imparted alchemical techniques to her, asserting that alchemy was quite simple. Just ignite a fire and toss in the medicinal materials, and the imperial elixir would be forged. Having been so thoroughly indoctrinated by his simplistic assertions, she was disheartened to realize she had only ignited 9 fire platforms, still one short. After all, that insufferable Suyi claimed alchemy was a breeze. Upon hearing her words, Elder Qian spat out a mouthful of old blood. In my day, I only ignited 7 platforms, and you, a mere child, have managed 9, yet you are dissatisfied? Good heavens! The Grand Elder has fainted. Quickly, administer artificial respiration. I'll do it. My foul mouth. I should be the one to save my master. Seeing Elder Qian collapse, Han Yao rushed forward, appearing genuinely concerned for his master. However, had it not been for his words and the sight of him hastily consuming several stinky pills, the disciples might have almost believed him. Get lost, Han Yao! Elder Qian awoke with a string of curses, and at the same moment, Han Yao was sent flying by a single punch, vanishing like a shooting star. Li Feng, remember to repair the ceiling. The expenses will be charged to that scoundrel Han Yao. Elder Qian cast a glance at the large humanoid hole in the hall, and then regarded his disciple Li, who had initially guided them, with an expression of calm. Indeed. Li Feng sighed wearily, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Qinghuan, I must admit, I underestimated you. 9 lamps, such talent wasted on anything but alchemy. It is a pity you do not join my pill refining peak. Subsequently, Elder Qian's gaze fell upon Luo Qinghuan, and he could not help but exclaim in awe. I came to refine pills. What shall I do about my cultivation at the heavenly sovereign level? The young lady blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Elder Qian's heart suffered another blow. Right, I almost forgot that this girl is also a prodigy in cultivation. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that her demeanor had changed. Her words seemed to carry an unexpected weight. Has she been influenced by some ill-minded individuals? Suyi sneezed. Who called you night, brother? All right, Luo girl, you have passed the test. The alchemical furnace of a Xuanqi level is in that pill room, Elder Qian said, shaking his head and pointing to a nearby chamber. After a brief pause, he added, if you have the time, feel free to come to my pill refining peak for further study. It would be better than relying solely on me. Thank you, Elder Qian, the girl nodded, though she did not take his words to heart. After all, if Suyi learned she intended to seek Elder Qian's tutelage in alchemy, he would surely become agitated. In his words, you, Night Brother, are impressive. Why seek out an old man for guidance? She then lightly stepped forward, her graceful strides leading her towards the pill room. Upon opening the door, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped her. A towering bronze alchemical furnace, standing at least 2 meters tall, occupied the center of the chamber, while the walls were inscribed with formations, clearly to prevent any explosive backlash from the refining process from affecting the main hall. Once inside, Luo Qinghuan closed the door and softly called out to Su Yi in her mind. Su Yi, Su Yi. After several attempts, she received no response. Thus, she decided to enter her spiritual domain to see what the troublesome Su Yi was up to. As soon as she entered, she noticed a shadowy figure stealthily hiding what appeared to be a piece of clothing. In the realm of her soul, Luo Qinghuan could not discern Su Yi's true appearance, so she remained unaware of his real visage. Thus, whenever Su Yi boasted of his handsomeness, the young lady would pout in disbelief, prompting him to declare, when I reconstruct my physical form, I will be so handsome it will leave you in awe. Where are you hiding, you troublesome Su Yi? The girl narrowed her beautiful eyes, casting a suspicious glance at him. He wouldn't be up to any mischief in my mind, would he? Nothing to worry about. He merely discovered a precious treasure within the storage ring of that group. And once the alchemy is complete, your brother Yi will present it to you. Su Yi smiled mysteriously. A precious treasure? The girl furrowed her brows and shook her head repeatedly. I don't want it. The items within those storage rings are tainted. The treasure Su Yi speaks of is certainly something undesirable, perhaps even a cursed object. Su Yi chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. Very well. Let your brother Yi take the lead. Luo Qinghuan gently nodded. As the expression in the girl's eyes shifted, Su Yi's gaze slowly settled upon the alchemical furnace before him. A mystical artifact. It should be capable of supporting the creation of a sacred pill. Xuantian? He murmured, and with a grand gesture, a surge of fiery spirit erupted from the girl's brow, instantly igniting the entire alchemical chamber in flames. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Elder Qi Yin furrowed his brow, stroking his long beard, pondering what sixth-grade pill the girl Qinghuan intended to concoct, having forgotten to inquire. He then glared at the gathering disciples of the alchemy peak, who were merely spectators. What are you all staring at? A bunch of little brats? Get back to your alchemy tasks. Upon witnessing the irritable Elder Qi Yin, the disciples felt aggrieved. He was so amiable towards Sister Luo, yet so irascible with them. No wonder this old man has been single for a millennium. However, just as the disciples were preparing to immerse themselves in their alchemical practices, suddenly, with the flames roaring in the alchemical chamber, the fire within the furnace before them extinguished entirely at that moment. What is happening? The disciples were left utterly bewildered by this scene. This is... Elder Qi Yin also took note of this occurrence, his brow furrowing tightly. His old eyes filled with grave concern, suddenly recalling something. Could this possibly be the doing of the girl Qinghuan? Chapter 42. The Golden Dragon Appears. The sacred pill emerges within the alchemical chamber. Su Yi took a deep breath. As he channeled the flames of the infernal spirit into the cauldron, it ignited instantaneously, releasing a surge of magnificent energy. All right, Luo girl, I'm about to commence the pill refining. Observe closely and learn well. In the sanctuary of the soul, the petite spirit clad in white nodded eagerly, producing a notebook to take notes. Refining a pill is quite straightforward. It primarily involves the mastery of temperature and the sequence in which the medicinal ingredients are introduced into the cauldron, which together constitute a mere 20% of the process. As Su Yi spoke, he systematically added the ingredients for the sacred soul pill into the cauldron. With each addition, the fragrant aroma of the herbs intensified. And what about the remaining 80%? Is it sheer effort? Luo Qinghuan pondered aloud. No, Su Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head with a smile. It is your elder brother's innate talent. The little spirit in white blinked her beautiful eyes in response. You boast too much, Su Yi. Su Yi laughed heartily as he summoned a steady stream of spiritual energy. Flames soared within the cauldron until, seizing the opportune moment, he placed the final herb, the celestial soul herb, into the mixture. Boom! As the last ingredient was introduced, the flames engulfed it entirely, reducing all the herbs to ashes in an instant. What? Your talent is nonsense. The herbs have turned to ash. Luo Qinghuan exclaimed in disbelief. Patience, Su Yi replied enigmatically with a smile. Congeal. At his command, the flames within the cauldron suddenly receded, revealing glimmers of brilliance amidst the ashes. Luo Qinghuan gazed intently and was astonished to see a perfectly round and lustrous pill emerging from the remnants. Wait, when did it become a pill? At that moment, her expression was one of sheer amazement. She had long heard that pill refining consists of 3 steps: igniting the furnace, guiding the herbs, and forming the pill. The first 2 steps were relatively easy, but forming the pill was said to take 49 days, making it the most challenging phase. A single misstep could ruin the elixir. Thus, many alchemists prefer to take their time rather than hastily produce a pill. Yet unexpectedly, Su Yi had succeeded in mere moments, yielding a pill that was exquisite, fragrant, and flawless. Luo girl, while the world recognizes 3 steps in pill refining, they are unaware that there exists a 4th step. This 4th step is the most crucial. Su Yi continued, his voice calm and deliberate. The 4th step? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. It was her first encounter with the notion of a 4th step in pill refining. What is it? Opening the pill, Su Yi replied with a gentle smile. Opening the pill? A flicker of confusion crossed the young girl's eyes. It is quite simple. It involves seizing the essence of the heavens and infusing it into the pill you have refined, thus enabling it to manifest. He explained with a grin. Such a pill is inherently superior to those conceived through merely 3 steps. Seizing the essence of the heavens? Quite simple. Luo Qinghuan was momentarily stunned. Sometimes, she could not comprehend how that insufferable Su Yi managed to articulate words that seemed utterly nonsensical. All right, little Luo, you look splendid. Your brother Yi is about to refine a pill. As Su Ye's voice echoed, he waved his hand, and the once diminished flames in the alchemical furnace surged back to life. An explosion of golden light erupting forth from within. Boom! Simultaneously, in the grand hall, the flames in the furnaces of the alchemy disciples extinguished in an instant, as if half of the world's essence had been seized away. Witnessing this scene, Elder Qi furrowed his brow, his mind racing as if he were desperately trying to recall something, a grave expression flashing in his murky old eyes. Could this possibly be the fabled 4th step? Realizing this, he gasped sharply and turned to gaze intently at the alchemical chamber. Could it be that this was triggered by the girl Qinghuan? Inside the chamber, flames danced, and one could faintly perceive the rich fragrance of herbs wafting through the air. What? The extinguishing of the furnace's fire is somehow connected to Senior Sister Luo's alchemy? The bewildered alchemy disciples in the grand hall were momentarily stunned upon hearing Elder Qi words. However, at that moment, Elder Qi had no time to spare for their confusion. His white brows knitted tightly, his expression incredibly solemn as he focused on the chamber. Thus, the others' gazes naturally followed suit. Master, I have returned from Yuyan Peak. Elder Yuyan mentioned he would like to have tea with you another day. I declined on your behalf, considering that women only serve to hinder your alchemical prowess. Just then, Han Yao's voice unexpectedly rang out from outside the hall. Elder Qi, damn it, Master, and all my fellow disciples, what are you all staring at? As Han Yao stumbled into the hall, he noticed Elder Qi and the other disciples fixated on a particular alchemical chamber, leaving him perplexed. Han Yao furrowed his brow and glanced in that direction. The next moment, boom, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within the chamber. Following that, as dazzling golden light burst forth, an incredibly potent herbal fragrance filled the air. By the heavens, a golden legend. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. The fragrance was so rich, merely inhaling a whiff invigorated my spirit, instilling a sense of tranquility. The surrounding alchemy disciples engaged in animated discussions, in agreement with his sentiments. The fragrance of the herbs. It is extraordinarily potent. Elder Qi took a deep breath, unable to suppress his admiration. Little Luo is indeed a promising talent in alchemy. But I wonder what grade of elixir she is concocting. What? That chamber contains none other than Junior Sister Luo? Hearing this, Han Yao's eyes bulged in disbelief. Junior Sister Luo could achieve such a level during her very first attempt at alchemy. In that instant, a bold yet reckless thought took shape in his mind. Boom! Simultaneously, within the alchemical chamber, 7 golden rays shimmered, heralding extraordinary phenomena. The quality, 7 golden rays. Could it be a perfect grade 7th-tier elixir? Moreover, judging by its appearance, it seems even superior to those concocted by my own hands. Upon witnessing the radiant spectacle of the 7 golden lights, Elder Qian's eyes widened in astonishment, a profound expression of disbelief etched upon his face. Is it possible that Sister Luo, in her inaugural attempt at alchemy, has produced a perfect grade 7th-tier elixir? What astonishing talent does Sister Luo possess? Hearing Elder Qian's exclamation, the disciples of the alchemy peak collectively gasped in awe. Yet, none noticed the dazzling golden dragon swirling amidst the clouds above the alchemy peak, which soon appeared to be deliberately concealed, vanishing from sight. The emergence of the golden dragon signifies the arrival of a sacred elixir. This is not merely a perfect grade 7th-tier elixir. Rather, it is a sacred elixir. Chapter 43. It turns out that Su Yi is so powerful. Inside the alchemy chamber, Su Yi exhaled deeply, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand, causing the ethereal flames within the alchemical furnace to vanish without a trace. In the palm of his hand appeared a pill, resplendent in a deep crimson hue, perfectly rounded and exuding a fragrant aroma of herbs. "Suye, what grade of elixir is this?" the girl inquired with a curious tone, her voice bright and melodious. She had witnessed the extraordinary celestial phenomenon just moments ago. Aside from a glimmering golden light, a golden dragon had spiraled within the furnace before soaring skyward, only to be swiftly concealed by Suye's deft hand. As the saying goes, when the golden dragon appears, a sacred pill emerges. "What do you believe this elixir-esque grade to be?" Suye countered with a smile. "Sacred." "Sacred grade?" The girl in the white dress widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Even the head of the alchemy peak in their Xuantian Holy Sect could not guarantee the successful creation of sacred pill in one attempt. In the entire, perhaps only the leader of the Pill Alliance, one of the 5 top-tier factions, could confidently claim to succeed in crafting a sacred pill in a single endeavor. Yet, Suye had not only succeeded, but did so with apparent ease. Moreover, he had utilized her body, and her current understanding of alchemy was rather limited. Nevertheless, Suye had effortlessly achieved this feat. How formidable must his alchemical skills be? Then why did you conceal the celestial phenomenon while allowing those 7 golden lights to shine? Luo Qinghuan asked, her curiosity piqued once more. Concealing the celestial signs might have been an effort to avoid revealing the creation of the sacred pill. After all, while this sacred pill was crafted by Suye, to outsiders, it appeared as though she had produced it. It would be rather alarming for someone who had just begun refining pills to create a sacred one, which might lead to unnecessary speculation. She understood the principle of tall trees attract the wind. Suye was, in fact, protecting her. But why expose the 7 golden lights? Showcasing your talent without revealing everything allows the Xuantian Holy Sect to value you more, preventing undue suspicion, and grants you access to greater cultivation resources. Is that not a win-win situation? Suye explained with a smile in response to the girl's confusion. How did the bandit achieve this? Do you think this is his limit? That is a grave misunderstanding. Whenever you believe I have reached my limit, I can always push a little further, leaving others in awe yet perpetually unable to fathom the depths of my abilities. Oh, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. All right, little Luo, you should step outside now. I suspect that old man will be quite astonished, and the situation may become a bit chaotic. It would be best for your brother Yi to help you navigate through this scene first. Suye added, though the shackles of her innate pure sacred body had recently loosened somewhat, they still imposed certain limitations. Sending her to confront the astonished Elder Qian would likely result in her merely stating, I, Luo Qinghuan, never deceive. Luo Qinghuan nodded gently, feeling reassured. With that, Suye stowed away the sacred soul pill, opened the door to the alchemy chamber, and stepped outside. Inside the grand hall, although the extraordinary phenomena had dissipated, the lingering fragrance of herbs remained. Creak! At that moment, the door to the alchemy chamber was pushed open. The crowd hurriedly turned their gaze and beheld a young girl clad in a flowing white dress gracefully emerging from the alchemy chamber. Sister Luo. Upon seeing her, the disciples of the alchemy peak were filled with reverence. After all, she had successfully crafted a perfect grade 7th-tier elixir on her very first attempt at alchemy. How could they not admire her? Sister Luo, please accept me as your disciple. At that moment, Han Yao hastily approached the girl in white, bowing deeply 3 times. Indeed, he had contravened his master's orders with this decision, to seek a new mentor. Elder Qian, observing from the side, was taken aback. Do you really think I do not exist? The sudden commotion caused him to wince, a sharp pain shooting through his back. Suye thought to himself, it seems Han Yao is about to face the wrath of Elder Qian once more. In the realm of the soul, the petite spirit in the white dress could only facepalm at the scene unfolding before her. Suye, you must not agree. All right, I understand. Suye nodded, reassuring her. Turning his attention back to Han Yao, he said, very well. The little spirit in the white dress was taken aback. Did you not just say you understood? Upon hearing the girl's affirmative response, Han Yao's eyes sparkled with joy. Although Sister Luo had only recently begun her journey in alchemy, Her ability to produce seventh-tier elixirs indicated a future of extraordinary potential. By becoming her disciple now, he would surely rise to prominence in the future. After all, he had previously taken 1,000 infants as his mentors. If even one of them possessed the qualities of a great emperor, he would have an illustrious master. However, since he was now her disciple, wouldn't it be customary to present some form of a greeting gift? Sui chuckled lightly. I understand. Here are some spiritual herbs I gathered, a token of respect for Sister Luo. With that, Han Yao produced a storage ring. Excellent. Sui accepted the ring without reservation. Since you are now my disciple, let me impart to you your first lesson. You must go and pay your respects to Elder Qinghuan. Very well. Without hesitation, Han Yao turned and once again bowed deeply 3 times before Elder Qinghuan. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Get lost. Before Han Yao could finish, Elder Qinghuan's lips twitched in irritation, and with a swift kick, he sent Han Yao flying once more. This fool. Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples within the great hall exchanged glances, their faces etched with disbelief and sympathy. Brother Han Yao is being toyed with by a woman. Alas, Brother Han Yao is still so young. If it were us, we would never let a woman manipulate us like this. Brothers, I require some spiritual herbs to refine my elixir. At that moment, the sweet voice of the girl rang out, her laughter captivating everyone in the hall. Sister Luo, I have some too. Back off. No one is competing with me. I want to be Sister Luo's loyal servant. Sister Luo, take mine. In the next instant, the hall erupted into a frenzy, with disciples clamoring excitedly. Druseyu, Suye, hurry up and step down. In the depths of her soul, Luo Qinghuan felt her cheeks flush with warmth upon witnessing this scene, hastily instructing Su Yi to log off. It appeared that this fellow had come online merely to exploit opportunities. If he lingered any longer, her carefully crafted persona would surely crumble. Qinghuan, the alchemical technique you just employed, could it be the legendary 4-step of alchemy? The ability to seize the essence of the world? At this moment, Elder Qinghuan could no longer contain his curiosity. What 4th step? Luo Qinghuan slightly turned her face away. She was aware, yet could not divulge the truth. According to legend, thousands of years ago, a great emperor emerged among our kind, a figure both divine and formidable. Despite his imperial stature, he conducted himself with the ferocity of a bandit. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that he stands as the most exceptional emperor our race has ever produced. He monopolized a staggering 40% of the myriad paths. His alchemical skills were truly transcendent, and this so-called 4-step of alchemy was his unique creation. The ability to seize the essence of the world was a feat only that remarkable being would dare to attempt. Regrettably, over these millennia, no one has been able to replicate this 4th step. Elder Qinghuan sighed as he recounted the tale. Upon hearing Elder Qinghuan's words, the young girl stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. Could it be that the individual he spoke of was the insufferable Su Yi? So it turns out, that insufferable Su Yi is so formidable. Chapter 44. The mysterious sensation of Luo girl Elder Qinghuan was entirely oblivious to the enchanting brilliance flickering in the beautiful eyes of the young girl before him, unaware that the formidable being he spoke of was, in fact, residing within her very being at that moment. It is rather peculiar, however, that this great power operates in a manner utterly inscrutable. It is said that he once single-handedly robbed thousands of cultivators at a grand assembly, even launching an assault on the formidable alchemy alliance of the 9 domains, annihilating all the elixirs they had concocted, only to resell them at exorbitant prices to their original creators. Wherever he went, he instilled terror throughout the celestial realm of the 9 domains. Elder Qinghuan sighed repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan stifled a laugh, for it seemed to align perfectly with the notorious style of the insufferable Su Yi. Elder Qinghuan, you might be mistaken. This so-called 4th step of alchemy is something I am hearing for the first time as well. She gently replied, shaking her head and turning her face slightly away. Indeed, Elder Qinghuan harbored no substantial doubts. After all, thousands of years had passed, and many alchemical prodigies had emerged. It was unfortunate that none had truly grasped the elusive fourth step of alchemy. If you ever find yourself in need of rare herbs, do not hesitate to seek me at the alchemy peak. As long as I possess them, I shall not be stingy, he proclaimed, stroking his long beard with a hearty laugh. Although Luo Qinghuan was not a disciple of the alchemy peak, he was nonetheless eager to nurture exceptional talents. Thank you, Elder Qi Yin, Luo Qinghuan replied with a graceful bow. This indeed aligned with Su Ye's plans. By the way, my dear Luo girl, Elder Qi Yin suddenly called out to her before she departed. Might I have a glimpse of the elixirs you have crafted? He seemed somewhat shy as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows in concern, worried that Elder Qi Yin might discern that the elixir crafted by Su Yi was not of the 7th rank, but rather of the sacred grade. No matter, let him see it. He won't be able to see through it. A calm and confident voice echoed in her mind, belonging to Su Yi. All right, with Su Ye's reassurance, Luo Qinghuan felt unburdened. She retrieved the crimson elixir from her storage ring and presented it to him. Is this the elixir you crafted, Qinghuan? Elder Qi Yin carefully accepted it, cradling it in his palm and scrutinizing it intently. This elixir, such formidable alchemical talent. Goodness, Qinghuan, you are truly born for alchemy. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. After a lengthy appraisal, he reluctantly returned the crimson elixir to Luo Qinghuan, clearing his throat before exclaiming, Ahem, indeed. This elixir is remarkably well crafted. However, it still falls slightly short compared to my own creations. Qinghuan, you must strive diligently in your alchemical pursuits. I have great expectations for you. Is that so? At his words, the young girl accepted the elixir, a flicker of confusion passing through her enchanting eyes. The alchemist in question is none other than Su Yi. How could he possibly be inferior to Elder Qi Yin? This old fellow is merely concerned with his pride. In his mind, Su Yi crossed his arms and remarked to him. Of course. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's retort, Elder Qi Yin cleared his throat again, his old face flushing, and promptly ushered Luo Qinghuan out of the grand hall of the alchemy peak. Qinghuan, my dear, it's getting late. You should take your leave. After speaking, Elder Qi Yin hurriedly closed the hall's doors. Very well, Luo girl, return now. It's just the right time for you to consume the Holy Soul pill before the discussion conference. Otherwise, in your current state, your brother you would be unable to perform at his best. In his mind, Su Yi spoke softly. Luo Qinghuan nodded gently. However, just as she turned to leave, an elderly roar suddenly echoed from within the hall. Damn! The pills refined by Qinghuan are astonishingly remarkable. Gosh, though I am loath to admit it, the perfection of that pill is something I could never achieve even with my utmost effort. This girl's talent is truly extraordinary. Why is it that all the disciples of the alchemy peak are such dunderheads? You little rascals, if you can't refine properly, then refine until you drop. Soon, the hall was filled with the lamentations of the disciples of the alchemy peak. Hearing the commotion from within the hall, Luo Qinghuan paused for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. It seems Elder Qi Yin is indeed quite proud. No wonder he was so eager to escort her out of the hall. These words must have been weighing heavily on his heart. If Elder Qi Yin were to discover that the pill was crafted by the very person he admires, he would likely feel even more distressed. Wouldn't you agree? Stinky Su Yi, a hint of grievance surfaced on the young girl's delicate face. How could someone so impressive bully me every day? Bullying? Me? Su Yi spread his hands with an innocent expression. Your brother Yi is merely assisting you in becoming stronger. The girl scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Waking me up in the middle of the night for a massage is your idea of making me stronger, is it? Luo girl, you must understand that becoming stronger does not always manifest solely in power. It can also be reflected in one's appearance. Have you not heard the saying, I became bald but stronger? You're a girl. You certainly can't afford to go bald. Hence, it must be reflected in your figure. The girl replied. I refuse to believe that. So he thought to himself, oh no, this girl has been thoroughly led astray. I can no longer fool her. How infuriating. Who could have corrupted my innocent and pure Luo girl? By the way, Su Yi, why don't you tell me about your past exploits? I'm curious. At this moment, the young girl seemed to recall something and inquired of Su Yi, suspecting that the mysterious powerhouse Elder Qi Yin had mentioned was undoubtedly the insufferable Su Yi. This, are you pleading with me? Please, I beg of you. Ha! I want to tell you. Thus, as the young girl descended the mountain, she pouted and pleaded. Upon reaching the quaint abode, nestled midway up Frostblade Peak, Su Yi could no longer withstand her earnest entreaties and eventually relented, sharing a couple of tales. All right, little Luo, you've heard the stories now. Can you consume that sacred body pill? Su Yi stretched lazily and inquired. Luo Qinghuan nodded in contentment. For some reason, her curiosity about Su Yi and the occurrences surrounding him intensified. This peculiar sensation she could only attribute to the connection stemming from Su Yi residing within her. In the serene courtyard of the mountain's midpoint, beneath the blossoming peach tree, Luo Qinghuan, under Su Ye's guidance, seated herself cross-legged, her tresses cascading gracefully over her delicate form. She then retrieved the sacred pill from her storage ring and slowly ingested it. As Luo Qinghuan consumed the sacred soul pill, a formidable aura began to emanate from her exquisite body, seemingly fortifying her physical form. Chapter 45. Can one stand shoulder to shoulder with ancient emperors solely through physical form? The host has invested in a sacred body pill. Reward obtained. Buddha demon body pill. Su Yi sighed in relief. This crucial investment reward had finally been secured. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated once more. The Great Path Master has been triggered. Luo Qinghuan's physical prowess has significantly increased, as Luo Qinghuan's physical strength continuously enhances. When the host reshapes his body, he shall stand shoulder to shoulder with ancient emperors solely through his physical form. The system's voice echoed again. Standing shoulder to shoulder with ancient emperors solely through physical form? Upon hearing this, Su Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Having such a boon is indeed delightful. Moreover, there appears to be no limit to this. If he were to cultivate Luo Qinghuan into an emperor of physical form, then when he reshapes his own body, it might not merely be comparable to ancient emperors, but could rival divine beings. This girl is truly a treasure to him. Su Ye's gaze fell upon the young maiden seated cross-legged beneath the peach blossom tree, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Subsequently, he consumed the divine Buddha demon body pill. The host has consumed the Buddha demon body pill. The host can now gain corruption value, which can be utilized to reshape the body. After a brief pause, the girl beneath the peach blossom tree finally opened her beautiful eyes, exhaling softly as she brushed away the petals that had settled on her fragrant shoulders. She hastily inquired, Su Yi, how did it go? Did I succeed? Certainly. Su Yi nodded affirmatively. Then, should we seek out another heavenly soul grass? Why seek another heavenly soul grass? Su Yi was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his brow. Since this sacred body pill can enhance physical strength, then we should refine another one for you to consume. After all, you wish to reshape your body as well, the girl stated earnestly. Hearing this, Su Yi could not help but chuckle, teasing her. The sacred body pill is ineffective if one refines it for themselves. The girl's delicate face scrunched in concern. However, after a moment, she clenched her little fist, her expression resolute. Then I shall strive to improve my alchemical skills. I will refine this sacred body pill for you. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi burst into laughter, warmth flooding his heart. No need. Your brother can reshape his body without relying on just a single sacred body pill. Su Yi shook his head with a smile, then shifted his tone. Or perhaps, after hearing the illustrious tales of your brother, you are eager to behold his handsome visage? And no, not at all. The girl's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly shook her head in denial. All right, Luo girl, it is getting late. In a couple of days, the debate day will arrive. Do you wish to attend the debate conference in such an unkempt state? Su Yi chuckled. Unkempt? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. Then, as if recalling something, she raised her hand and took a sniff. In the next moment, her charming face turned beet red. Ugh, how foul. Enhancing one's physical prowess is akin to returning to one's original state, expelling the impurities within the body. This is a natural process. Suye applying it. Luo Qinghuan nodded her small head. You must not log in secretly. Recalling the mischief from the last encounter, she remained cautious this time. All right, are you certain? Oh, Suye, never dijive. Luo Qinghuan. This statement sounds quite familiar, with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. She gracefully rose and made her way toward the bathing spirit pool. However, before long, a delicate, indignant voice echoed from the pool. You digit fu Suye. You tricked me again. Tricked you? Hee. I am now Luo Qinghuan, not Su Yi. You. After her bath, Su Yi reminded Luo girl. Within your storage ring lies the precious treasure I mentioned before. Seemingly recalling something, he hurriedly prompted. Luo Qinghuan pouted but still took a glance. What is this? Upon discovering the item, Su Yi referred to within her storage ring. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she held an exquisite ice blue silk garment. This is an ancient divine attire that can alter one's form and enhance. The figure of the wearer, Su Yi remarked with a knowing smile. I shall not wear it, the girl retorted stubbornly. Is that so? Su Yi chucked, not pressing the matter further. As night fell, a bright moon hung high in the sky. In a small courtyard on the mountainside, within the fragrant confines of a young lady's chamber, a small head suddenly peeked out from under the thick blankets. Stealthily surveying her surroundings and finding no signs of movement, she quietly called out a few times, Suye. Suye, Suye? After receiving no response, the girl cautiously retrieved the ancient divine attire from her storage ring, snuggled back in her blanket, and began to don it with soft, rustling sounds. Once she completed her task, she tucked herself in and drifted off to sleep peacefully. In a realm of spiritual essence, Su Yi, clad in black, observed this scene with a smile. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, heralding the commencement of the discussion conference. As the host faction for this grand event, the Xuantian Holy Sect had invited nearly every prominent force across the eastern wilderness. This discussion conference was poised to be the largest and most rewarding in its history. Many disciples of the Xuantian Holy Sect were eager to seize this opportunity. Excelling in the conference could elevate their standing within the sect, making it possible to be favored by the elders and accepted as direct disciples. Meanwhile, other prodigies from the eastern wilderness sought to showcase their abilities and earn the generous rewards established by the Xuantian Holy Sect. At this moment, the gates of the Xuantian Holy Sect swung open, and the protective barriers were activated. Countless formidable auras descended upon the location, with numerous powerful cultivators soaring across the sky. They all headed towards the preaching platform established by the Xuantian Sacred Sect. In an instant, the platform was teeming with people, filled to capacity with the formidable talents and elites from various sections. Meanwhile, at Frostsword Peak, in a small courtyard halfway up the mountain, a young maiden clad in a flowing white dress descended and made her way towards the preaching platform. Chapter 46. A gathering of talents, the focus of attention in the depths of the mountains. A colossal stone platform, spanning several thousand meters, emerged, adorned with countless intricate formations where a rich essence of Tao continuously surged forth. This was the Tao discussion platform. At this moment, the area surrounding the platform had become a bustling sea of humanity, with numerous disciples and elders of the Xuantian Holy Church congregating here. Accompanied by the sound of air being torn asunder, seats around the platform rapidly filled with formidable talents from various factions, creating a lively atmosphere. The Tao Discussion Conference hosted by the Xuantian Holy Church had essentially invited all factions, great and small, from the eastern wilderness, though notably excluding the 5 top-tier powers. After all, these elite factions were far too proud to lower themselves by attending a discussion hosted by a sect of lesser strength. Furthermore, they deemed that the talents from the other factions were unworthy of engaging in discourse with their top-tier geniuses. This situation was nothing new to the powerful figures of the various factions, who instead saw the absence of the elite talents as a boon, as it significantly alleviated the competitive pressure. Currently, the Tao discussion platform was filled to capacity, with only the remaining 3 first-rate factions from the eastern wilderness yet to arrive. Suddenly, a blazing fire descended from the heavens, crashing onto the platform and sending sparks flying. As the flames dissipated, a group of cultivators clad in white robes, adorned with fiery patterns on their sleeves, revealed themselves to the crowd. They hail from the first-rate faction, the Xuantian Holy Sect. Gasp! Even the revered Yang Hua has arrived. As the fiery blaze faded, a sense of awe flickered in the eyes of the powerful figures within the Tao discussion platform. The leader of this group was none other than the sect master of the Xuantian Holy Sect, possessing the terrifying strength of a holy lord. Among them was Yin Yun, the fourth on the Xuantian Holy Sect's genius ranking, who had seemingly recently advanced to the 3-star heavenly sovereign realm, making him a standout among the youth of the vast wilderness. It appeared that the Xuantian Holy Sect had come well prepared. Just as the powerful figures from various factions were engaged in discussion, a flying sword, measuring 100 feet in length, tore through the void. The formidable sword intent made it immediately clear that it was from the Heavenly Sword Sect. As a sharp sword energy pierced the air, the powerful figures instinctively lifted their gazes. Ha ha ha! Yang Hua in the past. You, in your Xuantian Holy Sect, were always the last to arrive at the Tao discussion conference. Why is it that this time you are the first? Could it be that you are eager to meet your beloved UG? Laughter erupted amidst the crowd. In an instant, the 100-foot sword descended onto the Tao discussion platform. From the blade, a tipsy old man, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist, leaped down, followed closely by 2 identical sword attendants, with a throng of disciples trailing behind them. It was none other than the master of wine and sword from the Heavenly Sword Sect, yet another formidable holy lord. Beside him were the twin disciples, Qin Jian Yi and Qin Yijian, ranked second on the Xuantian Sect's list of prodigies, apart from the sect's sword fanatic. Among the younger generation, these 2 brothers are undoubtedly the strongest, though they possess merely a 2-star strength in the heavenly sovereign realm. When their twin swords unite, they could likely triumph even against a 5-star heavenly sovereign. Witnessing this scene, the young elites from various factions atop the discussion platform could not help but feel an immense pressure. Master Zhujian jested. Saint Yanghua, he said with a hearty laugh while waving his hand dismissively. Now that Yu Ji has become the leader of the Xuantian Sacred Church, she surely has no lingering sentiments with me. I am old, so I shall refrain from interfering in the affairs of you youngsters. Master Zhujian removed the gourd of wine from his waist, took a hearty swig, and chuckled while shaking his head. Your words are but a jest, Master Zhujian, came a deep voice. For one as powerful as you, a saint sovereign, your lifespan extends for a full 10,000 years. You are far from being old. At that moment, a heavy voice resonated. The crowd turned to see a colossal figure, akin to a mountain, making his appearance on the discussion platform, accompanied by a group of muscular disciples. It was the Mountain Sect's leader and the young leader, Wang Yu. To their surprise, the young leader of the Mountain Sect had come to this discussion. Upon seeing this, the powerful figures atop the platform widened their eyes in astonishment. It seemed this discussion conference would be far more riveting than in the past. With this, all the factions from the Eastern Wilderness had gathered for the discourse. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the wait. Shortly after the arrival of the 3 major first-rate factions, a gentle female voice rang out. A graceful figure clad in a purple qipao appeared. It was Yu Ji, the leader of the Xuantian Sacred Church, followed by 8 imposing figures, the heads of the 8 peaks of the Sacred Church. Oh, Leader Yu Ji, please have a seat. She gestured gracefully, inviting the powerful elites to sit. As the host of this discussion conference, she began to outline its rules. This conference will consist of 2 parts, the discourse and the enlightenment. As the host, the Xuantian Sacred Church will present its prodigies as challengers, and those who emerge victorious shall be rewarded. With Yu Ji's words, a figure in green attire appeared on the discussion platform. He clasped his hands in salute and offered a slight smile to the gathered crowd. I am Yi Qingyi, the eldest disciple of Qinghua Peak. It is an honor to meet all fellow friends. It was Yi Qingyi, rumored to possess terrifying strength. He had already reached 4 stars in the heavenly sovereign realm, ranking among the top 3 on the Xuantian Sacred Church's prodigy list. His prowess would surely present a formidable challenge. Upon seeing the figure in green, the other prodigies atop the platform frowned. Even those from elite factions, such as Wang Yu and Qin Jian, displayed a trace of solemnity. The Xuantian Sacred Church had dispatched 2 prodigies. Who could the other one be? Surely not one of the top 2 prodigies? Could the Xuantian Sacred Church be so ruthless? How would one even engage in discourse under such circumstances? As the distinguished talents engaged in fervent discussions, a delicate figure clad in white gracefully appeared on the debate platform, her melodious voice resonating like the tinkling of silver bells. I am Luo Qinghuan, the senior sister of Frost Sword Peak. It is a pleasure to meet all esteemed friends. Upon seeing the young maiden, Yuji could not help but feel a flicker of trepidation in her beautiful eyes. Surely, the formidable guardian was silently watching over the girl at this moment. There was also a hint of envy. After all, not everyone is privileged to be protected by such a terrifying presence. It is senior sister Luo. How beautiful she is! I have long heard of senior sister Luo's exceptional talent and stunning beauty from Frost Sword Peak, but witnessing her in person today confirms the rumors. As the maiden in white made her entrance, the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect gathered around the platform erupted into a frenzy of admiration. Junior sister Luo. Observing this scene, Yi Qingyi could only shake his head in resignation. Even he envied junior sister Luo's popularity. Indeed, wherever a beauty goes, she is bound to be the center of attention. However, despite senior sister Luo's formidable strength, she possesses a gentle heart and is not adept at rejecting others. If everyone were to choose her, no matter how powerful she is, it would be impossible for her to excel in every path. Such a scenario could lead to her eventual downfall. In that moment, the members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were filled with concern. Senior sister Luo. Among the crowd in the viewing area, Enrant's gaze was laden with worry as it fell upon Luo Qinghuan. Oh, the 6th on the talents ranking? Is it Luo Qinghuan? Yet, in the next moment, the talents for various forces seemed to have reached a silent agreement, all turning their attention towards the maiden in white on the debate platform. Chapter 47 Thus, Qinghuan readily acquiesced. The tomb of an old acquaintance? I, from a great blade sect, humbly request Sister Luo to discuss the art of the blade. I, from the heavenly fragrance sect, Miao Inin, implore Sister Luo to engage in discourse on the art of music. The voices of inquiry continued to resonate. An ever-increasing number of prodigies turned their attention to the young woman upon the discussion platform. Compared to Yi Qingyi, who ranked among the top 3 prodigies, it was evident that this young woman, ranked 6th, would be more manageable. Moreover, it was widely known that Sister Luo of Frost Sword Peak was amiable, and it would not be unreasonable to expect her to show some leniency. Witnessing such a multitude of prodigies approaching for a discussion, Qin Jian, Qin Yijian, and Wang Yu exchanged glances before making their way forward. From the Heavenly Sword Sect, Qin Jian and Qin Yijian request Sister Luo to engage in a sword discussion. Wang Yu, the young master of the Mountain Gate, also beseeches Sister Luo to discuss with her physical prowess. As these words were spoken, an uproar erupted on the discussion platform. It was unexpected that not only 2/3 of the prodigies had chosen to engage with Luo Qinghuan, but even the prodigies from the 2 foremost factions opted for her as well. Ahem. Dear friends, please do not look at me like that. I did not encourage these 2 young rascals to bully that girl. Perhaps the young lady also practices the sword, hence her desire for a friendly exchange. Observing this scene, Master Jiu Jian cleared his throat awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Maiware may have taken a liking to that little girl. I must say, she is indeed strikingly beautiful. Even I find her quite enchanting. The Mountain Sect's master laughed heartily at his side. Yin, why do you not go and meet that little girl? The holy venerable Yang Hua glanced at Yin, who remained stationary, and inquired. Upon hearing this, Yin quickly shook his head vigorously, meekly responding, I would prefer to choose Brother Qingyi as my opponent for the discussion. Ha ha. It seems that my disciples from the Xuantian Holy Sect possess a gentlemanly demeanor, unwilling to bully a young girl. Upon hearing Yin's words, the holy venerable Yang Hua couldn't help but laugh heartily, quite pleased. Ah ha ha. Yin chuckled awkwardly. Pa, what gentlemanly demeanor does he possess? He has merely witnessed Luo Qinghuan's formidable prowess in the Kunlun realm. Ranked 6th among prodigies? Huh. Who says that being 6th is inferior to 3rd? Although Yi Qingyi is a 4-star heavenly sovereign, the terrifying strength exhibited by Sister Luo that day reached 5 stars. Furthermore, he still remembers. A group of fools still thinks to challenge Sister Luo? Soon, you shall witness her terrifying capabilities. Yin Yin crossed his arms, wearing a look of schadenfreude, clearly anticipating a spectacle. At this moment, nearly all eyes on the discussion platform were fixed upon the young woman in white, keenly curious as to how she would respond to such impudent requests for a discussion. Sister Luo, we have traveled thousands of miles to the Holy Sect solely for the purpose of discourse. You would not deny us this simple request, would you? Wang Yu and the other prodigies reiterated. As the words of Wang Yu and others reached her ears, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows. In the past, she might have felt lost and perhaps would have unwittingly acquiesced. However, now, her crimson lips parted, ready to speak, when suddenly the voice of Su Yi echoed in her mind. Luo girl, you should agree. Yet the paths they discussed are not my forte. The young maiden's brows knitted together in concern. With your brother Yi here, what is there to fear? So you chocolate likely. Why refuse such an opportunity for cultivation that comes knocking at your door? As the champion, if Luo Qinghuan triumphs in the debate, she too can gain access to these cultivation resources. Why not seize it? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the young girl felt significantly reassured. She nodded gracefully, then lifted her enchanting gaze, her exquisite face breaking into a radiant smile, leaving the onlookers momentarily spellbound. In terms of beauty, it seemed that no woman present, not even the Moon Princess, could rival the young maiden before them. Since my esteemed friends are so inclined, I shall acquiesce, she declared. Following her words, the debate platform erupted into a chorus of astonishment. What? Sister Luo has indeed agreed. Oh dear, what shall we do now? No matter how formidable Sister Luo is, she cannot possibly master all 3,000 paths, can she? Moreover, the dual swordsmanship of the Sword Sect stands among the finest in the entire wasteland domain, and the Scion of the Mountain Gate is no trifling opponent either. They are formidable adversaries. As the realization that the young girl had indeed agreed sank in, the disciples of the Xuantian Holy Sect frowned and sighed. The die was cast. There was no turning back now. Were they truly to witness Sister Luo relinquishing the sect's cultivation resources? At that moment, from a high platform of the debate stage, the voice of the Moon Princess resonated once more. I forgot to mention to everyone, the individual who performs most outstandingly in this debate will gain the qualification to enter the divine weapon secret realm of our Xuantian Holy Sect. Upon this announcement, the debate platform fell into a profound silence, followed by a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. What? Qualification for entry into the divine weapon secret realm? It is said that among the first-rate powers in the entire wasteland domain, there are only 2 slots for entry. Those who excel in the debate can gain a chance. As the powerful figures from various factions processed this information, their expressions shifted dramatically, eyes alight with fervor. What? Moon Princess, you cannot be jesting. That qualification is exceedingly precious. Even the likes of the Xuantian Saint and the Master of Wine and Sword looked at the Moon Princess in bewilderment. Adding a bit of flair will only make the debate more exciting, will it not? The Moon Princess smiled. The stakes seem rather high. The Xuantian Saint and others chuckled wryly, then took a deep breath. Moon Princess, do not blame us if our disciples unleash their full potential. The secret realm of divine weapons. What is this? Sui furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the name. Although he had once been an emperor, it had been tens of thousands of years since his fall, and the passage of time had rendered him unaware of certain matters. It is said that this was the site of an emperor's demise, filled with countless forged divine weapons, with sacred and imperial artifacts in abundance. It has even been reported that some have encountered semi-divine artifacts within that realm. As long as one gains the recognition of the trial, they may take a divine weapon out with them. However, the number of those who can enter is exceedingly scarce. Even a first-rate force like the Xuantian Holy Sect possesses only 2 spots. Hearing Su Ye's doubts, Luo Qinghuan softly explained in his mind. What? The fall of an emperor. Abundant divine weapons. Could it be the old man of divine weapons? Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Suyi's expression shifted. Throughout the 9 realms, if there were a place of demise filled with divine weapons, Sui could think of no one but that old blacksmith. This so-called secret realm of divine weapons. Could it truly be the tomb of his old acquaintance? Chapter 48. What is the murmuring about? I cannot comprehend. Let's add more. Life and death are but a vast uncertainty, a grand dream. Sui sighed. After countless years, it was astonishing to realize that even the old blacksmith had succumbed to fate. One must understand that in the past, even the emperors of the 9 domains yearned for the divine blacksmith to forge an unparalleled imperial weapon for them. How could such a remarkable figure also fall? What transpired in this world over the millennia? Are any of my old friends still well? Suye, what troubles you? Upon hearing Suye's sudden silence within her mind, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a wave of sorrow emanating from the dark recesses of her soul. It is nothing. Suyi shook his head gently, murmuring softly, Luo, my dear, perform admirably at the Tao conference. We must venture into the realm of divine weapons. The young girl paused, her eyes wide. This was the first time she had witnessed Suyi, typically carefree and irreverent, exude such seriousness. She quickly inquired with caution, Suye, is there something within the divine weapon realm? Merely the tomb of an old friend. Ah. Upon hearing this, the girl became flustered, realizing she had inquired about a matter best left unspoken. She wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words, appearing utterly bewildered. Luo, it is fine. I merely wish to pay my respects to an old acquaintance. Observing her disarray, Suyi smiled gently and continued, It is all right. I will ensure that you earn the opportunity to meet old friends through your exemplary performance. At his words, the girl clenched her small fist, her face brimming with determination. For Suyi, you must not hold me, Luo Qinghuan, in contempt. Simultaneously, a group of brilliant young talents on the Tao platform suddenly froze. Sensing the overwhelming aura that surged from the girl nearby, they blinked in confusion. What is happening? Who has provoked her? Ladies and gentlemen, since the stakes have been raised, let the Tao conference commence, Moon Princess announced with a light-hearted smile. Immediately, the sounds of discourse filled the Tao platform. Aside from the eloquent discussions of the disciples from various factions, ordinary disciples were also granted the privilege to engage in discourse. However, nearly all gazes were fixated upon the maiden in white. Can this disciple from the Xuantian Holy Sect truly articulate such profound thoughts? How shameless these fellows are. A group of grown men teaming up to bully a girl. If they possess courage, let them confront that dandy over there. Indeed. Yi Qingyi. What a perplexing scene. In an instant, the crowd of cultivators outside the Tao platform erupted in indignation. The prominent figures within the Tao platform, however, disregarded the jeers. As long as they could triumph in discourse and acquire cultivation resources, they would employ any means necessary. Esteemed friend from the Xuantian Holy Sect, would you not join me in a discussion? Yi Qingyi inhaled deeply, glancing at Yin Yun. Norus. Yin Yun waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the discussion platform nearby. After all, what could be more intriguing than the spectacle at hand? He yearned for a captivating performance. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi followed his gaze, landing on the girl in the white dress, his brows knitting slightly. It appears that brother Yin is quite concerned about Sister Luo. Not all, Yin Yun replied, shaking his head. Why should I be concerned for someone as formidable as Sister Luo? My concern is naturally reserved for the weaker ones. I have merely prepared a collection of medicinal elixirs for healing wounds and restoring one's Tao heart, intending to sell them to any fellow cultivators in need. Once I make a handsome profit, I shall engage in discourse with Brother Yi. Yin Yun rubbed his hands together, impatience evident in his demeanor. Ever since witnessing Luo Qinghuan's terrifying prowess and prodigious talent in the Kunlun realm, he was aware that many exceptional individuals would likely select the seemingly easy target, Luo Qinghuan, as their opponent in this discussion conference. When the time came, they would soon discover her formidable nature, as they found their Tao hearts shattered and questioned their very existence. He would seize the opportunity to emerge. selling his restorative elixirs at an extraordinary price, thus reaping significant rewards. Yi Qingyi interjected, "Does Brother Yin believe that Sister Luo will emerge victorious?" Are you unaware of Sister Luo's capabilities? Yin Yun's surprise was palpable. How could Yi Qingyi, a disciple of the Xuantian Sect, be oblivious to Sister Luo's prowess? Wait a moment. This only further indicates that Sister Luo possesses profound depths. She is far from the innocent and benevolent figure of legend, certainly a cunning individual. With this revelation, Yin Yun inhaled sharply, his mind racing as he reached a decision. Once he profited from selling his Dao Heart restorative elixirs, he must share the spoils with Sister Luo, a 3-7 split. He would take 3, and Sister Luo would claim 7. No, perhaps a 2-8 division would be wiser. After all, he could be led to ruin by Sister Luo's cunning in due time. Sister Luo's prowess? Yi Qingyi seemed momentarily taken aback, somewhat perplexed. If one were to assess strength, should it not be he, ranked 3rd on the Xuantian Sect prodigy list, who was more powerful? Ahem. Yin Yun cleared his throat, unwilling to elaborate further, his gaze shifting once more. Observing this, Yi Qingyi retained his curiosity, but chose not to press the matter, following his gaze instead. At that moment, on the discussion platform not far away, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a burly man stepped forth from among the other prodigies, his fists clad in gauntlets forged from mysterious iron. He advanced slowly, directing his gaze toward the seemingly delicate girl before him, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. King Ming of the Iron Fist Sect requests that Sister Luo engage in discourse through the art of fist fighting. Upon hearing this, the onlookers' gazes converged on the platform, their expressions filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the members of the Xuantian Sect harbored concerns. The girl appeared fragile, and given Sister Luo's temperament, would she truly resort to such a brutish form of martial arts? Please proceed. The girl met King Ming's gaze with her beautiful eyes, nodding lightly. Although she had not practiced martial arts, the astute Su Yi remarked that all 3,000 paths belonged to the same origin. Furthermore, given her exceptional comprehension, she could learn rapidly. At this moment, as Su Yi listened to the girl's inner musings, he pondered, "What is this girl babbling about? I cannot comprehend. Let us enhance her. The primordial energy, let us allocate 500 points to martial arts." The primordial energy is a unique force generated from Luo Qinghuan's cultivation of the devouring heaven demon technique, which consumes and assimilates the essence of the origin. This primordial essence can transform into any form of energy, such as martial arts, sword intent, alchemical techniques, or forging skills, thus enabling an elevation in those areas. As of now, after devouring the primordial essence, the young girl has accumulated a formidable 7,000 units of primordial energy. This is more than sufficient for her to enhance her abilities at will. Boom! As Su Ye's words echoed, the girl suddenly felt a flow of martial intent circulating within her body. What is this? Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Before she could fully grasp what had transpired, the enhancement had already been applied. Luo girl, your brother Yi has assisted you in comprehending a fragment of martial intent. Although it is not substantial, it is more than adequate to defeat this fellow, echoed Su Ye's gentle laughter in her mind. Chapter 49, A Most Fortuitous Coincidence. Thank you. Upon hearing the words of Su Yi echoing in her mind, the young girl momentarily froze, her gaze imbued with a naive clarity, and she instinctively replied. Su Yi mused. This girl seems rather dazed. Her descent into darkness is not yet complete. I must continue to deepen it. Under the guidance of the host, Luo Qinghuan has comprehended the essence of martial arts and has reached a state of profound understanding. The host's martial prowess has ascended to the pinnacle of perfection. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated within Su Ye's mind. Thank you for what? What is our relationship? You must be hoping your brother Yi will assist you with a massage, right? Su Yi retorted with irritation. I forgot. The girl pouted, contemplating a rebuttal. However, she realized that if this fellow were to secretly take control and bully her, she would have no chance to resist. After some thought, she decided it was best to remain silent. Furthermore, She had secretly donned that ancient divine garment. If the loathsome Su Yi discovered her while he was administering a massage, he would undoubtedly mock her. Yet, in truth, her worries were entirely unfounded. Apologies, Sister Luo. At that moment, Wang Meng took a deep breath, his rugged voice resonating as he clenched his iron fist, a formless power of the Tao coalescing within his grasp, manifesting the essence of martial creation. In discussions of the Tao, it is generally only mastery of the path that is considered irrespective of one's own realm. Such formidable martial prowess. Wang Meng of the Iron Fist sect has likely achieved a modest level of mastery in his martial arts. One can only wonder how Sister Luo from the Xuantian Sacred Sect would respond. As this scene unfolded, the audience surrounding the discussion platform was riveted. However, Wang Meng's advance was swift, and his momentum was equally rapid. Luo Qinghuan gently clenched her delicate fists, allowing no opportunity for Wang Meng to escape. With a graceful step, she appeared before him in an instant and unleashed a powerful punch. Su Yi had said, if one could defeat an opponent in a single strike, there was no need for prolonged engagement. He argued that this was for the opponent's psychological well-being. If one could vanquish them in an instant but chose to toy with them instead, they would only feel humiliated. This was duly noted in her little notebook. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding boom, Wang Meng did not even manage to touch Luo Qinghuan, his eyes flashing with bewilderment. He then felt the overwhelming force of her punch, which sent him crashing heavily against the stone wall. Afterward, the young girl sweetly smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Wang Meng was left in a state of shock. He had diligently studied martial arts, only to find himself defeated without even delivering a blow. He didn't even comprehend how the girl had appeared before him or how she had thrown that punch. What, then, had been the purpose of his years of training? Was he merely a jester, eliciting laughter from the crowd? The more he pondered, the more he felt an inner turmoil, as if something within him were gradually fracturing. At that moment, a young man in a red robe appeared beside him, smiling as he patted Wang Meng on the shoulder, offering him a comforting gaze. He then retrieved a pill from his storage ring. "This is a pill to stabilize your heart in the Tao, Brother Wang Meng. Please take it." Wang Meng was momentarily taken aback, deeply moved as he accepted the elixir and swallowed it whole. Just after he ingested it, he noticed the young man in the red robe extending his hand. 10,000 spirit coins. The stabilizing heart pill, 10,000 spirit coins. At that moment, tears finally streamed down Wang Meng's face. The surrounding cultivators were equally astonished. What was that punch just now? Such forceful and decisive technique. Has Senior Sister Luo truly reached the realm of harmonious convergence in her fist techniques? Who would have imagined that Senior Sister Luo was also studying the art of boxing? Poor Wang Meng, he just happened to cross paths with a master of this discipline. As the onlookers returned to their senses from the young girl's swift punch, they couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling both astonishment and sympathy for the unfortunate Wang Meng. It must be mere coincidence. Wang Meng simply had terrible luck. The talented individuals on the platform consoled themselves with this thought. Is it not possible for Luo Qinghuan to study the fist technique while also mastering the paths of all the others? However, the situation escalated. The Blade Sect's lead Dada invited Senior Sister Luo to discuss the art of the blade. Su Yi interjected, "What are you babbling about? I can't understand. Add some flair. Little Luo, let me teach you the fiery blade technique." After a single strike, the girl smiled sweetly. "Thank you." Then, Miao Yinin from the Heavenly Fragrance Sect requested, "Senior Sister Luo, might we discuss the art of music?" Su Yi retorted, "You think you can claim the title of musical sovereignty with a pipa? Add some flair. Among all instruments, the suona reigns supreme. Little Luo, let me teach you a tune on the suona that can entune all for eternity." And so it went. Every time a prodigy discussed their art, Su Ye's urging echoed in Luo Qinghuan's mind. Initially, the other prodigies insisted this was mere coincidence. Coincidence? This is just another coincidence. What on earth? If one coincidence is mere chance, how do we explain the repeated occurrences? Are you even serious? How can you master every path? With each successive coincidence, the prodigies could no longer contain themselves, their composure shattered. I only have a slight understanding. Upon hearing the desperate outcries of the other prodigies, The girl's cheeks flushed, and she replied softly. In that moment, her blush eclipsed all despairing remarks. As soon as those words escaped her lips, many prodigies spewed blood, their hearts shattered. What do you mean by a slight understanding? Good heavens! Senior Sister Luo is this powerful? Even the members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were taken aback. They were aware of Senior Sister Luo's remarkable aptitude, having reached the realm of the Heavenly Sovereign, and her swordsmanship was formidable, yet they had not anticipated her to be so exceptionally versatile. On the high seat of the discussion platform, even the leaders of the major factions were momentarily stunned. The Master of Frost Sword Peak wondered, have you been secretly nurturing this girl? The leader of Moon Yin Peak, one of the 8 peaks, turned with a perplexed expression, glancing at the Master of Frost Sword Peak. The Lord of Frost Sword Peak, an elderly woman with hair as white as snow, could not help but let out a bitter smile upon hearing the words of the Lord of Moon Yin Peak. You are well aware of the temperament of the girl Qinghuan, who prefers solitude. How could I possibly provide her with special attention? The Lord of Moon Yin nodded in agreement. Moreover, at that moment, the exasperated voice of the Lord of Frost Sword Peak resonated once more. Even if I wish to give her special treatment, I lack the means. Or rather, who among us possesses such comprehensive skills? The figures present, including the esteemed Yang Hua Saint, Master of Wine Sword, and the Sect Master of Mountain and Rock, exchanged glances, each feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of tension, Yu remained remarkably composed. Was this not expected? After all, one must consider who that girl's protector is. With such a formidable guardian offering guidance, subduing these talented individuals is merely a matter of course. Ah, it appears your esteemed sect has produced an extraordinary talent, remarked the Master of Wine Sword, stroking his long beard and squinting his murky, aged eyes. However, it seems the next event will be a duel of swordsmanship between the twin disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect and that young girl. With these words, the gaze of the various leaders once again shifted to the high platform. 2 figures emerged from the discussion arena, striding toward the young lady in white. Is that the twin disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect? What does their simultaneous appearance signify? Are they intending to join forces? How brazen! Witnessing this scene, the crowd atop the discussion platform frowned in discontent. Heavenly Sword Sect, Qin Jian E, requests Sister Luo to engage in a discussion of swordsmanship. The two spoke in unison towards Luo Qinghuan, followed by Qin Jianyi's jovial addition. My brother and I practice the twin sword technique, and only through the fusion of our blades can we achieve the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I believe that since Sister Luo seeks to explore the strongest path, it is only fitting that we present our utmost prowess in this duel. Sister Luo, you have no objections, I trust? At this proclamation, the surrounding crowd erupted in indignation, vehemently condemning the shamelessness of the two. Indeed, swordsmanship is most fearsome, and without spiritual energy to bolster it, its ferocity is difficult to unleash. I propose that we engage in a free-for-all duel, utilizing not only our swordsmanship, but also our realms of power, Qin Jianyi added. Upon hearing this, Su Yi chuckled. The earlier occurrence was merely coincidence, yet this moment seemed to align perfectly with fate. The greatest strength of the girl lay in her swordsmanship and her realm of power. Why provoke her with such foolishness? In the realm of souls, Su Yi settled onto a small stool, fully prepared to witness a captivating spectacle unfold. Chapter 50. Su Yi's turning enemies into friends. What? Not only must the twins collaborate with Senior Sister Luo in a duel of swordsmanship, but they are also expected to employ their profound realms? This feels rather unfair, does it not? Although these two are merely at the second star of the Celestial Sovereign Realm, their combined swordplay can even defeat those at the 5th star. How shameless! Truly, how utterly shameless! Upon hearing the words of Qin Jianyi and Qin Yijian, an uproar erupted within the discourse arena, with numerous cultivators expressing their discontent towards the actions of the two. On the elevated platform, Moon Princess furrowed her brows slightly. Ahem, esteemed Moon Princess, I cannot be blamed for this. Master Jiao Jian interjected with a cough, hastily clarifying, these two have been inseparable since childhood, even going to the restroom together. Their sword intent diminishes significantly when apart, and they are prioritizing that girl, hence their decision to approach as a pair. Is that so? Moon Princess inquired, her delicate brow knitting further as her gaze fell upon the young girl in white on the discourse stage, eager to see how she would respond. At that moment, not only she, but nearly all eyes on the stage were fixed upon the girl. Even Yin Yun, who had previously held confidence in Luo Qinghuan, now wore a frown. Despite her formidable prowess in the Kunlun realm, she was still only at the 5th star of the celestial sovereign realm. And this so-called twin sword combination posed no fear to a 5th star celestial sovereign. How would senior sister Luo respond to such an audacious demand? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the girl lightly nodded her head. Then, a glimmer of cold light flashed through her jade-like hand, and a spirit sword materialized within her grasp. She gazed at the two and softly remarked, "Very well." Gasp! Senior sister Luo actually agreed. Oh my! She is truly too kind, unable to refuse these two ingrates. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd sighed. It was already rumored that senior sister Luo of Frosword Peak was both beautiful and benevolent, and today's encounter confirmed that reputation. This girl is perhaps too kind, excessively pure. Her innate pure holy body is indeed formidable. No wonder the divine palace values her so highly. On the elevated platform, Moon Princess crossed her arms and sighed inwardly. With the existence of this innate pure holy body, it would only facilitate the supreme forgetting emotion palace in gaining complete control over the young girl. In that case, we are grateful to junior sister Luo for her cooperation. Truthfully, we did not wish for it to come to this, but we hold senior sister Luo in such high regard that we must give our all. Qin Jinny smiled, exchanging a knowing glance with Qini Jin, both their eyes glinting with a hint of triumph. They then produced their spirit swords from their storage rings. Luo girl, it seems you 1T require assistance from your brother Yi. Will you? In his mind, Su Yi leisurely stretched. No need. My swordsmanship is quite formidable. The girl shook her head, clenching her small fists in a fierce demeanor. Then, her beautiful gaze fell upon the two, and her red lips parted. Since you two brothers value Qinghuan so highly, then Qinghuan shall also give her utmost effort. I hope I do not offend you, my esteemed brothers. The aura of the 2nd star of the celestial sovereign erupted forth, and at that moment, the spiritual sword in hand glimmered with a sharp brilliance. As the sword intent flowed, two individuals simultaneously unleashed their blades, directing two streams of sword energy towards Luo Qinghuan. The twin swords fusion. To everyone's astonishment, they commenced their assault with their most formidable technique. Witnessing the two streams of sword energy intertwining, they merged into a single blade. A colossal spiritual sword stretching 100 feet in length, saturating the entire debate platform with this fierce sword intent. Such formidable sword intent. While individually their prowess might not be remarkable, the fusion of their twin swords led to a terrifying surge in their might. They clearly intended to deny sister Luo any opportunity to respond. Observing this scene, the audience on the platform furrowed their brows. Rest assured, Moon Princess, these two know their limits, Master Jiujian said, casting a glance at the worried Moon Princess beside him, offering a reassuring smile. Indeed, Moon Princess nodded. If Luo Qinghuan were to suffer any harm, it would prove difficult for her to explain to the Supreme Forgetting Love Palace. After all, Luo Qinghuan's fate was pivotal to her ambitions of ascension and the ancient path to divinity. Such formidable sword intent. Among the younger generation of Frosword Peak, none possess sword intent that can rival the twin swords. The master of Frosword Peak remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. Peak Master is jesting. After all, our Heavenly Sword Sect dedicates its entire strength to the study of the sword path, and you are merely one of the 8 peaks of our esteemed sect. Achieving such results is commendable, Master Jiujian replied with a smile, though a trace of pride lingered in his words. Then, he turned his gaze towards the young girl on the debate platform and shook his head. This girl is indeed strong, but unfortunately. However, before Master Jiujian could finish his thought, a tremendous aura suddenly erupted from the girl in white. With a light step, she soared into the air, appearing before the 100-foot spiritual sword in an instant, extending her jade finger to lightly tap it. Buzz! In the next moment, a ripple emerged upon the surface of the 100-foot spiritual sword. To the incredulous astonishment of Qin Yijian, and the surrounding spectators, the blade abruptly turned its sharpened tip, now aimed at its original wielders. Qin Jiani and Qin Yijian exchanged bewildered glances. This girl possesses remarkable comprehension. In the realm of the soul's abode, Su Yi, savoring the soul elixirs Luo Qinghuan had procured for him, watched the unfolding spectacle with a tinge of envy. Had I possessed such an extraordinary talent in my previous life, none of the 10 demon emperors would have escaped my grasp. Yet it mattered little. The stronger this girl became, the stronger he would grow. To his surprise, she had mastered the technique of turning enemies into allies so swiftly. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This skill was one he had imparted to Luo Qinghuan in recent days, its function as literal as its name suggested. In the heavens above, the girl lightly tapped the hilt of the 100-foot sword with her jade finger, her crimson lips moving as she uttered a single word. Go! Boom! In the next moment, the 100-foot spiritual sword plummeted fiercely towards Qin Jiani and Qin Yijian. The power exhibited was immense, the sword intent sharp and fierce, far surpassing what had just been unleashed by several folds. How could this be possible? Witnessing this, the expressions of the two individuals shifted dramatically. They could not comprehend how the sword intent they had wielded was now being manipulated by the young maiden before them, turning against them. With no choice but to brace themselves, they unleashed a series of fierce sword strikes in response. What is happening? How is senior sister Luo able to control the sword intent of the twins? Observing this scene, the onlookers on the debate platform were utterly captivated, exclaiming in wonder. Clang! Several strands of sword intent clashed heavily with the towering spiritual sword, the sound of their collision resonating throughout the entirety of the platform. Qin Jian and his companion exerted considerable effort to finally subdue the towering spiritual sword. However, before they could even catch their breath, an exquisite figure suddenly materialized before them. Chapter 51. The tower that emerged from the soul's Dantian, the young maiden wielded her sword with a swift motion. Though her sword intent appeared ethereal, it concealed a terrifying power. What? The 8th star of the heavenly sovereign realm. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the maiden's delicate form, Qin Jian and his companion's expressions shifted dramatically. Their eyes filled with astonishment as they raised their swords in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. However, in the next instant, with a soft murmur from the maiden, Frostblade Dragon, her sword intent transformed into a menacing frost dragon, crashing fiercely into the two men. With a splatter of blood, they were forcefully thrown onto the debating platform, rendered unconscious. The seemingly formidable twin disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect proved no match for a single strike from the maiden. Indeed, the place where the soul is housed. Observing this scene, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. This was as it should be. The girl truly embodied the fierce spirit of a great emperor. Previously, he had always dispatched his opponents with a single strike, for only in this manner could he prevent them from utilizing their hidden trump cards. It was not that Su Yi feared their hidden abilities. To him, it would merely be a matter of delivering an additional blow. The reason for dispatching them swiftly was to ensure they wasted their trump cards. What was there for him to seize? Surrounding the debating platform, an eerie silence fell. As all present stood in shock, they gazed incredulously at the maiden in white, who was slowly sheathing her sword. What? Senior Sister Luo has reached the 8th star of the heavenly sovereign realm. In an instant, the expressions of everyone around, whether disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect or the elite talents from various factions who had come to debate, shifted dramatically as they collectively inhaled sharply. The 8th star of the heavenly sovereign realm. Such a level of power could rival the unparalleled prodigies of the 5 foremost factions. This, Senior Sister Luo has actually attained the 8th star of the heavenly sovereign realm. Yi Qingyi's expression was one of sheer astonishment, as he, ranked 3rd on the prodigy list, had only barely reached the 4th star of the heavenly sovereign realm, while junior sister Luo, ranked 6th, surpassed him by 4 minor realms. Unbelievable, unbelievable, unbelievable. At this moment, the most shocked was Yin Yun. He had thought he understood just how extraordinary Luo Qinghuan was, yet the maiden before him shattered his perceptions once more. Wasn't junior sister Luo only at the 5th star of the heavenly sovereign realm during her time in the Kunlun realm? In less than 10 days, she had once again broken through? Yin Yun's mind was a whirlwind of questions. This was utterly absurd. On the high platform, the other 7 peak masters of the Xuantian Sacred Sect stood in astonishment, their eyes wide as they looked at the Frostblade Peak Master. You old rascal. You've secretly harbored such a gifted disciple, and you even kept it hidden from us. The Frostblade Peak Master stammered. I had no idea. Meanwhile, the Moon Princess's eyes were filled with gravity, as the strength of Luo Qinghuan signified the growing power of the formidable being who protected her. Cough. This sword intent is truly the mark of an exceptional swordsman. At this moment, the aged eyes of the master of the sword, filled with a glimmer of admiration, gazed upon the young maiden. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Moon Priestess, might I borrow this young girl for a few years at the Heavenly Sword Sect? In no time, her sword intent shall undoubtedly reach an astonishing level." The Moon Priestess, observing the girl's striking beauty and exceptional talent, mused that she would be a splendid match for the Holy Sect's scion, suggesting a union that would further solidify the ties between their sections. Meanwhile, the esteemed Yanghua Saint took the opportunity to chime in. There is no need for further speculation. However, the Moon Priestess shook her head, her enchanting gaze resting upon the girl as she replied softly, "Qinghuan has already caught the attention of the Divine Palace, and for reasons I cannot divulge. Of course, she merely invoked the name of the Supreme Emotionless Palace as guise. After all, with such formidable powers at play, it would be tantamount to courting death for her to allow Luo Qinghuan to engage in any endeavors." What? The Divine Palace? The Supreme Emotionless Palace? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yanghua Saint and others shifted, their faces reflecting profound astonishment. The Supreme Emotionless Palace, one of the 5 foremost powers of the Desolate Heaven region, an elite force composed entirely of women, had unexpectedly set its sights on Luo Qinghuan. Realizing this, Yanghua Saint chuckled awkwardly, conceding that since Luo Qinghuan was valued by the Supreme Emotionless Palace, any romantic inclinations would be strictly prohibited, and moreover, their Holy Sect's scion was hardly worthy. Suye, how was that? Wasn't he impressive? On the debating platform, the young maiden gradually sheathed her sword, seemingly unfazed by the astonished gazes of those around her. Eagerly, she boasted to Su Yi in her mind. Impressive indeed, Su Yi generously praised, his smile radiating warmth. Yet, compared to Brother Yi, there remains a slight gap. Insufferable Su Yi. The girl pouted, fists clenched, vowing silently to take revenge once Su Yi regained his physical form, assuring herself that she would take a hearty bite out of him to feel truly satisfied. Simultaneously, a voice echoed within Su Yi's mind. Luo Qinghuan showed no mercy. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 darkening points. Luo Qinghuan triumphed over her foes with a single stroke. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 darkening points. Luo Qinghuan stunned the audience. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 darkening points. As the system notifications continued to resonate, Sui found himself endowed with a total of 1,000 darkening points. He distinctly sensed the emergence of a small tower within his soul's core, approximately 9 stories tall. What is this? Upon beholding the tower, a flicker of confusion crossed Suyi's eyes, accompanied by a sense of déjà vu, though he could not discern the reason behind it. Just as he pondered the purpose of this small tower, he witnessed the darkening points, intended to reconstruct his physical form, transforming into wisps of dark energy that flowed into the tower within his soul's core. Astonishingly, this influx of 1,000 darkening points barely filled a corner of the first level. Could it be that in order to reshape one's physical form, the darkness value must fill this 9-tiered small tower? The Tower of Demonic Ascendancy and the Demonic Body Pill appear to be interconnected. Upon witnessing this scene, Sui could not help but speculate. The system swiftly confirmed his thoughts. It seems that to reconstruct the physical form, This amount of darkness value is insufficient. Sui furrowed his brow. As Luo Qinghuan's degree of corruption increases, her actions can expedite the acquisition of the host's darkness value. At this moment, the system thoughtfully added. Sui nodded slightly at this information. It is now your turn, senior brother. Luo Qinghuan lifted her gaze towards Wang Yu, who was not far away. All the other prodigies had completed their discussions, leaving only him. Wang Yu fell silent for a moment, sensing the girl's formidable aura. He gritted his teeth, summoning all his courage. What is there to fear about being at the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm? At worst, I will utilize all my hidden cards. Tell my father that I, Wang Yu, am no coward. Luo Jr.'s sister, I concede. In a fit of rage, Wang Yu expressed his frustration. Chapter 52. Is she afraid they won't die? Pursuing and killing? Wang Yu was not foolish. Engaging in a fight one could not win was not valor. It was sheer folly. Losing face was one thing, but sustaining an unnecessary beating was quite another. Surrendering meant merely losing face, but what was face? Could it be consumed? Rather than mustering the courage to engage in discourse with the girl before him, it was evidently simpler to summon the courage to concede. As Wang Yu's words fell, an uproar erupted around the debate platform. No one expected that he would forego even an attempt and directly choose to concede. With the young master of Mount Yu conceding, it was clear that in this debate, Luo Qinghuan emerged victorious. Were there any other prodigies present who wished to challenge her? At that moment, on the elevated platform, Yuji lifted her gaze towards the assembly of prodigies and inquired in a calm tone. Upon her utterance, an unusual silence enveloped the debate stage. Yuji paused for a moment, then realized that nearly all the prodigies had just been bested by the girl in the white dress. She hastily announced, "Since there is no one left, we shall consider Luo Qinghuan as the victor." Having spoken, her beautiful eyes fell upon the young girl. "Qinghuan, once the debate concludes, you may proceed to the main hall to claim your reward." "Thank you, Secmaster," Luo Qinghuan replied with a gentle nod. "Qinghuan, I did not anticipate that you possess such profound understanding of the Tao. It truly surprises this Peak Master," remarked the Master of Frostblade Peak, his gaze also directed at the girl. In response to the Peak Master, "I merely have a slight comprehension," Luo Qinghuan replied, her cheeks flushing slightly with modesty. After all, it was Su Yi who had aided her in grasping these principles. Upon hearing the girl's humble words, the assembly of prodigies, who had just consumed the heart-stabilizing pill purchased from Yin Yun, coughed up fresh blood, their resolve shattering once more. A mere slight comprehension was enough to surpass their lifetime of efforts. They would likely never wish to hear those two words again. "Ah, fellow Taoists, are you all well? Did I perhaps exert too much force? After all, it was merely a slight comprehension. I did not expect such power to arise from it," the girl frantically explained, witnessing the bloodshed around her. Strange. That wretched Su Yi had clearly stated that he had only assisted her in a minor understanding of the Tao, nothing more, merely reaching the level of slight comprehension. Upon her declaration, the prodigies erupted in a torrent of blood once more. "Damn! Is she afraid we won't die? Is she still pursuing our demise?" Gasping at the scene, those from Xuantian Sacred Sect inhaled sharply. How could this seemingly innocuous girl resemble a female demoness? "Enough! Qinghuan, no need to say more. Please step aside and rest while awaiting the second enlightenment phase of the debate." Yuji quickly interjected, fearing that if the girl continued, the prodigies from various factions in the Eastern Wilderness would meet their end that day. "Yes, Secmaster." Luo Qinghuan nodded, and then moved to the side to rest. As she approached, the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect around her gazed at her with admiration, promptly making way for her. Sister Luo is truly formidable. She single-handedly contended against the myriad talents of the Eastern Wilderness. Meanwhile, the discussion segment on the discourse platform continued, though it lacked the previous excitement. Once Yin Yun and Yi Qingyi finished their debate, he hurried over, despite bearing the bruises from Yi Qingyi's earlier reprimand. His face, though battered, was alight with a smile. "Sister Luo, oh no, Sister Luo." He waved at Luo Qinghuan, even adjusting himself to stand properly. Luo Qinghuan gazed straight ahead, ignoring him. "Why are you not acknowledging him, Luo girl?" Sui raised an eyebrow, glancing at the bouncing Yin Yun beside him. Last time, this fellow tried to snatch my belongings. I have no desire to engage. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. Suyi pondered, does this girl hold grudges? Will she also be keeping a record of my actions, waiting for the moment to reclaim her dignity once I am reborn? The thought elicited a smile from Suyi. When he is reborn, if she dares to retaliate, the outcome shall be singular, a counterattack. Regardless of whether one is an emperor or a deity, they would all suffer the consequences. This fellow has brought us a fortune. Since she chooses to ignore him, let Knight Brother take the lead. Suyi chuckled, his words laden with meaning. A fortune? The girl paused, then nodded slightly. Then you go ahead. That might not be appropriate. Suyi scratched his nose. Why not? Luo Qinghuan questioned. After a moment, hearing someone's mischievous laughter, she finally realized, her face flushing crimson, transforming into a vision of steam as she bit her silver teeth. Her beautiful eyes misting over. Wretched Suyi. Shameless scoundrel. Get out of my mind, you yellow waste. Ha ha. Suyi laughed heartily. Thus, the daily teasing of Luo girl was complete. As the saying goes, one must seize the opportunity to tease the little white rabbit. What if, by the time Luo girl turns dark, she retaliates against him? All right, let Knight Brother handle it. As Suyi's words fell, the girl's previously shy demeanor shifted to one of cold composure. She had just observed that Yin Yun was an unequivocal rogue. To deal with such a merchant, it required the intervention of a fierce bandit like him. Sister Luo. Sister Luo? Yin Yun continued to call out. What is it? Suddenly, the girl lifted her gaze, her piercing eyes fixed on him. Feeling her stare, Yin Yun's expression changed, overwhelmed by a chilling and suffocating pressure that seemed to envelop him. It took him a moment to recover. What just happened? Was that merely an illusion? After a brief pause, he shook his head and spoke. I have come to discuss the division of spoils with Sister Luo. He then recounted the events that had transpired. I see. So, you mean to propose an 80-20 split of these spirit coins? Sui narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Yin Yun nodded obediently. Then I suggest that you, fellow Taoist Yin Yun, hand over all the ill-gotten gains to me. You are aware of the Crimson Flame Elder of my Xuantian Sacred Sect, are you not? He specializes in alchemical elixirs. Should he discover that you dare to purchase elixirs on his territory, I fear it would be quite difficult for you to leave unscathed. After all, the Crimson Flame Elder is quite fearsome. What? Such a thing exists? Yin Yun's expression shifted dramatically. If you do not believe me, just watch, Suyi replied, turning to glance at the platform where Elder Yin Yun stood, smiling as he waved at the Crimson Flame Elder. Qinghuan, my dear. Upon noticing the girl greeting him, the Crimson Flame Elder's face immediately brightened with a smile, and he waved back. Seeing this, Yin Yun attempted to greet him as well. However, just as he extended his hand, the smile on the Crimson Flame Elder's face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Yin Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the old man truly objected to his purchasing elixirs on his territory? Hiss! Would he want to strike me? Otherwise, why would he smile at Sister Luo, yet appear so stern and intimidating towards me? Then, I shall give all these spirit coins to Sister Luo. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Luo. Yin Yun gritted his teeth, resolved, and promptly handed over all the ill-gotten gains to the girl before him, sign that girls are truly wonderful. Then raised his empty hands to indicate to the Crimson Flame Elder in the distance that all was given to her. Seeing this, the Crimson Flame Elder displayed a look of confusion. What is this foolish boy doing? Yin Yun was completely unaware that the Crimson Flame Elder treated all disciples with that stern demeanor, revealing only a warm smile for the exceptionally gifted Luo girl in alchemy. Unbeknownst to him, the Crimson Flame Elder was also a part of Su Ye's little scheme. Just then, as the first round of the discussion concluded, Yu Ji on the platform turned to the crowd and spoke softly. Next, we shall proceed to the second round of the discussion conference, the Enlightenment phase. Chapter 53. The soul-subduing coffin and Su Ye's buffet. As the voice of Yu Ji resonated, all eyes on the discussion platform turned toward the high stage. Luo girl, take good care of these spirit coins. They will prove useful in the future. Your brother Yi has finished his turn, Su Yi advised, relinquishing control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. After all, spirit coins, as a form of currency in the Tianxian continent, can be utilized to purchase various resources for cultivation, martial arts techniques, and spiritual artifacts. Having wealth at one's disposal is vastly different from being impoverished. Luo Qinghuan glanced at the slowly filling pouch of spirit coins in her hand, lost in contemplation. Su Yi, the cunning rogue, had effortlessly siphoned off the spirit coins gained by Yin Yun, leaving her to feel as though she had struck a bargain. With a sigh, she tucked away the money pouch and turned her gaze back to the high stage. At this moment, Yu Ji parted her crimson lips and spoke again. The second round is about enlightenment. Traditionally, this has either been derived from utensils or the essence of spirits, but this time, it shall be different. She smiled enigmatically and clapped her hands. In the next instant, an elder with flowing white hair from a Xuantian Sacred Sect appeared on the discussion platform. With a grand gesture, he summoned an ancient bronze coffin that materialized upon the stage. Is this a coffin? Witnessing this scene, the crowd furrowed their brows, their expressions shifting dramatically. The ancient bronze coffin emanated a heavy aura of death, imposing a formidable sense of oppression, exuding an air of gravity. This object is called the soul-subduing coffin, and as its name implies, it serves a rather ominous purpose, Yu Ji explained with a smile. The soul-subduing coffin? How sinister! Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators collectively gasped, their eyes filled with profound apprehension. This item was obtained from the storage ring of a formidable demonic cultivator slain by our sect leader, containing numerous vengeful souls that have been refined by the demon. The purpose of this enlightenment is to allow you all to attempt to comprehend the paths these cultivators once pursued, thereby gaining insight while also liberating these vengeful spirits. Yu Ji softly elaborated. Oh, to comprehend the paths of vengeful souls, gaining insight while liberating them? This move by the sect leader is truly benevolent, exceedingly benevolent. The assembly of cultivators suddenly grasped the intent, and they began to extol Yu Ji's virtues, liberating vengeful spirits. Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows in skepticism. What nonsense! Absorbing the residual souls to gain insight is one thing, but to speak of liberation with such grandiloquence is absurd. These cultivators have been subdued by that demon and are irrevocably dead. They can never transcend. Su Yi crossed his arms and remarked with annoyance, however, for me, this indeed presents a sacred ground for cultivation. He cast a glance at the soul-subduing coffin, a smile creeping onto his lips. Yu Ji is truly a kind-hearted person, knowing he practices the soul technique and lamenting his lack of opportunity to absorb residual souls. Unexpectedly, this may aid him significantly. Luo girl, later you. Su Yi began to whisper to Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing this, the girl fervently nodded her head, taking notes with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, on the high stage, the Moon Princess cast her gaze upon the assembly of talented individuals and spoke in a chilling tone. This soul-suppressing coffin possesses a rather sinister nature. Those lacking sufficient cultivation or unwavering mental fortitude may easily succumb to madness. Therefore, only those who have attained the celestial sovereign realm may approach it. Upon her declaration, the number of eligible participants dwindled significantly, leaving only the prodigies from the 4 prominent factions and a select few who had recently attained the first star of the celestial sovereign realm with the opportunity to engage with the coffin in pursuit of enlightenment. Very well, channel your spiritual energy, step forward, and reach out to touch the coffin, allowing your heart to perceive its essence, the Moon Princess instructed, glancing at the dozen or so participants. Understood. Master, the chosen prodigies nodded in unison before making their way towards the soul-suppressing coffin. Among them was Luo Qinghuan, whose remarkable talent evoked a sense of trepidation in the eyes of her peers. With her extraordinary aptitude, could they truly compete with her in the quest for enlightenment? Yet, the Moon Princess had also warned that the remnants of souls within the coffin were numerous and laden with resentment. Even if they conceded 1,000 steps, it was unlikely that Luo Qinghuan's prodigious gifts would allow them all to grasp the essence of the souls contained within. Taking a deep breath, the assembled prodigies sought to reassure themselves as they prepared to engage in their pursuit of enlightenment. As they encircled the coffin, The Moon Princess promptly urged, "Let us commence." At the sound of her voice, hesitation dissipated, and they reached out to touch the soul-suppressing coffin. Instantly, a chilling sensation of tearing invaded their minds, causing many to blanch and involuntarily cry out in agony. "Ah, what is this sensation? It feels as though my soul is being torn apart." In that fleeting moment of contact, several newly ascended celestial sovereigns screamed in pain, releasing their grip and collapsing to the ground, thus declaring their failure in the pursuit of enlightenment. Although Wang Yu and others fared somewhat better, their expressions remained grave as they struggled to endure. The soul-suppressing coffin inherently exerts a suppressive force on the soul, and the multitude of resentful remnants contained within intensified this effect. From her elevated position, the Moon Princess elucidated, this coffin indeed possesses the power to suppress souls. Observing the distress of her peers, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows, took a deep breath, and then placed her delicate hand upon the coffin. As her fingers made contact with the wood, a hint of nervousness flickered across her serious countenance. Yet to her surprise, the anticipated chill and sensation of soul tearing were entirely absent. Could it be that I am a genius?" the young girl remarked, placing her hands on her hips. "You are indeed a prodigy," Su Yi replied with a teasing glance. "Moreover, with such a formidable remnant residing within you, do you truly believe you would experience such sensations?" "Oh," she pouted, "you want to even let me bask in my moment of pride." You troublesome Su Yi." "All right, Luo girl, your elder brother is about to enter," Su Yi said, casting a glance at the coffin. "There won't be any issues, right?" The young girl clearly exhibited a hint of concern. Moments ago, Su Yi had told her that when her hand made contact with the soul-suppressing coffin, he would enter it, unlocking a banquet meant solely for him. Although she was unfamiliar with the concept of a banquet, she couldn't help but wonder if entering the soul-suppressing coffin might pose some danger. After all, Su Yi was also a spirit, and the purpose of the coffin was to suppress souls. Underestimating your elder brother, Yi could lead to a rather painful consequence, she thought, instinctively reaching to cover her backside. "Fear not," he reassured her with a hearty laugh. "If I can be subdued by this contraption, then perhaps it is best to let it claim me." With that, he gestured for her to remain calm, and after offering one last piece of advice, he transformed into an imperceptible beam of golden light, vanishing into the depths of the soul-suppressing coffin. Inside the coffin, darkness enveloped the surroundings, creating a realm of its own. Wandering spirits drifted aimlessly, lost in their desolation. Upon witnessing this scene, a glimmer of determination ignited in Su Ye's eyes. "Fear not, everyone. Your brother, Yi, shall guide you to the other side." Chapter 54. How is it that we, a group of prodigies, have been bullied by a mere remnant soul? Within the soul-restraining coffin, as Su Yi gazed upon a multitude of spirits, a flicker of brilliance ignited in his eyes. This place was nothing short of an extraordinary sanctum for cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, channeling his soul power, which transformed into a pitch-black swana. He invoked the soul incantation, and a mournful melody of the swana resonated, beginning to devour the surrounding spirits. Meanwhile, outside the soul-restraining coffin, the prodigies, including Yi Qingyi, had surmounted the chilling sensation that pierced their souls emanating from the coffin. Each was drenched in cold sweat, their faces ashen, and, after taking a deep breath, they finally extended their senses into the coffin. After enduring so much hardship, they could not return empty-handed. With a resolute determination, as their perceptions entered the soul-restraining coffin, their eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. Within the coffin, numerous remnants of souls appeared, each radiating profound and ethereal rhythms of the Tao. Witnessing this scene, the prodigies were elated. Their suffering had indeed borne fruit. Subsequently, the group of prodigies prepared to comprehend the principles embodied within these remnants of souls. However, at that very moment, a resounding and sorrowful note from the swana abruptly echoed. Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies were momentarily stunned, instinctively turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. Yet, in the next instant, their pupils constricted in astonishment. Before them stood a pitch-black soul in the heavens, its visage indistinct, its form nebulous as chaos itself. with a Xuana manifesting in its grasp. The melancholic sound emanated from this entity. Beneath the Xuana, the myriad wandering souls within the soul-restraining coffin momentarily froze, irresistibly drawn towards it, and the prodigies distinctly observed a flicker of reverence upon the faces of these remnants. What is the meaning of this? What is the nature of that soul? It evokes an inscrutable sensation within me. Is this the essence of the Tao? Never have I encountered such a formidable expression of the Tao. Is it also one of the enlightened souls residing within the soul-restraining coffin? As they beheld this spectacle, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the prodigies, soon replaced by a fervent yearning as they gazed upon the pitch-black soul. This entity appeared extraordinary. If they could absorb it and grasp their own path through it. With this thought, the consciousness of the prodigies seated themselves cross-legged, striving to comprehend the enigmatic soul. At that moment, Su Yi, who was consuming the remnants of souls within the soul-restraining coffin with his soul incantation, mused, "You dare set your sights on me, Night Brother? Begone." Unlike the gentle temperament of Luo, Su Yi waved his hand, and the consciousness of the prodigies was instantly dispersed, forcefully expelled from the soul-restraining coffin. Outside the soul-restraining coffin, Yi Qingyi and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, their minds swirling with confusion. What has transpired? Had they truly been bullied by a remnant soul? They were somewhat incredulous, yet increasingly convinced of the extraordinary nature of that pitch-black soul. In a moment of fervor, they recklessly plunged into the depths of the soul-restraining coffin once more. However, upon re-entering the coffin, they were met with an astonishing transformation. What? Where have all the remnants of enlightenment gone? Within the coffin, what was once a vast expanse of enlightenment remnants was now utterly devoid of any presence. Only that singular dark soul lingered in the celestial dome. What? What has happened? Why has not a single remnant of enlightenment remained? Could it be that they were all devoured by that soul? Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies furrowed their brows. With only this single dark soul remaining, they felt compelled to engage, even if they were reluctant to comprehend it. Thus, the assembled prodigies steeled their resolve and rushed forth, each striving to unleash their abilities upon the dark soul. Yet, this dark soul was exceedingly enigmatic, impervious to all their attempts at comprehension. In fact, they found themselves subjected to its relentless torment, a sight almost too harrowing to behold. Just as the consciousness of the prodigies was being mercilessly battered by the dark soul, a figure clad in white suddenly manifested within the confines of the soul-restraining coffin, unleashing a powerful strike. Under the sheer force of her formidable might, the dark soul was sent hurtling away. Luo, junior sister Luo, Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies were momentarily stunned. "Brothers, retreat behind me. I shall protect you," the girl proclaimed earnestly, her youthful face radiating determination. Thank you, junior sister Luo." Yi Qingyi exhaled deeply, relief flooding his expression as if he had been saved. "And no need for thanks," she replied, slightly tilting her head before clearing her throat with a serious demeanor. A radiant white light emanated from her hands, enveloping the dark soul. "Everyone, step back. I shall purify it." Wow, junior sister Luo is so gentle. What a wonderful person. Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this scene. Soon, under the illumination of the girl's sacred light, the dark soul emitted a cry of despair, ultimately appearing to be purified and merging into her being. Observing this, Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies exchanged solemn glances and expressed their profound gratitude to the girl in white. They had not anticipated such a malevolent soul to emerge from the soul-restraining coffin, consuming all other souls, had it not been for junior sister Luo's assistance. Their own consciousness might have been devoured by that malevolent entity. Malevolent entity. The girl stifled a laugh at their description, shaking her head with mock seriousness. Meanwhile, in her mind, Su Yi grumbled in annoyance. A bunch of trifling beings at the heavenly sovereign level. A mere wisp of consciousness. Your brother, you wouldn't stoop to scavenging for scraps. Indeed, this was merely a preordained performance orchestrated by the two, designed to facilitate Su Ye's seamless and legitimate consumption of all the remnants within the soul-restraining coffin. The world owes two golden statuettes to two individuals. Luo, you and I shall retreat for a while to assimilate these remnants of soul power, Su Yi declared before vanishing from sight. As the others withdrew their consciousness from the soul-suppressing coffin, the gazes of those gathered on the discussion platform turned curiously towards them, pondering how much of the essence of the souls these prodigies had comprehended. On the high platform, the Moon Princess, with her enchanting eyes, inquired softly, "What news, Sect Master?" Yi Qingyi, bowing respectfully, sighed, and with an expression of embarrassment replied, "We have not grasped even a fragment of the Tao." The Moon Princess furrowed her brows in disbelief. "What? So many prodigies, yet none have perceived even a whisper of the Tao? I could attempt it as well," Yi Qingyi remarked, prompting an uproar among those present. "What transpired?" The Moon Princess questioned coldly. "It is as follows, Sect Master." Yi Qingyi hastily recounted the events that transpired within the soul-suppressing coffin. Are you saying that within the soul-suppressing coffin, a terrifying malevolent spirit was born, devouring all the remnants of souls imbued with the essence of the Tao? Even your spiritual consciousness nearly fell victim to its wrath? Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's account, the Moon Princess's brows knitted even tighter. The soul-suppressing coffin was originally obtained from a practitioner of demonic arts, whose methods were notoriously brutal. Thus, it was not inconceivable for the coffin to spawn a malevolent spirit. And how did you manage to escape with your spiritual consciousness intact? The Moon Princess cast a glance towards Yi Qingyi and the others, noting that their spiritual consciousness had not suffered significant damage. Well, Yi Qingyi scratched his head awkwardly. "We owe our escape to Junior Sister Luo." Junior Sister Luo? Upon hearing this, the eyes of those on the discussion platform instinctively turned towards the young lady in the white dress standing nearby. Chapter 55. The Unraveled Secrets of Young Lady Luo. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that the most pivotal figure would be Sister Luo. In that instant, a wisp of dark mist emanated from the girl's body. Could it be that her innate pure holy body was purifying that malevolent soul? Observing the scene, Yuji furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, "Sister Luo is truly a good person. She sacrifices herself without regard for her own safety. How noble she is." Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect could not help but express their admiration. Upon hearing their words, the young lady's face flushed crimson. The sight of her blushing visage only deepened the crowd's sentiment, affirming Sister Luo's innocence. However, the girl's rosy cheeks were not a sign of shyness. Rather, she felt a touch of embarrassment. The dark mist that billowed forth was not purifying the so-called malevolent soul. It was, in fact, the malevolent soul refining the remnants of other souls. Despite the slight mishap during the Enlightenment phase, Qinghuan's performance was remarkable, and thus, the qualification for the Divine Weapon Secret Realm was bestowed upon her. "I trust that none of you have any objections?" On the high platform, Yuji announced the final recipient of the rewards from this debate conference. Upon her declaration, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads in agreement. Who could possibly object? During the debate phase, Sister Luo single-handedly fought against the prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness, causing them to spew blood and shatter their resolve. In the Enlightenment phase, she disregarded her own safety, purifying the malevolent soul nurtured by the resentment in the soul-subduing coffin. This compelled them to acknowledge her prowess. Sister Luo is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also embodies great righteousness. Qinghuan, the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, will open in less than half a month. During this time, you should prepare yourself. The sect will notify you when it is time to proceed to the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. Yuji's beautiful gaze rested upon the girl as she imparted her advice. "Yes, Master," Luo Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the others cast envious glances in her direction. After all, the Divine Weapon Secret Realm was a coveted opportunity. Should one acquire a weapon that resonates with them, they would likely never need to seek spiritual artifacts again in their lifetime. Very well, let us conclude this debate conference here. Several days had passed since the conclusion of the debate conference. During this period, Su Yi remained silent, engrossed in seclusion and cultivation within the realm of soul absorption. Luo Qinghuan visited him intermittently, only to find him enveloped in dark mist. Observing this, the girl grew somewhat bored and decided to take out her soul pen to doodle on him. The host has absorbed the remnants of souls within the soul-subduing coffin, resulting in an enhancement of soul power. Current realm, 9 stars of the creation realm. At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Yi's mind, heralding a breakthrough in his soul power, which had now reached the 9 stars of the creation realm. 9 stars of the creation realm. Only by achieving greatness and entering the sacred realm after reincarnation can one once again touch the threshold of the Emperor realm. Su Yi murmured, filled with anticipation. Yet, he knew that while it appeared to be merely a few realms, as someone who had traversed this path before, he understood that each subsequent breakthrough would become increasingly arduous. Sigh. I wonder how the young lady has fared in my absence during these past few days. So he took a deep breath and opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he beheld a small soul in a white dress, wielding a soul brush and busily drawing all over him. In an instant, his eyes widened in surprise. Caught off guard, the young girl glanced at Su Yi with a hint of guilt and swiftly hid the soul brush behind her. Su Yi, you're awake. Su Yi merely observed the peculiar and whimsical drawings adorning his soul body, a series of bizarre turtles. And 3 dark lines appeared on his forehead. With an amiable expression, he smiled at the girl. Luo girl, what are you up to? The girl feigned ignorance. Then from beside her small soul head, Su Yi noticed a light bulb flash by. I am not Luo girl. I am the foul Su Yi. Just now it was the foul Su Yi logging in. The girl turned her face slightly, her small countenance adorned with a serious expression as she spoke. Su Yi replied, All right. What a clever I am not I. This is the realm of souls, a sanctuary for spirits. I cannot log in. The petite soul in white blinked in confusion. Then, her little head spun rapidly as she recalled something Su Yi often said. I, Luo Qinghuan, act without needing to explain to you. Su Yi fell silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. The next instant, a gentle touch on his rear prompted the girl's face to flush crimson, and she shot Su Yi an indignant glare. What are you doing? Su Yi calmly replied, Su Yi, squeezing your bottom requires no explanation. Luo Qinghuan understood at that moment why the old saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Luo girl, have you secured the qualification for the divine weapon secret realm? Su Yi ceased teasing the blushing girl, transitioning to a serious tone. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. That's good, Su Yi affirmed with a nod. As long as they had secured the qualification for the divine weapon secret realm, he could reunite with an old friend and glean what transpired over the millennia since his fall. When does the divine weapon secret realm open? In less than half a month, Luo Qinghuan replied obediently, then seemed to recall something. By the way, I haven't claimed the reward from the discussion conference yet. Oh, we must not forget that. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. All right, Luo Qinghuan nodded obediently. This was something she and the foul Su Yi had worked hard to obtain. It was not to be overlooked. Chapter 56. The elixir field soon. The two returned from the grand hall where they had received the rewards of the debate conference, the girl holding a shimmering storage ring in her hand. According to the elder's words, all the rewards from the conference were contained within this ring. Upon reaching the small courtyard nestled on the mountainside of Frost Sword Peak, Luo Qinghuan promptly closed the courtyard gate and then walked beneath the peach blossom tree, gracefully taking a seat against its trunk. Quickly, Luo girl, let us see what treasures we have, urged Su Yi in her mind. All right, the girl nodded obediently, and as she focused on the storage ring, a dazzling light flickered, revealing a pile of rewards that resembled a small mountain before her. Wow, Su Yi, we struck it rich again. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the bountiful rewards, which were the fruits of her and Su Ye's arduous efforts. Indeed, the profound Sacred Sect is not so stingy after all, Su Yi remarked with satisfaction, nodding his head. Let's see what we have, he encouraged. Hearing this, the girl squatted down before the mountain of rewards and began to meticulously count each item, while Su Yi observed quietly. Oh, are these some spiritual herb seeds? Su Ye's brow raised as he noticed Luo Qinghuan extracting several seeds from a pile. Just right, there are some blessed lands within the Kunlun mirror. rich in spiritual energy and exceptionally fertile soil. Cultivating spiritual herbs here should pose no problem. Luo girl, let your brother take the lead. These spiritual herb seeds must be planted immediately, or their growth may be adversely affected, he advised. The girl nodded obediently, her expression shifting with determination. Having completed his preparations, Su Yi waved his hand, and an ancient bronze mirror materialized in his grasp, its imperial might coalescing. It was the imperial artifact, the Kunlun mirror. Ever since Su Yi obtained this mirror, he had kept it within his soul body. However, Luo Qinghuan, due to her current lack of strength, was unable to wield this imperial artifact, thus necessitating Su Yi's activation of the mirror. Regrettably, the Kunlun mirror had sustained damage and could not fully exhibit its imperial powers. For now, it could only act as a self-contained space. If only it could be repaired. He mused, furrowing his brow with a sigh before stepping forward. The light of the Kunlun mirror enveloped him, instantly transporting him into the self-contained space. Upon arriving in the Kunlun realm, Su Yi silently relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Although we have acquired the Kunlun mirror, it is unfortunate that we arrived a bit late. It is said that many treasures left by the esteemed Kunlun Emperor have already been thoroughly scavenged by the 5 top-tier forces. Luo Qinghuan gazed around the expansive Kunlun realm, a hint of regret in her voice. That may not necessarily be the case. Su Yi chuckled, shaking his head with a smile. The girl looked at him with curiosity. Su Yi explained, when the Kunlun mirror was damaged, it activated its master protection mode. The 5 dominant forces have merely skimmed the surface, leaving behind only a fraction of what lies within the Kunlun mirror. Most of its treasures remain sealed. Restoring the mirror will grant access to them. Fortuitously, I have recently honed my mastery of the Kunlun realm, enabling me to unravel one of its seals. Gulme, before the seeds of spiritual herbs. I, your brother Yi, shall guide you to uncover a magnificent treasure. Su Yi laughed heartily. A magnificent treasure upon hearing this. A certain young lady named Luo tugged nervously at her collar, seemingly attempting to conceal the precious item she wore. Soon, following Su Ye's directions, Luo Qinghuan found herself before a radiant barrier. This is as she beheld the scene. A flicker of curiosity crossed her beautiful eyes. She had often ventured into the Kunlun realm for training, yet this luminous barrier was a sight she had never encountered before. This is the protective barrier of the Kunlun mirror. Only those who have subdued the mirror can perceive it. Even an emperor would be oblivious to its presence without having conquered it, Su Yi explained. The treasures once collected by the great Kunlun emperor also serve as a form of guardianship. Just a gentle touch on the barrier will suffice to unveil it, Luo girl. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly and, with delicate steps, approached the barrier. She extended her slender fingers and gently tapped the surface. Buzz as her fingertip made contact. The barrier rippled like a smooth water surface. In a moment, as the barrier dissipated, the treasures safeguarded within became visible to both of them. Before them lay a patch of pitch-black earth, radiating an intense vitality and rich spiritual energy, unmistakably signifying its extraordinary nature. What is this? Luo Qinghuan cast a curious glance. Su Ye's gaze was equally drawn to the dark soil. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of realization sparkled in his eyes. He did not expect the Kunlun Emperor to possess such a remarkable treasure. A remarkable treasure? The young lady was taken aback. Indeed, this is a medicinal field known as the Field of Longevity. By planting spiritual herbs upon it, their growth will be accelerated, and the potency of the herbs will be enhanced. Su Yi explained with a smile. How astonishing! Luo Qinghuan's lips parted in astonishment as she exclaimed. Accelerated growth means that the planted spiritual herbs could swiftly age, transforming into those of 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Precisely. Su Yi nodded with a grin. Unfortunately, the reward for this endeavor only consists of a few seeds of spiritual herbs. The young lady furrowed her brows. With such a marvelous medicinal field, it would be wise to plant more herbs. Yet now, the seeds were exceedingly scarce. But wait, just as the young lady's brow furrowed in distress, a spark of inspiration illuminated her beautiful eyes, and a smile blossomed on her face. We could request no. Borrow some seeds of spiritual herbs from Elder Qiyan. Oh, upon hearing this, Suyi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the young lady in surprise. He had not anticipated that she would quickly grasp his approach to acquiring wealth. Truly, she possesses great insight. This girl has captured my heart. Progress of Luo Qinghuan's Dark Transformation 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 Dark Transformation points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Herbal Field Enhancement card. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed incessantly in his mind. Within the first layer of the pitch-black tower, in Su Ye's Dantian, another mass of dark mist began to coalesce. The Herbal Field Enhancement card? However, at this moment, Su Ye's attention was entirely captivated by the Dark Transformation reward. What purpose does it serve? He furrowed his brow. Soon, the system provided an explanation. Upon using the Herbal Field Enhancement card, the Herbal Field will possess the ability to elevate the grade of spiritual herbs. This brief statement ignited a flicker of joy in Su Ye's eyes, prompting him to unhesitatingly utilize the card. It was of no use to the little girl Luo. Little girl Luo, your brother Yi has employed a slight tactic to enhance this herbal field. Now, the longevity herbal field not only facilitates rapid growth, but also elevates the grade of the spiritual herbs cultivated within it. Spiritual herb grade? Indeed, just as elixirs possess grades, so too do spiritual herbs, classified from 1 to 9, including sacred herbs, imperial herbs, and divine herbs. Even a first-grade spiritual herb with a millennium of age may yield effects far inferior to those of a newly sprouted sacred herb. Thus, spiritual herbs must not only be of high age, but also possess high grade. Now, the spiritual herbs planted in this longevity herbal field have the potential for elevation. Let your brother Yi log in and plant all these spiritual herb seeds. Upon hearing this, the little soul in a white dress within the realm of souls covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes shimmering with stars. Suye estudio remarcable. Chapter 57. Divine Level Martial Arts. Little Luo has crashed. After planting the spiritual herbs, all that remains is to wait for their growth and ascension. At that time, he will assist in refining these herbs into elixirs. With the formidable presence of Su Yi, who has pioneered the fourth step of alchemy, coupled with this everlasting medicinal field, it can be said that Luo Qinghuan will have an ample supply of elixirs in the future. She could even consume imperial elixirs like candy without concern. Having made their exit from the Kunlun realm, the young girl began to sift through her substantial rewards and discovered numerous martial arts manuals. She certainly lacked no techniques, for the devouring magic taught by Su Yi was exceptionally powerful, far beyond the capacity of ordinary skills to replace. This is Earth-level martial arts. 10,000 swords break? A flicker of joy sparkled in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes as she uncovered a martial arts manual. It appears this girl has a deep fondness for sword techniques. What difference does it make if it's merely earth level? With your elder brother Yi by your side, rumors might suggest we are incapable of mastering stronger martial arts. In his mind, Su Yi glanced at the manual titled 10,000 Swords Break in her hands. Earth-level superior martial arts. Not particularly strong. Not strong? This is nearly on par with the existence of saint-level martial arts. The girl blinked her enchanting eyes. Even the most formidable martial arts of their Xuantian Sacred Sect are only of superior saint level. In the world of Tianxian, martial arts techniques are categorized from high to low as Divine Emperor, Saint, Heaven, Earth, and Yellow, throughout the vast wilderness domain. Aside from the 5 supreme forces boasting Emperor-level warriors, the strongest martial arts possessed by other first-rate forces are merely of the saint level. True Emperor-level martial arts are solely held by the 5 top-tier forces. Even ancient secret realms, or the tombs of great emperors that may contain Emperor-level martial arts techniques, are invariably claimed by these 5 powers. Alas, Suye Sikit, little Luo, I apologize for arriving late. I couldn't provide you with the finest. In my past life, I was a formidable emperor, without emperor-level martial arts. What does it mean to be an emperor? Moreover, even if I lack such skills, do others not possess them? Let's not forget, what is my title? The Ruthless Bandit Emperor. It matters not that we lack. As long as others have, it suffices. Initially, Su Yi intended to teach this girl an emperor-level technique. But at the time, the system rewarded him with the devouring magic. Although it bore no level designation, Suyi, being an emperor and a transmigrator, understood that even emperor-level techniques could not compare to the skills bestowed by the system. As for martial arts, the girl's previous realm was too low. If she practiced emperor-level martial arts, Suyi feared her body might not endure. Yet, it seems his concerns were entirely unwarranted. Little Luo, concentrate and focus. Your elder brother Yi will transmit a sword technique to you, and based on its attributes, it should be quite suitable for you, Su Yi stated solemnly. All right. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, a serious expression immediately adorned Luo Qinghuan's small face, and she proceeded to follow his instructions. Soon, she felt a torrent of words flooding into her mind. The girl quickly gazed at the ancient characters that formed 4 grandiose words in a dance of elegance. Frost Dragon Sword Art. Luo Qinghuan murmured softly. Upon merely uttering the name of this swordsmanship, she felt the overwhelming imperial might coalesce, a chilling sword intent that roared like a dragon. Could this be an imperial-grade martial art? The young girl was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Su Yi nodded, smiling as he elucidated. This is a sword technique of ice attributes, perfectly suited to your nature, making it significantly easier for you to cultivate and unleash its utmost power. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the girl was momentarily stunned. She never anticipated that Su Yi would so casually bestow upon her an imperial-grade martial art capable of stirring the entire desolate realm. Tears welled in her eyes. Su Yi, you, stop right there. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Yi raised his hand, feigning distaste as he interrupted her. Your brother Yi despises sentimental scenes. We're not so formal with each other. Let's not engage in such theatrics. No. What I mean is, since you've already given me this, why not give me a couple more? She chuckled, wiping her tears away. Su Yi sighed. This girl has completely gone astray. Very well, you cheeky Luo girl. Daring to tease your brother, Yi warrants a punishment. Hey, you rascal Su Yi, don't you dare tickle me. Ha ha, your hands. Don't move them around. After a bout of playful banter, with the girl's cheeks flushed crimson, Su Yi finally advised her. All right, Luo girl. Begin to comprehend this frost dragon sword technique. Okay, got it. As the rosy hue faded from Luo Qinghuan's face, she shot a disgruntled glare at the mischievous Su Yi in her mind before nodding gently and sitting cross-legged to start her understanding of the imperial-grade sword technique. Just as the girl began to grasp the imperial-grade sword technique, a voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. Detected that Luo Qinghuan has comprehended the imperial-grade sword technique. Host's Great Path Sage has been activated. Imperial-grade sword technique, Frost Dragon sword technique has been upgraded to Divine-grade sword technique, Frost Dragon Dance. Su Yi was taken aback. What? Divine-grade? By heavens. I never practiced divine-grade martial arts, even when I was an emperor. Su Yi felt a twinge of envy. This girl is receiving far too generous treatment. Great Path Sage has been activated. When Luo Qinghuan cultivates the divine-grade martial art, Frost Dragon Dance to perfection, it will replenish the host. The host's power when executing this martial art will expand 5-fold. And when the host reshapes their physical form, the power will expand to 10-fold. The system's voice resounded in his mind once more. 10-fold. Su Yi declared, enough with the envy. Immediately, he halted the girl who was in the midst of comprehending the imperial-grade sword technique. What's wrong? The girl looked up in confusion. Don't cultivate that anymore. Focus on this instead. As he spoke, Su Yi silently transmitted the upgraded martial art to her. The girl glanced over. Frost Dragon Dance. Divine grade? In that moment, she stood frozen, and Su Yi could even see wisps of white smoke rising from her head. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Oh my! Luo girl has crashed. Meanwhile, as Luo Qinghuan's mind faltered, an astonishing conspiracy was unfolding in a darkened valley within the Wild Heaven realm. This location was none other than the domain of the Extreme Demon Valley, one of the 5 paramount powers of the Wild Heaven realm. Chapter 58. The Valley of Extreme Demons. In the depths of the mysterious valley, shrouded in the dimness of the heavens, stood a grand hall, entirely enveloped in darkness. Within this hall sat a figure cloaked in black, upon a throne made of skulls, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Surrounding him were several tendrils of pitch-black essence, each pulsating as if imbued with the rhythm of a heartbeat. Mo Sha, the figure spoke. The time has come to take action against that old wretch with the opening of the divine armament secret realm. It is high time we ensnared the elusive remnants. At that moment, a sinister visage formed from the dark essence and slowly spoke. Oh, are we finally to strike against that old adversary? The cloaked figure raised his head, revealing his chilling, hollow eyes. He was none other than Mo Sha, the master of the Valley of Extreme Demons, one of the 5 foremost powers in the wild heavenly domain. Is the vessel prepared? That old fellow is quite tenacious. Though he has perished, his soul remains formidable. Even we cannot breach his defenses. We must find a vessel to harbor him and devise our plans once we enter the secret realm, the visage intoned solemnly. Indeed, Mo Sha nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, 3 figures emerged from outside the hall. Their eyes were vacant, resembling mere puppets, as they numbly approached the center of the hall. Fan Yuan, the 4th prodigy of the Valley of Extreme Demons, Yi Tiansheng, the 5th, and Song Han, the 6th. Mo Sha introduced the trio. He then cast a glance at the surrounding dark essences and remarked, 3 vessels. You shall decide who amongst you will take on this role. A splendid vessel. I shall not yield this opportunity to you. The first to speak, a grotesque and aged visage, cackled maniacally before plunging into one of the figures without granting the others a chance to react. Kikek, since that old fool has gone, I shall not lag behind. I too shall partake. Following the first, 2 more dark essences surged into the remaining figures, each accompanied by eerie laughter. The remaining essences dissipated, resigned to their fates. Once the vessels were occupied and the surrounding dark essences faded, Mo Sha waved his hand toward the 3 figures. Their eyes regained their luster, no longer resembling lifeless marionettes. Greetings, Master of the Valley. Upon realizing the presence of the cloaked figure, awe flashed in the trio's eyes, and they hastily bowed in respect. Rise. Mo Sha regarded them with a detached gaze. You 3 shall be the chosen prodigies to participate in the divine armament secret realm. Yes. Thank you, Master. We shall not disappoint your expectations. The trio, initially taken aback, soon beamed with joy and expressed their gratitude. Very well. You may withdraw. The Lord of the Extreme Demon Valley waved his hand, and the 3 individuals promptly withdrew, their eyes brimming with delight. Once they departed, the hall fell into a profound silence. The expression in the Lord's eyes darkened considerably, were it not for that accursed human emperor from tens of thousands of years ago, who single-handedly vanquished 7 of our demon emperors. Our clan would not have descended into such ruin. Mentioning that human emperor, a flicker of primal fear crossed his gaze. He then snorted disdainfully. You were able to protect them in life. I shall see who will shield them now that you have fallen. My lords have now been in the divine realm for tens of thousands of years. I can only imagine the formidable heights they have achieved. When they re-emerge in the 9 domains, it shall be the time for our clan to unify the realms. At the Xuantian Sect, Frost Sword Peak, more than 10 days had swiftly passed. During this period, Suyi diligently instructed Luo Qinghuan in her cultivation, and the young girl gradually recovered from the setbacks she faced in grasping the divine martial arts. Eventually, she fulfilled Su Ye's expectations and successfully comprehended the divine martial art. Within the Kunlun realm, a colossal frost dragon shadow, stretching hundreds of feet, manifested, its sword cry resonating throughout the air. It roared as it charged forth, cleaving a mountain in 2 with a single strike. The sword mark spanned several thousand meters, and one could still feel the biting chill of the frost emanating from it. Such was the power of the divine martial art. How formidable! The girl clutched her spiritual sword, watching in awe as the frost enveloping it gradually melted away. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder at the might she had unleashed with her strike, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. What is this? In her mind, Suyalangui. When your brother Yi restores his physical form, you shall truly witness the essence of divine martial arts. The girl pouted, letting out a small huff. That insufferable Su Yi only knows how to bully others. However, the fact that he could wield such power from the divine martial art at the celestial sovereign level was indeed astonishing. Suyi chuckled heartily, then shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, the girl's pout softened a little. Suyi had a knack for soothing children in this manner. Suyi, could you restore the Kunlun realm for me? I wish to bathe and rest, as it seems we will be heading to the divine armament secret realm tomorrow. Luo Qinghuan wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and softly addressed Suyi. Alright, Suyi nodded. At that moment, the girl's expression shifted. Phew, I haven't had the chance to stretch my legs in a long while. Suyi activated his account, stretching languidly. He had spent this time guiding the young girl, leaving little opportunity for his own activity. He felt his soul becoming stiff from the lack of movement. Just then, Suyi seemed to notice something and voiced his confusion. What's wrong? The petite soul in a white dress, hearing his puzzled tone, looked up in bewilderment. Luoyao, have you recently gained some weight? Suyi furrowed his brow. Gained weight. Upon hearing this, the petite soul in the white dress momentarily froze. A hint of anxiety creeping in. Indeed, regardless of the realm, women are often quite sensitive about their weight. Yes, Suyi nodded, then continued. I can't shake the feeling that my chest feels quite heavy. Really? However, before he could finish his sentence, an expression of excitement flashed in the beautiful eyes of the petite white dress soul, and she joyfully exclaimed. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Ahem, that must mean I've gained weight. Oh dear, never mind that. Let us focus on restoring the Kunlun realm instead. The young girl cleared her throat and hastily urged. It seems that the ancient divine garment is starting to take effect. But I mustn't let that scoundrel Suyi find out, or else he will surely mock me. Chapter 59. The first of the celestial talents of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, Hanfeng, is it? Upon hearing the girl's words, Suyi raised an eyebrow, stifling a laugh. This girl believed she had concealed her actions with great cunning. Unaware that he had discovered her secret on the very first day, she had stealthily donned her disguise. Nevertheless, Suyi refrained from opposing. Turning his gaze towards the mountain range, she had cleaved with a single strike of her sword. With a wave of his hand, the ancient bronze mirror materialized, enveloped in a radiant glow, restoring the entire mountain range to its pristine state. It could be said that the Kunlun realm was exceptionally conducive to cultivation. Any damage inflicted could be effortlessly repaired. After restoring the Kunlun realm, Suyi relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan, who then joyfully retreated to the spiritual spring in the back courtyard of their small abode, clearly in high spirits. How could Suyi be oblivious to her little schemes? That night, beneath the high-hanging full moon, in the small courtyard on the mountainside, the girl stealthily peeked out from beneath her covers. Upon discovering that a certain mischievous fellow was snoring thunderously in the sanctuary of his soul, she finally exhaled in relief. Then, like a thief, she lifted her clothing. In the next moment, a spark seemed to ignite in her eyes as she clenched her small fists, filled with determination. One day, I shall make this rascal Suyi look at me with new eyes. In the darkness, as her spirited murmurs echoed, an unanticipated sound of suppressed laughter broke the silence. Luo Qinghuan. She stood frozen for several seconds. Although the room was devoid of candlelight, one could almost perceive the gradual bloom of a blush upon her cheeks. Finally, she regained her composure, flushed with embarrassment, and lowered her lifted clothing. Inside the room, an eerie silence prevailed, yet the temperature seemed to rise, fueled by the warmth of her flushed face. Suyi, you haven't slept? The girl stammered, her cheeks flushed, biting her silver teeth, her voice tinged with nervousness. The only response was Suyi's rhythmic snoring. You are definitely awake. Look, a fairy. At this sight, the girl finally relaxed, patting her not-so-flat chest and breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed this rascal had indeed fallen asleep. Otherwise, her call about the fairy would surely have elicited a response from him. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, a thought struck her. Oh, I seem to recall Elder Qian mentioning that there are free medicinal pills to be claimed at the pill refining peak. Where are they? Luo girl, follow your brother Yi. Prepare several large sacks. However, before her words had fully escaped her lips, Suyi's voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Luo Qinghuan. As expected, only a rogue could attract the attention of another rogue. Ahem, Luo girl, I've just awakened. I saw nothing, heard nothing. For instance, your fervent declarations about impressing your brother Yi. I assure you, I heard none of it. Sui cleared his throat. Luo Qinghuan. Her delicate face flushed a vivid red at an observable pace. How annoying. Sui. The following day, at the small courtyard on the slope of Frost Sword Peak, the young girl pushed open the door and descended the mountain. Today marked the day of her journey to the divine weapon secret realm. Given the considerable distance from the Xuantian Holy Sect, she would not be traveling alone. Rather, the sect's formidable warriors would personally escort her. By the way, Luo girl. In her mind, Suyi recalled something and inquired. Among the 5 top-tier forces, there are 3 slots available, while the Xuantian Holy Sect, as a first-rate power, holds 2 slots, one of which is allocated to you. What about the other slot? I am uncertain. Luo Qinghuan replied with a shake of her head, speculating it might be brother Yi Qingyi, who ranks 3rd, or perhaps sister Sun, who is 2nd. Oh, Suyi narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, what about Han Feng? Han Feng, the top-ranked genius of the Xuantian Holy Sect. In the original narrative, Han Feng frequently bullied Luo Qinghuan, fully aware of her timid disposition, often demanding that she surrender her cultivation resources to him, and even claiming some of the opportunities she risked her life to acquire in the secret realm under various pretexts. Brother Han Feng? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows furrowed, her small face scrunching up as she shook her head. Brother Han Feng generally remains in seclusion, rarely emerging, and I do not particularly like Brother Han Feng. He always carries himself in such an aloof manner, has never treated me kindly. Is that so? Sui raised an eyebrow slightly. If Han Feng is indeed the other candidate for the divine weapon secret realm, then let us hope he does not emerge victorious. Shortly thereafter, Luo Qinghuan arrived at the training square of the Xuantian Holy Sect. At this moment, a considerable number of disciples had already gathered there to train, and upon the girl's arrival, she instantly attracted the gaze of many, who regarded her with a flicker of reverence. Sister Luo, it is an honor to see you, Sister Luo. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, acknowledging their greetings, and then stood to the side, awaiting the arrival of the sect's representatives. Qinghuan, you have arrived. Just then, a feminine voice resonated. Clad in a purple qipao, Yuji approached, accompanied by a white-haired elder leaning on a cane, prompting the gathered crowd to bow respectfully. We pay our respects to the sect master. We pay our respects to Elder Xianming. Greetings, sect master, greetings, elder. Luo Qinghuan glanced over and also offered soft bow. Qinghuan, for this journey, Elder Xianming will be your protector, Yuji stated, glancing at the elderly man beside her. Very well. Luo Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement. A pinnacle figure at the peak of the great ability realm, nearly stepping into the rebirth realm. Suyi observed Elder Xianming with keen interest, assessing his formidable prowess. Among first-rate forces, he could be considered a top-tier expert, though he still fell short compared to the 5 great powers. Sectmaster, may I inquire about the identity of the other candidate? Just as Yuji was about to respond, I have heard that junior sister Luo has already broken through to the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm. Such speed truly makes me, as her senior, feel quite embarrassed. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed through the air. Subsequently, from the heavens, a youth clad in azure robes and holding a folding fan descended gracefully. The surrounding disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect changed their expressions upon seeing him. It is Master Brother Han Feng. What? Is he the cultivation fanatic of our Xuantian Sacred Sect? The number 1 on the talent ranking? I did not expect him to emerge today. As they beheld the youth with the folding fan, a chill swept through the crowd, their eyes filled with trepidation. It is said that Master Brother Han Feng is ruthless. Even those of his own sect who offend him meet with dire consequences. Furthermore, most crucially, Han Feng not only possesses extraordinary talent, but his master is also the esteemed elder of Xianming. This implies that within the Xuantian Sacred Sect, very few dare to provoke him. Han Feng, upon your emergence, have you broken through to the creation realm? Moon Princess inquired, casting a glance at him. Replying to the sect leader, I have indeed just broken through to the creation realm. I emerged with the intention of seeking a compatible spirit weapon within the divine armament secret realm, aiming to challenge for a position in the top 10 of the talent ranking in the wilderness domain. Han Feng replied with a light smile. Creation realm? Aiming for the top 10 of the talent ranking in the wilderness domain? Hiss! Master Brother Han Feng is truly formidable. The surrounding disciples gasped in awe. Junior Sister Luo, I have heard that you secured first place in the upcoming Dao conference. I wonder what rewards the sect has bestowed upon you. If you do not mind, might you share them with your senior? At that moment, Han Feng's gaze fell upon the young woman, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. This Han Feng surpasses even his portrayal in the original tale. Is he really attempting to seize the opportunity upon their first meeting? Am I the bandit, or are you? Hearing this, Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Very well, very well. You have chosen your path to demise. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Luo Qinghuan's brows furrowed slightly, and she then lifted her gaze to meet his. I do mind. Chapter 60. The mystic realm of divine weapons opens. What did you say? Upon hearing the words of the young woman before him, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. In the past, when faced with his requests, she would hesitate, but ultimately reveal the rewards bestowed by the sect, which he would then claim under the pretense of safeguarding them for her. Yet now, Luo Qinghuan had outright refused him. Junior Sister Luo, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Would you mind repeating it? Han Feng maintained a smile on his face. Luo Qinghuan glanced at him, choosing to disregard his query. Why should I repeat myself, just because that fool Su Yi said you didn't here? Very well. Observing the young woman's decision to ignore him, Han Feng narrowed his eyes, a flicker of coldness passing through them. Did she truly believe that breaking through to the 8-star Heavenly Venerable would grant her the audacity to defy her senior brother? However, the coldness in his gaze quickly dissipated, and he resumed his smile. Since his junior sister was unwilling, he would not force the matter. With a shrug, he retreated behind the Grand Elder of Xianming. Now then, Grand Elder Xianming, time is of the essence. We must set forth without delay, lest we miss the appointed moment for the opening of the mystic realm of divine weapons. Yu Ji remarked, glancing at the three of them. Indeed, Master. The Grand Elder of Xianming nodded, then tossed his staff into the air. It instantly enlarged to several dozen feet, hovering above them. He leaped onto it and beckoned to the two below. Feng, Qinghuan, come aboard. All right. The two nodded in agreement and leaped onto the staff. Once they stabilized their positions, the Grand Elder addressed Yu Ji below. Master, we are departing. With that, he waved his sleeve, and the enormous staff soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and vanishing in the blink of an eye. The mystic realm of divine weapons is located in the central state of the desolate sky domain. It is said that as the time for its opening approaches, both possessed and unclaimed spiritual artifacts in the vicinity resonate, mourning for the fallen divine weapon emperor. At this moment, an increasing number of talented individuals from various factions, qualified to enter the mystic realm of divine weapons, were making their way towards its location. The location of a Xuantian holy sect is not particularly close to the central state. Even a half-step reincarnation realm powerhouse, like the Grand Elder of Xianming, requires a full day of travel at full speed. During this time, Luo Qinghuan found a secluded corner of the staff, far from Han Feng, while appearing to meditate with her eyes closed. She was actually conversing with Su Yi in her soul space. Although Han Feng did not actively seek trouble, the occasional cold glances he cast towards the young woman made it clear that he was undoubtedly up to no good. Before long, a day had passed. Feng Ia, Qinghuan, prepare yourselves. We are almost there, came the Grand Elder's voice from his staff. The voice of the venerable Xianming suddenly resonated. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan emerged from her spiritual space, slowly opening her beautiful eyes and gazing in the direction indicated by the venerable elder. Before her lay a desolate wilderness. For hundreds of miles around, it was a barren desert, devoid of any trace of life, resembling a lifeless expanse. In the very center of this wasteland stood a broken sword, soaring hundreds of feet into the sky, piercing the clouds. A flicker of confusion crossed the young girl's eyes. That was the entrance to the divine weapon's secret realm. The venerable Xianming, leaning on his staff, fixed his solemn gaze upon the broken sword and could not help but exclaim. It is said that this broken sword was once an imperial artifact. Since the fall of the divine weapon emperor, countless powerful beings of the Saint Lord realm and even those of the Emperor realm have attempted to draw forth this sword, seeking to claim it for themselves. Yet, none have succeeded. Upon hearing this, Su Yi, within the confines of the spiritual realm, crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully. What nonsense! Although the old man of divine weapons may not be formidable in battle, the weapons he forges are beyond the reach of any emperor-level powerhouse, as long as he does not permit it. Oh, so that esteemed divine weapon emperor is quite formidable, then? Luo Qinghuan inquired curiously. Sui had mentioned that this place was the tomb of his old acquaintance, which presumably referred to the divine weapon emperor. Emperors are never weak, the venerable Xianming replied, shaking his head. The greatest strength of the divine weapon emperor lies in his forging techniques. The imperial weapons he crafted are coveted by all-powerful beings of the 9 domains. All right, Qinghuan, prepare yourselves. We are about to descend, the venerable Xianming announced, manipulating his staff to guide them toward the broken sword. As they drew closer, an increasing number of cultivators surrounded them, evidently the proud elites from various factions preparing to enter the secret realm. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air. A demonic blade descended from the heavens, crashing heavily before the broken sword. The overwhelming force instantly sent the venerable elder's staff flying. Fortunately, the 3 reacted swiftly, stabilizing themselves to avoid falling. Not only were the 3 affected, many flying spiritual artifacts from surrounding factions also felt the impact, with some even crashing to the ground, causing their riders to stumble and curse in frustration. Curse it! Can't they see so many people here? Are they in such a hurry to meet their demise? Fool! Yet, just as he was in mid-curse, a companion beside him swiftly restrained him. The companion, pale-faced, pointed downward. Upon seeing the blood-clad elder and the 3 blood-clad youths beside him, his expression changed dramatically, fear flashing in his eyes, and he promptly fell silent. The surrounding cultivators, also caught in the aftermath, quickly abandoned their thoughts of venting their frustrations, for the identities of those wielding the demonic blade were anything but ordinary. That is one of the 5 foremost powers of the Wasteland domain, the extreme Demon Valley. Such a status, indeed, grants them the audacity and confidence to behave so recklessly. Let us descend as well. The elder Xianming, upon seeing the group, furrowed his brow, a flicker of gravity passing through his eyes, before he deftly maneuvered his staff to glide down, halting several hundred meters from the broken sword. This divine weapon secret realm is not akin to the discourse conference of our Xuantian Sect. This grand imperial secret realm, capable of captivating the entirety of the Wasteland domain, has but 5 principal powers as its true protagonists, with a 5-star reincarnation realm and 3 1-star creation realm cultivators. These 3 must be the young prodigies from the extreme Demon Valley participating in the divine weapon secret realm. They are not particularly formidable. Even without my intervention, Miss Luo could easily handle these 3, the abode of the soul's receptacle. Su Ye's gaze fell upon the 4 members of the extreme Demon Valley, and he swiftly analyzed their strengths with remarkable clarity. Suddenly, just as Su Yi intended to withdraw his gaze, his brow furrowed tightly, as if he had discerned something peculiar. Chapter 61. The Phoenix Goddess. The final encounter as Su Ye's gaze fell upon the 3 prodigies of the extreme Demon Valley. His brows furrowed in an instant, sensing a familiar yet repugnant aura emanating from them. Su Yi, what is troubling you? Luo Qinghuan inquired, having noticed the shift in his soul's essence. It's nothing, Su Yi replied, shaking his head. After casting one last glance at the trio, he diverted his gaze. Upon Su Yi's withdrawal of his gaze, the 3 prodigies suddenly appeared dazed, as 3 dark auras flickered through their minds. What is happening? Why do I feel as though a terrifying presence has scrutinized me? The elder with a sinister visage furrowed his brow, urgently asking the others. I feel it too. And it is indeed terrifying, as if it has been etched deep within my very soul. The other 2 shadowy figures responded, their expressions pale. Hiss! What could this possibly mean? Never mind. We must prioritize eliminating those remaining threats. That old wretch in the divine armament secret realm must be dealt with today. The three shook their heads, a chilling glint flashing in their eyes. As time progressed, an increasing number of powerful forces arrived at the scene. When four terrifying auras manifested in the sky, the expressions of those present immediately shifted, their gazes drawn upwards, followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. The Phoenix Goddess of the Supreme Heartless Palace, Luo Qinghuan of the Pill Alliance, and the third prince of the Wuji dynasty. These individuals rank among the foremost prodigies of the five dominant factions, indicating that this time, the five forces are resolutely determined to seize control of the divine armament secret realm. And from the Battle Heaven Palace. Wait, the Battle Heaven Palace did not send Xuantian, one of the three Daozi? But who then is this Xuantian? His corpse has surely grown cold. What? Xuantian of the Battle Heaven Palace has perished? At this revelation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No one anticipated that Xuantian, a prominent figure among the three Daozi of the Battle Heaven Palace, had already met his demise. Who could have committed such a ruthless act? Meanwhile, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a young girl slightly turned her face, humming a little tune. It's that scoundrel Su Ye's doing. It has nothing to do with me, Luo Qinghuan. With all five top-tier factions now present, the only course of action was to await the opening of the divine armament secret realm. Elder Xianming, alongside Han Feng and Luo Qinghuan, remained quietly in anticipation, allowing the two to restore their energy in preparation for their imminent entry into the secret realm. You are Luo Qinghuan? At that moment, a chilling female voice suddenly pierced the air. The group lifted their eyes to see a woman clad in a fiery red dress adorned with a phoenix design approaching, arms crossed, scrutinizing the white-clad girl before her. This woman was none other than the illustrious Phoenix Goddess of the Supreme Heartless Palace. What is the meaning of this? Why has the Phoenix Goddess approached someone from the Xuantian Holy Cult? Could it be that the Xuantian Holy Cult has offended the Supreme Heartless Palace? How dare they? Hee. It seems an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold. In a fleeting moment, the surrounding onlookers witnessed the unfolding drama, their gazes fixed in anticipation of an enthralling spectacle. The Phoenix Goddess? I am Xianming, the esteemed elder of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. May I inquire as to why the Phoenix Goddess seeks the young lady Qinghuan? Elder Xianming furrowed his brow and spoke hastily. However, the Phoenix Goddess paid him no heed, her eyes remaining steadfastly upon the maiden clad in white. Lo, junior sister, have you offended the Phoenix Goddess? Should you not hasten to apologize? Han Feng squinted and cast a sharp glance at Luo Qinghuan, hastily reprimanding her. The young maiden frowned slightly, yet before she could speak, the Phoenix Goddess shot a glare at Han Feng. Silence. This goddess is conversing with her. What concern is it of yours? Han Feng's lips twitched involuntarily, his countenance darkening, yet he restrained himself from uttering another word. After all, he could not afford to cross the prodigies from the five paramount factions. I have heard that the divine envoy has chosen you. Thus, you are now considered one of my competitors. I eagerly anticipate our encounter, the Phoenix Goddess declared, a glimmer of combativeness flashing in her beautiful eyes, her crimson lips curling slightly as she gazed at Luo Qinghuan. Having spoken, she offered no further words and turned to leave, leaving the surrounding cultivators and prodigies in a state of bewilderment, gazing in astonishment at the maiden in white. Is that Luo Qinghuan of the Xuantian Sacred Sect? What does the Phoenix Goddess mean by that? She has the qualifications to be her rival? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their eyes drawn to the young maiden. What does she mean by that? The young maiden's brow knitted in confusion, her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty. She sensed no malice from the Phoenix Goddess, only an overwhelming desire for battle. It likely pertains to the divine envoy she mentioned, as well as the supreme forgetting emotions technique bestowed upon you by Yuji, Suyi elucidated. In the original narrative, the Supreme Forgetting Palace would soon host a selection for the goddess, in which Luo would also participate, ultimately emerging victorious to become the true goddess of the Divine Palace. The Phoenix Goddess must be one of the candidates, hence regarding Luo as a rival. However, as for the title of goddess, it was of no interest to Luo, who had no desire for it. Before long, after a prolonged wait, an intense sword intent suddenly coalesced above the broken sword in the desolate land. Accompanied by a resounding boom, that terrifying sword intent soared into the heavens, tearing through the sky. Boom! Almost immediately, countless phantoms materialized in the firmament. Upon witnessing this, the crowd turned their gazes, only to find that these phantoms were manifesting divine weapons, swords, blades, spears, and more, each radiating brilliance and ferocity. Even as mere phantoms, the onlookers could sense the dreadful killing intent emanating from them. Hiss! With so many divine weapons, it is likely that even a single one could be deemed a peerless imperial weapon. This is the legendary realm of divine weapons, the domain of the divine weapon emperor. As this scene unfolded, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators grew increasingly grave, their eyes ablaze with fervent longing. This old fellow, even in death, cannot find peace. He revels in showcasing his divine weapons. Deep within his soul, Suyi cast a glance at the celestial manifestations of those extraordinary weapons in the sky, letting out a bemused chuckle as he shook his head. It is truly unfortunate that this old miser has not bestowed even a single divine weapon upon you, Brother Yi. Surely, it must be that you have wronged the esteemed emperor of divine weapons in some way, causing him to withhold his gifts. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. Why would I ever bully that old man? Your brother Yi only teases you. That is what one might call favoritism. Suyi replied with a smile. Indeed. Luo Qinghuan retorted, pouting slightly. So, should I then? Thank you? Curiosity. Suyi nodded without reservation. Umph. The young lady huffed, pursing her lips. All right, my dear Luo, prepare to enter this secret realm of divine weapons. Suyi's gaze fell upon the slowly unfurling barrier of the broken sword, murmuring softly, I wonder if I might catch a final glimpse of my old friend. Chapter 62. Is the senior sister of the Xuantian Sacred Sect here to procure goods? Boom! As the barrier on the severed sword gradually unfolded, a sharp sword intent emanated from its core, causing many cultivators present to change their expressions dramatically. Observing this, the leaders of various factions immediately employed their abilities to shield the younger prodigies behind them. Fenger, Qinghuan, retreat behind me. The revered elder Xuanming's gaze flickered with seriousness as he struck his cane heavily against the ground, enveloping the two behind him in a powerful aura. Clang! The sword's resonance echoed. The barrier unfolded instantaneously, and that piercing sword intent swept through everyone present, causing the faces of all leading cultivators to shift in apprehension. Their eyes filled with gravity, not daring to exhibit any complacency. Such formidable sword intent. Is this the divine sword forged by the Sword Sovereign? This fierce sword intent is not merely a manifestation of the sword's sovereign-esque mastery, but rather the inherent terrifying sword intent possessed by the divine weapon itself. One can only imagine the horrifying realm of sword intent if a master of sword techniques were to wield this divine sword. The rippling sword intent flowed through everyone in an instant, as if scanning each individual present, yet unnoticed by all. When the waves of sword intent brushed past the figure of the girl in the white dress, it inadvertently stirred up greater ripples. Finally, when the sword's resonance ceased and the sword intent dissipated, everyone exhaled in relief. Beneath the severed sword, a spatial portal materialized, revealing the trial ground for divine weapons. Fenger, Qinghuan, this sacred realm only permits the younger generation to enter, so from here on, you too must proceed on your own. Remember to look out for one another once inside, Elder Xianming advised, gazing earnestly at the two. Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of junior sister Luo. Han Feng replied, his gaze warm and reassuring as it rested on the girl. Very well, prepare to embark. Elder Xianming nodded in approval. Everyone, as this divine weapon realm lies within the territory of our Zhongzhou, it is only fitting that I, the third prince of the Wuji divine dynasty, enter first. The third prince of Wuji laughed heartily, leading two other prodigies from the Wuji divine dynasty directly toward the severed sword. Following them, Li Qingyang from the Pill Alliance, Fang Yuan from the extreme Demon Valley, and the prodigies of the Battle Heaven Palace also entered the severed sword. Luo Qinghuan, this goddess shall await you within. Do not perish. The divine phoenix glanced back at Luo Qinghuan with a haughty snort before departing. Once the prodigies of the 5 great factions had entered, the other aspiring cultivators began to move forward. Junior sister Luo, let us proceed as well, Han Feng said, casting a smile at the girl beside him. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, yet remained silent. Meanwhile, deep within the divine weapon realm, a venerable soul suddenly paused, trembling with excitement. The familiar aura. Could it be? Accompanied by a flicker of white light, the surrounding space has undergone a transformation. This place exists as a realm unto itself. Above the firmament, one can see the ethereal silhouettes of divine weapons suspended high, and everything visible in this domain is a manifestation of these divine arms. Should one gain their acknowledgement, they may carry them away, transforming them into one's own spiritual armament. Consequently, upon entering this space, many prodigies from various factions embrace the towering trees or kneel to sense the delicate blades of grass, for these are all born of divine weapons. However, the prodigies from the 5 major powers, as well as those from first-rate factions, chose not to linger here, but rather ventured deeper into the space. This inner sanctum draws closer to the site of the fallen divine weapon emperor, and thus, the divine arms within are considerably more formidable than those outside. Junior sister Luo, this secret realm of divine weapons bears certain dangers. It would be prudent for us to join forces. Han Feng smiled, already plotting how to utilize Luo Qinghuan as his tool, intending to exhaust her energy before compelling her to relinquish the divine arms for his own benefit. Yet, as he spoke, he realized that Luo Qinghuan had not responded at all. A flicker of displeasure crossed Han Feng's eyes as he turned to admonish her, only to find that the girl had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, the darkness in his gaze deepened. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Suyi observed a colossal tree before her. Is this also a divine weapon? The girl gazed at the tree adorned with ice-cold leaves, her petite face scrunching in contemplation. Of course, do you doubt your brother Yi? Your behind may be at risk. A voice echoed in her mind, tinged with teasing. I believe you, I believe you. Upon hearing the mention of her behind, the girl's expression shifted, instinctively shielding her curvaceous form, nodding eagerly. Guided by Su Yi, she began to comprehend the divine weapon manifested in the tree. Her small hand pressed against its trunk as she gently closed her eyes. In the next moment, accompanied by a radiant glow, the tree transformed into a spiritual sword exuding a hint of icy sword aura. And an artifact, the frostblade. The girl beheld the spiritual sword birth from the tree, extending her hand to grasp it delicately. Observing this scene, many practitioners surrounding the tree displayed expressions of envy. Merely by contact, they could be acknowledged by the divine arms. Such talent was utterly formidable. Su Yi, this Xian artifact isn't particularly strong, she remarked. You fail to understand. Su Yi replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Though this Xian artifact may not possess great strength, it is immensely valuable. Oh, I see now. The girl instantly grasped the implication. While these Xian artifacts held no immediate use for her, she could sell them for resources beneficial to her cultivation. Thus, these divine arms became advantageous in her pursuit. Su Yi had always said that one must never overlook anything that could be acquired for free. Then I shall not hold back. Consequently, she decided not to rush deeper, but to seize the opportunity to gather resources first. Truly, this was a fierce wife and a cunning husband, taking both food and treasure. Wherever the ruthless bandit treads, not even a blade of grass survives. After all, even these grasses are transformed by divine weapons. Upon witnessing the young maiden's gentle touch upon these myriad entities, the divine weapons immediately recognized her as their master, leaving the surrounding cultivators utterly bewildered. Goodness! While other prodigies enter the realm of divine weapons, meticulously selecting those that harmonize with their own essence, it appears that this sister from the Xuantian Sect is merely here to stock up on divine armaments. Within the sacred domain of divine weapons, the elite from various factions strive to comprehend their own unique weapons, engaging in a careful selection process. Meanwhile, a certain young maiden, guided by the nefarious whisperings within her mind, began her acquisition spree, indiscriminately collecting divine weapons of all calibers, filling one storage ring after another. As she departed to procure more from another location, those who had just arrived were met with a desolate scene, devoid of life and vegetation. Instantly, they exchanged glances, their expressions filled with doubt and confusion. Had they stumbled into the wrong place? Chapter 63. 10 Orbs of Light, all sacred artifacts. In the innermost sanctum of the divine armament's secret realm, a grand hall stands resolutely. At this moment, the hall is filled with the elite from 5 major factions along with numerous prodigies from first-rate powers, all gathered here. Within the hall, 10 radiant orbs of light coalesce, each encapsulating a divine weapon, blades, spears, swords, and fist blades, among others. The assembled prodigies cast their predatory gazes upon these 10 orbs, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Although these divine weapons are sealed, the presence of their formidable energy is palpable. These 10 divine armaments are, at the very least, sacred artifacts. In the realm of the Tianxian continent, divine weapons are categorized as mundane artifacts, spiritual artifacts, profound artifacts, treasured artifacts, sacred artifacts, imperial artifacts, and divine artifacts. Below the imperial artifacts, the sacred artifacts represent the pinnacle of what they can acquire. I can no longer contain myself. Such divine weapons are rightfully mine. At this moment, a prodigy from a first-rate power, unable to resist the allure of the sacred artifacts, suddenly lunges toward one of the spear-shaped orbs of light. Observing the scene, the elites from the 5 great factions remain unfazed, merely scoffing softly, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. Ha ha ha! This sacred spear shall be mine. Seeing that no one was there to hinder him, the prodigy's joy intensified, and he could not suppress a hearty laugh as he reached out to touch the orb. Boom! In the next instant, a blinding light enveloped him, and the prodigy's delight soared. Swish! However, just then, a sound of breaking air pierced the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, before the prodigy could react, a long spear had pierced through his chest. What? His pupils constricted as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, turning sharply to find a figure embodying a formidable spear intent standing behind him, holding a long spear that had impaled his chest. Astonishingly, this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him. No! A cry of despair and unwillingness escaped the prodigy's lips as his lifeless body was flung aside by the spear, crashing heavily onto the hall's floor. Instantly eliminated by a mere second star in the celestial sovereign realm, witnessing this, a grave expression washed over the faces of those present in the hall. It seems that upon touching the radiant orb, the intent of the sacred artifact manifests as a challenger's own form, possessing an essence that exceeds their own strength by at least 2 minor realms. Defeating it may grant one the sacred artifact within. How intriguing, truly intriguing. A smirk played upon the lips of the 3rd prince of the Wuliang divine dynasty as he gazed at the 10 orbs of light, then mockingly addressed the onlookers. Now that we have discerned the method to acquire sacred artifact from this secret realm, I wonder who amongst you will dare to take the first step? His words hung in the air, met with a profound silence. Clearly, despite understanding the process, no one was willing to take the lead. After all, the body of the previous daredevil was still warm. Creak! Just then, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly thrust open, drawing the attention of the distinguished individuals present. They beheld a stunning maiden clad in a flowing white gown, who entered while shouldering a large burlap sack, brimming with an array of divine weapons. This sight left the assembled elites momentarily stunned, their lips twitching in disbelief. Could this be Luo Qinghuan, the junior sister of the Xuantian Sacred Sect? Was she merely out gathering supplies? Noticing the astonished gazes upon her, the maiden remained unfazed, silently depositing the entire sack of divine weapons into her spatial ring. Junior Sister Luo, I thought you had abandoned your elder brother. It seems you were merely scavenging, remarked Han Feng from the crowd, his eyes narrowed, a smirk plastered on his face, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, having come all this way, one cannot simply leave empty-handed, can one? Luo Qinghuan appeared oblivious to the mockery in Han Feng's voice, smiling sincerely as she replied. Elder Brother Han must have comprehended quite a bit about divine weapons, no? Han Feng's expression darkened, an unsettling gloom clouding his demeanor. He was taken aback. The usually timid maiden had transformed into someone so eloquent and sharp-tongued. Moreover, she added, Elder Brother Han, do not forget that this is the hallowed ground where the divine weapon emperor fell. Every weapon here is a testament to his painstaking craftsmanship, though they vary in strength. They're certainly not the mere scraps you imply. An amused smile graced her lips as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Han Feng's countenance grew even more sullen. The maiden's remarks ignited a fire within him, and he sensed a sudden sharpness in the air around them. I merely misspoke, he stammered, then turned his gaze to Luo Qinghuan, gesturing toward the 10 glowing orbs within the hall. Junior Sister Luo, these orbs contain sacred artifacts. Why not give them a try? At this, the surrounding elite figures internally cursed Han Feng for his treachery, urging his own junior sister to take such risks. What a despicable act. Yet, no one dared to intervene. They secretly hoped for someone fearless enough to test the true nature of those sacred artifacts, as it would grant them invaluable experience in acquiring them. After all, it was Han Feng's shamelessness at stake, not theirs. Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes scanned the glowing orbs, confirming the presence of various sacred artifacts within. Why are they all sacred artifacts? What did that old man become so stingy? Sui furrowed his brow. If his old friend was willing to unveil this divine weapon secret realm, it implied he intended to release the imperial artifacts he had forged. Why then were all the orbs merely sacred artifacts? Do not approach. At that moment, a chilling feminine voice pierced the air. Luo Qinghuan froze, raising her gaze to see a figure in a fiery red gown. Huang Shun In, standing nearby, arms crossed and an air of haughty superiority adorning her face. This person is deceiving you. These sacred artifacts are not as splendid as they seem, the fiery maiden declared coldly. Upon encountering the sacred artifact, its essence manifests as a projection of oneself, possessing a realm far superior to one's own. A moment of carelessness could lead to one's demise. Otherwise, why would this individual refrain from approaching? Upon hearing these words, the young girl was momentarily taken aback before expressing her gratitude. Thank you, she said. No need for thanks. The Phoenix goddess retorted with a cold snort. I merely cannot bear to witness my opponent perish in such a manner. After all, I intend to defeat you with honor. Observing the Phoenix goddess thwarting his advantageous position, Han Feng's eyes darkened with frustration, yet he dared not act upon it and chose to remain silent. Su Yi, this sacred artifact seems rather arduous to obtain, the young girl remarked, her brows furrowed. No worries, he replied. Did I not mention that this is the tomb of an esteemed acquaintance of mine? As it is a resting place of a dear friend, I am well acquainted with its intricacies. This is merely a trial of the old man's essence, quite straightforward indeed. Within his mind, Su Ye's voice resonated. Chapter 64, Little Luo. Shall we strike him? Strike. The trial of weapon intent? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, a hint of bewilderment flickered in the maiden's beautiful eyes. The trial of weapon intent is exclusive to the divine weapons forged by the old man, and any divine weapon he crafts possesses formidable weapon intent. To gain recognition from these sacred artifacts, one's own weapon intent must at least match or exceed theirs. Back in the day, your brother Yi. Sui elaborated. I see now. Luo Qinghuan suddenly understood. With you, brother Yi, this endeavor is a mere trifle. The trial of weapon intent is not daunting at all. Rather, it presents an excellent opportunity for self-refinement. Sui gestured for the girl to relax. It is a pity, however, that old man was exceedingly stingy. Your brother Yi was permitted only a single trial and was never allowed to attempt it again. Just once. Did you perhaps offend the esteemed Emperor of Divine Weapons? The girl furrowed her brow slightly. If he were truly an old acquaintance, he would not have restricted Su Yi to only one trial, would he? Indeed, just once. That old man is quite miserly. Su Yi shrugged, indignation evident on his face. Precisely. The girl nodded in agreement, chiming in. It was merely a single encounter with over 10,000 divine weapons, initiating the weapon trial and inadvertently unleashing a perfect level of weapon intent. causing those weapon intents to malfunction and become incapacitated. That old man would not allow your brother Yi to continue the trials. Such stinginess. Sui echoed her sentiments with irritation. Luo Qinghuan fell silent, her expression turning contemplative as she silently apologized to the esteemed Emperor of Divine Weapons. Impudent Su Yi, no wonder the Emperor of Divine Weapons forbade you from further trials. All right, little Luo, go ahead. MHM. Luo Qinghuan nodded gently, raising her gaze to survey the 10 luminous orbs within the Grand Hall. Her eyes quickly settled upon a radiant orb, within which lay a sacred artifact resembling a sword. At this moment, within the hall, everyone exchanged glances, none daring to take the first step. Just then, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, a figure in a white dress gracefully approached one of the orbs of light. Is that Luo Qinghuan from the Xuantian Holy Sect? Just moments ago, the Phoenix Goddess had prevented her from advancing, yet she remains oblivious to the peril? Does she not see that even the most talented individuals from the 5 Supreme Forces dare not act so rashly? As Luo Qinghuan boldly walked towards one of the sacred artifact orbs, many among the elite displayed expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Luo Qinghuan, what do you intend to do? The Phoenix Goddess furrowed her brows. To obtain the sacred artifact, the girl replied softly. Obtain a sacred artifact? You? At these words, a wave of laughter erupted around her. Clueless. Han Feng crossed his arms, observing coldly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Goddess frowned, but chose not to elaborate further. In this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the maiden. However, Luo Qinghuan paid no heed to the gazes of those around her. Instead, she walked confidently towards the radiant artifact, then inquired of Su Yi in her mind. What should I do next? Quite simple. Touch the artifact to initiate the trial of intent, Su Yi replied. Understood. The young girl nodded gently, then placed her delicate hand upon the luminous orb. Instantly, the brilliance intensified, and the eyes of the onlookers were fixated upon her. Luo girl, here we go. At that moment, Su Ye's voice echoed her mind. Without the slightest hesitation, the enchanted frost blade manifested in her grasp, and she swung it behind her with conviction. Clang! In the next instant, the sound of clashing blades erupted as a terrifying and fierce sword intent radiated outward. Unbeknownst to her, a spectral figure, embodying the very essence of sword intent, materialized behind her, its icy gaze locked onto her, firmly blocking her strike. Hiss! When did this apparition appear? The elder sister of the Xuantian Sacred Sect responded with remarkable swiftness. As the spectators processed the scene and heard the ringing of the sword, their expressions shifted dramatically, realizing too late the gravity of the situation. Despite their unwavering focus on Luo Qinghuan, they had failed to notice the emergence of the sword intent. Had they been in her position, they would likely have perished beneath that blade. Such swift reflexes. Even the formidable talents of the 5 great powers, Phoenix Goddess, Li Qingyang, and the 3rd Prince of Wujin, were struck by a sense of gravity as they witnessed the scene, increasingly convinced of the extraordinary capabilities of the girl before them. At that moment, in the heart of the Grand Hall, the clamor of swords echoed ceaselessly. The fierce sword intent, akin to a phantom, appeared from various angles, striking with such ferocity that one misstep could result in being cleaved in two. Yet, even amidst the unpredictable speed of these spectral strikes, the girls seemed to anticipate each one, executing flawless evasions. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Has Sister Luo from the Xuantian Sacred Sect unlocked some hidden power? However, unbeknownst to them, within the depths of her mind, Su Yi reclined leisurely in a chair, nonchalantly offering guidance, as if everything unfolded according to his design. Luo girl, left side. Luo girl, right side. Now directly in front, strike faster. Understood. The young girl, absorbing Su Ye's words with unwavering faith, felt a spark of sword intent ignite within her, and thrust the frost blade forward with fervor. Clang! The blade met the embodiment of intent, yet it did not dissipate. Clearly, a single strike was insufficient to conclude the trial. Exactly. Luo girl, this trial of intent is designed to assess the perfection of your sword intent. The embodiment of intent represents your flaws. Each move reveals a deficiency. By rectifying these flaws and achieving perfection, the embodiment will naturally fade away, Su Yi explained with a gentle smile in her mind. Understood. The young maiden nodded slightly, then grasped her sword, her expression unusually earnest. As time progressed, the flaws in her sword intent gradually became apparent to her. Eventually, without the need for Su Ye's guidance, she was able to keep pace with the fierce sword intent and even began to initiate attacks on her own. It seemed as though her sword intent was becoming increasingly perfect. Could it be that this trial was, in fact, an exercise in identifying and remedying deficiencies? Only by reaching a state of perfection could one gain the recognition of the sacred artifact. How utterly improbable! After all, perfection is an unattainable ideal for mortals, let alone for the essence of a weapon. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the talented individuals changed dramatically. Yet in the next moment, as the sword intent gradually dissipated and merged into the luminous orb, a sacred sword emerged and floated effortlessly into the maiden's hands, leaving them utterly astounded. Wait a moment. In the brief span of our astonishment, you have achieved perfection? Have you awakened? Sister Luo, congratulations. We never imagined you could pass the trial of the sacred artifact's essence and successfully acquire it. At this moment, Han Feng was the first to react amidst the crowd, his gaze greedily fixed upon the sacred artifact in the maiden's possession. With a beaming smile, he continued, Sister Luo, this place is perilous, and your strength is limited. Why not entrust the sacred artifact to your senior brother for safekeeping? Here we go again, attempting to seize it. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Luo girl, shall we cut him down? The maiden pondered for a moment, then, upon seeing Han Feng's disgustingly hypocritical smile, she nodded silently. Cut. Chapter 65. A sword to the throat, a sacred artifact to protect its master, Sister Luo. Since you remain silent, it seems you have tacitly agreed, correct? Then allow me to temporarily safeguard this for you. As Han Feng observed the girl's silence, a faint smile crept upon his lips. He approached, his gaze fervently fixed upon the sacred artifact, his hand reaching directly toward the girl's embrace. Shameless. In my view, this fellow claims to guard it, but he likely seeks to possess it for himself. He thinks Sister Luo's obedient demeanor makes her an easy target. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators and prodigies silently condemned Han Feng's audacious behavior. The Phoenix goddess furrowed her brow. She intended to speak, but recognizing this was an internal matter of their sect, she chose to remain silent. Come now, Sister Luo, allow your elder brother to take care of this sacred artifact for the time being. Noticing that Luo Qinghuan did not resist, Han Feng's eyes gleamed with triumph as he reached out to seize the artifact from her grasp. However, at that moment, clang, a resounding sword cry echoed. In a flash, Han Feng's outstretched hand was severed, blood gushing forth like a spring. The speed was so swift that even he did not have time to react. After a considerable interval, the intense pain jolted Han Feng back to reality. He stared at his severed hand, howling in agony, cold sweat pouring down his face. Luo Qinghuan, what do you mean by this? Your elder brother merely wished to help you safeguard the sacred artifact, yet you severed his hand? Upon witnessing this, even the assembled prodigies were momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the seemingly gentle girl, unable to fathom that Luo Qinghuan would resort to such violence. The sacred artifact has recognized me as its master. It will automatically protect itself from anyone approaching with malicious intent. I cannot be blamed for this. The girl cradled the sword, her red lips parting as she spoke softly. What? It has recognized you as its master? Upon hearing this, Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically, momentarily forgetting the pain of his severed hand. In but a fleeting moment since realizing the artifact's essence, it had already acknowledged her as its master. Indeed, one cannot fault Sister Luo for this. It must be said that Han Feng is truly formidable. Despite the loss of his hand, a smile still lingers on his face. However, Sister Luo, one cannot allow my injury to be in vain. Why not dissolve the bond of mastery over this sacred artifact and bestow it upon your elder brother? Given your talent, Acquiring another sacred artifact should pose no challenge. Would it? Dissolve the bond of mastery? This fellow is not only ugly, but also harbors fanciful thoughts. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Su Yi, arms crossed, scoffed disdainfully. Forcing the dissolution of the bond would be detrimental to oneself. Would you harm yourself just to benefit him? Has Han Feng lost his mind? Luo, use the words your brother Yi taught you to scold him. Oh. The girl nodded eagerly, then turned to Han Feng. You wish for a pipe dream. Su Yi? Upon hearing the maiden's words, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. Since senior brother has stated he bears no grudge, why should I still compensate you? The young girl answered with utmost seriousness. Han Feng replied, I was merely being polite. You truly lack courtesy, do you not? When did junior sister Luo become so sharp-tongued? He chuckled. Since junior sister Luo is unwilling, I shall have no choice but to lodge a complaint against the sect leader, compelling you to forcibly separate this sacred artifact to compensate for my losses. Han Feng sneered, discarding any pretense, his face betraying contempt. Wretched girl. Yet, just as Han Feng believed Luo Qinghuan would be intimidated, she merely nodded nonchalantly. Han Feng's brows furrowed as he gazed at her indifferent expression, and suddenly, rage surged within him. He stepped forward, raising his hand as if to slap her. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, he caught a glint of cold light. The sword cradled in the maiden's arms appeared to stir. In the next moment, he felt a warm sensation at his throat. What? As his vitality began to ebb, realization struck him, and his pupils constricted in horror. Had he truly been silenced by Luo Qinghuan's blade? He hadn't even discerned her movement. How could this be? Was she not merely at the 8th star of the heavenly sovereign realm? I am at the 1st star of the creation realm. This woman, so insidious? As his life force dissipated, Han Feng's eyes were filled with dread towards Luo Qinghuan. It turned out that what he could perceive was solely what she allowed him to see. Her prowess was far more formidable than it appeared. A creation realm expert defeated in an instant? What is happening? In that moment, witnessing Han Feng's throat being sealed by a single stroke, the countenances of the gathered prodigies shifted dramatically. Even it failed to catch a glimpse of how the girl had unsheathed her sword. Senior brother, I warned you not to get too close. The sacred artifact has just recognized its master and is fiercely protective. Observing the scene, the maiden wore an innocent expression, her small face scrunching up as she caressed the sacred artifact, letting out a sigh. Is it a sacred artifact? Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Was it truly the sacred artifact protecting its master? Rest in peace, senior brother. Luo Qinghuan sighed, stepping closer to Han Feng to close his eyes, which were filled with fear and unwillingness. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Han Feng's essence and residual soul power silently surged into the maiden's body. After all, when it comes to murder, one must do it thoroughly. This was merely a fundamental skill for a fierce wife and a ruthless husband. Luo Qinghuan has completed a transformation. Reward: perfect level artifact comprehension. Investment option available? In his mind, the system's voice echoed continuously. Invest. So he did not hesitate. He had already attained perfect level artifact comprehension. What use was it to him? Naturally, it was to be invested in the young girl. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Investment completed. The host's perfect level artifact comprehension will be elevated. Oh, is it possible for a flawless weapon to undergo a transformation? Upon hearing this, Su Yi wore a satisfied smile and continued, Lo, my dear, I have refined some of your understanding. Beyond this divine sword, you may also seek to comprehend and master the remaining 9 sacred artifacts. Indeed, how wonderful! The young girl gazed at the other 9 sacred artifacts, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. In the past, she might have hesitated and timidly asked, shouldn't we leave some for the other prodigies? But now, all she could say was, of course, we must leave some for these prodigies. I want to leave behind a stunning silhouette of myself, having mastered all the sacred artifacts. Chapter 66. The Corpse, the Broken Sword, the Divine Armament Emperor. Is she planning to subdue other sacred artifacts? As the young woman suddenly stowed away the sacred object she had been cradling and moved towards the remaining 9 sacred artifacts in the Grand Hall, A palpable tension gripped the assembled prodigies. These 10 sacred artifacts embody distinct essences of weaponry. They could comprehend that, as a master of the sword, she might attain enlightenment from the sword artifact. However, it seemed implausible that she could grasp the essence represented by all 10 sacred artifacts. This disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect might be indulging in excessive greed, mused a frowning prodigy from a first-rate power, casting a glance towards Luo Qinghuan. Greed? The elder brother jested. This is merely the principle that the capable prevail. Besides, I am not preventing any of you from achieving enlightenment with the sacred artifacts. The girl shook her head, dismissing the notion as she turned and strolled towards a radiant orb of light, quietly retrieving a large sack from her storage ring along the way. The sight left the prodigies bewildered. You claim you are not here to stock up? As the girl endeavored to sense the second sacred artifact, the other prodigies could no longer remain passive and began to experiment in earnest. Oomph. The Phoenix goddess scoffed lightly, stepping forward to make her own attempt at comprehension. This disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect is truly intriguing. Luo Qinghuan from the Pill Alliance chuckled, shaking his head before joining in the effort to discern the artifacts. The prodigies from the 5 major powers each selected a sacred artifact to attempt comprehension. Yet soon, they furrowed their brows, realizing that these artifacts were indeed far more complex than they had anticipated. Beads of sweat began to form on their brows as they earnestly sought enlightenment from the sacred objects, in stark contrast to the perspiration of the 5 major powers prodigies. Luo Qinghuan appeared as though she were merely on a shopping spree. Before long, under her exceptional comprehension of weaponry essence, she consecutively attained enlightenment of the sword, spear, and other sacred artifacts, quietly placing them into her sack. Moreover, the girl exhibited remarkable politeness, patiently waiting for the other prodigies to be thoroughly tormented by the essence before she would choose to act and achieve enlightenment, all while maintaining a carefree demeanor as she stowed the artifacts away amidst their astonished expressions. Soon, even the prodigies from the top 5 powers opted to abandon their attempts at comprehension. After all, achieving a perfect level of weapon essence in such a brief span seemed nearly insurmountable for them. However, when their gazes fell upon the girl carrying the sack, their lips twitched. It appeared that what seemed impossible for them was not entirely so for Luo Qinghuan of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Simultaneously, within Su Ye's mind, the voice of the system echoed continuously. Luo Qinghuan's sword intent has attained perfection. The host's perfect sword intent has been sublimated. Luo Qinghuan's spear intent has attained perfection. The host's perfect spear intent has been sublimated. He was hardly surprised by this scene. The girl's innate talent far surpassed that of these prodigies, especially considering her extraordinary advantages. What could these prodigies possibly compete with? The 10 sacred artifacts have ultimately dwindled to the last remaining item, the alchemical furnace. Among the 5 foremost powers, only Luo Qinghuan from the Alchemy Alliance continues to persevere, while even the arrogant Prince of the Infinite has conceded defeat. Alas, such a splendid sacred artifact, the alchemical furnace, is regrettably beyond my grasp. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan cast a glance at the luminous orb before him and sighed deeply. He then turned his gaze to the young maiden who had been waiting patiently by his side. His eyes inadvertently flickered over the large burlap sack she was carrying, causing his lips to twitch slightly as he spoke with a hint of resignation. Junior sister Luo, please proceed. Thank you, senior brother Li. The girl replied with a polite smile, stepping forward. In a moment that left Luo Qinghuan astonished, she gently pointed with her small hand and the sacred artifact. The alchemical furnace transformed into a beam of light and flew into her sack. Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. After all the effort I exerted, there was not a whisper of disturbance. Yet with a mere flick of junior sister Luo's hand, the sacred alchemical furnace has vanished? Is it that my hands lack the allure of hers? She can even claim the alchemical furnace. Could it be that this junior sister Luo is well versed in the art of alchemy? Luo Qinghuan furrowed his brows, pondering this possibility. Thus, it appeared that the 10 sacred artifacts within the Grand Hall had been claimed solely by this young maiden. It seems fate has turned its back on me regarding the sacred artifacts. I must settle for something less. After all, These are all refined by the godly weapon emperor. Even a mystical or treasured item would suffice. Witnessing this scene, the gathered prodigies sighed in unison, devoid of any thoughts of seizing the artifacts. After all, just moments ago, Han Feng, who was at the creation realm, had been inexplicably slain by the so-called guardian sacred artifact. Now that she has acquired several more sacred items, they were wary of potential repercussions should these artifacts defend their new owner. Here, in the sacred weapon secret realm, divine weapons abound. With this in mind, some of the prodigies discreetly exited the Grand Hall, seeking other divine weapons. However, in the next moment, an exclamation echoed. What the hell? Where have all the divine weapons gone? The area is completely barren. How could it be this clean? Outside the hall, astonished and bewildered voices erupted. Not a single divine weapon remains. Upon hearing the commotion from outside, the prodigies within the hall froze momentarily, their gazes inevitably shifting towards the young maiden who quietly placed the sack into her storage ring. Could it be that this act of thievery is the doing of junior sister Luo from the profound, unholy sect? Cough. As the crowd's eyes fell upon her, she slightly turned her face away. Boom! Just as everyone marveled at how such an innocent-looking maiden could commit such brazen acts, a thunderous roar reverberated through the hall, coinciding with the disappearance of the 10 luminous orbs. Lo and behold, there sat a skeleton in the grand hall, beside which stood a rusted broken sword. Could this possibly be the remains of the godly weapon emperor? And could the item beside him be an imperial artifact? Upon witnessing the chilling sight of the stark white bones, the crowd furrowed their brows, a flicker of reverence crossing their eyes as their gaze inevitably fell upon the broken sword, leading them to speculate. Could this be considered an imperial artifact? The sword, tarnished and rusted, exuded no aura of spiritual energy, and even the proud essence of the divine weapon emperor seemed to have vanished entirely. How could this possibly be an imperial artifact? The third prince of the boundless divine dynasty crossed his arms and scoffed. The reason an artifact is designated as imperial lies in its embodiment of formidable imperial might. Even if its master has perished, the imperial power it harbors would never dissipate. Moreover, it is an imperial artifact forged by the divine weapon emperor himself. Upon hearing this, the celestial prodigies from the 5 supreme factions, including the Phoenix Goddess, silently nodded in agreement. After all, each of the 5 prestigious factions possesses imperial artifacts, making their voices the most authoritative. Indeed, it is that old fellow within the depths of her soul, the girl, Su Yi, cast her gaze upon the white bones upon the grand hall and let out a sigh, her brows slightly knitting together, yet she mused, this sword. I seem to have never encountered it before. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 3 prodigies from the extreme Demon Valley turned numb as the sinister demonic energy within their bodies began to resonate. Chapter 67. On the brink of annihilation, yet still unrepentant, I can sense a soul within that broken sword, one that is exceedingly familiar. Surely, the remnants of that old wretch's spirit are concealed within it. What good is hiding? It has merely been discovered by me. The sinister energy within Feng Yuan cackled ominously. It is high time to eradicate these remaining nuisances. The malevolent aura within Yi Tiansheng echoed in agreement. And what are those little ones surrounding us? The sinister energy within Song Hun inquired, frowning. Naturally, they must be slain. It is an opportune moment to devour them and replenish our primordial dark energy. Although the other 4 great powers present a challenge, who would know it was us behind their total annihilation? Feng Yuan's sinister energy replied without hesitation. Agreed. Let us proceed. The 3 sinister energies briefly conferred, preparing for action. At this moment, all the outstanding talents were fixated on the withered bones and the broken sword, oblivious to the terrifying dark energy emanating from the trio of the extreme Demon Valley, enveloping the entire Grand Hall. Feng Yuan, what are you doing? At that moment, a shriek filled with rage erupted. The crowd turned abruptly. They beheld, to their astonishment, that at some point, the chest of the proud warrior from the Battle Heaven Hall had been pierced by a demonic blade, wielded by none other than Feng Yuan of the extreme Demon Valley. What is happening? Why would Feng Yuan strike at this Li Fan? It seems Li Fan has recently assumed the position of the third disciple of the Battle Heaven Hall after Qin Tian's demise. This suggests that the title of third disciple in the Battle Heaven Hall carries an ominous fate, does it not? Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the crowd transformed, filled with confusion. Fang Yuan, what is your intent? Li Qingyang furrowed his brows, gazing at Fang Yuan. Yet in that moment, Fang Yuan's eyes had turned utterly numb, his pupils a void of black, devoid of any white. His visage was twisted with malevolence, dark energy swirling around him. With a wave of his hand, Li Fan's lifeless body disintegrated into a puddle of inky blood, which Fang Yuan consumed directly. Of course, I am refining you, turning you into sustenance for my growth. Hiv hiv hiv. As the grotesque laughter echoed, Fang Yuan's presence surged dramatically, a terrifying dark energy enveloping the entire hall. And behind him loomed a shadow of a demon towering 100 feet tall. Simultaneously, the two others beside him also exuded a formidable aura, their dark energy swirling ominously. This is bad. It seems Fang Yuan and his companions have succumbed to the dark energy. Observing this, the other talents immediately realized that Fang Yuan and the others were no longer the individuals they once knew. Run. Do you think you can escape? Hiv hiv. You shall all become the nourishment we need to restore our primordial dark energy. Fang Yuan cackled, gesturing with his hand, and the colossal shadow mimicked the motion, unleashing a torrent of terrifying dark energy that enveloped the entire hall, sealing off all avenues of escape. Some among the talented refused to yield, attempting to force their way out. However, upon merely brushing against the dark energy, they were instantly consumed, dissolving into black blood. Witnessing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted yet again, now filled with sheer horror. Even the 5 great powers prodigies, including the Phoenix Goddess, wore expressions of profound distress. At this moment, Fang Yuan and his companions had already attained the reincarnation realm, and they were incessantly devouring the flesh and blood of the prodigies, thereby restoring their demonic essence and continuously augmenting their strength. Suyi, what is the meaning of this? Witnessing this scene, the young girl furrowed her brows and quietly circulated her spiritual energy. No wonder I sensed something amiss with these individuals earlier. It turns out they are mere rats lurking in the shadows, too cowardly to reveal themselves. In his mind, Su Ye's gaze fell upon the trio, and he could not help but let out a cold snicker. Fear not, for your brother Yi is here. These rodents cannot harm you. However, just as the hall echoed with cries of despair, an ancient soul gradually materialized above the broken sword. With a sweeping gesture, he instantly dispelled the demonic energy, then fixed his gaze upon Fang Yuan and his companions, sighing deeply. You lot, it is astonishing that you nearly faced extinction at the hands of young Su. Yet you remain obstinately unrepentant. Chapter 68. The most resplendent emperor of the human race? Is it Su Yi? Boom! From the severed sword, an ancient sigh reverberated. A gentle imperial aura enveloped the grand hall, granting the once struggling prodigies a moment to catch their breath as they hastily turned their gazes towards the throne above. It was the divine weapon emperor. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the ancient soul upon the broken sword, the prodigy's pupils contracted with awe. The soul was immense, towering at 100 feet, with hair as white as snow and eyes shimmering like silver, akin to a sharp sword suspended in the air. Surrounding him, countless shadows of divine weapons manifested, affirming the identity of the elder's remnant soul. It was indeed the divine weapon emperor. You old wretch, I knew you were not entirely dead. You have managed to retain a remnant of your soul to linger in this world. However, it matters not. Today, I shall enslave this fragment of your soul to forge soul weapons for my demon clan. As the dark aura enveloped Fang Yuan, his expression turned grim upon hearing the words of the divine weapon emperor. What? The entity possessing Fang Yuan was actually from the demon clan? Hadn't they vanished from existence thousands of years ago? Upon hearing this revelation, the third prince of the infinite god dynasty's complexion changed drastically, turning pale. His eyes filled with dread. The demon clan? What was that? The surrounding prodigies, unaware of this history, immediately turned their attention. Thousands of years prior, a dark force descended upon the Xuantian continent, and amidst this sinister darkness existed a warlike and bloodthirsty race known as the Demon Clan. They emerged from the shadows, born of darkness itself. This race, endowed with exceptional talents and formidable cultivation capabilities, expanded to a terrifying scale within mere millennia. By the time the cultivators of the 9 domains of Tianxian discovered them, they had already obliterated several top-tier forces, devouring the bodies of cultivators and refining their blood, committing heinous acts without restraint. Many powerful emperors once banded together, attempting to extinguish this demon clan, but they returned in defeat, with some even perishing in the process. In no time, the name of the demon clan became known to all, inciting profound fear throughout the 9 domains. Taking a deep breath, the third prince of the infinite god dynasty slowly spoke. What? They could consume top-tier forces in just a millennium? Even the combined might of emperors could not contend with them? Upon hearing the third prince's words, a deep trepidation flickered in the eyes of all the prodigies within the hall. Fortunately, this terrifying race had gradually faded into obscurity thousands of years ago. Otherwise, with their frightening cultivation speed, they could have subjugated the entire 9 domains of Tianxian within mere millennia. Yet, a perplexing question arose. How could such a powerful race suddenly vanish from existence? After all, even a coalition of emperors could not contend with them. Meanwhile, not far away, a young girl in a white dress listened intently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, eager to learn how the events would unfold. She faintly sensed that the mysterious disappearance of the formidable demon clan was likely linked to a nefarious individual. As if aware of the doubts lingering in the hearts of those present, the third prince of the infinite god dynasty sighed deeply, his expression turning grave as he slowly articulated, "It is because the celestial demon clan has provoked a certain individual." One person? Within the grand hall, the assembled prodigies were momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment flashing in their eyes. No, it cannot be. A gathering of emperors had joined forces and failed to make even a dent in the celestial demon clan, with some emperors even perishing in the attempt. Yet, this clan had merely offended a single individual, leading to their decline and the near annihilation of their race. How could that be possible? Initially, the prince himself was skeptical, but the ancient records of our dynasty could not be mistaken. The third prince sighed again. That individual is the most resplendent emperor of our human race, yet also the most peculiar, known as the Bandit Emperor. Wherever he goes, not a blade of grass survives. He is a source of constant vexation for the powerful across the 9 domains of Tianxian. He has even achieved the audacious feat of robbing thousands of cultivators single-handedly. Truly a quintessential bandit. However, prior to the arrival of the ancient path to ascension, the celestial demon clan had dared to act against a friend of this bandit emperor, ultimately inciting his wrath. Thus, this formidable being single-handedly stormed into the celestial demon clan, seizing the moment just as the clan's 10 emperors prepared to embark on the ancient path to ascension, annihilating them almost entirely. Furthermore, on the ancient path to ascension, he faced the 10-9 tribulations demon emperors. Although he fell, he succeeded in eradicating 7 of them and severely wounding the remaining 3. As he recounted this, the third prince's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with fervor. To face 10-9 tribulations demon emperors and vanquish 7. Anyone would boast about such an achievement for a lifetime. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the grand hall as the prodigies absorbed this information. They had previously questioned how this bandit emperor could be regarded as the most illustrious among human emperors, yet now the answer was clear. Throughout history, no emperor had ever achieved such dazzling feats. 10 against 1, with 7 being slain in return. One cannot assert that the terrifying 10 demon emperors of the demon clan were merely playing around. It can only be said that the predecessor, known as the bandit emperor, was extraordinarily fearsome. Su Yi, they murmured, surely they're not referring to you? At that moment, within the grand hall, a girl with sparkling eyes felt a surge of excitement and could not help but inquire about Su Yi in her mind. In response, Suyi merely replied nonchalantly, "Basic moves, do not overthink." Oomph. What of it? He ultimately perished, did he not? Meanwhile, the three demon emperors of our celestial demon clan have already ascended to the divine realm, becoming demon gods. Fang Yuan scoffed, his disdainful words betraying the fear he could not conceal in his body, trembling at the thought of that human emperor. At that time, he had merely been a peak sovereign, a small figure in comparison, even when considering the entirety of the 9 domains. Although he may not be the most formidable, he certainly possesses a voice that commands attention. Yet, on that fateful day, when the human emperor descended upon the realm of the celestial demons, a mere glance from him caused the entirety of his demonic form to shatter, leaving him with no room for resistance. Truly, a single gaze could lead to obliteration. Had it not been for the sovereign preserving a fragment of his lingering soul, he would have long been consumed by the relentless forces of the cosmos. But the divine weapon emperor merely smiled with arrogance. Confronting 10 adversaries alone, he severed the lives of 7 ancient hounds. Sufficient indeed. Chapter 69. My dear girl, can you wield the sword of an old friend to vanquish the malevolent creatures of the demon race? Upon hearing the indifferent laughter of the divine weapon emperor, the expressions of the 3 members of the Fang Yuan turned exceedingly grim. Although, in the end, the heavenly demon clan emerged victorious, successfully slaying the human emperor. The price they paid was excruciatingly painful, nearly leading to the annihilation of their entire lineage, rendering them silent for millennia. Even among the 10 demon emperors, only 3 remained after the slaughter. It was indeed a profound humiliation. Regardless of how resplendent that being was, he ultimately fell, his corporeal form severed into countless pieces, and his very soul bound to the demonic flames, burning for a millennium before finally extinguishing. Fang Yuan let out a sinister laugh. However, he failed to notice that within the grand hall below, upon hearing these words, a young girl's beautiful eyes flashed with a chilling glint, her small fists instinctively clenching. So, my soul was bound to the demonic flames for millennia. No wonder my resurrection took so long. Suyi furrowed his brow slightly. Yet he bore no grudge against those old hounds who treated him thus. It matters not. When my physical form is restored, I shall pay them a personal visit to express my gratitude. Luo girl, why are you so silent? He raised an eyebrow, noticing the sudden chill in the girl's demeanor, momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had seen such indifference in her gaze. They treated you this way. I will avenge you. The girl gritted her silver teeth, her expression earnest. Upon hearing this, Suyi was momentarily stunned, warmth blossoming in his heart, followed by a gentle smile. Rest assured, your brother Yi will not let those old hounds off the hook either. Indeed, the girl nodded vigorously, her fists poised, eager to take action. After that being's fall, Haven Tu, his closest friends, suffered even more. How could your plight be any better than ours in the heavenly demon clan? Are you not facing death, fleeing, and enduring wounds? Over the years, my heavenly demon clan has gradually regained its strength. Our first task is to annihilate everything he held dear. Let us begin with your wretched, lingering soul. Fang Yuan cackled. Upon the utterance of these words, a cold glint flashed in Su Ye's eyes deep within the girl's soul. Is that so? Back then, you 3 were merely insignificant ants slain in an instant by Su. Do you truly believe that by acquiring the power of those old hounds, you have elevated yourselves? Even though my residual soul is vastly weakened, today I shall eradicate you 3 completely. The divine weapon emperor bellowed, and with a wave of his colossal soul form, imperial might surged forth. Along with this motion, countless divine weapons manifested from behind him, relentlessly charging towards the 3 demonic figures. Old man of divine weapons, while your forging techniques may be unparalleled in terms of combat prowess, you are likely the weakest in the celestial palace, are you not? Upon witnessing the multitude of divine weapons, the 3 demons of Fang Yuan exhibited no semblance of fear, letting out cold snorts as their formidable demonic energy surged forth, propelling them directly toward the multitude of divine weapons. Witnessing this scene, The expressions of the young prodigies within the grand hall shifted dramatically. They hastily sought refuge, only to discover that there was nowhere left to hide. Their eyes instantly filled with despair. After all, this was a battle once fought by a great emperor. Even if their strength had waned considerably over time, being caught in the crossfire would undoubtedly lead to a bitter demise. However, at that moment, the ethereal figure of the divine weapon emperor raised a hand, enveloping all present in a gentle yet commanding aura of imperial might. Could it be the esteemed divine weapon emperor? In an instant, the young prodigies were taken aback, their hearts stirred with emotion, and their gazes toward the aged apparition were filled with reverence. Among you, perhaps there is a chance. However minuscule it may be, I have always believed he still lives, so take refuge in peace, the divine weapon emperor sighed, urging forth the celestial arsenal. Lo, my dear girl, summon your brother to join, he added. Simultaneously, Suyi whispered softly, indeed. The young maiden nodded slightly. Yet at that very moment, a wave of gentle yet potent imperial energy suddenly manifested, flowing over the girl, seemingly hindering her from taking action. What does this venerable old man intend? Suyi furrowed his brow. Boom! Crash! At that juncture, the divine weapons collided with the surging demonic energy. Crack! 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 One weapon after another shattered. Witnessing this devastation, the divine weapon emperor felt a profound sorrow. Each of these weapons, regardless of their strength, was crafted by his own hands, a testament to his dedication and toil. Alas, as time passed, he had lost his former might, and these divine weapons had likewise diminished alongside his decline. Huh, do you, old fool, still believe that wretch is alive? A laughable jest indeed. His body shattered into countless fragments, his soul burned for millennia. Even if a god were come, his demise would be certain, with no hope of rebirth. He is just as doomed. Very well, since you so dearly miss him. Once I enslave this remnant of your soul, I shall take you to witness the infernal pillar that consumed his soul in flames. Cackled Xuantian. Then at that moment, the three demons began to summon their dark energies. In an instant, countless divine weapons shattered anew. Though the three demons were once inferior to the divine weapon emperor, their current powers had vastly transformed, bolstered by the dark energy bestowed by their master, the demon god, the divine weapon emperor. Reduced to a mere wisp of a soul flickering like a candle in the wind, would stand no chance against them. Embrace the wheel of fate, cried Xuantian in unison. As their towering demonic forms coalesced their dark energy into three sharp, spinning blades that surged toward the divine weapon emperor with ferocity. Divine weapon shield. Sensing the imminent threat, the divine weapon emperor furrowed his brow. With a swift motion of his aged hand, countless ethereal divine weapons converged behind him, forming a robust shield to protect him. Bang! Shatter! Yet, within the ominous magic wheel of Xuantian, a terrifying aura surged forth. With a single strike, a massive crack appeared on the divine shield, ultimately shattering it and leaving it to fall upon the form of the divine weapon emperor. Divine weapon emperor, Senior. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the gathered prodigies shifted dramatically. Suyi, seeing this unfold, Luo Qinghuan was filled with anxiety, her small face etched with concern. Luo girl, leave it to your brother Yi. Suye's eyes burned with a murderous intent, disregarding the gentle imperial might of the divine weapon emperor that sought to restrain him. He could not simply stand by and watch his old friend's soul be enslaved, condemned to eternal suffering. Cough. Ha ha. To think that those three old hounds harbor such hatred for the young Su, willing to risk exposure just to borrow a wisp of demonic energy from you. Yet at this moment, the divine weapon emperor wore a bitter expression as he sat upon his throne. Eventually, his gaze slowly fell upon the broken sword before him. If it must be so, then this old man shall have no choice but to utilize the last remnants left by young Su. He sighed deeply. What? That entity's possession? Upon hearing this, the trio of Xuantian changed countenance, filled with trepidation, unwilling to act recklessly. Something I left behind? Suyi was taken aback, his eyes drawn to the broken sword, unable to recall what he had left. Alas, it is unfortunate that in my current state, I am unable to wield it, yet I can temporarily lend this power to another. The divine weapon emperor let out another sigh. Senior, choose me. I can do it. As these words escaped his lips, the surrounding prodigy's eyes lit up, eagerly raising their hands in volunteerism. The aged gaze of the divine weapon emperor swept across the crowd, ultimately settling upon a young girl in a white dress. Little girl, I see in you the grace of an old acquaintance. Might you wield this sword, which I never had the chance to bestow upon my old friend, to vanquish these vile demons? Chapter 70. The master himself takes the stage. Can he not be impressive? As the words of the divine weapon emperor resonated, his gentle and aged gaze fell upon the girl in the white dress, causing the crowd of aspiring talents vying for prominence within the grand hall to pause, their attention drawn towards her. Me? Upon sensing the multitude of eyes upon her, the girl momentarily froze, a delicate blush gracing her fair visage. Why was she chosen? Why not leave such an opportunity for us? Furthermore, if one were to endure the might of the divine weapon emperor, shouldn't the selection be made among the most powerful and exalted? How could she be the one? Observing the scene, the talented individuals cast glances filled with envy and confusion. The divine weapon emperor achieved his status through the essence of artifacts. She alone comprehended 10 sacred weapons. Can any of you accomplish that? The phoenix goddess crossed her arms, letting out a cold laugh. The aspiring talents were rendered speechless, not to mention 10. Even mastering a single sacred weapon was beyond their capabilities. What should we do, Suyi? At this moment, the girl finally emerged from her daze, hurriedly whispering to the soul residing within her. Do not worry, Luo girl. Allow your brother Yi to take the stage. Suyi slightly shook his head. He too was eager to discover what the final legacy left behind by the old man of divine weapons truly was. The girl obediently nodded. Then, unnoticed by anyone, her previously gentle gaze underwent a sudden transformation, turning icy and composed. The divine weapon emperor waved his colossal spectral hand, summoning a rust-riddled broken sword into his grasp. Looking down at it with a sigh, this sword should be regarded as the strongest divine weapon I have ever crafted. This is the strongest? The talented individuals exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. The broken sword, marred with rust and incomplete, lacked even a trace of artifact essence. How could it be deemed the strongest divine weapon he had ever forged? Regrettably, that lad left in haste, and this sword was never delivered to him. Had my forging skills been more refined back then, perhaps I could have aided that lad during the terrifying imperial battle on the ancient road to divinity. The divine weapon emperor sighed, his tone tinged with self-reproach. Then, with a wave of his hand, the broken sword flew before Luo Qinghuan. Child, I perceive a semblance of an old friend in you. This broken sword contains a fragment of my deceased friend's primordial power. His intention was to leave it for our protection. However, I believe that lad, being such an extraordinary talent, would not perish so easily. Thus, I have preserved this power, even in death, never having made use of it. I merely hoped that one day it might return to its rightful owner. The divine weapon emperor sighed, his gaze lingering steadfastly upon Luo Qinghuan. To the onlookers, it seemed as though he conversed with an old friend whom he had known for ages. Yet the three, Feng Yuan, dared not make any move, their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed upon the broken sword, forced to listen. After all, the terror instilled by that entity was indelible, deeply etched into their very souls. The source of power? Suyi furrowed his brow, lifting his hand to grasp the broken sword, and was immediately enveloped by an extraordinarily familiar aura. In that moment, he comprehended the nature of this so-called power. Before entering the ancient path to divinity, he had entrusted a fragment of his own source of power to his dear friends, intending it as a means of self-preservation for them. Yet to his dismay, even the divine weapon emperor had never contemplated utilizing this power before his demise, merely believing that he would not easily succumb to death. This source of power could still aid him. This obstinate old man, on the brink of death, still concerned for others? Those Suye's words were scolding in nature. A smile struggled to escape the corners of his mouth. To have such a friend, his previous life was not lived in vain. Meanwhile, a petite soul clad in a white dress within the depths of being wept inconsolably. Oh, the divine weapon emperor is truly a good person. All right, my child, feel the power within this broken sword with your heart. Fear not, I shall lend you my strength. The divine weapon emperor inhaled deeply, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the girl nodded coolly, extending her jade-like hand to grasp the broken sword. Could she truly manage it? Within this broken sword resided the power of the most resplendent emperor of the human race. Upon witnessing this scene, the young prodigies within the grand hall became tense and anxious, for their fates were now in the hands of the girl. Should the remnant soul of the divine weapon emperor be enslaved, they too would be doomed to a fate of consumption. Feel, yet under the watchful, anxious gazes of the multitude, Sui merely smirked slightly. After all, this was a power that rightfully belonged to him. Was it necessary to feel it with intent? Was it not simply a matter of thought? Boom! As he grasped the hilt of the broken sword, a dazzling radiance erupted from its surface. A terrifying force surged directly into his body, enveloping the entire hall in an aura of death. Hiss! Had she merely touched it to sense the power of that existence? Senior Sister Luo, how formidable! In that instant of power's eruption, the once apprehensive prodigies within the hall, who had doubted the girl's ability to sense the power, now wore expressions of awe. Goodness, this is astonishingly smooth, one exclaimed. To put it bluntly, Senior Sister Luo feels that existence's power with far greater ease than I do when relieving myself. Dear friend, your words are rather coarse, came the retort. In that moment, the young prodigies within the grand hall collectively exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Since Luo Qinghuan could sense the power of that existence, they still had a chance for survival. Ha ha ha. Little girl, I was right about you. You truly possess the essence of a dear friend. I shall assist you. The divine emperor let out a hearty laugh, and in the next moment, his form transformed into a gleam of light, plunging directly into the broken sword. What? This? What kind of aura is this? Could it be, indeed, that individual? The expressions of Feng Yuan and his companions shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with terror, as they sensed a familiar dread awakening deep within their souls. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That being had perished thousands of years ago. Even if some of their power lingered, it would hardly be formidable, especially considering it was wielded by a mere girl, incapable of unleashing its true might. Stay calm. Feng Yuan was the first to regain his composure, dark energy swirling around his demonic form as he hastily addressed his companions. Indeed, we must accomplish the task entrusted to us by our master today. Song Honey Tianxing exchanged a glance and nodded solemnly. Is that so? However, upon hearing the words of Feng Yuan and his companions, the young girl slightly lifted her crimson lips, revealing a breathtaking smile that sent shivers down the spine. Others wielding power? How fortuitous! Little did they realize that the power they referred to was none other than her own. Chapter 71. The demon god frightened away with a single glance. As the girl's chilling voice echoed, a breathtaking smile blossomed upon her delicate face. In the next instant, a resounding roar erupted, accompanied by the radiant glow of the broken sword in her hand. Behind her, an immense, imposing figure suddenly materialized, cloaked in black, seemingly standing between heaven and earth. Regrettably, the onlookers could not discern its visage, for their powers were insufficient to behold its true form. Could it be the infamous bandit emperor? Upon witnessing the towering figure behind the girl, the expressions of the gathered prodigies shifted dramatically. Even though it was merely a phantasm born of power's essence, the oppressive aura it exuded left them breathless. Is that the foul Sui? Deep within her soul, the petite spirit clad in white gazed at the imposing figure in black, her beautiful eyes shimmering like stars. How could this be? How could a mere girl awaken the primordial force of such an existence? In that moment, the trio, known as Feng Yuan, could no longer maintain their composure. Their faces blanched with terror, their very souls trembling. Flee! We must report this to our master at once. The three demons, devoid of the courage to confront this force, made a swift decision to retreat. After all, They had been annihilated with a mere glance from the bandit emperor not long ago, leaving them with no valor to engage in battle now. Attempting to escape? Observing this, the girl merely smiled softly, raising her hand in unison with the formidable figure behind her, which lifted its palm, crashing down upon the three demons with a thunderous force. As the palm descended, it was as if the world was being extinguished, rendering all existence into silence. No. Witnessing this scene, the fear in the eyes of Feng Yuan intensified. Aware of their impending doom, they resolved to fight with all their might, each unleashing their most powerful techniques. Demon Wheel, Transformation, Blood Sacrifice to the Celestial Demon. Demon Bloodblade. Amidst the surging demonic energy, their power was formidable. Yet, the girl remained utterly tranquil, devoid of any turbulence. As she pressed down with her jade hand, struggling was utterly futile. Boom! As her hand descended, no matter how ferocious their demonic energy or desperate their struggle, all was obliterated. The three towering demonic bodies vanished in an instant, leaving behind only three minuscule souls attempting to flee. Alas, they could not escape Su Ye's gaze. With a swift motion, he captured them and employed the immortal soul technique to devour them entirely. At this moment, the grand hall was engulfed in an eerie silence. The faces of the prodigies were etched with astonishment. No one had anticipated that the trio, who had recently pushed the divine weapon emperor to the brink of death, could be reduced to nothingness beneath the girl's singular blow. Incredible. How powerful. The prodigies swallowed hard. Was this the might of the bandit emperor? Even after millennia of downfall, a mere fragment of his primordial essence remained so formidable. Ah, how exhilarating it was in the days of the emperor. Sui couldn't help but exclaim. During the era of the great emperor, anyone who displeased him would be swiftly dealt with. What do you think, little Luo? Is your knight brother formidable? Sui cast a glance at the soul of the little white-dressed spirit, which was once again caught in a state of stagnation, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yes, yes, yes. The little white-dressed spirit nodded vigorously. Boom! Suddenly, an angry roar reverberated across the heavens. An invisible and terrifying force tore through the space of the secret realm, forcefully manifesting in this place. In that moment, the entire wild heaven domain resonated with that furious roar, as if a demonic deity had descended. Who dares to harm my kin? Instantaneously, as the roar echoed, the wild heaven domain erupted into chaos, with many powerful factions cultivators plunged into panic. The five supreme forces were the first to detect this terrifying aura, which did not belong to the nine domains. In the infinite divine dynasty, the ruler frowned, gazing up at the sky. He was situated in Central State, closest to the divine armament secret realm, and thus was the first to sense this ominous presence, his expression growing exceedingly grave. This aura is of a demonic deity. How could the aura of an upper realm demonic deity descend upon my Central State? Meanwhile, in the Taishang unfeeling palace, a beautiful woman in palace attire furrowed her brows, looking towards the heavens. The warriors in the Battle Heaven Hall and the Pill Alliance observed with trepidation. In the extreme Demon Valley, upon sensing this aura, the Valley Lord's expression turned extremely excited. This is the aura of our master. Could it be that our master is coming to retrieve us? However, just as the powerful beings of the entire wild heaven domain were turning pale and their expressions heavy, a towering figure clad in black appeared amidst the heavens and the earth. Upon its emergence, the leaders of the various factions waiting around the divine armament's secret realm were struck with terror, feeling an overwhelming pressure that rendered them breathless. What is happening? Why am I suddenly drenched in sweat? This figure is. Simultaneously, the leaders of the five supreme forces also caught sight of the imposing figure, their brows knitting together, their eyes filled with profound apprehension. This towering figure was so enigmatic that even they could not decipher it. In the small nine domains, who dares to harm my kin? In the heavens, the furious voice of the demonic deity echoed, as if a projection of the deity would descend in the next moment. However, at that moment, it suddenly caught sight of the towering figure in black, standing in Central State, and trembled. What? How? How can you still be alive? This is impossible. In the next instant, As the incredulous and shocked words rang out, the demonic shadow vanished without a trace, and the heavens returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing this scene, the factions in the wild heaven domain were left speechless. Did it flee? The demonic deity merely glanced and then fled? What is the origin of that towering figure? The Lord of the extreme Demon Valley. Your master has retracted a projection of the demon god. Who could that be? Meanwhile, the ruler of the infinite divine dynasty, closest to the divine armament secret realm, was momentarily taken aback. He seemed to have glimpsed a diminutive figure beneath that towering silhouette. Was that a young girl? The divine armament secret realm. I never expected this old dog to have ascended to divinity, yet remained so timid. As the imposing figure dissipated, Sui cast a glance at the heavens and could not help but smirk. That recent projection of the demon god must be one of the 3 demon emperors who survived. It appears they are faring quite well in the upper realm. Otherwise, how could they so carelessly project the demon god's image towards the 9 domains? Nonetheless, after such a commotion, they should be cautious about casually manifesting the demon god's projection again. Allow you a bit more leisure in your days. Once I, brother Yi, ascend to the upper realm, it will be the end for you old dogs. Chapter 72. Are you so stealthy? What was that just now? At this moment, within the sacred weapon secret realm, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. They had just experienced an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy, as an immense shadow shattered the very fabric of the realm, seemingly poised to descend upon them at any moment. Yet, just as the terror gripped their hearts, that dark presence abruptly vanished. Could it be due to that individual? The elite figures within the hall, still haunted by their recent experience, cast their wary gazes toward the girl clad in white. At that moment, the dreadful aura surrounding her had dissipated, and the colossal figure that loomed behind her was gradually fading away. Gasp! Just moments ago, Senior Sister Luo had wielded that power with such finesse, as if the formidable bandit emperor himself had graced them with his presence. Observing the serene girl and recalling how she had effortlessly vanquished 3 demons with a mere slap, the crowd couldn't help but marvel. Ahaha, little girl, you truly possess the demeanor of an old friend of mine. At this juncture, the aged laughter of the sacred weapon emperor reverberated through the hall. As the radiance from the broken sword dimmed, his grand apparition emerged from it, beaming at the girl in white. Thank you for your kind words, Senior. The girl, with a blush adorning her youthful face, replied softly. At this point, Sui had relinquished control, returning autonomy to her. May I inquire, dear girl, from which sect do you hail? What is your name? The sacred weapon emperor's gaze was fixed upon her. In response, the girl promptly replied in a hushed tone, I am Luo Qinghuan, a disciple of the Xuantian Sect. Luo Qinghuan? A splendid name. The sacred weapon emperor chuckled heartily and continued. Might I ask if you would indulge an old man in a drink? After countless years of waiting, I have finally encountered someone fitting. Upon hearing this, the elite figures present momentarily stood in stunned silence, then regarded the girl with envious eyes. It was evident that the sacred weapon emperor intended to pass on the true legacy of the sacred weapon secret realm to Senior Sister Luo. For millennia, no one had met the emperor's approval, but now, had the moment finally arrived? Hesitatingly, the girl nodded, her small face creased with concern. Senior Emperor, could it be possible for me to partake in just 1 cup? She feared her inability to hold her liquor, worried that inebriation might lead her to utter foolishness, making her the target of Su Ye's ridicule. Ahaha, no need to drink at all. The sacred weapon emperor laughed heartily, for his intent was never solely to drink. He then turned his attention to the assembled elites. All right, little ones, it is time for you to depart. With that, the sacred weapon emperor waved his hand, enveloping the Phoenix goddess and the other elites in radiant light, transporting them out of the sacred weapon secret realm. Simultaneously, as the elite figures emerged, the powerful leaders waiting outside the realm turned their gazes toward them. What transpired within the secret realm? Upon witnessing the emergence of the elites, the leaders hastily inquired, seeking answers. However, before the Phoenix goddess and her companions could explain, an ancient voice suddenly resonated, announcing to all, the Emperor of Divine Weapons. Having resolved to bestow his legacy upon Luo Qinghuan of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, declared that this inheritance embodies the Emperor's formidable might. Should anyone dare to seize it, they may experience the full force of his supreme imperial power. This proclamation undoubtedly serves to safeguard Luo Qinghuan from the covetous eyes of others. After all, even without his words, it would be evident to all that the legacy of the Divine Weapons Emperor has been claimed by her. Only by asserting that the inheritance contains his supreme imperial might, and that it cannot be wielded by those unworthy of his recognition, does he instill a sense of caution in others. What? A disciple of the first-rate power, the Xuantian Sacred Sect, has obtained the legacy of the Divine Weapons Emperor? Have even the prodigies of the 5 great powers met with failure? The revelation leaves the crowd in disbelief as they ponder the true identity of Luo Qinghuan. Furthermore, how is it that so many prodigies have vanished after entering the secret realm? Even the 3 renowned prodigies of the extreme Demon Valley have seemingly disappeared without a trace. In an instant, upon hearing the words of the Divine Weapons Emperor, the expressions of those present shifted drastically, their faces filled with astonishment. The girl, Qinghuan, has acquired the legacy of the Divine Weapons Emperor? The elder of the Xuantian Sect was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Wang Shenyu, what on earth is happening? An elderly matron from the Forgetting Emotion Palace furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at Huang Shenyu, adorned in a flowing red gown, and promptly inquired. The situation is as follows. Huang Shenyu crossed her arms and recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm. As her words gradually settled, the faces of those present turned pale with shock. What? The legendary demon clan has possessed the 3 prodigies of the extreme Demon Valley? With the assistance of the Divine Weapons Emperor, has Luo Qinghuan comprehended the primal force of the Bandit Emperor, vanquishing those 3 demons? At the mention of the Bandit Emperor, everyone present changed countenance, their expressions heavy with gravity, for they were all well aware of the resplendent reputation of this emperor from millennia past. Yet, none had anticipated that a mere girl could grasp the essence of such a formidable existence. Ha! Who would have imagined that our Xuantian Sacred Sect could produce such a prodigy? The elder of the Xuantian Sect laughed heartily, his spirits elevated. Meanwhile, beneath the 9 springs, Han Feng lamented, "So was my demise in vain?" Simultaneously, within the Divine Weapons secret realm, the Divine Weapons Emperor waved his hand, causing the surrounding scenery to shift. The grand hall that once stood vanished, revealing a secluded courtyard before the 2 individuals. In the courtyard stood a stone table, adorned with 2 wine cups. However, the Divine Weapons Emperor had transformed the wine into tea. "Come, Qinghuan, take a seat." The Divine Weapons Emperor beckoned, appearing like an ordinary elder, pouring a cup of tea for the young girl. "Thank you, senior." The girl obediently sat down, cradling the teacup in her hands and taking a gentle sip. Instantly, a delicate fragrance lingered on her lips. Delicious. A glimmer of delight sparkled in her beautiful eyes. "Ha! You are indeed much like that lad, sharing the same fondness for the tea brewed by this old man." The Divine Weapons Emperor chuckled. "Am I really so similar to that scoundrel Sui?" The maiden blinked her beautiful eyes and then pouted slightly. It was not quite right, not at all. That wicked fellow bullied her every day, yet she had never wronged Sui. Suddenly, Luo Qinghuan seemed to recall something. She set down her teacup and gazed at the Divine Weapon Emperor with her enchanting eyes. "You often say, I bear the visage of an old acquaintance. I wonder in what way?" The Divine Weapon Emperor pondered for a moment before pointing to the storage ring adorning the maiden's delicate hand. "If I am not mistaken, your storage ring must contain all the divine weapons from my secret realm, correct? That young lad, when he first met me, treated this place as a treasure trove as well." Upon hearing this, the maiden's charming face flushed with embarrassment. Alas, it is a pity that the young man, in his bravado, insisted on confronting the 10 great emperors. I have warned him time and again, yet he would not listen. The Divine Weapon Emperor sighed deeply. "Old Weapon Master, have you only prepared 2 cups? Are you not inclined to offer a drink to your old friend?" At that moment, a teasing voice rang out from within the courtyard. The The divine weapon emperor was taken aback and turned to look at the maiden. She covered her mouth and shook her head. It wasn't me. In the next instant, a pitch-black soul slowly materialized behind the maiden, seemingly smiling as it regarded the divine weapon emperor. You are that young lad, Su? At that moment, upon seeing the dark soul, the divine weapon emperor was momentarily stunned, and his aged eyes became exceedingly moist. Chapter 73. Not for ascendancy, but to bring back the little junior disciple, although the soul before him appeared as a swirling chaos, obscuring its visage. The remarkably familiar voice and presence unmistakably confirmed that this individual was indeed the long-awaited friend he had yearned for over the years. The most resplendent emperor of humanity from millennia ago. The fearsome bandit emperor, Su Yi. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't be dead. The divine weapon emperor laughed heartily, his tone brimming with elation as his eyes grew increasingly moist. Oh, how did you know I was alive? Su Yi inquired with a smile, casting a glance at the divine weapon emperor. As the saying goes, calamities leave a stench for eternity, for a scourge like you, who has wreaked havoc across the 9 domains. Even a legacy of 100,000 years or 1,000,000 would seem too brief. The divine weapon emperor chuckled heartily. Scourge of the 9 domains? Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow and shook his head with a grin. How can I be a scourge? Borrowing their treasures merely aids them in dedicating themselves to cultivation. You rascal, the divine weapon emperor shook his head in disbelief. And what of your audacious act of robbing the divine elixir hall of their freshly forged imperial elixirs? Their alchemical skills are woefully inadequate. Brother, you merely helps them refine their craft. And after refining, you turn around and sell it back to them at an exorbitant price. What does that imply? Service fee, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. Puffed. The young girl, who had been listening to the banter between the two, could not suppress her laughter, delicately cradling her teacup as she sipped her tea. By the way, Su Yi, what is the story behind your emergence from this little girl's body? The divine weapon emperor, unable to best him in jest, assumed a serious demeanor and shifted the topic. He glanced at the obedient girl beside him, his brow furrowing slightly. What is your current state? It's a long story. Currently, I am in a state of dual souls within one body with Luo. I can take control of her body. I just vanquished the 3 demons, which was my doing, Su Yi succinctly explained. Ah, I see. The divine weapon emperor enlightened, then furrowed his brow again, speaking solemnly. With 2 souls sharing a single body, you might seek out your senior sister Mu. Perhaps she can assist you in reconstructing your physical form. Senior sister Mu? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. The image of a gentle woman slowly surfaced in his mind. Mu Wanqing, the most formidable alchemist in the heavenly palace apart from himself. After traversing to this realm and enduring numerous trials, he had joined a sect known as the Heavenly Palace, which, unlike other sects, comprised merely a few dozen members. Due to his youth, he was affectionately referred to as the little junior disciple by his seniors, who treated him with great kindness, akin to family. In his journey through this foreign world, have they not ascended to the upper realms? Su Yi furrowed his brow. In the ancient path to divinity, which existed tens of thousands of years ago, only he, a prodigious being, achieved the status of a 9-tribulation emperor, while some acquaintances, including the divine weapon emperor, remained as mere 1-tribulation emperors. The disparity in strength between each tribulation was akin to a vast chasm. Their entry into the ancient path to divinity made it exceedingly arduous for them to emerge. Ultimately, among those acquaintances, only Su Yi ventured forth alone, meeting his end while battling 10 demon emperors within the ancient path. However, after the passage of tens of thousands of years, they should have all reached the rank of 9 tribulation emperors and entered the ancient path to divinity. Yet, from the words of the divine weapon emperor, it appeared that the senior disciples of the heavenly palace had not ascended to the higher realms. Could it be that something had transpired? Contemplating this, Su Yi felt a twinge of concern. Furthermore, the subsequent words of the divine weapon emperor deepened his frown. They had embarked on the ancient path to divinity, but had all departed midway. What? Departed midway? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in distress. The consequences of abandoning the ancient path were profound. To give up halfway, not only entailed bearing the terrifying karmic repercussions, but also significantly impaired one's cultivation and lifespan. Most critically, once one relinquished the pursuit, the opportunity to ascend to the higher realms was forever lost, rendering them unable to achieve divinity. Ascending to divinity had always been the ultimate aspiration for all cultivators in the Tianxian continent. Those who could enter the ancient path to divinity were nearly on the cusp of this ultimate goal. It was unfathomable that his senior disciples from the heavenly palace would choose to abandon their quest. Could it be? At that moment, Su Ye's expression shifted as he suddenly grasped the situation. The divine weapon emperor sighed deeply and spoke solemnly. During the tens of thousands of years of your fall, the disciples of the heavenly palace never ceased their search for a means to revive you. They each possess a fragment of your original power, and if they could locate a remnant of your soul, there might be a chance. Since you perished within the ancient path to divinity, your soul fragments would inevitably be scattered within it. Thus, whenever the ancient path is opened, someone from the heavenly palace steps forth to traverse it, enduring the karmic consequences only to depart midway, not in pursuit of divinity, but to seek a remnant of your soul and bring their younger disciple back. Upon hearing this, Su Yi stood frozen, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. "Oh, Su Yi, your senior brothers and sisters are all doing well." A young girl beside him sobbed uncontrollably. How could someone be so cruel as to stab another in the back? Regrettably, those 3 old dogs, upon ascending to the higher realms, utterly obliterated your spirit, and the people of the heavenly palace have yet to yield any results. The divine weapon emperor sighed once more. So he was lost in thought for a long while before regaining his composure. This bond of friendship was indeed profoundly significant. By the way, old divine weapon, you haven't entered the ancient path to divinity as well, have you? At that moment, Su Ye's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the elderly man with white hair before him. How, what? Do you look down upon this old man? I am still a one tribulation emperor. The divine weapon emperor stroked his white beard and laughed heartily, saying, I have grown old, and those young ones in the heavenly palace were still in their prime back then. How could I bear to watch them suffer the repercussions and lose their lifespans? Thus, after your demise, I was the first to step onto the ancient path to divinity. Su Yi fell silent once more. Now it all made sense. He had thought the divine weapon emperor was a formidable being with an abundance of lifespan, and due to his forging skills, he had cultivated numerous friendships, making it unlikely for anyone to turn against him. How could he possibly have fallen? It turned out that this old man was the first to enter the ancient path to divinity, seeking the remnants of souls and bearing the consequences, which ultimately diminished his already limited lifespan, leading to his premature demise. The old man, the divine weapon emperor. Su Yi furrowed his brow. Why indulge in such melancholy? This is not like you, Su boy. The divine weapon emperor chuckled lightly. Then his gaze fell upon Su Yi. I was already running out of time. Whether I died sooner or later, death was inevitable, so I might as well embrace it. At the very least, I have learned that you, young man, are still alive. By the way, he continued, the Feng Yuan-possessed spirit mentioned something about the dead, the fleeing, and the wounded. What does it mean? Rejaling someting, suya hastili inwirit. The heavenly palace has long since declined. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the divine weapon emperor sighed and gradually explained. After your fall, the 3 great demon emperors ascended to the higher realms. With their assistance, the heavenly demon clan, which you had annihilated, found an opportunity to revive from the ashes. Naturally, the people of the heavenly palace could not sit idly by as this unfolded. However, they had departed midway through the ancient path to divinity, suffering damage to their own cultivation and bearing the weight of the cosmic consequences. Over time, they became no match for the heavenly demon clan, which was bolstered by the aid of the higher realms' demon gods, leading to the gradual decline of the heavenly palace. Thus, the remnants of the heavenly palace scattered across the 9 domains, hiding and awaiting the opportunity to resurrect you. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon clan established their own powers throughout the 9 domains, with the intention of exterminating the last vestiges of the heavenly palace. Chapter 74. With the presence of the 2 of them, the future of the 9 domains should indeed be quite remarkable. As the words of the divine weapon emperor reverberated, Su Ye's expression darkened, his eyes filled with an ominous, killing intent. The heavenly demon clan was truly detestable. Beside him, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows, a frosty demeanor gracing her beautiful face. It's not merely distaste, Su Yi corrected, shaking his head. They have already chosen their path to death. Indeed, the young girl nodded earnestly, fiercely shaking her small fists. Resta suret, Suye. I will train diligently to assist you, as well as to avenge the divine weapon senior and the elders of the heavenly palace. They have indeed found their path to death. No, wait, it is more accurately a path to reincarnation. We shall send them on their way. We are the good ones. Path to reincarnation? At this, the divine weapon emperor's expression momentarily dulled, as he perceived a reflection of the once fierce Su in the seemingly gentle girl before him. The 4 words flashed through his mind: fierce wife, bandit husband. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Thousands of years ago, a bandit emperor had caused the heavenly demon clan much suffering. Who would have imagined that, after all these millennia, the bandit emperor not only survived, but also nurtured a female bandit? He could almost envision the scene of the 2 of them joining forces to make the heavenly demon clan lament their fate. Alas, he would ultimately not witness it with his own eyes. Su Zai, old man does not have much time left. Since you have arrived, this source power, along with the strongest divine weapon I forged, shall return to its rightful owner. With a wave of his hand, the broken sword materialized upon the stone table. This fragment of his lingering soul had endured for so long, merely to witness whether among the myriad of talents there existed one who was the reincarnation of an old acquaintance. However, after such a lengthy wait, he had not encountered a reincarnated friend, but rather the essence of a bygone companion. Well, thank you, divine weapon elder. Su Ye's tone had never been as grave as it was now. Subsequently, he refrained from further comment, merely retrieving the source power from the broken sword. I shall entrust this divine weapon to Luo Qinghuan for the time being. As she wields it, I shall also benefit, and besides, my physical form has yet to be remade. Even with the source power, finding Sister Mu would not suffice for restoration. The system indicated that only by accumulating sufficient corruption values and filling the small pagoda deep within his soul could his physical form be reconstituted. Clearly, the remaking of his body was far from a simple task. Upon hearing this, the divine weapon emperor furrowed his brow, but chose not to elaborate. He had not anticipated that Su Zai's body would be so difficult to reconstruct. Divine weapon elder, please protect me while I absorb this source power. With that, Su Yi fell into a meditative posture, commencing the absorption of the source power that belonged to him. The gratitude he felt towards the divine weapon emperor and the elders of the heavenly palace was far too profound for mere words to convey. His objective was simple: to return to the pinnacle, grow stronger, and annihilate the clan of evil. And thus, some causalities arising from him must naturally be eliminated by him. You rascal, do you truly consider me your servant? The divine weapon emperor chided with a smile, yet his hands continued their diligent work. With a grand sweep of his hand, an overwhelming imperial might enveloped Su Ye's dark soul, offering it protection. Observing this, Luo Qinghuan stealthily approached. Qinghuan, are you perhaps curious about some of Su's exploits? The divine weapon emperor remarked with a knowing smile as the girl nodded vigorously. Well then, he chuckled and began to recount the events that had transpired with Su Yi. As she listened to Su Ye's past deeds, the girl's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. By the way, senior divine weapon, Luo Qinghuan suddenly recalled something, her gaze falling upon Su Ye's meditative dark soul. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her red lip and asked, "Is Su Yi handsome?" Upon uttering this, she seemed to realize the impropriety of her question and hurriedly clarified, "Senior, please don't misunderstand. I am merely curious. That rascal Su Yi claims to be handsome every day. I'm just curious." Her cheeks flushed as she spoke. That feeble explanation is hardly convincing. Even to yourself." The divine weapon emperor laughed heartily. "I understand, little Qinghuan." He continued, in his youth, Su was renowned as the most handsome man across the 9 domains. Though I am reluctant to admit it, I must concede that even in my youth, I cannot rival his charm. For a man to acknowledge another's handsomeness speaks volumes of Su Ye's allure. Back in the day, he had numerous admirers, from heavenly beauties to the saintly maidens of various sacred lands, and even empresses. He was indeed fortunate in love. Sighing with envy, the divine weapon emperor reminisced. "Oof, a fickle heart," the girl pouted, letting out a light huff. "Not at all." The divine weapon emperor shook his head with a smile. Su has always been one to refuse. Does this rogue truly refuse? The girl blinked in disbelief. Su Yi, the scoundrel who constantly bullied her, seemed far from the type to turn away those saintly maidens pursuing him. Indeed, the divine weapon emperor nodded with a grin. Su stated that if he were to become a partner with them, he would no longer be able to rightfully rob their sections. Luo Qinghuan replied, "That is very much like Su Yi. So what does he look like? Could you show me a portrait, senior?" "Well, it would be best for you to wait until this lad reconstitutes his physical form to see for yourself." The divine weapon emperor laughed heartily. He then handed the broken sword resting on the stone table to the girl. "This sword, which I intended for Su, shall now be entrusted to you for safekeeping." "Me?" She hesitated upon hearing this. After all, this was a divine weapon crafted by the senior for that rascal Su Yi. "Take it, my dear," he encouraged. The divine weapon emperor smiled. "Since Su has placed his trust in you, I shall likewise trust you without hesitation." "Thank you, senior." The young girl nodded slightly, no longer hesitating, and took the broken sword. Do not be deceived by its dilapidated appearance. It simply lacks a master. My dear, if you sincerely attune to the sword's essence within you, its form will transform. The divine weapon emperor explained. "Now begin your enlightenment." The girl gently nodded, cradling the broken sword as she sat beside Su Yi, then closed her eyes in deep concentration to begin her contemplation. Meanwhile, the divine weapon emperor observed the two entering a state of secluded cultivation, sipped his tea, and glanced at his own gradually fading form, chuckling softly with them around. The future of the 9 domains should be quite splendid, indeed. Chapter 75. Old friends eventually fade away, yet Brother Yi will retain a hand at this moment. Su Yi remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world, as he was engrossed in absorbing a fragment of his own primordial power. Though it had been tens of thousands of years, this thread of primordial energy, while diminished from its former glory, still represented a portion of his own strength, offering some assistance in his quest to regain his peak. To his astonishment, within this strand of primordial force lay the essence of the laws he had previously comprehended. Su Yi murmured softly, observing the jet-black source of power before him, and he could faintly perceive the chilling aura it exuded. This was the law of heaven and earth, the essence of death. Without further hesitation, Su Yi chose to devour this deathly aura, simultaneously consuming the 3 demonic souls he had previously absorbed through the undying soul decision. Regrettably, these 3 souls were not particularly robust. Their strength was merely bestowed upon them by the demon god. The host has absorbed their primordial essence, gaining mastery over the power of the law of death. The host has consumed the souls, resulting in an elevation of their soul realm, currently at 2 stars in the great ability realm. As the voice of the system resonated within his mind, a glimmer of joy flickered in Su Ye's eyes. He murmured, "In my previous life, I'd barely grazed the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth upon reaching the imperial realm. I never anticipated mastering the power of the law of death so swiftly in this life. If I can recover the remaining primordial power, my strength will only grow." It appeared that, in addition to gradually nurturing the darkening investment in Luo, he had acquired another objective: to seek out his former brothers and sisters from the Celestial Palace, reclaim the primordial power, and liberate them from the karmic consequences born of his actions. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi slowly opened his eyes, only to find a young girl beside him, clutching a broken sword, her eyes tightly shut. "Have you finished absorbing?" Upon opening his eyes, the divine armament emperor immediately cast his gaze over her. "Yes," Su Yi nodded affirmatively. "Young lad, it would be wise to keep this strand of your soul hidden," the divine armament emperor cautioned gravely. "You are no longer as you once were, should those 3 old dogs discover you are alive." They will undoubtedly go to any lengths to erase you completely. Indeed, I understand, Su Yi replied with a slight nod. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. However, he would not sit idly by. Since those three old dogs intended to extend the reach of the celestial demon clan across the 9 domains in pursuit of his brothers and sisters, he would methodically sever their grasp. Very well. Once Qinghuan comprehends this divine weapon, you may depart. However, it seems you possess a damaged imperial artifact. While I still draw breath, hand it over to me, and I shall assist you in its restoration, the divine armament emperor remarked with a smile, glancing at Su Yi. The Kunlun mirror? Su Yi suddenly recalled that there was indeed a powerful being present capable of repairing the damaged Kunlun mirror. Without hesitation, he retrieved the mirror and offered it to the divine armament emperor. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, within the demon god domain. What? The third brother exclaimed. Are you saying that fellow is not dead? How is that even possible? Within the grand hall, an overwhelming aura of malevolence pervaded, as 3 colossal figures of demonic gods stood resolutely. Upon hearing the words of one among them, the other 2 demigods furrowed their brows, directing their gazes towards the demon who had been frightened away by Su Yi. I do not know. However, I witnessed a towering figure clad in black, and the dread that emanated from my very soul is indelible. That figure was undoubtedly him. The expressions of the 3 demigods darkened considerably as they spoke in hushed tones. As for whether he is alive or dead, I cannot say. A profound silence enveloped the hall following this declaration. After a span of several seconds, the other 2 demigods spoke slowly. Regardless of the truth, we must take this matter seriously. Inform the 9 domains of our celestial demon kin to closely monitor this situation. If that individual has indeed been reincarnated, we must eradicate him at all costs. Clearly, the terror instilled by Su Yi lingered in their hearts, unyielding even in their ascended state. In the divine weapon secret realm, the god weapon emperor remarked, All right, young Su, I have completed the restoration of this imperial artifact. As for its capabilities, you may explore them gradually in due time. As the brilliance emanating from the Kunlun mirror faded, the god weapon emperor returned it to Su Yi. Thank you, old master of divine weapons, Su Yi replied with a light smile, just as he intended to examine the restored Kunlun mirror's capabilities. He suddenly caught sight of a broken sword in the embrace of a maiden, radiating resplendent golden light, accompanied by the faint sounds of dragon roars. It seems that Qinghuan is also nearing her conclusion. Observing this scene, the god weapon emperor smiled. Is that sword the legendary divine sword, Luo Qinghuan? Did you forge it, old master of divine weapons? Su Yi inquired, momentarily taken aback by the shimmering blade in the maiden's arms, echoing with the sounds of dragons. Just a stroke of luck, the god weapon emperor replied with a benevolent smile. Did you not mention that a demonic dragon had bullied you in the abyss of annihilation? I ventured there with your master brother and extracted that dragon's sinews and bones to forge this sword. Su Yi. That indeed transpired. At that time, I was merely at the reincarnation realm, while that dragon had already attained the imperial realm. By the time I sought vengeance, I found that the dragon had been preemptively forged into a sword by the god weapon emperor. Nevertheless, my abilities are limited, and I could not create a true divine artifact. It remains a semi-divine weapon. However, it possesses a unique characteristic. The stronger its master, the mightier the Luo Qinghuan's sword will become. I hope that you and this girl can elevate the Luo Qinghuan sword to renown throughout the entire Tianxian. The god weapon emperor chuckled, preparing for his final farewell. Now, young Su, I can no longer sustain this final remnant of my soul, so I shall not wait for the girl to conclude, lest it bring her sorrow. In any case, knowing that you are still alive fulfills my greatest wish. After my soul dissipates, this secret realm will endure for a while longer. Farewell. With those words, he departed. The divine weapon emperor smiled and waved at Su Yi, before his soul gradually transformed into countless specks of golden light, slowly dissipating. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi remained silent, merely observing. Su Yi, senior divine weapon, I am well now. As the young girl opened her eyes, eager to present the Luo Qinghuan sword to the 2, she discovered that apart from Su Yi, the figure of the elder had vanished from the courtyard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Su Yi, Where has the senior divine weapon gone? The girl paused. Though she had an inkling of the answer, she could not help but inquire. The last remnant of the elder's soul has already dissipated, Su Yi replied calmly. The girl fell into silence, her eyes gradually glistening with tears. However, at that moment, Su Yi spoke again, raising his hand to reveal a wisp of golden aura. This elder preserved my original power for thousands of years. Thus, it is only fitting that I retain a fragment of his soul's essence, is it not? Chapter 76. The darkening of Luo girl again is this. The soul power of the esteemed divine weapon. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan couldn't help but gaze at the golden aura in his hand, asking, with this fragment of soul power, can we resurrect the divine weapon? Perhaps, Su Yi replied, shaking his head. He held no certainty regarding the resurrection of the divine weapon emperor. It was preferable to watching a dear friend fade away. The girl fell into silence for a moment, then clenched her small fist, her delicate face reflecting a determined expression. All right, Luo girl, let us depart, Su Yi said as he carefully stored the fragment of soul power. Immediately, the dark soul returned to Luo Qinghuan's body, urging her onward. Their expedition to the divine weapon secret realm had yielded significant rewards. Luo Qinghuan not only acquired the semi-divine Dragon Abyss sword, but also broke through to the creation realm in her cultivation. Meanwhile, he absorbed his own essence, surpassing the great ability realm while mastering the laws of death. Most importantly, he became aware of the sacrifices made by the heavenly beings on his behalf. The girl nodded, securing the semi-divine Dragon Abyss sword before turning to leave. Outside the divine weapon secret realm, many powerful cultivators remained, evidently eager to witness the grandeur of the girl from the Xuantian sacred cult, recognized by the divine weapon emperor. After all, countless prodigies had entered the secret realm over the millennia, yet none had ever earned such acknowledgement. This underscored the girl's extraordinary talent. Boom! Suddenly, a sword's resonance echoed through the heavens. Huh? What is happening? The crowd turned to investigate, only to see a sword, towering 100 feet high and reaching the clouds, emit a resonant sound before transforming into countless specks of golden light, dissipating into the air. This, the last remnant of the divine weapon emperor's soul, has also vanished. It seems that the junior sister of the Xuantian sacred cult has comprehended the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. The crowd murmured among themselves. Simultaneously, as the golden light faded, a girl in a flowing white dress appeared before everyone. Qinghuan. Upon the emergence of the figure in white, the elder of Xianming immediately shifted his gaze, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Is this Luo Qinghuan? A beauty beyond compare. Truly a rare gem in the human realm. I never imagined the Xuantian sacred cult possessed such an outstanding prodigy. Not only is senior sister Luo strikingly beautiful, but her strength is formidable as well. One could only wish to bask in her grace. It remains to be seen who shall have the fortune of her company. As the onlookers beheld the girl in white, all powerful figures present turned their gazes towards her, momentarily stunned by her breathtaking visage. Qinghuan, over here. The elder of Xianming beckoned. When the girl approached, he paused, puzzled. Where's that lad Han Feng? I initially did not see him. I thought he remained in the secret realm waiting for Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan slightly turned her face and remarked. Senior brother Han Feng forcibly attempted to comprehend the sacred artifact, only to be met with a fatal backlash. What? The words caused the brows of the grand elder Xianming to furrow tightly, ultimately leading him to exhale a heavy sigh. Though I was aware of that boy's flawed disposition, I did not anticipate such a sudden demise. Alas, this was his fate. After a moment of contemplation, the grand elder gazed intently at Luo Qinghuan, his expression earnest as he inquired, Qinghuan, my dear, have you truly comprehended the legacy of the Emperor of Divine Weapons? At this utterance, the powerful figures surrounding them swiftly turned their attention towards her. The young maiden lightly nodded, tacitly affirming the truth of his words. After all, the predecessor of divine weaponry had indeed proclaimed this, and she saw no need to refute it. However, apart from the semi-artifact, the Long Yuan sword, and its inherent will. The legacy of the Emperor of Divine Weapons had little else to offer, as he had chosen not to pass on his forging techniques to posterity. According to the rather blunt Su Yi, while the world praises the Emperor of Divine Weapons as the unrivaled master of forging across the 9 domains, the predecessor himself held a different opinion. He believed his forging skills were not refined enough. Had he been the true paragon of forging, he would have been able to present the Luo Qinghuan sword to the young lad before Su entered the ancient path of divinity. Thus, the Emperor of Divine Weapons chose not to bequeath his techniques, stating, "If I pass my forging skills to future generations, they shall mistakenly believe this is the zenith of the craft, aiming only to emulate my methods rather than striving to surpass them." Indeed, she has truly grasped it. This revelation implied that all the prodigies who had entered the secret realm over millennia were eclipsed by this young girl. Upon hearing this, the formidable figures could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes gleaming as they regarded Luo Qinghuan. If they forged a favorable relationship with her now, might they not secure her assistance in crafting divine weapons in the future? Little girl, why not demonstrate the legacy bestowed upon you by the Emperor of Divine Weapons? It would be a delight for us to witness, suggested one leader of a first-rate faction. I happen to possess a night pot. If you truly command the Emperor's forging legacy, why not forge this into a divine weapon? At that moment, another strong figure echoed, "Yes, indeed. We too wish to behold the splendor of the Emperor of Divine Weapons craftsmanship." As these words resonated, the crowd fervently agreed, their anticipation palpable. The Grand Elder, Xianming, furrowed his brow, feeling reluctant to decline on behalf of the young maiden. For these influential figures belonged to prestigious factions, and it would not bode well for the Xian'in sacred church to offend them. As the gazes of the assembly fell upon her, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows knitted together, and her previously lively countenance turned noticeably frosty. "Oh, it is the first time I have witnessed such an expression on Luo's face." In his mind, upon observing the young maiden's demeanor, Sui immediately propped his chin up, assuming a posture of an onlooker, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. The forging techniques of the esteemed Elder of Divine Weapons are not merely a spectacle for entertainment, particularly when it comes to crafting a night pot. Elder, are you belittling the art of forging possessed by the venerable master? The maiden lifted her beautiful gaze, for the first time devoid of any anxiety, and addressed everyone present with a voice that was both frigid and clear. She had witnessed the regret of the Divine Weapon Emperor, who, due to insufficient forging prowess, was unable to assist Suyi. She had also heard Suyi recount tales of when the Celestial Demon Clan threatened the entire realm of cultivators. During that perilous time, the Divine Weapon Emperor forged countless protective armaments and bestowed them upon the cultivators of the 9 domains. In the eyes of the Divine Weapon Emperor, his forging techniques were indeed a means to save the world. As the maiden's chilling words echoed, silence enveloped the surroundings. Many formidable figures from various factions regained their composure, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment as they averted their gaze and murmured, Miss Qinghuan raises some valid points. We may have been somewhat presumptuous. The forging techniques of the Divine Weapon Emperor are indeed a form of salvation. In the past, he provided numerous cultivators with divine weapons for protection. At that moment, a voice resonated within Su Ye's mind. Qinghuan has completed a transformation, rewarding her with a divine weapon forging technique. Would you like to invest? Chapter 77. The Art of Forging Divine Tier Attributes. Upon hearing the voice of the system echoing in his mind, Sui momentarily paused before swiftly regaining his composure and choosing to invest without the slightest hesitation. Investment successful. Luo Qinghuan has mastered the art of forging divine weapons. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the art of forging divine tier attributes. Divine tier attribute forging. While forging divine weapons, attributes will manifest, and the host can enhance the forged item with these attributes. The attributes possess formidable effects. For instance, the one-sword sealing throat attribute, when attached to the Luo Qinghuan sword, allows the wielder to achieve a decisive strike against enemies whose realms do not exceed 3 minor levels. The voice of the system continued to resonate in his mind. Oh, exclusive forging attributes? As he absorbed the system's detailed explanation, a glimmer of joy flickered in Su Ye's eyes. If he were to attach the invincible attribute, wielding a divine weapon with the invincible attribute would indeed render him truly unbeatable. Indeed, it is possible. Seemingly aware of Su Ye's thoughts, the system promptly responded. However, the precondition is that the invincible attribute must appear among the divine weapons. Although he cannot actively add attributes, it is still a significant advantage. Su Yi was pleased to comprehend the divine tier attribute forging art. Su Yi, I feel as though something has entered my mind. Luo Qinghuan's puzzled voice interrupted. Nothing much, just your brother helping you grasp a bit of the divine weapon forging technique, Su Yi replied with a light chuckle. Divine weapon forging technique? Could it be from the esteemed predecessors of divine weaponry? The young girl gasped. Indeed, Su Yi nodded with a smile. Make sure to cultivate diligently. Your brother is counting on you to forge that Long Yuan sword into a true divine artifact. I will. The girl nodded enthusiastically, filled with determination. Wait a moment. Why don't you forge it yourself? Because your brother is a bit lazy, the girl pouted. You're treating me like a mere tool, Su Yi. As the girl circled her finger in frustration, the previously dominant figure from a first-rate power wore a grim expression. For her words had transformed him into a mere clown seeking attention. Xianming, is this how your Xuantian Holy Sect teaches its juniors to speak to their elders? Such blatant disrespect. The first-rate power's expert glared at the elder of Xianming with a displeased countenance. The elder of Xianming furrowed his brow, but before he could respond, the girl, with her brows slightly furrowed, retorted mercilessly. And what about you, elder of the Fire Fist Sect? Is this how your sect teaches you to blaspheme the divine forging techniques of esteemed predecessors? Utterly disrespectful, her words were a direct reflection of the previous expert's remarks. Lacking significant impact, but laden with insult, causing the elder of the Fire Fist Sect to flush with anger. You audacious little girl, how bold you are. The countenance of the powerful figure from the Fire Fist Sect shifted dramatically, his imposing aura manifesting as if he were about to strike. Observing this, the elder Xianming stepped forward, shielding Luo Qinghuan behind him. How outrageous! At that moment, a voice resonating with authority emanated from a middle-aged man. Who dares to show disrespect to the esteemed divine weapon elder? In the next instant, as his words echoed, a terrifying imperial might descended upon the Fire Fist Sect's powerhouse, who was crushed into a mere pulp before he could even utter a cry. Hiss! Imperial might, an emperor-level powerhouse. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding factions gasped in astonishment, their expressions transforming drastically. An emperor-level powerhouse has arrived. Who is this person? Father? Just then, the voice of the third prince of the Wujian dynasty broke through the crowd, filled with surprise as he looked on. Father, were you not in seclusion? How did you suddenly appear here? Father? Upon hearing this, the powerful figures of various factions were momentarily taken aback. Only one person in the entire Wild Heaven domain could elicit such a response from the third prince of the Wujian dynasty. The lord of the Wujian dynasty, Emperor Tian. The powerful figures quickly turned their gaze upward, where a man clad in a golden dragon robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuded an aura of majesty as he walked through the air. It was indeed Emperor Tian, the sovereign of the dynasty. We pay our respects to the lord of the dynasty. They bowed in unison. Even the members of the Fire Fist Sect, witnessing their own powerhouse being publicly slain, dared not inhale deeply and followed suit in reverence. After all, this was an emperor-level powerhouse. Not only they, but even the leader of the Fire Fist Sect would likely applaud and commend such an act of execution. Sensing the commotion here, I emerged from seclusion, Emperor Tian stated casually. His gaze then fell upon the young girl within the crowd, assessing her with keen eyes as imperial might gradually manifested. You are Luo Qinghuan? The legacy of the esteemed divine weapon has fallen into your hands? The overwhelming imperial pressure materialized, seemingly intended to instill a sense of intimidation in the girl. Under the weight of such oppressive force, even Elder Xianming felt an alarming sense of dread. Little girl, let your brother Yi come forth. The girl frowned slightly, biting her silver teeth in determination. Yet upon hearing those reassuring words, she swiftly retreated into her spiritual space, observing discreetly. Yes, when Su Yi made his move, the girl's beautiful eyes underwent a subtle transformation. She lifted her gaze, meeting Emperor Tian's eyes directly. HM. Emperor Tian paused, startled. He had not anticipated that the girl would dare to meet his gaze. And he perceived not a trace of fear in her eyes, which were as tranquil as water. It was as if this girl before him were also an emperor, and perhaps an even stronger one. No wonder she was recognized by the esteemed divine weapon elder. Entrusting the legacy of the divine weapon emperor to you brings me great reassurance. Emperor Tian smiled with satisfaction, retracting his imperial might, and began to elucidate. A millennium ago, I was aided by the esteemed divine weapon emperor, which enabled me to gradually expand the boundless divine dynasty. Consequently, since the fall of the divine weapon emperor in our central continent, I have silently assumed the role of guardian over this sacred resting place. Therefore, I cannot idly witness the legacy of the divine weapon senior fall into the hands of the mediocre. What transpired earlier was merely a trial for you, Miss Luo. My apologies. Upon hearing these words, the powerful figures from various factions around them could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had not anticipated that, in an imperceptible manner, the young woman had already passed the Emperor Tiantian's test. How could they have known? Under the oppressive might of the emperor, they were unable to lift their heads, unaware that the young lady had dared to meet the emperor's gaze. Indeed, the young woman nodded slightly. I have come here for two matters. First, to assess the heir of the divine weapon emperor. Second, I have a request for the heir. Emperor Tian continued in a measured tone. Chapter 78. The sovereign being educated by the younger generation? The esteemed ruler of the divine dynasty, a powerful emperor in his own right, is seeking a favor from that young girl? Upon hearing the words of the sovereign, the expressions of the powerful figures present shifted subtly. For who could have anticipated that a mighty emperor would find himself in need of assistance? What is it? The girl lifted her clear, cold gaze, looking at the sovereign with an air of indifference. When their eyes met, the sovereign found himself momentarily taken aback. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if it were the girl before him who was the emperor, and he, the mere junior. Despite his attempts to reassure himself of his own status, each time he beheld the girl's icy gaze, that disconcerting illusion resurfaced within him. What is happening? How can this girl's eyes instill such trepidation in me? The emperor, a shudder coursed through his heart. As he met her gaze, he felt as though a towering figure clad in black stood behind her, watching him intently. As you gaze upon the girl, know that your brother Yi also watches you. Is it truly the case that the esteemed emperor of the divine dynasty must resort to soliciting favors in this manner? Su Ye's expression was frosty, his tone laced with a hint of indignation. Since when did a mere 6 calamities emperor dare to act so audaciously? Having received the grace of the ancient weapons master, why then exert pressure upon the benefactor's successor? Is this not somewhat inappropriate? He still possessed 2 emperor strike cards. Should it come to pass, he would not hesitate to unleash them against this divine dynasty emperor. While others might reserve their trump cards for life or death situations, for Su Yi, they served a different purpose. These cards were not merely for self-preservation, but were instruments to instill fear in others. If he were to be humiliated, could he still be called the ruthless emperor? Upon hearing the girl's words, the sovereign found himself rooted to the spot. Strangely, her reprimand stirred no anger within him, as if he were rendered speechless by her words. At that moment, the onlookers perceived the scene as one of a junior chastising a senior, and most strikingly, this junior was none other than the divine dynasty's emperor, Tian. Su Yi is so cool. Observing this scene, the little spirit in a white dress couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, filled with admiration. Indeed, it is I who failed to consider the situation thoroughly. I hope Lady Luo can forgive me. After a moment of silence, Tian finally spoke with an apologetic tone. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable fear welling up within him. If he did not adjust his attitude, that fear might very well materialize. Hiss! As the words left his lips, the surrounding powerful figures collectively inhaled sharply. No one had anticipated that the esteemed ruler of the divine dynasty would voluntarily apologize to a junior. My goodness! The elder, Xianming, beside the girl, stared in astonishment, looking at her in disbelief. When did this young lady become so formidable? This is an emperor. An emperor. Even the leader of the Xuantian Sacred Sect has merely reached the pinnacle of the Saint Lord realm, and even they would not dare to speak to the Emperor Tian in such a manner. Yet, the young lady boldly reprimands a being of imperial might. The most astonishing aspect is that, before her, the Emperor Tian appears almost like a junior. This act of the young lady has left the esteemed elder of Xiantian in a state of shock for a millennium. May I inquire what brings the sovereign of the divine dynasty to seek my presence? Observing the demeanor of Emperor Tian, Sui finally retracted the card of imperial power and raised his gaze towards him. Indeed, many years ago, the esteemed senior divine weapon bestowed upon my Wujigod dynasty a tower of cosmic creation for cultivation purposes, intended for the talented disciples of my dynasty. However, in recent years, this tower has lost its former glory. Therefore, I wish to invite Miss Luo to my Wujigod dynasty to see if it can be restored. Emperor Tian spoke slowly. The Tower of Cosmic Creation? It is said that this tower was forged by the esteemed senior divine weapon for the purpose of cultivation, capable of absorbing the most concentrated essence of the heavens and earth, significantly enhancing the speed of cultivation within its confines. So, this tower resides within the Wujigod dynasty. No wonder the majority of the talented individuals on the rankings in recent years hail from there. Upon hearing Emperor Tian's words, the powerful figures from various factions around them could not help but exhibit glimmers of envy. Oh, so the old divine weapon has granted this tower of cosmic creation to the Wujigod dynasty. Sui raised an eyebrow, recalling how the divine weapon emperor had eagerly created this tower and sought him first for testing. This tower can draw in the most concentrated spiritual essence from the world, divided into 10 levels. Each ascending level significantly amplifies the spiritual energy within. Back then, he ascended to the 10th level in just a few steps, rendering it nearly useless to him. However, in support of the old divine weapon, he had deliberately placed an opportunity on the 10th level. It remains uncertain whether any prodigies from the Wujigod dynasty have ventured to that level over the years. If not, it might be worthwhile to allow Miss Luo to access the 10th level and seize that opportunity. Tower of Cosmic Creation. Can add entries. Divine Speed, Tower Master. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Su Ye's mind. This is an entry that the Tower of Cosmic Creation can augment. He paused for a moment and looked at it. Divine Speed. Adding this entry significantly enhances the speed at which cultivators within the Tower of Cosmic Creation absorb spiritual essence. Tower Master. Designate one person as the Tower Master, and all cultivators entering the Tower of Cosmic Creation for cultivation must contribute their acquired spiritual essence, greatly amplifying the energy received by the Tower Master. These two entries seem quite advantageous, indeed. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ye's eyes as he contemplated. What does Miss Luo think about this? At this moment, noticing the young lady's prolonged silence, Emperor Tian inquired once more what benefits can be gained. Sui did not rush to respond, but casually asked, "What benefits are we discussing?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers gazed at the young lady with incredulity, and the elder of Xiantian widened his eyes in astonishment. Isn't the benefit quite apparent? If we assist the emperor in restoring the Tower of Creation, will we not acquire a favor from an emperor-level powerhouse? Such a favor would be invaluable. Sui, do you not think this may not be entirely appropriate? From the depths of her soul, the delicate spirit in the white dress timidly inquired. She was somewhat apprehensive about provoking the lord of the divine dynasty. It matters not, Sui replied with a gentle smile, communicating with her soul. Lo, our principle is to seize every opportunity. What of the emperor? The emperor possesses even greater treasures that we must exploit. Ah, I see. The petite spirit in the white dress displayed a look of enlightenment on her charming face, hastily retrieving a small notebook to jot down notes. Even the emperor was momentarily taken aback, yet he bore no anger. Instead, he admired the girl as audacity. After a brief contemplation, he continued, "If Miss Luo truly manages to restore the Tower of Creation, I shall grant you access to my imperishable Imperial Tomb." Chapter 79. The Imperial Tomb of the Infinite. What? Father, how can this be permissible? The Imperial Tomb of the Infinite is the resting place for the fallen greats of our divine dynasty over the years. How could we allow an outsider to enter? As the surrounding crowd pondered the nature of this tomb, the third prince of the infinite divine dynasty, Diyun, suddenly changed his expression and hastily interjected. "Yinner, be silent." Ditian merely cast a fleeting glance at the third prince. Hearing this, Diyun, though still eager to voice his thoughts, ultimately chose to remain silent. The Imperial Tomb of the Infinite? Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "Su Yi, what is this Imperial Tomb of the Infinite?" inquired a small, white-dressed spirit, momentarily taken aback with curiosity. "A place brimming with treasures, a venue for us to procure goods," Su Yi replied with a smile. "Oh, I see." The small spirit's eyes sparkled as she quietly assessed the contents of her large sack. "What are you babbling about? I don't understand." "Sack procure. Yet, the prerequisite is that we must first repair the heavenly creation tower forged by the master of divine weapons." The young girl furrowed her brows. Although Su Yi had just imparted the art of divine weapon forging to her, she had yet to grasp it fully. "No worries. You have a cheat." "Cheat. Ego equals cheat, understand?" "Understood." Once the young girl felt reassured, Su Yi turned to Ditian and nodded. "Then let us proceed, as Senior Ditian suggests." After saying this, he looked at Elder Xianming. "Elder Xianming, you should return to the Xuantian Holy Sect for now. I will accompany Senior Ditian to the infinite divine dynasty." "Yes." Elder Xianming, recovering from his astonishment, quickly nodded. His gaze towards the young girl filled with lingering awe. Whether it was the inheritance of the divine weapon emperor or the composure faced with a great emperor, it was evident that the young girl before them had surpassed all the prodigies of the Xuantian Holy Sect throughout its history. "All right, Miss Luo, come with me," Ditian said in a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, he led the young girl, along with Diyun and others, to step into the void. Vanishing from sight, the Xuantian Holy Sect has produced an extraordinary prodigy. The surrounding powers sighed in admiration at this scene before gradually departing. The infinite divine dynasty, located in the most prosperous region of the desolate heaven domain, Zhongzhou. Unlike the other 4 states in the desolate heaven domain, which are filled with sects, Zhongzhou is home to only one power, the infinite divine dynasty, with its population in the hundreds of millions and countless cultivators. Soon, within the royal palace of the infinite divine dynasty, as the heavens above shattered, several figures materialized. His Majesty has returned, and the third prince as well. I wonder what divine weapons the third prince has brought back from the secret realm. Upon seeing the figures appear in the sky, the powerful members of the infinite divine dynasty rushed out to greet them, unable to suppress their anticipation. Emperor Tian paid no heed to the crowd, his gaze fixed solely upon Luo Qinghuan as he spoke. "Miss Luo, the Tower of Creation has been in a dormant state these past few days, and it is likely to remain so for some time. During this interval, you may reside within the palace of my divine dynasty. The entire palace, as well as the city, is open for your exploration. If you find yourself unfamiliar with the surroundings, you may request assistance from Diyun." At this point, Emperor Tian furrowed his brow and changed his phrasing. "Diyun may be somewhat preoccupied. Hence, I shall have my daughter accompany you instead." "That is not necessary, Senior Emperor Tian. I can manage on my own." The young woman quickly shook her head in polite refusal. After all, she was not alone. The insufferable Su Yi was accompanying her as well. "Very well," Emperor Tian conceded without further comment. "Miss Luo has just comprehended the inheritance of the legendary weapon master. I shall not intrude upon your rest. When the Tower of Creation awakens, I will personally inform you." "Understood," the young lady nodded gently. Subsequently, Emperor Tian arranged for several maidens to escort her into the palace, leading her to the most opulent guest chamber. "Who is that young woman? She is truly stunning, and His Majesty is exceedingly courteous to her." The powerful figures of the divine dynasty marveled at Luo Qinghuan's beauty, equally astonished by Emperor Tian's respectful demeanor, which sparked their curiosity regarding her identity. The paragon of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, Luo Qinghuan, Di Yun explained from the side. The Xuantian Sacred Sect? Is that not merely a first-rate power? Upon hearing the third prince's words, the gathered strongmen furrowed their brows. It is unlikely that even a paragon from a first-rate power would receive such deference from his majesty. Oomph. She is different, Di Yun scoffed lightly. Although he harbored lofty ambitions and looked down upon the paragons of first-rate powers, he could not deny the young woman's prowess. After all, he had witnessed her single-handedly acquire the 10 sacred artifacts and comprehend the might of that fearsome emperor, vanquishing the 3 demons. She is different because she has obtained the inheritance of the weapon master, Di Yun stated matter-of-factly. What? The inheritance of the weapon master? Once this revelation was made, the powerful figures of the divine dynasty instantly fell into a state of agitation. It was known that due to Emperor Tian's role as the protector of the weapon master's tomb, their Wu Ji divine dynasty possessed more qualifications to enter the secret realm than the other 4 great powers. However, over the years, they had only managed to comprehend a single sacred artifact at most. The notion of acquiring the weapon master's inheritance was a distant dream, not only within their Wu Ji divine dynasty, but across the entirety of the desolate heaven domain. No paragon had ever received the acknowledgement of the weapon master. Yet now, the third prince claimed that the young woman who had just departed had garnered the weapon master's recognition. Gasp! Is she not eclipsing the paragons of all ages? Third prince, what exactly is going on? The expressions of the divine dynasty's strongmen grew grave as they anxiously inquired. It is as follows. Emperor Yun recounted in detail the events that transpired within the secret realm. Upon concluding his narration, the powerful figures of the divine court were left profoundly astonished. Thus, Your Majesty, are you suggesting that Miss Luo should assist us in restoring the Tower of Cosmic Creation? One minister furrowed his brow and hesitantly remarked, but Miss Luo has only just grasped the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. Can she truly manage this task? If she cannot, then can you? Emperor Tian replied with a subtle glance. The minister's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly fell silent. The Tower of Cosmic Creation must be repaired without delay. The millennia-long legacy of the Wuji Divine Court cannot be allowed to perish so easily, Emperor Tian murmured, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. Chapter 80. The Moon Princess aligns spatial lock soon, guided by several palace maids. Luo Qinghuan was brought to a lavish courtyard within the royal palace. This serene location, suffused with rich spiritual energy, promised a respite from disturbances. Clearly, Emperor Tian had invested considerable thought into ensuring the young maiden could fully comprehend the legacy of the divine armament emperor. Miss Luo, we shall take our leave now. The palace maids curtsied gracefully to Luo Qinghuan before departing. It was evident that the top-tier powers exhibited a more extravagant demeanor than their first-rate counterparts, even possessing a spirit-gathering array. Sui cast a glance at the courtyard, noticing a delicate array in operation on the ground. The spirit-gathering array? How intriguing, the girl mused. Do you see the abundant spiritual energy enveloping this courtyard? This is the handiwork of the spirit-gathering array. If you're interested, once we return to the Xuantian Sacred Sect, I can assist you in acquiring one, Su Yi remarked, arms crossed, with a nonchalant tone. You can? The girl was taken aback. I'm not interested in learning it, but I am interested in relocating it. Su Yi replied with utmost seriousness. Luo Qinghuan, very well. My dear Luo, you should take the next few days to rest properly. Su Yi sitirechit lazidi. Finding the perfect opportunity to investigate what treasures lay within the restored Kunlun mirror of the divine armament emperor. Although no longer damaged, this imperial artifact, while not on par with the semi-divine Luoyuan sword, was still a veritable imperial relic. The girl nodded gently, pushing the courtyard door open and stepping inside. Days passed, and when the secret realm of the divine armament concluded, the news that the legacy of the divine armament emperor had been inherited by a maiden from the Xuantian Sacred Sect sent ripples throughout the entire desolate heavenly domain. While many with ulterior motives contemplated seizing the opportunity, they ultimately succumbed to the emperor's final admonition and chose to withdraw. After all, the supreme might of the divine armament emperor was not to be trifled with, even by other emperors of the same realm. within the Xuantian Sect. The news of Luo Qinghuan overpowering a multitude of prodigies and earning the divine armament emperor's recognition left the 8 peak masters and numerous elders in stunned silence. They were aware of Luo Qinghuan's formidable talents, yet none anticipated her prowess to reach such astonishing heights. Only Moon Princess remained composed amidst the astonishment, though her surprise was tempered by the knowledge of the formidable protector standing behind the girl. With such a powerful guardian and her extraordinary talents, it was hardly surprising that Luo Qinghuan had triumphed over her peers. Nevertheless, a sense of anxiety gripped her. The time until the selection of a new goddess for the supreme emotionless palace was drawing near. It was certain that the palace would seek to elevate Luo Qinghuan as their new goddess to exert control, while that formidable protector would undoubtedly oppose the palace's intentions. How then should she navigate this predicament? Sighing, Moon Princess lamented, "Neither the supreme emotionless palace nor that formidable protector is someone our Xuantian sacred sect can afford to offend. If a choice is made in error, every subsequent step may lead one further astray, ultimately plunging into the abyss. Thus, it is prudent to observe for the time being." Yuji let out a soft sigh. Just then, an ancient figure manifested in the heavens. With a mighty cane striking the ground, the venerable elder Xianming approached with measured steps. Elder? Yuji's gaze fell upon him, yet she noticed the absence of the maiden in white. "Where is Qinghuan?" she inquired, momentarily taken aback. Reporting to the leader, "The master of the divine court has summoned Qinghuan to the Wujishan divine court, purportedly to repair the tower of creation left by the divine weapon emperor." Elder Xianming promptly replied, "The Wujishan divine court?" A shadow of gravity crossed Yuji's enchanting eyes. Another formidable entity had emerged that their Xuantian sect could hardly contend with. Moreover, leader, it seems that Qinghuan has gone a bit mad. Elder Xianming added, his expression now one of alarm. That girl dared to reprimand the master of the divine court, and he did not even dare to retort. It was as if an elder was educating a junior, yet the junior was indeed the master of the divine court. Elder Xianming recounted the events that transpired. What? Upon hearing Elder Xuanming's account, Yuji stood frozen in place. Could it be that the reason the Emperor Tian behaved like a junior, allowing Luo Qinghuan to chastise him, was entirely due to that venerable protector? Gasping at this realization, Yuji inhaled sharply, her initial hesitation transforming into unwavering resolve. With such formidable backing from the protector, what was there to deliberate? Meanwhile, within the extreme Demon Valley, the Valley Master was engulfed in a furious rage. Not only had they failed to accomplish the task assigned by their master, but they had also lost 3 demons. And even a master had urgently recalled a projection of the demon god. Could it be dissatisfaction with their actions? Infuriating. Investigate. I must uncover the true origins of that young girl who can resonate with the power left behind. In the central continent, at the Wujishan royal city, within the palace courtyard, Luo Qinghuan had been diligently cultivating and comprehending the art of divine weapon forging. Meanwhile, Suyi was engrossed in the study of the imperial artifact, the Kunlun mirror. This is spatial confinement? Upon the restoration of the Kunlun mirror by the divine weapon emperor, its capabilities transcended mere spatial creation for storage. It also possessed functions akin to divine weaponry. This spatial confinement was one such ability. When activated, it could ensnare selected foes within a spatial realm, thereby restricting their movements, effective against practitioners of any realm. However, the greater the disparity in strength, the shorter the duration of confinement. Su Ye's gaze lingered on the description of the spatial confinement, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. This divine weapon technique appeared to be rather extraordinary, effective against practitioners of any realm, albeit with reduced confinement time due to differences in strength. Even the ability to control time for a mere second is an extraordinary advantage in the battle between life and death, capable of altering the tide of conflict. Indeed, Suya nodded in satisfaction. He proceeded to explain to Luo Qinghuan the function of the Kunlun mirror, a divine weapon that encompasses the mastery of spatial confinement. Upon hearing this, the young woman widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. How impressive! Spatial confinement, restricting one's movements. Does that not mean one can do as one pleases? Precisely. Sui nodded, then with a smile, elaborated. However, the true application of this spatial confinement lies in the ability to eliminate an opponent when possible. If not, one should leverage this time to extract their hidden cards. Luo Qinghuan. I have learned something new. Chapter 81. The Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, the young girl expressed her newfound understanding, her brows slightly furrowing as a thought crossed her mind. She murmured, "This technique could also be useful for helping other cultivators cleanse themselves, right? We should prepare several more bags." Suyi replied, all right. This girl has truly become adept at drawing inferences. By the way, I could use the divine level inscription forging technique to see what enhancements could be added to the Kunlun mirror. Upon contemplating this, Suyi immediately activated the divine level inscription forging technique. As his gaze fell upon the Kunlun mirror, a faint inscription materialized before him. Indeed, there was one. He quickly read it. 1v1 True Man Combat. Adding this inscription allows cultivators trapped in spatial confinement to have their cultivation level aligned with Luo Qinghuan's. In just one brief sentence, Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment, and he inhaled sharply. Wow, that is incredibly unfair. If a mighty emperor were trapped, even if only for a second, this inscription would ensure that the emperor's cultivation level matched that of Luo Qinghuan during that fleeting moment. Thus, even if he could not eliminate the emperor in that second, it would undoubtedly inflict injury. Is this what it feels like to cheat? This is exhilarating. Suyi couldn't help but exclaim. If such a cheat had existed in his past life, this continent would not be known as the Tianxian continent, but rather as Su Ye's backyard. Luo girl, your brother Yi has just bestowed you with a cheat. What cheat? The young girl inquired, her curiosity piqued. You'll find out soon enough, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. Oh, the girl responded softly, then couldn't help but say, Su Yi, Senior Emperor Tian mentioned that the Tower of Heavenly Creation will not open for some time. Why don't we take a stroll around the royal city? I've heard that the royal city of the Wujia Divine Dynasty is the most prosperous city in the entire. There must be plenty of sights, amusements, and delicious food. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. All right, if you wish to go, then let us go. Su Yi smiled and nodded. Luo Qinghuan had spent many years in the Xuantian Sacred Church, so it was only natural for her to wish to explore a flourishing place now. Great, let us go. In the Wujia royal city, it truly lived up to its reputation as the most prosperous city in the bustling streets were filled with the shouts of vendors, and cultivators thronged the area, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst the crowd, a young girl in a white dress stood out remarkably, wandering curiously between the various vendors, her every smile and frown captivating many passers-by. Whose daughter is this? She is stunning. The exclamations were incessant. However, at that moment, the girl paid no heed to the gazes surrounding her. Instead, she paused in front of a vendor selling meat buns, her curiosity piqued. Miss, our shop's new product, durian meat buns, are 10 spirit coins each. Upon catching sight of the exquisitely beautiful maiden, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in the merchant's eyes. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly regained his composure and began to enthusiastically introduce his latest product. Durian, meat bun? Luo Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. How could these words possibly be combined? Yet, after a moment of hesitation, coupled with Su Ye's encouragement, she decided to purchase one. However, as she held the peculiar durian meat bun in her hands, doubt crept back in. Sui, perhaps I should pass. Luo Qinghuan's lips moved, lacking the courage to bring it to her mouth. If you want to eat it, let your brother Yi have taste. Sui was equally curious about the flavor of this oddity, having never tasted it before either, in both his past and present. Then, you go ahead and try it. Ultimately, the maiden relinquished her resolve. No, weiqi. However, as soon as she uttered those words, she realized her mistake. Although she wouldn't partake, Su Yi would be consuming it, and in doing so, he would be using her body to do so. What difference did it make from her eating it herself? Yet, her realization came too late. As her expression shifted, Su Yi took a bite. Ugh, it's like a tonic. Yuck, yuck, yuck. The maiden struggled, but it was too late. A bizarre flavor surged onto her palate. How is it? Upon seeing the maiden take a bite, The merchant's face lit up with a broad smile. The maiden, with a darkened expression, replied, "It's delicious, but I shall never eat it again." Following the return of control to Su Yi, he noticed that after a leisurely stroll through the royal city, the maiden had noticeably distanced herself from the food stalls, evidently fearing that Su Yi might take control again and indulge in more peculiar delicacies. Just as she continued her wandering, a group of elegantly dressed young men, holding folding fans, approached her with smiles upon their faces. "My lady, might you be interested in joining us at the Fengyue Pavilion to compose a poem?" Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows at the approaching group, glancing at them before shaking her head. "I'm not free." "Is this a classic trope?" So he was taken aback. "What era is this? Such brazen attempts to flirt with a maiden in broad daylight? Is this for real?" "My lady, fret not. We are not ill-intentioned. We merely wish to invite you to the Fengyue Pavilion for a poetic endeavor." The young men waved their fans and extended their invitation once more. Seeing this, Luo Qinghuan knitted her brows. Su Yi had mentioned that such persistent nuisances could be dealt with amicably, and they would eventually depart. Thus, the maiden prepared to draw her Long Yuan sword, ready to unleash the aura of a transcendent being. But just then a sharp voice rang out. "How audacious! What do you think you are doing?" A striking woman clad in black leather, wielding a long whip and possessing a captivating figure, strode forward. "The fourth princess? We are honored to meet the fourth princess." Upon sighting the alluring woman, the young men's expressions shifted, and they hastily bowed in respect. The surrounding merchants bowed in unison. "Miss Luo, are you all right?" The woman paid no heed to them, but turned to Luo Qinghuan, and after a moment of reflection, murmured, "No, these fellows cannot harm you. After all, Miss Luo, you are of the same caliber as I am, both being in the transformation realm." "What? Transformation realm?" At this revelation, the expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically. They were astonished that this young woman possessed not only breathtaking beauty, but also formidable strength. "And you are?" Luo Qinghuan inquired, casting a curious glance at the voluptuous figure of the woman, particularly noting her striking physique, which made her pout slightly. "Dilliner, the fourth princess of the Wujia divine dynasty." She introduced herself while wielding a long whip. With a scowl, she directed her gaze at the group of young men. "How dare you harbor ill intentions toward the distinguished guest of my dynasty? Your Highness, we are wronged. We merely wish to invite this young lady to recite a poem at the Fengyue Tower." The group protested immediately. They then discreetly produced their storage rings, and with a glimmer of light, various poetry collections appeared before Luo Qinghuan and Dilliner. "So they are indeed scholars." As the group explained their intentions, it became clear that they were scholars gathered for a poetry event themed Beautiful Women at the Fengyue Tower, which was why they approached the enchanting Luo Qinghuan for an invitation. Su Yi remarked, "What kind of proper scholarly place is called Fengyue Tower?" In an effort to resolve the misunderstanding, Dilliner instructed the group to leave promptly. She then turned her attention back to the young woman, marveling at her beauty before smiling. "I have long heard of your exploits, Miss Luo, and have always wished to invite you to visit the imperial city. Unfortunately, my father advised against disturbing your cultivation. Now that we meet in the royal city, I wonder what plans you have. I happen to be heading to the Tiansheng Treasure Pavilion. If you have no destination in mind, why not accompany me?" Tiansheng Treasure Pavilion? Upon hearing these four words, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. The name felt remarkably familiar. Chapter 82. Could it be that my third senior brother is behind this? What is the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Qinghuan's eyes. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion can barely be considered a first-rate power in the wild celestial domain. Yet its Heavenly Saint auction is among the largest auctions held. This is due to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's extensive presence across the 9 domains, as explained by D. Lonner. Oh, upon hearing D. Lonner mention that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion spans the entire 9 domains, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, his suspicions intensifying. His third senior brother in the Celestial Palace is known as the Heavenly Treasure Taoist, who once aspired to amass the wealth of all cultivators in the 9 domains. Could this Heavenly Treasure Pavilion be secretly established by him? What do you think? D. Lonner turned to Luo Qinghuan with a smile, asking, "Miss Luo, shall we go take a look?" It is said that there are many valuable items at this heavenly saint auction, perhaps something you desire. Suyi? The girl did not respond to her, but quietly inquired of Suyi in her heart. Let us go take a look. Suyi nodded. Just as Dilaner had said, the heavenly saint auction indeed boasts a plethora of valuable items. If there are useful items to procure for Luo Qinghuan, it would also serve to validate his suspicions. He wished to ascertain whether the owner of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was indeed his third senior brother from the Celestial Palace. Although his senior brothers and sisters from the Celestial Palace may no longer possess the strength they once had due to the karma of the Heavenly Tao, they still remain formidable figures. If he could locate them quickly and they were to acknowledge each other, Luo Qinghuan would gain several powerful protectors, thus facilitating his own resurrection. Then let us proceed. With Su Ye's affirmation, Luo Qinghuan softly nodded. Miss Luo, please follow me. Dilaner flicked her whip, her hair cascading elegantly. In the royal city, the most prosperous central area, a magnificent vermilion treasure pavilion stood tall. It was the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. At that moment, as one of the largest auctions in the wild celestial domain commenced, numerous powerful factions hurried from all corners of the domain. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion soon became a bustling hub, with many cultivators loitering at the entrance, awaiting entry. At that moment, two enchanting figures appeared, instantly capturing the attention of several cultivators. What stunning women! One exuded fiery allure, while the other radiated pure sweetness, their beauty rivaling that of heavenly beings. Why aren't they in line? How can they enter directly? As the cultivators marveled, some noticed that the two young women bypassed the queue and entered the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Of course. Did you not see the woman in the black leather attire, wielding a whip? That Dilaner, the fourth princess of the Wujie divine dynasty. Ah! No wonder. Amidst the murmurs around them, Dilaner led Luo Qinghuan into the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Greetings, Your Highness. As the two entered, a responsible figure from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion promptly approached, bowing to Dilaner, then casting a questioning glance at the young woman in white beside her. And this lady is? Miss Luo is a distinguished guest of my infinite divine dynasty, attending the Heavenly Saint auction alongside me, Dilaner introduced. It turns out she is a guest of the divine dynasty. I have met Miss Luo before. Please follow me. The person in charge of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion said to the two ladies, leading them into a private room. The Heavenly Room. This space can isolate one's aura for probing, thus safeguarding the privacy of the auction participants. Dilaner explained to Luo Qinghuan. The young lady nodded in understanding. Once the two were seated in the room, Su Ye's voice resonated in the young lady's mind. Luo girl, later you should inquire about her knowledge of the owner of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion. The owner of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion? A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. Yes, I suspect that the mastermind behind the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion is likely my third senior brother from the Celestial Palace, Su Yi affirmed solemnly. The mastermind of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion could be your third senior brother, Su Yi? Upon hearing this, the young lady widened her eyes in astonishment. Su Yi was remarkable, and even those around him were extraordinary. Dilaner had just mentioned that the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion spans across the 9 domains with immense financial resources. How wealthy must Su Ye's senior brother be? Very well. I shall ask her, Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight nod. With some time remaining before the commencement of the Heavenly Saint auction, numerous powerful factions began to arrive. Some wandering cultivators or weaker forces congregated in the main hall, while those of higher status and strength were assigned to various private rooms. Seizing the opportunity before the auction began, the two ladies engaged in conversation. Luo Qinghuan also took the chance to inquire about what Su Yi had suggested. Fourth Princess, do you know who the owner of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion is? The owner of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion? A hint of perplexity flickered in Dilaner's beautiful eyes, followed by a moment of contemplation. The Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion spans the 9 domains. Each pavilion has its own master. If we are speaking of the master of the Heavenly Saint Pavilion in the Desolate Sky domain, it should be Master Qingfeng. As for the masters of the other pavilions in the remaining domains, I am not privy to that information. Dilaner shook her head. So, is it your third senior brother, Su Yi? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan immediately inquired in her mind. Sui shook his head. Luo girl. There is no need to ask, since Di Lanner can only know the identity of one branch master. It is improbable that she would have any knowledge of the mastermind behind the scenes. Why did Miss Luo suddenly ask about this? Di Lanner questioned, puzzled. I was merely curious. After all, to establish a treasure pavilion that spans the 9 domains, the individual behind the Heavenly Saint Pavilion must be quite extraordinary. Luo Qinghuan replied softly. Indeed, Di Lanner nodded in agreement, then sighed. However, the owner of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion has never revealed themselves to the public. They are quite mysterious. All right, Miss Luo, I have heard that you have always been with the Xuantian Sacred Sect. This is your first time attending the Heavenly Saint auction, isn't it? Hee. Soon you will witness the splendid aspects of this auction. Splendid aspects? A flicker of doubt passed through Luo Qinghuan's eyes. What could possibly be so captivating about an auction? Do not underestimate the Tiansheng auction, Di Lanner remarked with a mysterious smile. Its status as one of the most prominent auctions in the wasteland speaks to its extraordinary nature. After all, it encompasses an array of items, auctioning everything imaginable. From cat girl maids to wolf dog butlers, it has it all. If you are intrigued, Miss Luo, perhaps you could consider auctioning something as well. Upon hearing this, the young girl blushed and quickly shook her head. At that moment, Di Lanner added, moreover, there are artifacts that compel obedience, artifacts that enforce compliance. The girl's eyes sparkled with interest. Hee. Should we arrange one for that insufferable Sui? After all, that rascal bullies me daily. Sui, caught in the conversation, mused silently. Oh, my foolish Luo girl, have you not considered the possibility of being turned against? Chapter 83. The Fruit of Creation, Yet to Mature? Before long, after a brief exchange between the two women, the grand doors of the auction hall thunderously shut, signifying the commencement of the heavenly sacred auction. Thank you all for your patience. A melodious voice accompanied by a playful laugh resonated throughout the hall. A woman clad in a red qipao, her figure alluringly curvaceous, gracefully ascended the auction stage, her every smile and frown imbued with seduction. What a captivating woman, Luo Qinghuan remarked, unable to suppress her thoughts upon glimpsing the enchanting figure. The allure of this woman was palpable, even to her, a fellow female. It was no surprise that the multitude of male cultivators present were already flushed with excitement, their hearts racing at the sight of her. Just a common tactic, Sui commented nonchalantly in her mind. A common tactic? Luo Qinghuan echoed, intrigued. To ignite the passions of these cultivators with a beautiful and enchanting woman, creating a lively atmosphere, so they are eager to bid recklessly during the auction. As the saying goes, a smile from a beauty is worth a fortune. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. So, if I were the auctioneer, would I elicit a similar effect? You? Sui scoffed lightly. The auctioneer not only possesses beauty, but also an alluring figure. You resemble an exceptionally petite schoolgirl. Luo Qinghuan. She felt that Su Yi was ridiculing her. Moreover, she had evidence. Wasn't it said that the ancient divine garment could enhance one's physique? She had secretly worn it for quite some time. Why had she not noticed more significant changes? Su Yi, you better show yourself. I guarantee I won't let you off lightly. The girl pouted defiantly. Is that so? I fear that once your brother Yi emerges, you won't dare to bite. Su Yi retorted with a chuckle, crossing her arms. What do you mean? The girl was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Why wouldn't I dare to bite? This woman was the debut auctioneer of the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion, Yuehua. Beside her, Di Lanner slowly remarked, it seems this auction has many treasures. After all, Yuehua rarely makes an appearance. When she does, it typically involves many valuable items. At that moment, just as Su Yi had articulated, when Yuehua made her entrance, the surrounding cultivators resembled famished wolves, their gazes fervently fixed upon her. Just a glimpse of Miss Yuehua is worth waiting for 10,000 years. A young man holding a folding fan chuckled. Ha, the heavenly son of the skies jests, Yuehua responded, seemingly amused by his flattery, covering her mouth with a giggle and shaking her head. 10,000 years? You, a mere holy son of the sacred ground, are hardly worthy of such a lifespan. The surrounding crowd dismissed his flowery words with contempt. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Let us commence this heavenly treasure auction, Yuehua announced, clapping her hands as a maid approached bearing the first auction item. Earth rank lunar spirit technique, starting bid of 200,000 spirit coins. Minimum bid increment is 10,000 spirit coins. Let the bidding begin, she concluded, and with her words, the crowd of cultivators immediately erupted into a frenzy of bidding. After all, not everyone belongs to the top tier or elite factions. The earthly level techniques offer substantial assistance to them. 250,000 spirit coins. 270,000 spirit coins. Ultimately, the earthly level technique was acquired by second-tier factions powerhouse for the price of 500,000 spirit coins. The auction continued unabated. Within the prestigious box, D. Lanner occasionally made bids, while Luo Qinghuan observed silently. It was not a matter of financial inability. Rather, Sui had remarked that bidding on such trivial items was merely a waste of money. Instead, it would be more prudent to wait for someone fated to possess these useless trinkets, allowing her to assist in clearing out the clutter. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows can be regarded as one of the highlights of this auction. At this moment, accompanied by the voice of Yuehua, a maid approached bearing a wooden box. Without even opening the box, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. What could possibly be inside? The attendees were captivated by the extraordinary aroma emanating from the box. This item may hold little value for those present, but it would be of immense significance to the younger prodigies within the sect. Yuehua smiled mysteriously and waved her hand, prompting the maid to unveil the box. Inside lay a fruit resembling a core, radiating brilliance and embodying the essence of the Tao. This is... The crowd's pupils dilated. The fruit of creation. Yuehua spoke softly. What? The fruit of creation? According to legend, the realm of creation is where one seizes the essence of heaven and earth to forge their own destiny. Yet, how many can truly claim such celestial creation? Therefore, the majority of those in the realm of creation today are merely pseudo-creators, lacking the true essence of heaven and earth. Apart from a few defiant prodigies capable of seizing this essence, most aspirants must rely on the fruit of creation to attain a genuine state of creation rather than a false one. To think such a remarkable item would appear at this auction. Upon hearing Yuehua's words, the assembled cultivators were instantly struck with astonishment, their breaths catching as their gazes fixed fervently upon the Tao fruit within the box. Ha ha ha! I bid 1,000,000 spirit coins. Just right to procure a fruit of creation for my precious granddaughter. Oof, 1,000,000? I bid 2,000,000. In an instant, before Yuehua could announce the bidding price for the fruit of creation, the entire auction hall erupted into a frenzy of competition. The fruit of creation? The young girl was momentarily taken aback. Even D. Lanner beside her was stirred with excitement. After all, this item holds immense allure for any prodigy in the realm of creation. While others languish in a state devoid of creation essence, merely existing as pseudo-creators. One who absorbs the fruit of creation would ascend to a true state of creation. The disparity is indeed monumental. The fruit of creation seems to be destined to have a connection with our Luo girl. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Although it would allow Luo Yadu to comprehend the wonders of the world, possessing the Tao fruit of creation would certainly facilitate the process. Did you also consume the Tao fruit of creation back then? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity, as it was her first encounter with the distinction between the realm of creation and the pseudo-realm of creation. Did your brother Yi have such conditions back then? Su Yi retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Even if he had desired to seize the Tao fruit of creation, he would have had to tread cautiously in light of the formidable beings lurking behind it. Then were you in the pseudo-realm of creation? She asked. Not quite, Su Yi replied, scratching his nose. Since your brother Yi lacked the Tao fruit of creation, I simply pondered the principles of creation myself, and to my surprise, it was rather straightforward. I grasped it quite swiftly. Luo Qinghuan was left speechless. Everyone, please remain calm. At that moment, Yuehua gestured to silence the clamoring crowd. There's one more matter I must clarify. This Tao fruit of creation is not yet ripe, and will require an additional 500 years to mature. Chapter 84. Su Yi, we have struck gold. What? It will take 500 years for it to fully mature? As the words of Yuehua fell, The expressions of everyone present at the auction darkened, their once fervent hearts doused like flames extinguished by a bucket of cold water. The Tao fruit of creation, requiring 5 centuries to reach maturity. Even if they were to purchase it now, they would still need to wait another 500 years. Even with the use of certain means to hasten its ripening, it would still take at least 200 to 300 years. They had intended to acquire this Tao fruit for the prodigies of their sect within the realm of creation. If they were to wait for a century, those prodigies would likely have already transcended the realm of creation. After all, if one remained stagnant in the realm of creation for several centuries, they could hardly be deemed a prodigy, and thus unworthy of this Tao fruit. Very well, esteemed guests. With that, Yue concluded her remarks, leaving the choice entirely in your hands, giggling lightly. She then announced the starting price of the Tao fruit. The initial bid was set at 10 million spirit coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100,000 spirit coins. Gasp! 10 million. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures present could not help but draw a sharp breath. This was merely the starting price for an unripe Tao fruit. How exorbitant would the price be for a mature one? Our celestial sanctuary is willing to bid 10 million spirit coins. Just as the powerful factions hesitated, a youthful voice resonated from a private box labeled Tion. It was none other than the celestial prince, who had previously been seen with a folding fan, casually drawing back the curtain of the box without concern for revealing his identity. Giggle. The celestial prince, true to his esteemed lineage, made his bid with grandiosity. Yue, with her every smile and frown, had him entirely under her spell, igniting a fervent gleam in his eyes. The celestial prince has bid 10 million spirit coins. Is there anyone willing to offer more? As Yuehua's voice faded, an elder snorted disdainfully and stood up. Oomph. Celestial prince, your current strength is merely at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm. Do you truly believe you can break through to the realm of creation within a century? It would be wiser to leave it for someone of the later generations. The Blood Moon Sect offers 15 million. A moment of silence was broken as bids began to soar. 17 million. 20 million. In an instant, apart from the elder from the Blood Moon Sect, strong contenders from both the auction hall and the various private boxes began to raise their bids. Although the Tao fruit was unripe, it did not diminish their desire. They could always acquire it now and bestow it upon their sect as prodigies 5 centuries hence. Oomph. When it comes to financial strength, our celestial sanctuary is not intimidated by any of you. The celestial prince scoffed, raising the bid to 30 million. Suyi, we are so impoverished. Upon witnessing the Tao fruit's price escalate to over 30 million spirit coins in the blink of an eye, the young girl's face fell in dismay, feeling an overwhelming sense of destitution. Although Su Yi had previously extorted 100,000 spirit coins from Yin Yun, this amount seemed grossly inadequate in comparison. Was he impoverished? Su Yi chuckled softly. He had never possessed a tangible sense of the value of spirit coins. Perhaps for the cultivators of the 9 realms of Tianxian, spirit coins served as the sole universal currency. But for him, the notorious bandit emperor, spirit coins were not the only form of currency. After all, it was rather cumbersome to first extort spirit coins and then use them to purchase fine treasures. It would be far more efficient to directly acquire the treasures themselves. However, the Tao fruit of creation was something they must obtain. It was said that this Tao fruit required 500 years to mature. Wait. As soon as Luo Qinghuan uttered these words, she quickly realized her mistake. While it may take 500 years for others, that was not the case for her and Suyi. The longevity herb field within Kunlun. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the young girl's eyes. Indeed, Suyi nodded with a smile. The longevity herb field not only thrived rapidly, but also elevated the grade of the herbs cultivated within it. By planting this immature Tao fruit of creation in the longevity herb field, they could not only hasten its maturation, but also enhance its quality. Luo girl, let us set the price at 40 million. 40 million? The girl was taken aback. Su Yi, how can we possibly have that many spirit coins? Your lack does not imply that your brother Yi is similarly constrained. Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. Have you forgotten about the Kunlun mirror? The old weapon master helped us repair it, and the self-protective barrier has been lifted. This Kunlun mirror is essentially the personal treasury of the Kunlun Emperor. Do you really think an emperor would be impoverished? Hee. And just how many spirit coins does the Kunlun Emperor's treasury contain? The girl giggled, her expression betraying a glimmer of greed. I haven't calculated precisely, but I estimate it should hold at least several billion spirit coins. Su Yi shook his head. Luo Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Several billion. Hey. Su Yi, we are about to strike it rich. 38 million spirit coins. I shall see who dares compete with me for this Tao fruit of creation. At that moment, the celestial son of the heavens snorted coldly, directly raising the price from 33 million spirit coins to 38 million. Upon uttering these words, he cast a smug glance at Yuehua, exuding an air of someone who would spend a fortune merely to elicit a smile from a beautiful maiden. This fool, such a mindset driven by lust. Originally, an immature Tao fruit of creation was worth around 30 million spirit coins. Yet this insufferable celestial son insisted on pushing it to 38 million. Witnessing this scene, the powerful figures in the auction hall could not help but curse under their breath. Although the Tao fruit of creation was formidable, it merely offered the possibility for cultivators in the creation realm to seize the essence of the world. Ultimately, whether they could capture that essence depended on the cultivator's own innate talent. In the VIP box, D. Launer hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to forego the bidding. It was not that she lacked the funds. As the princess of the esteemed and formidable Wuji divine dynasty, she certainly had the means to procure such a sum. The reason for her reluctance, however, lay in the fact that the fruit of creation had yet to reach maturity. Even if she were to implore her father to employ certain measures to accelerate its growth cycle, it would still require 2 to 3 centuries. In that span of time, she would have undoubtedly ascended to the realm of the mighty, rendering the fruit unnecessary. Yet at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out beside her. 40 million. Upon hearing this, the entire auction hall fell silent, and as realization dawned, the crowd turned their astonished gazes toward the celestial box. 40 million? The holy son of the celestial firmament was taken aback, his expression darkening considerably. Chapter 85. Celestial Prodigy. Do you take us for fools? Hee. A guest from the prestigious box has bid 40 million spirit coins. Are there any higher offers? If not, the fruit of fortune shall belong to the esteemed guest of the celestial box. Upon hearing the young lady's bid, Yuehua stifled a laugh, glancing at the crowd. 45 million spirit coins. The celestial prodigy snorted coldly, raising his bid once more. 45,100,000. The young lady's voice resounded again. 50 million. 51 million. From then on, regardless of how much the celestial prodigy raised the stakes, the young lady in the celestial box merely added a modest increment of 100,000 spirit coins to his bid. Hiss! Inside the celestial box, Dilliner gasped, her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment as she stared at the young lady beside her. Miss Luo is actually a wealthy heiress. Although Luo Qinghuan is also a prodigy from first-rate force, she is not comparable to the celestial prodigy, whose father is the celestial sovereign, effectively making the entire celestial realm his domain. Thus his wealth is quite ordinary. Yet the young lady is fundamentally just a prodigy within her sect. Surely, her financial resources cannot surpass those of the celestial prodigy, but it appears the young lady seems to possess considerable wealth. Su Yi, is it inappropriate for us to proceed in this manner, only increasing the bid by a mere 100,000 spirit coins? At this moment, the young lady paid no heed to Dilliner's astonished expression, quietly inquiring of Su Yi in her heart. Inappropriate? Oh no. Su Yi merely shook his head with a smile. This is called frugality. If one can save, one should. Oh, I see. Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. Soon, as their bidding continued, the price of this fruit of fortune surged to over 50 million spirit coins. Prodigy, if this continues, we shall be unable to participate in the subsequent bidding. Meanwhile, within the celestial prodigy's box, the elder behind him furrowed his brow, visibly disturbed, and hastily cautioned him. Do not worry, Lu Lao. This prodigy is well aware of what he is doing. The celestial prodigy narrowed his eyes, then glanced at the celestial box. Through the thin veil, he felt as though he could glimpse the enchanting figure of the young lady within, a surge of fervor flashing in his eyes. This young lady, though I know not her sect, how about granting this prodigy a favor and allowing him to claim this fruit of fortune? However, upon hearing this, the young lady in the celestial box paid no mind to his words, silently adding another 100,000 spirit coins to his bid. Upon hearing this, the celestial prodigy's expression darkened further. Wretched woman, should I discover your identity, I shall ensure that you are thoroughly entertained in my grasp. Su Yi, what shall we do if this fellow continues to raise the stakes? Inside the celestial box, Luo Qinghuan glanced at the celestial prodigy, her brows slightly furrowing. Although they now possessed wealth, they ought not to squander it so recklessly. What shall we do about this? Su Yi pondered for a moment, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It is quite simple. Allow your brother Yi to assist him in absolving his transgressions. If he lacks funds, what can he offer as an increase? Absolve transgressions? Here, the young girl was taken aback. Have you forgotten the new skill you just acquired? Su Yi smiled mysteriously. Without the slightest hesitation, he directed a spatial confinement towards the heavenly son residing in the VIP box above, a mere celestial sovereign, easily restrained for several hours. However, Su Yi opted not to do so. Instead, he chose to impose the confinement for just 1 second. 1 second was sufficient to absolve the transgressions while ensuring the act remained undetected. Spatial confinement successfully employed. Target, Heavenly Son. As the system's voice faded, the Heavenly Son suddenly felt an ethereal sensation, as though he had been forcibly transported to another realm, a flash of black light passing over him. Yet, just as he felt perplexed, that sensation vanished after a mere second. What just happened? The Heavenly Son was momentarily bewildered, sensing an oddity within himself. My lord, what troubles you? The elder beside him, merely a powerful being, remained oblivious to the fact that the Heavenly Son had been drawn into an alternate space for a fleeting second. Did I just visit another place? Another place? The elder furrowed his brow, then shook his head. No, my lord has remained within this VIP box all along. Is that so? The Heavenly Son frowned, instinctively reaching for his storage ring, only to be struck by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. His expression changed drastically as he looked down to find his storage ring had vanished. What? Where's my storage ring? It contained a full 500 million spirit coins, funds provided by my father for this auction. What? My lord, where's your storage ring? The elder suddenly realized, his face a mask of confusion. I do not know. The Heavenly Son's expression shifted, and he felt a sudden, intense heat on his face. What the? My lord, your face appears to have been struck. The elder exclaimed in shock. What? The Heavenly Son retrieved a mirror, only to see his once handsome visage inexplicably swollen into a grotesque state. What is happening? At that moment, the Heavenly Son was utterly bewildered. Had he encountered a ghost? Not only was his storage ring missing, but his face had also been assaulted. The guest in the VIP box has bid 35 million spirit coins. Does the Heavenly Son wish to raise the bid? Just then, the voice of Yue Hua echoed once more. Raise the bid? Raise what, for heaven's sake? My storage ring has been stolen. Not only has it been stolen, but my handsome face has also been struck. The celestial son let out a roar, drawing back the curtains, revealing to everyone the ludicrous sight of him transformed into a pig's head within the private box. What? Upon hearing this, Yue Hua was momentarily taken aback, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion. Celestial Son, are you implying that, in the eyes of the esteemed cultivators present, not only was your storage ring stolen, but the thief also had the audacity to slap you? She gazed at the Celestial Son with an expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. Do you think the assembled company is blind? Who could possibly burst into your private box in front of everyone, steal your storage ring, and then slap you right before your eyes? Indeed, the Celestial Son, covering his face, nodded solemnly in agreement. Ha ha ha. The other cultivators in attendance, perceiving his absurdity, erupted into laughter, their voices echoing through the space. Could it be that the Celestial Son, fearing humiliation before Yue Hua for lacking funds, orchestrated this farcical scene himself? However, they mused, He is indeed a fierce character. To inflict such a slap upon himself? How vexing! As the crowd, along with Yuehua, regarded him with the incredulity reserved for a simpleton, the celestial son quickly realized his own folly. His face flushed crimson, his teeth clenched tightly, embodying a visage of barely contained rage. Meanwhile, within a certain celestial box, a young girl witnessing this spectacle could no longer suppress her laughter. Chapter 86. A semi-imperial artifact? Devious Su Yi, you truly are wicked. Why did you purify his sins only to slap him afterward? The girl could no longer contain her laughter. The entire auction hall gazed at the celestial son in disbelief. But only Luo Qinghuan understood that what the celestial son had uttered was indeed true. Just moments ago, the mischievous Su Yi had initiated a spatial blockade, forcibly drawing the celestial son into a confined space, swiftly completing the purification of his sins, followed by the slap. Your brother Yi merely helped him cleanse his sins and rid him of his ugliness. Look at his piggish visage. How charming, at the very least. He is no longer unattractive, Su Yi chuckled. Upon hearing this, the girl struggled to suppress her laughter, finding Su Ye's antics truly mischievous. Indeed, this Tao fruit of creation is equivalent to a gift bestowed upon us by this fellow, Su Yi remarked, casually glancing over the celestial sun storage bag, which contained approximately several 100 million spirit coins, prompting a satisfied nod. Hee, the celestial son is truly generous. Beside him, Luo Qinghuan also chuckled. Miss Luo, what is it? Upon noticing the smile gracing Luo Qinghuan's lips, Delana's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. She vaguely sensed a certain audacious aura emanating from Luo Qinghuan. Ahem. Nothing at all, the girl shook her head, clearing her throat before turning her serious gaze towards Miss Yuehua on the auction stage. Miss Yuehua, since the celestial son can no longer afford a bid, should we not announce the winner of this Tao fruit of creation? Prompted by the girl's reminder, Yuehua regained her composure and surveyed the crowd in the auction hall. Does anyone wish to raise their bid? If there are no further offers, then this Tao fruit of creation shall belong to our esteemed guest in the Tian box. As Yuehua's words echoed, the surrounding powerful figures hesitated momentarily before ultimately choosing to withdraw. Thus, the Tao fruit of creation was concluded at a price of 53 million spirit coins, with the Tianshu box's guest declare the victor. Yuehua promptly announced the final result. Damn it! In another box, the celestial son's expression was exceedingly grim as he covered his pig-like face, seething with indignation and casting a resentful glare towards Luo Qinghuan's box, still perplexed by the unfolding events. This Tao fruit of creation shall be mine, he declared. Lu Lao, keep an eye on that woman. Yes, replied the elder beside him with a nod. Once Yuehua announced the outcome, Luo Qinghuan settled comfortably at her seat, now merely awaiting the conclusion of the auction to exchange her payment for the item. Miss Luo, I never imagined you possessed such wealth. You surpass even me in affluence. Delana exclaimed, unable to restrain her astonishment as she gazed at the girl beside her, spending such an immense sum of spirit coins without a hint of regret. Ahem. Luo Qinghuan lightly coughed, slightly turning her face away. Wealth is merely a transient possession. Upon hearing these words, Delana slightly parted her crimson lips, gazing at Luo Qinghuan in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Miss Luo would display such nonchalance, embodying a clarity of mind that was rare among mortals. Luo Qinghuan remarked, Since it is not my money, I do not feel any regret. Meanwhile, Yuehua continued to preside over the auction proceedings. The subsequent items up for bid were indeed remarkable, attracting numerous formidable forces to compete fiercely. During this time, Su Yi encouraged Luo Qinghuan to purchase several valuable items, which not only surprised Delana, but also left the other powerhouses in utter disbelief. Who was this wealthy lady in the distinguished private box? All of this was keenly observed by the holy son of the firmament, who, lacking spiritual coins in his storage ring, had long forfeited his bidding qualifications and could only watch helplessly while searching for his elusive storage ring within the box. At that moment, Yuehua suddenly clapped her hands, signaling for silence throughout the auction hall. Esteemed guests, please settle down. The next segment is the highlight of this auction, the final item up for bid. As her words echoed, an anticipatory hush fell over the audience. All the powerful figures turned their curious gazes toward Yuehua, wondering what this last item could possibly be. Finally, it had arrived. Some of the stronger individuals in the private boxes, who had already caught wind of certain rumors, brightened their eyes in anticipation. This item is forged from celestial meteorite iron and is said to be the final resting place crafted by an emperor for himself. As Yuehua's voice resonated, the expressions of those present grew solemn. Celestial meteorite iron? A burial place fashioned by an emperor for himself? Although they could not ascertain its nature, the mere association with an emperor guaranteed its extraordinary significance. Bring it forth, Yuehua instructed with a gentle clap of her delicate hands. Accompanied by several maidservants, a pitch-black coffin was raised, instantly enveloping the entire auction hall in an eerie and chilling aura. The countenance of the assembled powerhouses shifted, laden with trepidation. This item is called the Emperor's Suppression Coffin. According to the esteemed masters of the Tianbao Sacred Pavilion, while it is not classified as an imperial artifact, it is at least above a sacred weapon, belonging to the category of semi-imperial artifacts. Its true purpose remains unknown. After presenting the dark ancient coffin, Yuehua announced the starting price. The starting bid is set at 100 million spiritual coins, with each subsequent bid to increase by no less than 10 million spiritual coins. 100 million spiritual coins. A collective gasp resonated through the auction hall. The powerful figures were taken aback, even without knowing the coffin's purpose. Its mere connection to the emperor warranted a staggering starting price of 100 million spiritual coins. The power of emperors was indeed terrifying. However, despite the uncertainty surrounding its function, the mere notion of it being a semi-imperial artifact was sufficient to incite fierce competition among the forces present. I bid 150 million. Do not dare to compete with me. An elder from the Blood Moon Sect coldly snorted, immediately elevating the starting price to 150 million. Is 150 million anything of significance? My thief sect is never short on wealth. Just then, a rotund monk stepped forward, emitting a disdainful grunt. The thieving sect had made its move. It was said that this sect reveled in thievery, and they were never short of spirit coins. Once they intervened, the prices would likely soar to an alarming height. Upon seeing the corpulent monk, the expressions of the powerful forces present grew grim. As anticipated, when a monk from the thieving sect rose and forcefully slammed his storage ring onto the table, he declared, "We from the thieving sect offer. How much do we bid?" Witnessing this scene, many formidable figures found their hearts racing. If the bid exceeded their expectations, they would have no choice but to withdraw. The monk snorted disdainfully, poised to announce a price that would dishearten all other cultivators, when suddenly he noticed the light illuminating a private booth. Instantly, his body quivered, his flesh jiggled, and his voice softened. Ahem! We from the thieving sect bid 160 million. Hearing this, a sea of question marks appeared above the heads of the crowd. With such bravado, he merely added the minimum bid. Chapter 87. What was handed over? A sack. I had thought you were more impressive. The elder of the Blood Moon Sect scoffed disdainfully, then coldly declared, My Blood Moon Sect bids 180 million, 200 million, 220 million. As the other powerful factions observed that the Thieves' Sect had not placed a significantly high bid, they too began to place their offers. The bidding escalated, and the price of this semi-imperial artifact soared to a staggering 300 million spirit coins. At that moment, a voice rang out, aged yet forceful. 500 million. Today, this Emperor's Suppression Coffin shall belong to my Blood Moon Sect. The elder of the Blood Moon Sect, nearly blinded by greed, gritted his teeth and raised the bid to the exorbitant sum of 500 million. Gasp! 500 million. This elder of the Blood Moon is truly insane. Could it be that he intends to use this Emperor's Suppression Coffin as his own burial site? Upon hearing the elder's bid of 500 million, the powerful figures in the auction hall collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions turning to one of shock. I have declared, the Emperor's Suppression Coffin shall be secured by my Blood Moon Sect. The elder of the blood moon huffed coldly. Suyi, should we partake in this? In the private box marked on, the young girl cast a curious glance at the pitch-black ancient coffin and inquired. No need. This murky water is best left undisturbed. Suyi replied, shaking his head. This Emperor Suppression coffin held little value for them, being merely a semi-imperial artifact after all. But why? It is a semi-imperial artifact. If we acquire it and use the forging techniques of the esteemed divine weapon master to transform it into an imperial artifact, it could yield even greater wealth. The young girl earnestly argued, her excitement palpable. Upon hearing this, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, this girl, whom he held in high regard, possessed the spirit of a bold bandit. My dear, have you ever considered the quality of the Dragon Abyss sword bestowed upon you by the divine weapon master? Suyi asked quietly. The girl replied timidly, a semi-divine artifact. Wow. Hey, semi-divine artifact. It was only then that Luo Qinghuan comprehended the true power of the Dragon Abyss sword crafted by the esteemed master. If a mere semi-imperial artifact could incite such frenzy among powerful factions, how much more so would a sword surpassing imperial quality, transcending to the realm of semi-divine artifacts, be valued? Oh, dear Suyi, what should I do? I am somewhat hesitant to wield the Dragon Abyss sword now, the girl confessed shyly. What is the matter? Suya Oskit, puzzled. Knowing how formidable the Dragon Abyss sword is, shouldn't you be even more eager to wield it? It feels akin to swinging around 10 billion spirit coins, and each swing feels like losing a few billion. Luo Qinghuan replied candidly. Ha ha ha. In terms of true value, this Dragon Abyss sword is worth not merely tens of billions, but indeed several hundred billion, Suyi added with a smirk. Luo Qinghuan. Well, now I feel even worse. The ancestor of the Blood Moon Sect observed the silenced, powerful figures around him, letting out a satisfied, cold snort. He then turned to Yuehua, saying, Miss Yuehua, it is time to announce the ownership of the town Emperor coffin, is it not? If there are no further bids, then this town Emperor coffin. Yuehua nodded slightly, just about to inquire when suddenly, a voice filled with authority reverberated through the hall. 10 billion. What? 10 billion? Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the auction hall shifted dramatically, their eyes reflecting profound disbelief as they exchanged glances, eager to discover who could possibly bid such an astronomical sum. Friend, are you intentionally trying to oppose my Blood Moon Sect? The Blood Moon ancestor's expression darkened considerably. As he turned to locate the source of the voice, his countenance changed abruptly. A private box illuminated suddenly, revealing a commanding figure seated within. Above the box, a single character was inscribed, Emperor. This was not merely a box designated for the elite, but rather, the Emperor box. This signified that within resided a powerful emperor, or perhaps even a great emperor. Hiss, Senior, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. The town Emperor coffin belongs to you now. We of the Blood Moon Sect shall withdraw. Upon recognizing the character above the box, the Blood Moon ancestor hastily shook his head in surrender, opting to concede. What a folly it would be to contest with a great emperor. Even if they possess the wealth, do they truly have the fortune to contend? Oh, a great emperor has made a move? Witnessing this scene, Suyi was somewhat taken aback. Would a great emperor truly covet a mere half-emperor artifact? Yeah, why has my father also arrived? The nearby D. Lanner immediately recognized the voice's owner as her father, the ruler of the Wuji divine dynasty, Emperor Tian. So it is Emperor Tian. What does he seek with the town Emperor coffin? Upon hearing D. Lanner's remark, Suyi furrowed his brow. Thus, the owner of the town Emperor coffin would indeed be the guest in that Emperor box. Yuehua then declared the final item of the auction's ownership. Given the involvement of a great emperor, few dared to continue bidding, especially since 10 billion was already a substantial sum. Subsequently, Yuehua announced the conclusion of the auction. The Tiansheng auction hosted by the Tiansheng Treasure Pavilion has now concluded. Thank you all for your participation. Within the Emperor box, D. Lanner addressed Luo Qinghuan. Miss Luo, you are about to retrieve the Tao Fruit of Creation, are you not? Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded gently. Then, Miss Luo, you may proceed. I must inquire with my father about the purpose of the town Emperor coffin, D. Lanner said, rising to take her leave. Very well, Luo. Let us also collect those items we acquired without expense, Su Yi remarked with a smile in his mind. Although they'd spent billions, it was not their own money, akin to acquiring them for free. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan was in exceptionally high spirits. She had finally comprehended why the insufferable Su Yi claimed that obtaining things for free could bring joy. At the very least, she felt quite elated now. In the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Pavilion, within a secret chamber, Yuehua addressed her, Miss Luo, your auction items are all contained within this storage ring. She glanced at the stunningly beautiful girl in the room and gently placed a storage ring on the table. Luo Qinghuan picked it up, assessed its contents, and nodded in satisfaction before handing over another storage ring filled with spirit coins. Yuehua merely cast a glance at it before instructing a maid to collect it. After all, no one dared to take items from the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Pavilion without settling their dues. Miss Luo, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Yuehua said with a smile, her charm captivating as she prepared to leave the secret chamber. Wait. At that moment, the girl's voice suddenly rang out. Yuehua turned back, her expression filled with curiosity. I would like to ask Miss Yuehua for assistance in delivering something, the girl said softly. Oh, aside from auctioning, our Heavenly Treasure Sacred Pavilion offers other services, including message delivery, Yuehua replied with a flirtatious smile, then looked at the girl with interest. May I inquire what Miss Luo wishes to convey, and to whom? As Yuehua posed her question, the girl fell silent, her mind occupied with two voices in conversation. Su Yi, are you truly going to send this? Of course. Su Yi nodded affirmatively. Very well. The girl bit her silver teeth, then quietly retrieved an item from the storage ring. It was this. What is this? Yuehua inquired, her forehead creasing with 3 dark lines. A burlap sack? Chapter 88. A sack? No, this is your Night Brother's supreme weapon. Upon seeing the substantial sack in the young girl's hands, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yuehua's beautiful eyes, and 3 black lines appeared on her forehead. Nevertheless, her professionalism compelled her to maintain a smile. Miss Luo, are you certain that the item entrusted to me by the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion is this a sack? At this moment, the girl's charming face flushed crimson as she weakly nodded, wishing she could dig a hole and disappear into it. Darn you, Su Yi, why must you transfer a sack of all things? However, Su Yi replied earnestly, what do you understand? This is your Night Brother's supreme weapon. If the true master behind the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion is indeed my 3rd senior brother, he will surely recognize his identity upon seeing this sack. Miss Luo is truly amusing. Observing the girl's blushing face as she nodded shyly, Yuehua couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She then retrieved a brand new storage ring and placed a hefty sack inside. There will be no charge for this transfer. Consider it a gesture of friendship from the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion to you, Miss Luo. After saying this, Yuehua turned her gaze to Luo Qinghuan and inquired, by the way, to whom does Miss Luo intend to transfer this sack? Our Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion can assist with deliveries throughout the 9 domains. Hee. Her tone brimmed with pride, as their Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion-esque services covered the entire 9 domains, with hardly a second comparable establishment found. Well, Luo Qinghuan pondered for a moment before responding. This item is to be transferred to the master of your esteemed pavilion. The master of our Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion? Yuehua was taken aback. Master Qingfeng, you mean? The master of the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion in the Wild Heaven domain is indeed Qingfeng. No, Luo Qinghuan shook her head. I'm referring not to the branch pavilion master, but to the true master of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Pavilion. What? At this revelation, a look of shock flashed in Yuehua's beautiful eyes, her lips parting in disbelief. The supreme master of our Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion? Not even Master Qingfeng can meet him more than a couple of times. The supreme master is shrouded in mystery. This is likely. As she spoke, a troubled expression appeared on Yuehua's face. Never mind. Should the opportunity arise, Sister Yuehua, please assist me with the transfer, Luo Qinghuan gently replied, shaking her head. Very well. Seeing the girl's determination, Yuehua refrained from saying more and nodded in agreement. After concluding the arrangements, Luo Qinghuan departed from the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion. making her way toward the palace of the infinite royal dynasty. Simultaneously, as the girl's figure emerged from the heavenly sacred treasure pavilion, an elderly man cast his gaze in her direction before gradually disappearing into the crowd. Holy Son, we have found her. In the royal city, bustling streets were alive with throngs of people. The girl in white walked through the streets, suddenly turning into a deserted alley. As she continued onward, a cold sneer echoed from behind her. "Umph, young lady, I didn't expect you to be so reckless as to dare enter an empty alley." Before them stood a youth, clutching a folding fan, his face swollen like that of a pig, gazing coldly at the young maiden clad in white. Behind him trailed an old man with a hawk-like nose. The celestial son? The maiden turned to face the pair, realizing that the words of that loathsome Su Yi were indeed accurate. Fortune was being bestowed upon her by a good Samaritan. No wonder she was led into this desolate alley. Upon catching sight of the maiden's beauty, the celestial son was momentarily taken aback, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. "My dear lady," he purred, "if you willingly surrender that fabled fruit of creation and accompany me to the celestial sacred land for a night, I might grant you your freedom. Otherwise," a sinister smirk appeared on his lips, greed glimmering in his gaze, "you shall find yourself imprisoned within my sacred domain, destined to be my plaything." Though he recognized that the maiden was of noble lineage, likely hailing from a prestigious faction like himself, she stood alone, devoid of any protective elders, which suggested a disparity in their statuses. As long as he executed his schemes discreetly, who would ever suspect him? "Celestial son, while your appearance is less than appealing, your ambitions are quite grand," remarked Luo Qinghuan, her eyes dancing with amusement as she regarded his pig-like visage, a result of Su Ye's singular punch. It was remarkable that even after all this time, the celestial son's face had yet to return to its former state. The celestial son's expression darkened, provoked by her sharp tongue. He had sought counsel from esteemed healers regarding his grotesquely swollen face, only to be informed that it had suffered irreversible damage and could never be restored. This realization meant he could no longer bear the title of celestial son, and might as well adopt the moniker of Pighead Son, all thanks to Su Yi, whose simple strike had infused a trace of the death principle into his blow. But I find this rather enjoyable," the celestial son mused, licking his lips with a lecherous grin. "Lu Lao, you need not intervene. Allow me to deal with this girl." He was already half a step into the realm of creation, a force to be reckoned with among the majority of the younger generation in the wasteland, unless he encountered the truly exceptional prodigies. Indeed, Lu Lao nodded, his formidable aura subtly emanating. "Fear not. I shall treat you with the utmost gentleness. Once you are captured and taken to the celestial sacred land, my regard for you will remain unchanged." "Ha ha!" With a lascivious laugh, the celestial son sharpened his fan to a deadly edge and lunged towards the maiden. In response, she calmly drew a jet-black sword, her expression unperturbed as she executed a single, decisive strike. "Is that all?" The celestial son scoffed, dismissing her seemingly mundane attack with a sneer, intensifying the sharpness of his fan. Yet, something felt amiss. Meanwhile, Lu Lao's gaze fixated on the sword intent emanating from Luo Qinghuan, his brow furrowing in concern, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. "Beware, celestial son. Her sword intent is extraordinary. What is so remarkable about a mere inch of sword intent?" The celestial son furrowed his brow, but paid it no mind. "Just an inch, merely the size of his brother's. So what is there to fear?" Clang! However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of cold light flashed from that inch of sword intent. In the course of its flight, the sword intent expanded continuously until it reached a staggering length of several dozen meters. What? Upon witnessing this scene, the celestial son's expression changed dramatically and instinctively. He raised a now sharpened folding fan to shield his chest. Boom! Yet, as the sword intent passed through, the folding fan in his hand was instantaneously split in two. A deep gash appeared across his chest, blood gushing forth, revealing the heart within, which was still beating visibly. "Puff! You are at the transmutation realm?" A dignified transmutation realm master actually resorting to such underhanded tactics. How despicable! The celestial sun fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with disbelief and fury as he glared at Luo Qinghuan. "Thank you for the compliment." Hee. The girl smiled sweetly. Stinky Suyi said that this is called lowering the enemy's guard first, and then striking decisively. Chapter 89. Utter demise, how audacious. How dare you harm the holy sun of our sacred land? At this moment, Master Lu could no longer remain seated. The formidable aura of a mighty being surged forth from him as his hands transformed into the shape of eagle claws, launching a fierce attack towards Luo Qinghuan. "Master Lu, save me." Upon witnessing Master Lu's intervention, the heavenly sun's eyes lit up with hope as though he had found a savior. Yet, this flicker of joy was short-lived. As Master Lu advanced, the young girl suddenly raised her hand, completely disregarding the overwhelming might emanating from him. Dark spiritual energy coalesced into a massive hand that seized Master Lu's throat, suspending him in midair. Ugh! You are also a mighty being? Master Lu struggled desperately, yet he was firmly restrained, unable to move an inch. His gaze toward the girl was filled with sheer terror. To him, she seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, her previously gentle eyes now cold and devoid of warmth, harboring an essence of death within her pitch-black irises. This was the critical moment when Suyi intervened. "You may perish," Suyi remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at Master Lu. He had no interest in personally dealing with a mere one-star mighty being. With that, he unceremoniously dropped Master Lu to the ground. "Just because you wish for Master Lu's death, does that mean he will die?" Master Lu's voice was frantic as he shouted, "Quickly, kill her." At this, the heavenly sun howled in a fit of desperation. Old man. Yet in that moment, Master Lu felt as though he had heard the whispers of a demon. His body became utterly immobile, black mist beginning to swirl within his eyes. The dark energy intensified, enveloping him entirely. The next instant, a blood-curdling scream erupted from him. His very life force was consumed by the encroaching blackness. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, the heavenly sun's complexion turned ghostly pale, disbelief etched across his features. What is happening? A mighty being has just perished at the mere utterance of this girl? This was far too simple a demise. You are nothing short of a demon. The heavenly sun gazed at the girl before him, terror evident in his eyes. "Is that so?" Suyi replied with a benign smile. "Suyi, what was that just now? So powerful!" exclaimed the little girl in the white dress, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "The law of death," Suyi explained with a light chuckle. "The law of death? What is that?" "It is one of the heavenly Tao laws. You will come to understand it once you reach the imperial realm," Suyi replied with a smile. "Oh, so one must attain the imperial realm to grasp its threshold?" The girl nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, that is generally the case," Suyi affirmed with a slight nod. If it were possible for the girl to comprehend the law of death during her formative stage, perhaps Luo Qinghuan could harness some of its power when she reached that realm. But for now, it remained a mere thought. To truly achieve this is indeed somewhat challenging. Very well. Suyi shook his head and glanced at the terrified Xuantian Sect beside him. "Luo girl, this matter shall be entrusted to you." Once Suyi stepped back, Luo Qinghuan turned her attention to the Xuantian Sect. "No, please do not kill me. Auntie, this saint has made a mistake." Seeing the girl's gaze, the Xuantian Sect, fearing he might meet the same fate as old Lu, hurriedly begged for mercy, disregarding his injuries. "Worry not. I shall not take your life." Upon hearing this, the Xuantian Sect let out a heavy sigh of relief. Just then, the girl's voice echoed once more. "After all, you are such a kind-hearted person." I am kind-hearted?" The Xuantian Sect was taken aback. "Indeed, if you hadn't generously supported me with such a sum of spirit coins, how could I have acquired that precious Tao fruit and other items? Thus, it can be said that you are truly a good person, Xuantian Sect." Luo Qinghuan flashed a sweet smile at him. At that moment, the Xuantian Sect, having received the good person card, finally regained his senses after a brief pause. "My storage ring, and that punch, was it your doing?" "No need for thanks." The girl chuckled. Upon witnessing her smile, the Xuantian Sect ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood, and with it, His last breath faded away, the vitality in his eyes gradually dimming. Observing this scene, Luo Qinghuan couldn't help but sigh. If he perished, it could hardly be blamed on me. Since I promised not to kill him, I shall indeed keep my word. After all, I, Luo Qinghuan, never tells lies. I only choose to send the Xuantian Sect to his next life. Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 points of dark transformation value. As the system's voice resonated, a wisp of dark energy surged into the small tower, bringing the host a step closer to the reconstruction of the physical body. Dark transformation reward. When altering the creation of heaven and earth, the host may manually modify the essence of creation. Shall this be invested in Luo Qinghuan? At that moment, the system's voice sounded once again. Upon hearing this, a glint of brilliance flashed in Suye's eyes. Manually altering the essence of creation? This is splendid. The system truly is a timely savior, delivering precisely what is needed. Excellent. Suye stored it away, refraining from immediate investment. After all, that Dao fruit had yet to be planted in the longevity herb field, and Luo Qinghuan would require some time to seize the essence of creation. Very well, Luo girl, tidy up the scene, then we shall depart, Suye stated. Subsequently, one of them activated the swallowing heaven demon art to devour the cultivation origins of the Xuantian Sect and Old Lu, while the other employed the indestructible soul technique to consume their soul origins. It can be said that the Xuantian Sect and Old Lu met their end thoroughly. This was the first time the phrase thoroughly dead was so aptly applied. After cleaning up the scene, the two departed. Suye had acquired nearly 10,000 sources of cultivation and planned to invest in Luo Qinghuan during the next opportunity. Upon returning to the tranquil courtyard of the royal palace, Suye promptly instructed Luo Qinghuan to enter the Kunlun realm and locate the longevity herb field, where he planted the fruit of transformation into the soil. How long do you think it will take for this fruit to mature? Luo Qinghuan inquired, gazing curiously at the fruit nestled in the earth. Perhaps a few days or a couple of weeks, Suye replied after a moment of contemplation. The longevity herb field, having been enhanced by the system, possessed an even greater capacity for rapid growth. 500 years was but a fleeting moment for the herb field. Regrettably, this phenomenon was only beneficial for spiritual herbs. If it could be advantageous for humans, he would have long since planted Luo Qinghuan there. Who knows, after a few decades, the young lady might ascend to the throne. Of course, that was merely a fanciful thought. Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 90. Beneath the lava, a severed finger. In the depths of the royal palace of the Wuxi divine dynasty, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Father, do confess. Was it not you who occupied the emperor's private box at the heavenly sacred treasure pavilion? Inquired Di Lan'er, clutching Di Tian's arm and shaking it playfully. Indeed, Di Tian replied, casting a fond glance at his daughter, affectionately ruffling her hair. Father, what purpose do you have for that Zhendi pavilion? Our divine dynasty possesses imperial artifacts. Why then spend exorbitantly on a semi-imperial artifact, particularly one of uncertain utility? Di Lan'er questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Well, Di Tian hesitated for a moment. Under the eager gaze of his daughter, he slowly uttered 4 words. Wealth breeds caprice. Di Lan'er. She tightened her grip on the long whip in her hand, feeling a surge of frustration. Were it not for the fact that this mysterious elder was her father, she might have impulsively lashed out. The Zhendi coffin indeed has its significance, Di Tian remarked, shaking his head. Very well, Di Lan'er conceded, recognizing her father's enigmatic demeanor. It was evident he possessed knowledge he would not divulge. Thus, she abandoned her inquiries. Shouldn't Miss Luo be in the same box as you? Di Tian asked, glancing at Di Lan'er. Yes, she nodded earnestly, adding, Miss Luo is quite the affluent lady, extravagantly generous, seemingly wealthier than I. It appears Miss Luo is far from ordinary. Di Tian observed, his brow furrowing slightly. Luo Qinghuan, merely a prodigy of the Xuantian sacred sect, yet possessing wealth surpassing that of top-tier sects, indeed underscored her extraordinary nature. After Di Lan'er had successfully extracted some spiritual currency from her father through her persistent coaxing, she left with satisfaction. allowing Di Tian to narrow his eyes. He then stepped into the void, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself in a subterranean realm teeming with lava, an inferno of invisible flames raging around him, igniting even the spiritual energy enveloping him. However, Di Tian remained unfazed. Raising his gaze slightly, he beheld a towering spire above, seemingly suppressing the volcanic chaos, with numerous iron chains extending from its base deep into the molten core. Each chain blazed with fierce flames. Following the fiery chains, he discerned a fist-sized ember of imperial flame raging intensely. Upon sighting this ember, a profound seriousness washed over Di Tian's countenance as he murmured, "What divine entity does this severed finger belong to?" Within the ember of imperial flame lay a severed finger, elongated and exuding boundless, violent power. Were it not for the layers of imperial fire suppressing it, and the celestial energy continuously flowing from the towering heavenly creation tower above, should that finger strike the lands of their divine dynasty, it could spell absolute annihilation in an instant. This severed finger had materialized thousands of years ago. Appearing out of thin air, a presence loomed above their infinite divine dynasty, a single finger radiating such power that even this esteemed emperor felt a shiver of trepidation. Should it be pointed at him, the dynasty would surely be obliterated. Consequently, he employed every method at his disposal to seal this severed finger beneath the tower of creation, utilizing the emperor's flame to exhaust its formidable energy. Yet, after all these years, the might emanating from that finger showed no signs of waning. Instead, the energies of the tower of creation and the emperor's flame had notably diminished, inflicting considerable damage upon the tower itself. Realizing that neither the tower of creation nor his own imperial flames could subdue it, he resolved to summon an additional force. With a grave expression, he inhaled deeply and gestured, directing a pitch-black ancient coffin to suppress the severed finger engulfed in flames. A thunderous crash resounded as the imperial might descended, causing the finger to finally settle. Sighing deeply, he pondered the situation. This was not a sustainable course of action. He had originally intended to relocate the finger to a different location, anywhere outside his infinite divine dynasty, yet he discovered that such a task was beyond his capabilities. This indicated that the owner of the finger possessed strength far superior to his own. Thus, he had no choice but to seal it within the depths of the Tower of Creation. As long as that finger remained, it was akin to a ticking time bomb, posing a significant threat to their dynasty. He could only hope that Lady Luo would manage to restore the Tower of Creation, even to a mere 30% of its original state. Rubbing his temples in fatigue, he reflected on the absurdity of the situation. While other sacred sects might suppress ancient demons or eternal overlords, here he was, contending with merely a severed finger. This narrative felt utterly misplaced. Moreover, whose finger was this? Anyway, its strength was formidable, and it exhibited insatiable greed, incessantly siphoning energy from the Tower of Creation and his Emperor's flame. They were left with nothing but a finger, yet it continued to demand more, leaving cultivators in despair. With just 7 days remaining until Lady Luo could assist in restoring the tower, he sighed once more. A few days later, within the infinite royal palace, in a small courtyard, a voice filled with excitement rang out. "Su Yi, it has grown. It has truly grown." As the young girl's jubilant exclamation echoed, Su Yi rubbed his bleary eyes and furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Grown? What has grown? Could it be? That shouldn't be the case." The ancient divine attire improves gradually. It shouldn't happen so swiftly. Has something gone amiss with Luo? His brow furrowed deeper. "Luo, your elder brother is calling. I must see for myself. There is no need to rush. You need not feel inferior. After all, you are still in your growth years." "Inferior? Growth years? What are you talking about?" Hearing Su Ye's earnest words, the girl momentarily froze, then suddenly understood, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she glared at him, exclaiming, "Pa, you lecher. I was speaking of the fruit of creation. What are you insinuating?" Chapter 91. Repairing the Tower of Creation and Transformation. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. So, this girl was indeed referring to the fruit of the path of creation. He had thought cough. To be honest, what I meant was the fruit of the path of creation. So he cleared his throat softly. The young lady immediately displayed a skeptical expression. Oof. You think I don't know what kind of person you are after spending so much time with you, Suyi? Luo Qinghuan crossed her arms and let out a cold chuckle. Oh, then tell me, what kind of person is your brother Yi? The young lady huffed, saying humph. You are undoubtedly at this point. Her voice suddenly faltered. A magnificent figure, an extraordinarily handsome figure. Thank you for the compliment. Suyi smiled faintly. Luo Qinghuan, you scoundrel, Suyi, do not use my voice to praise yourself in secret. Haha, I won't stop. Suyi laughed heartily. He must procure this sword. After teasing Luo Qinghuan for a while longer, he finally glanced at the fruit of creation planted in the longevity herb field. Indeed, it was as the young lady had said. It had grown considerably. The essence of the great Tao was visibly circulating, and a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. It was evidently nearing maturity. After all, the longevity herb field not only accelerated the ripening of the fruit of creation, but also aided in its advancement. It seems it will be ripe soon, Suyi murmured. Suyi, it appears someone is approaching. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the small courtyard. Delonor called out, Miss Luo, His Majesty has sent us to summon you. Today marks the opening of the Tower of Creation and Transformation. Upon pushing open the door, Luo Qinghuan saw Delonor, clad in leather and holding a whip, alongside the third prince, Diyun, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. Miss Luo. Upon spotting her, Delonor immediately looked over. You seem to have grown stronger again. Diyun's gaze also turned toward her. When he sensed the young lady's aura, his expression shifted, astonished. During this time, under Su Ye's guidance, Luo Qinghuan had indeed experienced another breakthrough, elevating her strength to the third star of the creation realm. It was quite normal for her power to have increased over the past few days, wasn't it? Hearing Diyun's words, the young lady frowned innocently. This person speaks in such a peculiar manner. Time flows, and all things grow. Thus, her cultivation also ascended. Isn't that a perfectly normal occurrence? Diyun, upon hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Observing the young lady's demeanor as if she was stating a self-evident truth, Diyun almost found her reasoning compelling. If it weren't for the fact that he glanced at his own stagnant cultivation for the past 3 months, he might have believed her. That was close. Nevertheless, the young lady before him was a formidable opponent. At this moment, Diyun looked at Luo Qinghuan with eyes filled with combativeness. Third brother. Delonor shot a disapproving glance at her brother. You should stop entertaining thoughts of competing with Miss Luo. Haven't you both already been thoroughly defeated by her in the Divine Armament's secret realm? Diyun, all right. Miss Luo, come with us, Delonor said, disregarding Diyun beside her as she took Luo Qinghuan by the hand and led her away. As they walked, she remarked, do not mind my third brother. He is notoriously a battle enthusiast. He yearns to spar with anyone stronger than himself, yet he always finds himself outmatched. A pure masochist. Diyun was once again struck by her words. Soon, the trio arrived deep within the royal palace, where they beheld a towering edifice, the Tower of Creation. At that moment, numerous ministers from the Xuantian dynasty had gathered around it, among whom was Ditian. Upon spotting the three, Ditian promptly approached them, accompanied by several ministers. Miss Luo, he greeted, and many ministers gasped at the sight. It appeared that Miss Luo held significant weight in Ditian's eyes. After all, not even the leader of the Xuantian Sacred Church would receive such a personal welcome. Senior Ditian, Luo Qinghuan inclined her head slightly, then lifted her gaze toward the magnificent tower. Is this the Tower of Creation forged by the senior divine weapon master? Indeed, Ditian nodded, his eyes also fixed upon the structure. Regrettably, perhaps due to the passage of time, the Tower of Creation has suffered damage, and its ability to gather the rich spiritual energy of the universe has diminished significantly. He chose to conceal the fact that the tower was intended to suppress the mysterious severed finger, as this was knowledge that even the ministers of the Xuantian dynasty were unaware of. Only he and the core figures of the dynasty were privy to such information. Divulging it to a junior like Luo Qinghuan would serve no purpose. He merely hoped she could restore a third of the tower's former glory. Passage of time? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly and murmured, Senior Tian, does your Wujishan dynasty possess so many prodigies? Logically, the tower of creation forged by the senior divine weapon master should not be so fragile. Tian began to sweat nervously at her perceptiveness. She was able to deduce discrepancies from his words. However, he quickly fabricated a casual excuse to deflect her inquiry without further elaboration. Subsequently, Luo Qinghuan refrained from probing further and began to observe the tower of creation. Sensing her focus, Tian and the ministers did not intrude, silently trailing behind her. Little girl, move a bit closer. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Luo Qinghuan's mind. Suyez. Without asking for clarification, she stepped closer to the tower of creation until Su Yi instructed her to halt. She paused and inquired, what is it? I sense a somewhat familiar power. Su Yi replied, frowning. It seems to resonate with you. Luo Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed. How'd you know? You always say that. She pouted in silence. Su Yi responded, in the past, it was the bandit's intuition sensing something of affinity with him. But now, it feels different, a strangely familiar force. However, he found it difficult to articulate the specifics. Miss Luo, what is your assessment? Is it possible to restore it to 30%? Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan approach the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation, Emperor Tian eagerly inquired, believing she was poised to commence the restoration of the tower. 30%? The young lady furrowed her brows. Is 30% not feasible? Upon seeing her reaction, Emperor Tian's heart sank. No matter, 20% will suffice. If it is merely 20%, I shall exert a bit more of the imperial flame to suppress that peculiar severed finger. Only 20%? It appears the emperor's expectations will be in vain. After all, this is a direct inheritance from the divine weapon emperor. How could it only be restored to 20%? A frown creased the brow of a minister among the crowd, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. However, before he could finish his thought, Emperor Tian silenced him with a swift gesture. Do not take offense, Miss Luo. I merely dispatched him to the frontier to tend to the sheep. Chapter 92. Accumulating wealth after completing all necessary tasks. Tian merely stated in a nonchalant manner. The young maiden blinked her eyes, appreciating the personal distribution of duties. Should there be further discussions regarding Lady Luo, I shall personally strip you of your titles and send each of you to the frontier to tend sheep, Tian remarked, casting a glance over the ministers of the Wuji divine dynasty. Without Luo Qinghuan, do not speak of 2/10. You would not even achieve 1/10. Yes, your majesty. The ministers trembled in fear. Did you think the sheep Tian referred to were mere livestock? That would be a grave misunderstanding. They were, in fact, the ferocious beasts they raised, colossal in size and capable of devouring humans when provoked. Senior Tian, there's a matter I wonder if I should address. Luo Qinghuan said, glancing at the tower of heavenly creation before turning her gaze back to Tian. Speak freely, Lady Luo, Tian encouraged. Your request seems surprisingly modest. I could restore the tower of heavenly creation to its former glory, yet you only ask for a mere 2/10? The young maiden regarded Tian with a sincere expression, her curiosity evident. Tian, I am merely providing you with a way out. Who knew you possessed such remarkable capabilities to restore it entirely? Surprise flickered in Tian's eyes as he regarded Luo Qinghuan with newfound respect. Then I shall rely on your talents, Lady Luo. Of course, after all, Senior Tian has promised me access to the Wuji imperial tomb. She replied with a sweet smile. Upon witnessing her smile, Tian felt an inexplicable tremor within him, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Had he not merely promised her the opportunity to enter the Wuji imperial tomb? Why did it feel as though he had granted her dominion over the entire tomb? Ha! Then let us commence, Lady Luo. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, preparing to begin her task when suddenly, the voice of Su Yi echoed in her mind. After listening intently, Luo Qinghuan paused for a moment before looking up at Tian, her lips parting gently. Senior Tian, could you prepare a substantial amount of spiritual energy? A bit? Tian was taken aback. A substantial amount, she clarified. Very well, Tian nodded, not pressing further, assuming such an amount was necessary for the restoration. With a flourish of his hand, A dazzling light emanated from his storage ring, revealing a pile of spiritual stones resembling a small mountain. These stones, each imbued with rich heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, created an overwhelming aura around the tower of heavenly creation as they amassed into a small hill. Su Yi, does it truly require such an immense amount of spiritual energy to restore the tower? Luo Qinghuan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the towering pile of stones. One stone is sufficient, Su Yi replied calmly. One stone? The young maiden blinked in confusion. Then why mention a substantial amount? Luo girl, do you not understand the principle of accumulating wealth little by little? Su Yi intended to impart this wisdom to Luo Qinghuan. After all, how else would he have built his own fortune upon arriving in this world? I understand, but it seems there is already quite a bit here. Luo Qinghuan cast a timid glance at the towering pile of spiritual stones. Indeed, little by little accumulates into abundance, and abundance into millions, replied Su Yi with a cheerful smile. Who says it can only be a gradual accumulation? That would be far too slow. Luo Qinghuan. After a while, her expression transformed from one of confusion to a glimmer of clarity. So that's how it is. I've learned. Very well. Let your brother Yi take over. Su Yi glanced at the tower of heavenly creation and remarked, Won't you let me do it? The girl was momentarily taken aback. She had spent the past few days comprehending the forging techniques of the divine weapon master and had been eager to showcase her skills before the insufferable Su Yi. No need. Your brother Yi will do it. Su Yi smiled mysteriously, saying, Once your brother Yi completes the restoration, you'll understand why. Oh, all right. She nodded obediently and logged off. As the expression in her eyes shifted, that innocent foolishness quickly morphed into a cool demeanor. She then slowly approached the tower of heavenly creation, extending her hand to touch its surface. Upon witnessing this scene, Emperor Tian could not help but pause. He felt as though the girl before him had transformed into an entirely different person. The seriousness with which she began the restoration was markedly different from before. Could this be professionalism? At that moment, the surrounding ministers dared not breathe a word, their gazes fixated on her. Soon, as a tremendous aura of weapon intent surged from the girl, a grand formation appeared beneath her, expanding rapidly until it enveloped the entire tower of heavenly creation in the blink of an eye. This is the formation for weapon restoration? Seeing this, Emperor Tian finally felt a sense of relief. The presence of such a formation indicated that Miss Luo had indeed grasped the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. Simultaneously, a voice from the system echoed in Su Ye's mind as he quietly logged in. Detected irreparable divine weapon, tower of heavenly creation. Shall we begin the restoration? Emperor Tian believed it was a matter of heritage and diligence, unaware that it was merely a cheat quietly activating. Restore? Su Ye stated nonchalantly. Even without the system, he could still repair the tower of heavenly creation. However, the challenge lay in the consumption of these spiritual stones. Therefore, why not take advantage of the cheat? It could also yield a substantial number of spiritual stones for Luo Qinghuan's training. Soon, as the formation emitted a dazzling light, enveloping the entire tower of heavenly creation, Emperor Tian and the ministers of the divine dynasty witnessed the restoration of the weapon intent of the tower. Concurrently, the towering pile of spiritual stones began to diminish quietly. Observing this scene, Emperor Tian furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a sigh. It seems that restoring the tower of heavenly creation is indeed a monumental task, as the consumption of spiritual stones is alarmingly swift. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun realm, a petite spirit clad in white watched as one spiritual stone after another was transported in, her eyes sparkling. One spiritual stone, another spiritual stone. This is precisely the principle of accumulating into millions that insufferable Su Yi spoke of. As the final piece of the spiritual stone was entirely consumed, the young maiden slowly rose amidst the anxious gazes of Emperor Tian and numerous officials of the divine court, the radiance of the array for the restoration of the vessel gradually fading beneath her. Miss Luo, is it repaired? Emperor Tian could not help but inquire upon witnessing this scene. It is only one step away, Su Yi replied, shaking his head. He then silently commenced the operation of the divine grade inscription forging technique. The Tower of Creation has been successfully restored. The host may add the following inscriptions. Divine Speed. Adding this inscription will significantly enhance the speed at which cultivators within the Tower of Creation absorb spiritual energy. Tower Master. Designate one individual as the Tower Master. All cultivators entering the Tower of Creation for training must contribute the spiritual energy they acquire, and the Tower Master will receive a substantial increase in the energy gained. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yi proceeded to directly incorporate both inscriptions, binding the title of Tower Master to Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 93. The legendary 10th level, having completed the enhancement of the two entries, Su Yi turned to Di Tian with a smile. The Tower of Heavenly Creation has been restored. Moreover, I have made some slight modifications. Some modifications? Di Tian furrowed his brow, gazing at the young woman with curiosity. Now, upon entering the Tower of Heavenly Creation, the speed at which cultivators can absorb spiritual energy has significantly increased, Su Yi explained, casting a glance at the tower. In other words, cultivating within the Tower of Heavenly Creation is now considerably faster than before. Di Tian narrowed his eyes, somewhat taken aback. Who would have thought that asking Miss Luo to repair the Tower of Heavenly Creation would yield such unexpected benefits? Of course, Su Yi nodded affirmatively. Di Yun, you may proceed. Di Tian then gestured towards Di Yun, indicating that he should enter the tower. Di Yun nodded and stepped into the Tower of Heavenly Creation amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. Su Yi, have you truly modified the Tower of Heavenly Creation? Meanwhile, in the realm of souls, the petite spirit clad in white inquired curiously. Indeed, and it is not merely a simple enhancement, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. I have appointed you as the Tower Master. Once Di Yin exits, Luo girl, you will be able to sense the changes in the spiritual energy within you. Tower Master? The young woman was momentarily taken aback. Before long, the Tower of Heavenly Creation stirred with activity. When Di Yun emerged, his silence belied the astonishment and disbelief etched across his face, which spoke volumes. Third brother, is what Miss Luo said true? Di Lanner asked eagerly. Yes. Di Yun nodded gravely, his gaze filled with shock as he looked at the smiling young woman. After Miss Luo's modifications, the speed of cultivation within the Tower of Heavenly Creation is several times greater than before. At this rate, I fear it will only take a few months for me to break through to the third level of the transformation realm. Wow, is it truly real? Di Lanner gasped in disbelief. Miss Luo is indeed a prodigy. Not only has she repaired the Tower of Heavenly Creation forged by the divine craftsman, but she has also managed to enhance it. Ha ha ha. From now on, the strength of our Wuji divine dynasty will grow even more formidable. Around them, the ministers of the divine dynasty were equally astonished. Initially, many had opposed Di Tian using the entrance qualification to the Wuji imperial tomb as a gesture of gratitude. But now it seemed that not only would they support the entry into the Wuji imperial tomb, but they would also wholeheartedly endorse even the most extravagant of suggestions. Should Di Tian permit Miss Luo to celebrate atop the ancestors' graves? Hey, Su Yi, why do I feel an incredibly rich flow of spiritual energy surging in? Meanwhile, the young woman noticed something unusual. This is the advantage of being the Tower Master, Su Yi replied with a smile, explaining. Any cultivator who enters the Tower of Heavenly Creation must contribute the spiritual energy they acquire, and the energy gained will be significantly amplified. How powerful! The young woman's eyes widened. Could this be the legendary concept of gaining strength effortlessly? Lady Luo, I owe you a significant favor, Emperor Tian remarked gravely, directing his gaze towards Luo Qinghuan. The young maiden had not only aided him in restoring the Tower of Creation and Transformation, but had also, in effect, assisted in bolstering the strength of the divine dynasty. It was only fitting that he owed her such a debt. As for the imperishable imperial tomb, Lady Luo may visit at her convenience. There is no rush. Su Yi shook his head and turned to Emperor Tian, stating, Since I have repaired the Tower of Creation and Transformation, I believe I am entitled to enter it for cultivation. Am I not? The 10th level still holds the opportunity one left behind. It is only appropriate for Lady Luo to seize it. Of course, Emperor Tian nodded in agreement. Whenever Lady Luo wishes to come, she may enter for her cultivation. Very well. Coincidentally, I sense a chance for a breakthrough. So I shall take advantage of the Tower of Creation and Transformation for this purpose, Su Yi replied, nodding before silently relinquishing control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yun interjected, "Wait a moment. Lady Luo, did you not just achieve a breakthrough a few days ago? This timing seems rather fortuitous, does it not? Yun, Lan'er, you shall accompany Lady Luo into the Tower of Creation and Transformation." Emperor Tian instructed his obedient daughter and rebellious son. "Understood, father," they replied in unison. As the three entered the Tower of Creation and Transformation, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. "What abundant spiritual energy!" Lan'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she turned to Luo Qinghuan. "This Tower of Creation and Transformation is indeed far superior to before. You are truly remarkable, Lady Luo." Though this achievement was due to Su Yi, the young maiden was no longer the same as before. In the past, she might have blushed at such praise. However, now she simply crossed her small arms behind her back and huffed, "Mediocre, just barely sufficient." Suddenly, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows as she noticed the stone pillar in the center of the first level. Raising her gaze, she observed that the jade stone pillar was inscribed with a series of names, alongside numbers indicating the tower's levels and rankings. Emperor Tian, 9th level. Emperor Wujia, 8th level. Emperor Zhan, 8th level. Lan'er, 7th level. Yun, 7th level. The maiden read aloud, one name at a time. "These are the highest levels reached by the illustrious talents of our imperishable divine dynasty," Lan'er explained. "Ah, I see." Luo Qinghuan nodded contemplatively. Her attention then drifted to the top of the jade stone pillar, where a vague name seemed to be etched. "What is that?" "We are not entirely certain, but we do not believe it belongs to a talented individual. It may have been left by the divine weapon emperor during testing. Consider it. The 10th level is merely a legend, and besides, the tower only has 9 levels. Where could a 10th level come from?" Lan'er remarked, shaking her head. "Is that so?" Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brow. In her mind, Su Yi quietly interjected, "In truth, that name belongs to your brother Yi." Chapter 94. The Astonished Siblings. I knew it. A look of realization graced Luo Qinghuan's delicate face. Only that insufferable Su Yi would be so ostentatious. Wasn't he the tower of heavenly creation limited to 9 levels? How could there possibly be a 10th? The young girl furrowed her brows and inquired. "There is no 10th level, so we shall construct one ourselves," Su Yi replied with a light chuckle. "Construct? Ourselves? You'll understand shortly," Su Yi said, wearing a mysterious smile. "Moreover, your elder brother has left you some invaluable treasures on the 10th level." "All right." The young girl nodded obediently. Soon after, Di Yun and Di Lan'er accompanied Luo Qinghuan deeper into the first level, explaining the necessary precautions regarding the Tower of Heavenly Creation. A pressure exists between each level, and the spiritual energy becomes increasingly potent as one ascends. "Understood," Luo Qinghuan murmured, slightly nodding her head. "Miss Luo, I am aware of your exceptional talent, but the pressure within the Tower of Heavenly Creation is formidable. Just do your best," Di Lan'er advised, her gaze earnest. "I will give it my all," Luo Qinghuan affirmed with a nod. Di Lan'er felt an unsettling sensation. It seemed that the young girl had misunderstood her. The effort she referred to was meant to be moderate, yet appeared that the girl interpreted it as an all-out endeavor. "Ladies, I shall proceed first," Luo Qinghuan announced, turning towards the staircase leading to the 2nd level. "Wait, Miss Luo," Di Lan'er called out again. Each wall of the Tower of Heavenly Creation is inscribed with ancient texts, which our Wuji divine dynasty refers to as the primordial divine script. Pay close attention. You may gain profound insights. Primordial divine script? Luo Qinghuan paused, then nodded slightly. Committing it to memory, she resolved to meticulously copy those scripts once she entered. Ahem, little Luo, in truth, you need not memorize those primordial divine scripts, for they were whimsically penned by your elder brother. Who knows what our Wuji divine dynasty considers as the so-called primordial divine script? In her mind, Suye kafud lightly. Luo Qinghuan. Why does that insufferable Su Yi have such a peculiar sense of humor? Lania, does your Wuji divine dynasty truly derive insights from those primordial divine scripts? Luo Qinghuan could not help but inquire, chuckling at the thought of the Wuji divine dynasty taking Su Ye's nonsensical scribbles as divine texts. Indeed, Dilaner nodded seriously, setting aside the accomplishments of our predecessors. Among this generation, besides myself and my third brother, both my elder brother and second sister have gained enlightenment from the primordial divine scripts on the walls of the Tower of Heavenly Creation. Luo Qinghuan was left momentarily speechless, crying face. Are you serious? In her mind, Su Yi chuckled mischievously. Although it was merely his whimsical writing, it was nonetheless penned by an emperor, and it did hold some potential for enlightenment. Even the most trivial utterance from an emperor might inspire ordinary cultivators. Would you care to give it a try? Ugh. No thank you. Luo Qinghuan hastily shook her head. She then exchanged a few words with Emperor Lan'er before turning to ascend to the second level of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Third brother, considering Miss Luo's talent, how many levels do you think she can reach on her first attempt? Emperor Lan'er inquired curiously, brandishing the long whip in her hand towards Emperor Yun. Her aptitude surpasses both yours and mine. We only reached the 5th level on our first try. With her abilities, she should at least reach the 6th level. Emperor Yun replied, crossing his arms and snorting disdainfully. Goodness. Third brother, you actually admit that Miss Luo's talent exceeds yours? Emperor Lan'er teased, casting a playful glance at Emperor Yun. I would never claim someone stronger than me to be weak, Emperor Yun retorted coldly. All right, let us set off as well and meet Miss Luo at the 6th level. Just as the two prepared to depart, a sudden rumble erupted from the jade-like stone pillar of the 1st level. They paused and turned to look. To their astonishment, a name appeared on the pillar. Luo Qinghuan, 6th level. This is Miss Luo? Emperor Yun furrowed his brows. Indeed, she has reached the 6th level. Just as I suspected. But how could she have done so quickly? It's barely been a few minutes since she parted ways with us. And she has already darted to the 6th level? Is Miss Luo akin to a mouse? If I recall correctly, third brother, it took you a full 3 days to reach the 6th level, didn't it? Emperor Lan'er stifled a giggle at the disparity. Emperor Yun's lips twitched. He cast a sidelong glance at the long whip tied at her waist, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to snatch it away and give his foolish sister a sound thrashing. But alas, she was still his younger sister. Goodness, third brother, look. At that moment, Emperor Lan'er gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Fourth sister, you are a royal. Such a display is quite unbecoming. Emperor Yun scolded her, before turning to observe with a calm demeanor. In the next instant, a gasp even louder than Emperor Lan'er's erupted. What in the world? To their astonishment, Luo Qinghuan's name on the stone pillar radiated a brilliant light. And beneath this glow, her name surged forward once more. This is the 8th level? As they witnessed this extraordinary scene, their expressions morphed into sheer amazement. Within mere moments, the young woman had ascended directly to the 8th level. Even after extensive training within the Tower of Heaven and Earth, they had only managed to reach the 7th level. The pressure of the 8th level was utterly terrifying. A mere brush against it would send them flying. Yet the girl had adapted to the tower's immense pressure in such a short time, and even ventured into the 8th level. Goodness. Third brother, is it possible that Miss Luo is a bit too extraordinary? Is she still on par with other prodigies? Emperor Lan'er's eyes widened in disbelief. The expression on Di Yun's face was one of profound gravity. Even the extraordinarily gifted eldest prince of the Wuji divine dynasty had only recently managed to barely enter the 8th level after numerous attempts. Yet now, Miss Luo had effortlessly ascended to the 8th level with remarkable swiftness. Had she opened a portal? At this moment, Luo Qinghuan had already given the two of them a slight shock. Third brother, do you think Miss Luo might directly ascend to the 9th level? At this, Dilaner, her heart still racing, patted her ample chest and whispered her inquiry. Di Yun replied, that would be unlikely, shaking his head. Throughout history, only a select few from the Wuji divine dynasty have reached the 9th level, and they were all formidable emperors. Could it be that Miss Luo possesses the bearing of an emperor? You might be onto something, third brother. She hesitated, her voice trembling. Just then, her gaze fixed upon the jade stone pillar, where the girl's name was once again enveloped in radiant light, undergoing a transformation. The two siblings stood frozen in disbelief at this scene. What? Third brother? Could it be that this young lady possesses the ability to manifest her words into reality? Chapter 95. The 10th layer. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation, Emperor Tian had arranged for the ministers, instructing them to frequently enter the tower for cultivation. Miss Luo is indeed a benefactor of our divine dynasty. She not only repaired the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation, but also enhanced it, fortifying our nation's power further. The ministers of the divine dynasty expressed their admiration. Miss Luo is truly a treasure for our realm. Emperor Tian nodded. Most importantly, she had restored the tower to its most perfect state. As a result, the suppression exerted by the tower would be even more stable, alleviating his concerns about the unsettling seal of the peculiar severed finger. With a sigh of relief, Emperor Tian intended to depart and descend into the molten depths. However, suddenly, the entire Tower of Heaven and Earth creation trembled violently. What is happening? Has the tower that Miss Luo just repaired broken again? The tremors of the tower caught the attention of the ministers, who furrowed their brows and focused their gazes. This is Emperor Tian's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, his expression turned grave, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Someone has entered the 9th layer? What? The 9th layer? Who could it be? The 3rd prince or the 4th princess?" Upon hearing Emperor Tian's words, the ministers were filled with disbelief and quickly turned their gazes. "It is neither of them." Emperor Tian shook his head and said solemnly, "It would be remarkable if they could reach the 8th layer. As for the 9th layer, that is utterly preposterous. Not the 3rd prince or the 4th princess. Then who could it be?" The ministers were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting dramatically as realization dawned upon them. It must be Miss Luo. Emperor Tian's expression grew serious. He realized that every time he thought he had grasped the essence of Luo Qinghuan, she would invariably surprise him in an unexpected manner. If she could reach the 9th layer of the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation, it signified that her aptitude was on par with his own. She could potentially ascend to the imperial throne in the future. The future of the Xuantian Holy Sect might also rise to join the ranks of the top powers. Emperor Tian murmured, reflecting on this, "The future emperor. We are witnessing the birth of a formidable sovereign. What an astounding talent. Who would have imagined that a mere sect like the Xuantian Holy Sect could produce such a prodigious young woman? Should we not bring Miss Luo to our Wuji divine dynasty for personal cultivation? Perhaps we could arrange a marriage between her and the 3rd prince or the 1st prince." At that moment, among the astonished ministers, an elderly official could not help but suggest, but she is destined to be a future emperor. Would the 3rd prince and the 1st prince be a suitable match? Another minister tentatively inquired, scratching his nose. Instantly, the surrounding ministers fell into a collective silence. "It seems they might not be quite worthy. Leave at once. Do not disturb Miss Luo's cultivation," Emperor Tian said, casting a detached glance at the ministers. "Yes." The ministers of the divine court nodded in unison. "My goodness, your majesty, look! An unseen staircase has appeared at the pinnacle of the 9th layer. Moreover, there is even a courtyard." At that moment, an unexpected exclamation echoed through the air. Emperor Tian and the assembled ministers turned to behold a scene that left them utterly astounded. The 9th layer was enveloped in radiant light, and as the staircase unfolded, a courtyard emerged atop the Tower of Creation, as if the so-called 10th layer had materialized. Isn't the 10th layer merely a legend? At this instant, Emperor Tian's pupils constricted. In the Tower of Creation, the 9th layer was rich with spiritual energy flowing endlessly. A graceful young maiden sat cross-legged, seemingly having reached the 9th layer with remarkable speed. However, she had paused slightly at each level, for Su Yi had advised her not to squander this spiritual energy. Moreover, Luo Qinghuan upheld the fine tradition of frugality, gathering the spiritual energy from each layer before proceeding upward. "Su Yi, I have nearly absorbed all the spiritual energy from the 9th layer. How shall I enter the 10th layer?" Luo Qinghuan concluded her cultivation of the devouring demon technique, and once the dark energy dissipated from her form, she inquired of Su Yi within her mind. Where there is no path, forge a path. Where there is no tower, construct a tower. Little Luo, use your instrument's intent to perceive the entire tower of creation and detect the intangible 10th layer. Su Yi replied with a gentle laugh. Understood. I shall give it a try. The maiden nodded affirmatively. Sitting cross-legged, she began to perceive with her instrument's intent, and it seemed as though the entire tower resonated with such energy. Following Su Ye's guidance, she concentrated all this intent together. In an instant, the entire 9th layer was bathed in brilliance. Invisible steps materialized at the apex of the 9th layer, and a courtyard stood majestically atop the tower of creation. This was indeed the so-called 10th layer. Chapter 96. The insights left by your knight brother. This girl possesses an extraordinary aptitude. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi could not help but marvel at Luo Qinghuan's remarkable comprehension. Among the younger generation in this desolate realm, she truly stands as a paragon, surpassing the norm with her exceptional talent and abilities, leaving others in her wake. Is it a success for me? Upon grasping the ethereal intent of the Tower of Creation, the young woman eagerly opened her beautiful eyes. Of course, Su Yi replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. Very well, Luo girl, proceed to the 10th level. The girl obediently nodded, rising gracefully. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Creation, when the world is happening, the 10th level? How could this be? A multitude of ministers from the divine court stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched upon their faces, even stuttering as they spoke. Lord Su, please give me a punch. I feel as though I am dreaming. One minister furrowed his brow, gazing at the magnificent, radiant courtyard with incredulity. Not a problem, Lord Zhang. Lord Su rolled up his sleeves, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he nodded with a grin. However, just as he was about to throw a punch, suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag loomed larger in his vision. Ouch! Lord Su cried out, clutching his eyes in pain. Does it hurt? Lord Zhang inquired with a concerned expression. Could you refrain from the idle chatter? What about our agreement to let me punch you? Lord Su exclaimed furiously. I merely thought that if you felt pain, it would confirm that I am not dreaming. Thus why should I inflict pain upon myself? Lord Zhang replied with a genial smile. You rascal, I shall report you 3 times. Then I shall report you 10 times, 20 times, 300 times. The 2 old ministers bickered, much to the chagrin of the other officials present. They were caught between marveling at the so-called 10th level and finding time to witness the exchange between the 2. Both of you silence. Otherwise, I shall assign you to the frontier to tend sheep, the Emperor Tian said coldly, casting a stern glance at the 2, prompting them to quiet down. The 10th level. Could it be that the inscription on that jade stone pillar is not merely the eccentricity of a legendary weapon master, but indeed a reality? After reprimanding the 2, Emperor Tian's gaze turned grave as he focused on the Tower of Creation, unable to suppress a murmur of contemplation. He had ascended to the 9th level before, but had never encountered the so-called 10th level, leading him to doubt its existence. Just then, 2 panicked figures emerged from the Tower of Creation, Emperor Yun and Princess Lan'er. Father, Miss Luo has stopped acting. She has ascended. She has reached the 9th level. Oh, as the 2 individuals finished speaking, they noticed that Emperor Tian and the ministers of the divine court displayed no trace of astonishment on their faces. They merely exhaled lightly, as if unfazed. Witnessing this scene, the 2 were instantly thrown into disarray. Father, that is the 9th level. Is this truly your reaction? Or perhaps, reaching the 9th level is merely elementary? What does that make of my sister and me? Emperor Yun exclaimed in bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian regarded his 3rd son as though he were a fool, then silently pointed towards the pinnacle of the Tower of Heavenly Transformation. Since Miss Luo has ascended to the 10th level, why should we react to her stepping onto the 9th? At this revelation, both Emperor Yun and Princess Lan'er were momentarily stunned. The next instant, they gasped in astonishment. The 10th level. Does the Tower of Heavenly Transformation truly possess a 10th level? Their expressions transformed into sheer amazement. Miss Luo is truly astonishing. Your Majesty, look. At that moment, a minister of the divine court exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared upon the ethereal steps, ascending with deliberate grace until, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she entered the invisible courtyard. Is that Miss Luo? The onlookers gazed on, their eyes filled with intrigue. What extraordinary opportunities awaited within this 10th level? Upon her arrival in the courtyard of the 10th level, Luo Qinghuan immediately felt the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth surging towards her. The most significant distinction of the 10th level from the others was that, while the lower levels required one to absorb spiritual energy, here it was drawn in automatically, as if the entire tower of heavenly transformation existed solely for her benefit. What is this? Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes widened as she beheld a figure clad in black, motionless and resembling a statue. The more she looked, the more familiar the silhouette seemed. Is that you, Suyi? Indeed, it was her brother, Suyi. In her mind, he chuckled softly before shaking his head. This is a fragment of the great emperor's enlightenment that I left behind. I never imagined that after all these years, no one would reach the 10th level to comprehend it, only for it to benefit you, my dear girl. What do you mean by benefit? Upon hearing this, the girl pouted, displeased, and then, with a serious expression, retorted, "This is merely fate bringing us together." Listening to this eerily familiar phrase, Su Ye's lips twitched slightly. This girl has learned well. No, she has learned too well. At that moment, the girl stealthily approached the figure in black, seemingly eager to glimpse its true form, only to be met with a shroud of darkness, akin to chaos. Seeing this, she exclaimed her disappointment. "Umph, how could you expect to gaze upon your brother's handsome face so easily?" Su Yi teased in response. "This is merely an insight from the great emperor. How could it reveal his true visage? How then should I comprehend it? Should I strike him?" A glimmer of mischief flickered in the girl's beautiful eyes, her demeanor radiating eagerness and anticipation. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing that this girl was feeling particularly restless. "Since this is the great emperor's insight left by your brother Yi, why should you struggle to grasp it? I shall impart it to you directly." Su Yi chuckled, shaking his head. "However, the pressing matter at hand is not this great emperor's insight, for it can only be utilized when you transcend to the level of a great emperor." "I see," replied Luo Qinghuan, nodding her small head. "Luo girl, that fruit of creation should be ripe by now. Take it out, as the abundant spiritual energy of the 10th layer will aid you in seizing the heavenly creation, elevating you to a true master of creation," Su Yi advised. Luo Qinghuan nodded eagerly, then retrieved the ripe fruit of creation from the Kunlun mirror. Su Ye's gaze fell upon it, and immediately its information materialized before him. Chapter 97. Thus, did Miss Luo seize the essence of heaven and earth using a burlap sack? The fruit of creation, fully matured. Having been cultivated in the elixir field, it is now fully matured and has completed its advancement. Originally, the fruit of creation could only facilitate the acquisition of 20% of the essence of heaven and earth, but now it can assist the user in obtaining 50%. Oh, has it escalated from 20% directly to 50%? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This implies that as long as Luo Qinghuan manages to seize an additional 50% of the essence of heaven and earth, she will attain the pinnacle of creation, a feat achieved by only a handful among the powerful of the 9 domains. After Luo Qinghuan consumed the fruit of creation, Su Yi instructed her to sit cross-legged and attune herself to the essence of heaven and earth, and then to gather it in a burlap sack. Understood. The young girl nodded slightly. Subsequently, she settled into a meditative posture. Spiritual energy surged through her delicate form as she began to perceive the essence of heaven and earth. Observing this, Su Yi exhibited no hesitation, directly manipulating the essence of creation by infusing it with a wisp of the death principle. Within his mind, the system's voice resounded. The host has successfully invested. Reward obtained. Divine level martial art death obliteration finger. Outside the Tower of Creation, with each booming sound echoing, the crowd heard a thunderous roar from the heavens, quickly followed by dark clouds gathering and a peculiar aura emerging above the Tower of Creation. The ministers of the divine court were filled with confusion. The essence of creation. Beside them, Emperor Tian spoke gravely, slowly articulating, the essence of creation? Could it possibly be the essence that can be comprehended during the creation realm? The ministers of the divine court were taken aback. Many among them had reached beyond the creation realm, yet they had failed to grasp the essence of creation during that stage, rendering their achievements mere imitations. This was the first time they witnessed someone truly seizing the essence of creation during the creation realm. So, is Miss Luo currently acquiring the essence of creation? Indeed. Emperor Tian nodded, then sighed. The essence of creation can be transformed into a means for cultivators, rendering them invincible within their realm. I did not expect Miss Luo to also be capable of seizing this essence, but upon reflection, it is only natural for someone who has entered the legendary 10th layer to achieve such a feat, the essence of creation. Could it be that fruit of creation? However, that fruit had yet to mature, right? Lanner furrowed her brows. She was aware that Luo Qinghuan had purchased a fruit of creation, but it had not matured. She was astonished that Miss Luo could seize the essence of creation without relying on that fruit. What, then, was the purpose of her acquiring the fruit? Indeed, the world of the wealthy was beyond her understanding. Boom, boom. As the thunder continued to rumble, dark clouds enveloped the sky. The essence of creation above the heavens grew increasingly dense, eliciting awe from the powerful of the divine court. Unfortunately, this essence was summoned by Luo Qinghuan, inaccessible to others. With the essence of creation manifesting, the next question was how much of it Miss Luo could seize. Emperor Tian gazed intently, prepared to witness the unfolding events. If my memory serves me correctly, Father, you too are a true master of the creation realm, are you not? How much of the heavenly creation did you seize during your time in that realm? Beside him, Princess Lan inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Upon hearing this, the ministers of the divine court immediately turned their attention to the emperor, their expressions brimming with intrigue. As for me, Emperor Tian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying, seizing the creation of heaven and earth is exceedingly difficult, as it is intertwined with the heavenly Tao. It is not something we cultivators can simply take at will. I have managed to claim less than 40%. 40%? Your Majesty, that is indeed impressive. The ministers promptly praised upon hearing this revelation. Then, Father, what is the maximum percentage of heavenly creation one can seize? The utmost is a complete 100%. Possessing a full 100% of heavenly creation is referred to as perfect heavenly creation, Emperor Tian articulated with deliberation. Perfect heavenly creation. Princess Lan and the ministers exchanged glances, astonished. Emperor Tian, being a sixth tribulation emperor, stood as one of the most exceptional prodigies across the entire 9 domains. Yet, even he could barely attain 40% of heavenly creation. Thus, the notion of achieving a perfect 100%, was it truly feasible for anyone? Throughout history, only 3 individuals have accomplished such a feat in the 9 domains. Emperor Tian continued, seemingly aware of the crowd's thoughts. 3 individuals? The audience's eyes widened in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that this realm had indeed birthed 3 such remarkable beings. The first is the current ruler of the most formidable power in the divine realm, the Chaos Emperor. The second is the Opening Heaven Emperor. And what of the third? These 2 names were well known among the crowd, both being illustrious ancient gods, heightening their curiosity about the identity of the third figure who stood alongside them. As for the third, it was thousands of years ago, known as the Bandit Emperor. At this point, even Emperor Tian's eyes reflected a profound sense of reverence. The name of the Bandit Emperor once reverberated throughout the entire heavenly Xian 9 domains. The mention of the Bandit Emperor sent a shiver through Princess Lan and the others. While this name may not carry the same weight as the first 2, it inexplicably unsettled their spirits. The former 2 might not pose a threat, yet the latter could indeed come seeking something from them. Now, I wonder how much of the heavenly creation Lady Luo can seize, Emperor Tian mused, directing his gaze toward the tower of heavenly creation, prompting the others to follow suit. What is this? At that moment, As the rich essence of heavenly creation emerged, a manifestation resembling a colossal bag materialized in the sky, continuously enveloping and collecting the heavenly creation. Is that a manifestation of Lady Luo's intent? It appears she is about to begin her endeavor to seize the heavenly creation. Emperor Tian observed with great seriousness. However, why does this enormous bag seem rather peculiar? Indeed, it is neither a burial bag nor merely a storage pouch. Could it possibly be an exceptionally powerful spiritual artifact? The ministers of the divine court nodded in agreement, their gazes fixated upon the peculiar bag, their brows furrowing in contemplation. Do you not find it strikingly reminiscent of a burlap sack? At that moment, De Launer timidly interjected. Hey, burlap sack? Both De Tian and the other ministers were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, does it not resemble one? Estai lane spoke. She suddenly retrieved a burlap sack from her storage ring and gave it a shake. The crowd's eyes turned towards her, their lips twitching in response. It does appear quite similar. So, are we to infer that Miss Luo is now utilizing a burlap sack to seize the essence of creation from the heavens and the earth? Goodness gracious! Chapter 98, The Perfect Creation of Heaven and Earth, the fourth person. At this moment, Emperor Tian and the ministers of the Wuji divine dynasty exchanged bewildered glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. To seize the essence of heaven and earth with a mere sack, could such a thing truly be possible? Boom! Just as the assembly was engulfed in astonishment, they beheld an astonishing spectacle in the heavens above. Accompanied by the sack's incredible suction, an ever-increasing amount of the essence of heaven and earth was being packed away. Goodness, what kind of sack is this? It can hold so much, exclaimed Minister Su in utter astonishment. The other ministers nodded in agreement, equally taken aback by the scene. Yet, it was not merely the sack's capacity, but rather the prowess of Miss Luo that enabled such a feat. Emperor Tian shook his head and turned to Diyun and Lan Er, instructing them. Diyun, Lan Er, observe closely. Perhaps you may glean some enlightenment regarding your own essence. Yes, father, they replied, nodding in understanding. Now, all eyes turned to Miss Luo, anticipating how much of the heavenly essence she could seize. As time progressed, the essence in the heavens continued to be devoured by the sack. Your Majesty, Miss Luo has already acquired 10% of the essence. Your Majesty, Miss Luo has now obtained 20%. Your Majesty, silence. I can see for myself. Emperor Tian's lips twitched